Chapter 1451. A dirty attitude. Pretending to get hit, everyone was taken aback. There were only things people couldn't think of. There was nothing Fang Rui couldn't do. His genius went below everyone's bottom line. But then again, successfully tricking someone in a pro match was not an easy task. When an attack missed, pro players could feel it intuitively. Health loss was also not something that could be faked. Lu Hanwen must have overlooked both of these points for Fang Rui's trick to succeed. Lu Hanwen had 2 years of experience as a main roster player. He had far more experience than most second-year rookies, yet Fang Rui dared to cheat the kid. It succeeded too, and not without reason. Lu Hanwen had been focused on Boundless Sea's movements. He hadn't been paying attention to Boundless Sea's health. It had been a tense moment, and his offense had been quick. Falling Blossom form had extremely high priority too. Just getting grazed was enough to knock the opponent down, so the feeling of landing the hit was difficult to notice. Lu Hanwen had been trying to speed up the tempo and had indeed been a bit negligent. These reasons showed that Fang Rui wasn't just playing dirty for the sake of playing dirty. He was using his brain when making decisions. The damage dealt by Dragon Wave wasn't low. Everyone thought that given this opening, Fang Rui would have Boundless Sea run away. But to their surprise, Fang Rui had Boundless Sea follow up with another attack. Is Fang Rui really planning on fighting Lu Hanwen face to face? Pan Ling cried out. No one dared to guess what Fang Rui was thinking. Spiral Chi Rush. Boundless Sea appeared to be ready for a fight. Chi spiraled out of his hands as his character rushed forward fiercely towards Flowing Cloud. Flowing Cloud could use a skill like Falling Light Blade to change directions in the air, but Spiral Chi Rush had a wide AoE range. All possible paths using Falling Light Blade were blocked by it. Falling Phoenix Slash covered a longer distance, but Flowing Cloud had just used it and it was still on cooldown. Without any moment for delay, Lu Hanwen displayed his extraordinary reaction speed. Flowing Cloud stepped on the tree behind him and raised his greatsword up. Rising Dragon Slash. Flowing Cloud borrowed the height of the tree to leap up instead of fall down. Boom! Boundless Sea Spiral Chi Rush crashed into the tree. Leaves fluttered down as the entire tree shook violently. Boundless Sea had turned around. His hands were pressed together, accumulating chi. He waited until Flowing Cloud started descending after the Rising Dragon Slash before pushing his hands outward. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. The dense chi coming out from his 2 palms formed a bridge as it flew towards Flowing Cloud. Lu Hanwen knew that after dodging Spiral Chi Rush with Rising Dragon Slash, getting back to the ground wouldn't be so easy. As soon as he finished executing Rising Dragon Slash, Flowing Cloud swung his greatsword down. Falling Light Blade. In the end, Flowing Cloud used this move to rapidly descend from the sky. Fang Rui had predicted Lu Hanwen's reaction. He moved his mouse rapidly, causing the spirit reaches to the rainbow to curve downwards towards where Flowing would land. But Flowing Cloud dropped down and disappeared. Boom! The giant tree struck by Spiral Chi Rush had been shaking violently when it was hit again by the spirit reaches to the rainbow. When Flowing Cloud had used Falling Light Blade, he had controlled it to position him behind the tree. Although Fang Rui had adjusted his spirit reaches to the rainbow, he had no way of looping the chi around the tree. Before the attack could strike Flowing Cloud, it hit the tree. Crash! After being struck twice, the tree swayed even more violently. The sound of rustling leaves seemed to never stop. Fang Rui wasn't discouraged. He had Boundless Sea step to the side, ready to catch the falling Flowing Cloud. But when he looked from this new angle, he didn't see Flowing Cloud. How? Fang Rui was stunned. Flowing Cloud had landed behind the tree. How could he have disappeared? Was it magic? The audience members were able to see it. Pan Lin and Liebo were praising Lu Hanwen's cleverness. The Rising Dragon Slash was a setup for the Falling Light Blade, Liebo said. The angle of the Falling Light Blade was very precise. After hiding behind the tree, he cancelled the skill and pushed off the tree to change angles again. Blue Rain's playoffs seemed to be interconnected with trees. Last round, Wang Xiaoqian's troubling rain had lost half his health due to a tree. This round, Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud used the tree to escape from Fang Rui's follow-up. His move was clever and unexpected. Fang Rui didn't know how he had escaped. He was carefully exploring the terrain to try and figure out the secret behind Flowing Cloud's disappearance. When Boundless Sea took his next step, he was met with a sword. Meteor form. The sword came towards Fang Rui extremely fast, and he wasn't able to react in time. Blood blossomed in the air. Go 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 go! The crowd cheered. Fang Rui, the master of playing dirty, an expert at ambushes, had been ambushed by their own player. It was too exhilarating. Fang Rui had no way of dodging the attack, but he had time to respond after getting hit. Borrowing the force of the blow, Boundless Sea slid back, but Sword Light was already in pursuit. Sword draw. After the maxed meteor form, a low-level sword draw followed. Both these attacks were extremely fast. The two sword lights intertwined, almost as if the two attacks were a single skill. His using a greatsword too, Liebor liked to remind everyone that Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud wielded a greatsword. If he was using a tachi or a lightsaber instead, just how fast would it be? Fang Rui couldn't dodge this follow-up either. A streak of blood flew into the air when the sword light hit. Boundless Sea stumbled backwards. Had he lost his balance? No. He was faking it. This time, the director saw through it. The moment Boundless Sea began to stumble backwards, Qi had begun to circulate around his hands, which then quietly swung outwards. Qi Blade. He used a Qi Blade at this distance. Lu Hanwen had been chasing after Fang Rui when he saw the dense fog bundle together and fly towards him. He immediately rolled to the side. Downwards Qi flow. The stumbling Boundless Sea suddenly jumped into the air. With his palms directed towards the ground, Qi crashed towards Flowing Cloud like a waterfall. Flowing Cloud, who was mid-roll, slashed across with his sword. Sky Plunging Blade. The skill came out as Flowing Cloud stood back up. Boom! The turbulent Qi slammed into Flowing Cloud, but at the same time, his bright sword light tore through the sky and struck Boundless Sea. Flowing Cloud wasn't able to stay standing after getting struck by the force of downwards Qi flow. On the other hand, Boundless Sea was knocked down by the sky-plunging blade and rolled twice to negate the momentum. The two characters were both injured, but after taking each other's attacks, they stood back up and continued to fight. Fang Rui didn't run, but his playstyle, Pan Lin said. Playing dirty doesn't just mean scurrying around and guerrilla warfare. Liebor said. Yes, Pan Lin nodded his head. The dirty playstyle encompassed many styles. It was similar to direct fights, there were many ways of going about it. The dirty playstyle had many paths branching off from it. Fang Rui and Lu Hanwen fought. Pretending to be hit, pretending to lose balance and then retaliating were undoubtedly extremely dirty moves. Playing dirty wasn't a technique, but a mindset. And for Fang Rui, as the representative of the style, it didn't matter if he fought face-to-face or indirectly, all of them contained an air of dirtiness. In this map, Lu Hanwen's acute perception and reaction speed were effective against the usual dirty play style. As a result, Fang Rui fought directly against Lu Hanwen, showing off his creativity in this battle. Pretending to fall down, pretending to be off balance, no one knew what other surprising tricks this guy had in store. Fang Rui isn't really utilizing the features of this map, making it so that Lu Hanwen's exceptional eyesight and reaction speed aren't as useful, Pan Lin said. But by not using the terrain, Fang Rui's capabilities are also restricted, Liebor said. It's evenly matched. Pan Lin sighed. Yes, evenly matched. Both sides had found their own rhythm and were in their peak competitive states. Both sides were going all out, using all the tricks they had at their disposal. The two went back and forth, trading blow after blow. The only outcome was damage dealt by both sides, with neither side gaining an advantage. When Lu Hanwen found an opportunity to attack, Fang Rui might retaliate with a weird trick. When Fang Rui tried to combo, Lu Hanwen would often neutralize it forcefully. Under these circumstances, Fang Rui's 74% starting health became a disadvantage that could not be erased. In the end, Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud was able to win with 23% of his health left. Blue Rain had taken back a point. It was now an even 3-3. However, of the two Blue Rain characters remaining, Flowing Cloud only had 23% of his health left, while Happy had two characters at full health. Chapter 1452. No Tactics. Fang Rui had barely exited the player booth when Tang Ru stood from her seat at Happy's bench. They had finally gotten to the playoff stage, but Tang Ru didn't get a chance to fight at all in the first round. She was, naturally, extremely disappointed. She hadn't been a member of the team competition last round, but she was the anchor for the group arena. But Happy ended the group arena with their fourth player last round. Tang Ru had been eagerly anticipating a fight that night, yet had been no more than a spectator. Logically speaking, it would be better for Happy if Tang Ru, as the anchor, didn't get a chance to fight. That was something Happy would be happy about. Tang Ru naturally wasn't hoping that Happy did badly, she just wanted to fight. This round, Tang Ru was positioned fourth and finally got her chance. Without waiting for Fang Rui to come down, she was already charging up onto the stage. Little Tang is pretty much the antonym of Blue Rain's Zhengxian. Yishio exclaimed. Chengguo paused for a moment in surprise before considering it again. That was true. Zhengxian's lack of motivation was infamous, always ready with a how stressful on his tongue. As for Tang Ru? Tang Ru had the most motivation for competition. She loved a challenge and being under pressure. You think they'll go up against each other? Chengguo was suddenly very interested in watching the two antonyms face off. Probably not. Yishio said. There's still another player on Blue Rain's side. Chengguo exclaimed. Huang Xiaotian, Yishio reminded her. Oh yeah. Chengguo slapped a hand on her forehead. She had forgotten Blue Rain's Huang Xiaotian hadn't fought yet, today. She was so used to Zhengxian having a set spot in the 1v1 matches, but today Blue Rain decided to try something new and gave Yu Wenju a spot in the group arena, and thus Zhengxian managed to get out of playing today. As for Blue Rain's anchor, that was definitely Huang Xiaotian. He was the core and ace, after all. Happy's two, one heading onstage, the other coming offstage, met halfway. You're eager, aren't you? Fang Rui grinned. Tang Ru just smiled, not saying anything. That brat's a straightforward sort of guy, just close in directly and overwhelm him. Fang Rui said. All right. Tang Ru nodded. Good luck. Fang Rui returned to Happy's player bench after giving his blessings. Though it was Blue Rain who had won, it was Happy's player coming back, so the applause was restrained. The wildest applause came from the west stands. That was where the Happy fans congregated, offering thunderous applause for Happy when they came on and off stage, no matter if they won or lost. Though Blue Rain had won a round just now, the Blue Rain fans were pretty solemn due to the overall situation not being in their favor. Young people nowadays sure are something. Fang Rui exclaimed, having returned to Happy's bench. When discussing Lu Hanwen, he obviously did have the right to act the veteran. Did you think you could defeat him easily? Yishio asked. Actually, I really did think so at first. I fought the brat a few times in these past 2 years, Fang Rui admitted. He's improving really fast, isn't he? Yishio said. He has a limitless future ahead of him. Fang Rui's expression was uncharacteristically serious. Chengguo was listening in on the side, and after a good while, she turned her head to look at Fang Rui. So you mean to say your loss was reasonable? Ah, boss, you really know how to start a conversation. Fang Rui slapped his leg excitedly. Chengguo rolled her eyes. She had thought it was weird that these two were suddenly feeling generous and nice enough to compliment their juniors. She should have expected that they were just shamelessly setting up a scenario to make this loss seem reasonable. Seems like Fang Rui was rather embarrassed at losing to this second-year rookie. Ha ha. Yishio laughed, sitting to the side, but afterwards, he said seriously, "Boss, I think we should keep an eye on him. He'll become a powerful rival that Happy won't be able to shake off for 10 years. Like Han Wenqing." Cheng Guo blurted out. Rivals of 10 years, Cheng Guo, used to seeing things with one autumn leaf in mind, immediately thought of Han Wenqing and his desert dust. How? Yishio didn't agree. I destroyed him ages ago. It's him who can't avoid me. Hey, hold your horses. In Season 4, he destroyed you. Wei Chen couldn't help but interrupt. Ha ha, everyone who walks by the river will get their shoes wet sometime, Yishio replied. This analogy, how come it sounded no less arrogant? Cheng Guo was speechless. The reason why Happy's players had the energy to chat was because the match had yet to start. Although Tang Ru went up early, the break between each round was set. Tang Ru had already gotten up there, but now she still had to wait. After about half a minute, the battle between the fourth-position players on each side began. Tang Ru, having accumulated her aggression for so long, had full health. Soft Mist charged right out. Lu Hanwen, with flowing clouds only at 23% health, resolutely chose to play tactically after the match began. Lu Hanwen is planning on being tactical. From Pan Lin's tone, it was clear that this choice was rather surprising. With what Lu Hanwen had shown so far in terms of personality and play style, he was definitely not a tactical player. Plus, as a second-year rookie, could he really do tactics well? His opponent is Tang Ru, after all. Li Yibo's words cut through everyone's doubt. Although Lu Hanwen only had 2 years of experience, that was more than Tang Ru, who had only played one regular season and was in her first playoffs. Lu Hanwen wasn't a tactical player, but Tang Ru wasn't one either, no? Hoping for a battle of wits like what Yu Wenju and Yishio had from 2 brute force style players wasn't realistic. Lu Hanwen's tactics might not be very methodical or deep, but Tang Ru was the same. His not-so-good tactics might just be enough here. They were both at the same level, so who knew? Speaking of, this is Tang Ru's first playoffs battle. Pan Lin brought up. You're right. She didn't get a chance to play last round, Li Yibo said. She doesn't seem nervous at all. She was so impatient. Coming up, Pan Lin laughed. Nervous? Think about it. She's the player who said she would 1v3, then faced all those accusations, yet could still play normally on stage. Think of what sort of mental fortitude she has, Li Yibo reminded the other. That's true. It seems like the usual problems that newbies would face won't be an issue here, Pan Lin said. Indeed. The problems Tang Ru faced never came from the environment. They were mostly self-focused, like her grasp of rhythm, her defensive ability, etc., which we discussed in the regular season, Li Yibo added. That's right, we did discuss some of her problems in the regular season, but with each battle until now, I can see a clear improvement, Pan Lin commented. Now it's time to test these improvements, Li Yibo said. These two talked with a hint of pride, like it was they who had guided Tang Ru to where she stood now. Tang Ru has gone directly for the middle while Lu Hanwen's decided to head to his right, and thus circling to the map's west side. Pan Lin focused on the match and began to commentate. Tang Ru had charged quickly and Soft Mist soon arrived at the center of the map. She carefully looked around, but didn't see her opponent. Have you yet to arrive or are you circling around? Tang Ru asked in the chat. As expected of someone from Happy, who spent all her time with Yishio and the others. Tang Ru asked this question so reasonably and straightforwardly, as if she hadn't considered this to be a crucial match of the playoffs. There was no reason for an opponent to give you a straight answer to that sort of question. Lu Hanwen, that poor child, answered ever so honestly, I'm circling around. Which side? Tang Ru asked. The entire stadium was filled with whispering. Why did none of Happy's members care for these courtesies? They were all wondering. Guess. Lu Hanwen sent an emote with its tongue out, finally not being so honest anymore. All right then, I'll wait for you, Tang Ru replied, and then Soft Mist just stopped there, turning her head back and forth and observing her surroundings. Lu Hanwen was, naturally, very familiar with this map. Flowing Cloud soon circled around to the central route's west flank before starting to carefully approach, using the forestry as cover. Finally, when he peeked out from behind a tree, he found Soft Mist. How should he strike? Seeing Soft Mist, who was turning her head back and forth, Lu Hanwen scratched his head. This really wasn't his forte. After thinking for about 5 seconds, Lu Hanwen made a decision. He'll ambush from behind, he thought to himself. So, he carefully watched Soft Mist turn her head around, and when she was facing away from his direction, Flowing Cloud darted out. Pan Lin was rendered speechless for a moment. After being given a top-tier dirty performance, Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud charging out like that just seemed so lacking. Pan Lin was too embarrassed to call it an ambush. Flowing Cloud circles around to the west side and strikes. In the end, he summarized it with that. Offstage, Fang Rui was rolling on the ground with laughter as he gestured widely towards Blue Rain's other players. Over on Blue Rain's side, Yu Wenju also changed the topic immediately when it was brought up. He didn't want to talk about Lu Hanwen's attempt at being tactical because there was nothing to talk about. Such a simple and direct ambush from behind, those who would be caught off guard by that would only be the newest of newbies. Tang Ru wasn't that new anymore, and her mental fortitude was far greater than many veterans. Lu Hanwen's very, very simple sneak attack didn't do anything a sneak attack was meant to. Soft Mist immediately rolled to avoid it, and when she got up, she already had a counterattack at the ready. Lu Hanwen's tactics ended there. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons slammed against one another. Everyone immediately felt much less awkward. This was how the juniors should be fighting. Direct and intense. Leave those sneaky, crafty tactics to those old men. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons, the collision of skills. The terrain was non-existent and the map no longer had any effect. For two players like them, just them a small space and they could turn the world upside down with their battles. This was a battle purely of mechanics and skill. Chapter 1453. One Step Above. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. The atmosphere in the stadium livened up. The previous rounds had reflected Blue Rain's reasons for their map choice. There was layer upon layer of hidden intent. In the last round, Fang Rui and Lu Hanwen had fought face to face. However, everyone was wary of Fang Rui, afraid he would suddenly slip away. And when Fang Rui fought, he still played dirty. The greatest strength of playing dirty was that it not only struck at your character, but at your heart too. Lu Hanwen had won quite handily, but Blue Rain's fans had been worried the entire time. It was fine now. A matchup that everyone could enjoy had finally arrived. Spear versus sword. The two weapons clashed and collided, immensely satisfying. Even so, Blue Rain's fans couldn't be entirely happy because their Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud only had 23% health left. It wasn't suitable for him to fight head-on. Blue Rain's fans were conflicted. They wanted to watch this sort of battle, but they were worried about how it was disadvantageous for their team. 23%. Let's hope for a miracle. Their hearts were gripped with anxiety. They didn't dare to look down on Tang Ru. Her reputation had hit rock bottom as soon as her pro career began, but the Alliance still gave her the title of Best Rookie despite the controversy. It could be seen just how convincing her performance in the regular season was. A player who won Best Rookie could not be treated like a normal rookie. Could he do it with 23% health? Blue Rain's fans were so worried that they were too scared to look at Flowing Cloud's health. But whether they looked at it or not, his health would still fall in this unyielding battle. 47 seconds. After Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud rushed out from behind a tree and launched a sneak attack, the battle had lasted for 47 seconds. In the end, Flowing Cloud fell. Lu Hanwen had done his best. He knew that with Flowing Cloud's health, he could not trade hit point for hit point. He had done his best to avoid forced trades with Tang Ru and played more flexibly. Nonetheless, the fight only lasted 47 seconds. Flowing Cloud had no more health left. Soft Mist had lost 31% of her health. From the numbers, Soft Mist had lost more health than Flowing Cloud in this battle. It appeared as if Tang Ru hadn't played as well as Lu Hanwen. But wins couldn't be looked at from statistics alone. After all, a player played differently depending on their circumstances. Lu Hanwen needed to play flexibly and focus on defending. Tang Ru could be more aggressive and forceful. It was only by utilizing an advantage that it could be called an advantage. Lu Hanwen came down from the stage. 23% for 31%. It wasn't an impressive trade. Blue Rain's fans had higher expectations. It wasn't a bad trade though. When Lu Hanwen came down from the stage, the crowd applauded fervently. As for Lu Hanwen himself, he was somewhat unhappy with the result. He had performed to the best of his ability though. Though he was disappointed, there weren't any moments which he had felt upset about. It simply meant that he wasn't good enough. I need to continue working harder. Lu Hanwen returned to his team with this resolution. Their last player in the group arena appeared on the big screen. To no one's surprise, Blue Rain's anchor was their number one player, Huang Xiaoqian. The cheers from the crowd reached a peak. He was Blue Rain's last hope for the group arena and their ace player. Last round. Blue Rain's fans didn't want to think about what happened in the last group arena. They just hoped that Huang Xiaoqian could hold on to Blue Rain's last point at this crucial moment. Huang Xiaoqian went onto the stage and entered the player booth. The crowd instantly quieted down. Everyone stared at the big screen, at the loading screen, at Troubling Rain's spawn point shown by the holographic projection technology. The match began. "Where are we meeting?" Tang Ru said bluntly. "Wait for my ambush." Huang Xiaoqian replied quickly. Troubling Rain moved swiftly, taking the right road, the roundabout path on the west side. Huang Xiaoqian's opening was the same as Lu Hanwen's. Tang Ru didn't make any changes. Her Soft Mist went straight for the center. Soft Mist arrived first. As for Troubling Rain, Huang Xiaoqian seemed to have copied Lu Hanwen's pathing. He chose the same direction, the same route, and even the same ambush spot as Flowing Cloud. Then, he began observing Soft Mist. This is he planning on teaching Lu Hanwen? Pan Lin said. He shouldn't be. Liabor said. This was the playoffs, and Team Blue Rain was on the verge of being eliminated. No matter how important it was to teach a junior, it couldn't be as important as the team's playoffs run, no? Unless Huang Xiaoqian was truly confident that he could beat Tang Ru with ease. But those familiar with Huang Xiaoqian knew that no matter how much smack he talked, he was never careless. If even a tiny opening appeared, it didn't matter if you were a god or a rookie, he would seize it without question. He probably just thinks it's a good opening play too. Liabor said. The audience members were discussing it amongst each other. Everyone thought Huang Xiaoqian must be trying to tell Lu Hanwen something. The two teams, Blue Rain and Happy, were also discussing Huang Xiaoqian's actions. But before they could discuss it for too long, Huang Xiaoqian made a move. Troubling Rain rushed out. Yes, it was similar to what Lu Hanwen had done. While Tang Ru's line of sight was turned away, he launched a very simple and very crude sneak attack from the back. But Troubling Rain was faster. His silver weapon, Ice Rain, had a much higher attack speed and a much lighter weight than Flowing Cloud's Flame Shadow. All of these factors determined Troubling Rain's faster movements. Among these, attack speed was more important, while weight had less of an impact. How would Tang Ru respond? She responded the same way to the same attack. Although she was surprised that Huang Xiaoqian would actually copy Lu Hanwen's opening, it didn't affect how fast she reacted to it. Soft Mist rolled. The moment she got up, her spear slashed upwards in a counterattack. Pu! A streak of blood flew into the air. Troubling Rain's silver weapon, Ice Rain, struck the rolling Soft Mist. The sword didn't pause. Without any extra movements or any wasted inputs, the second slash came. Pu 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 pu. Sword light danced as sword and body collided. As soft mist rolled, 4 attacks had hit her, a mix of skills and normal attacks. Tang Ru's counterattack was completely sealed and didn't come out. After the 4 attacks, Tang Ru saw a slight opening. Dragon Tooth! Soft Mist stabbed towards Troubling Rain with her spear. But Troubling Rain sidestepped it and attacked in retaliation. Downwind Sword Slash. His sword slid across Soft Mist's spear. The viewers could even hear the whistle from Ice Rain and dancing fire flowing flame. The sword light split into 2. This Downwind Sword Slash had stopped Dragon Tooth mid-attack. If Tang Ru continued with the attack, she would miss. Cancelling her attack would require an input which would give her too little time to dodge. The threat of Downwind Sword Slash was frightening. As the sword light flew her way, Soft Mist rolled backwards. Everyone was dumbstruck. It was the same attack, but when Lu Hanwen and Tang Ru fought, it had been even. On the other hand, Huang Shaoqian immediately suppressed Tang Ru. What was Huang Shaoqian trying to tell Lu Hanwen? Can't tell. It looked as if Huang Shaoqian was slapping Lu Hanwen in the face. Look, I can do what you can't. As for how he did it, he's faster. This was Pan Lin's understanding of it. Openings. It's all about finding openings, Liebor emphasized. Despite being in a similar situation, Huang Shaoqian's timing was far better than Lu Hanwen's. That Downwind Sword Slash was the same. Huang Shaoqian could have directly followed with this attack previously, but that would have given Tang Ru some space to dodge it. He intentionally created an opening for Tang Ru to take, but he had been waiting for her to attack. Tang Ru was unable to do anything in response. It was a beautiful play. So he really is different. After Liebor's analysis, Pan Lin sighed. Both Lu Hanwen and Huang Shaoqian were blade masters, but Huang Shaoqian was clearly on a higher level. After Downwind Sword Slash, Huang Shaoqian continued his offense. After a few more exchanges, he no longer seemed as dominant. Tang Ru is not bad at defending, Liebor said. That's a huge improvement. Pan Lin smiled. During the regular season, the two had commented on Tang Ru's view on defending. Tang Ru followed the belief that offense was the best defense. This belief had its justifications, but these were justifications. The saying never indicated that defense was not important. Tang Ru's defense wasn't bad. Despite Huang Shaoqian taking the initiative with his sneak attack, she was defending to limit her opponent's attack options. As a result, Huang Shaoqian was very generous and promptly gave another opening. An excellent opening for Tang Ru to counterattack. Chapter 1454. Opening. Nomiami. Nomiami. Chance. Pan Lin shouted. But as soon as he called it out, he wondered, was this really an opportunity? The experienced players, who were familiar with Huang Shaoqian, like Yishio, saw through it immediately. The cake was a lie. It was a cake filled with poison. If Tang Ru tried to seize this opportunity, Huang Shaoqian would most likely retaliate fiercely after just one move. If you saw through it and didn't take the opportunity, what then? This opening would give Huang Shaoqian an opportunity to make adjustments. His previous assault had reached a certain point and then stopped. He left this opening at the perfect time. Whether the opponent attacked or not, Huang Shaoqian could re-establish his attack tempo. The advantages were all his. Amazing! Everyone sighed inwardly. Opportunists couldn't only be good at finding opportunities, creating opportunities was just as important. Huang Shaoqian had given away this opening at the perfect time. If he had given away this opening a bit earlier or a bit later, the outcome would not have been as perfect. If I saw this opening, what would I have done? The pro players who saw the opening asked themselves this question. As for Tang Ru? She didn't have time to think so much. Combat was all about timing, and opportunities didn't last forever. Counterattack. For Tang Ru, this bait was too enticing. The moment the opening appeared, she instinctively took action. Soft Mist turned her wrists. Her actions immediately caught Huang Xiaoqian's attention. Tang Ru moved exactly how he predicted she would. This girl's style was always so intense. Everyone had a clear understanding of it. Come! Huang Xiaoqian had been ready. Troubling Rain also turned his wrists slightly. But Soft Mist's turn of the wrist became more and more rapid. It was as if she were squeezing out all the energy she could muster. The spear in her hand seemed to want to fly out of her hands. This is... Huang Xiaoqian suddenly frowned. He had predicted that Tang Ru would immediately seize the opening and attack, but he didn't expect her to counterattack so fiercely. Beautiful! Yishio praised from below the stage. Huang Xiaoqian giving away the opening and Tang Ru seizing it took only an instant. When Yishio said these words, it was hard to tell if he was praising Huang Xiaoqian or Soft Mist. Soft Mist rushed out. Dragon breaks the ranks. An opening suddenly appeared at such a close distance. A dragon tooth would perhaps be the fastest way to seize it. A falling flower palm would give her more momentum. A tyrant's destruction wouldn't have been a bad choice either. But dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Ru unexpectedly used such a high-level skill. No matter how much she liked this move, it didn't seem logical. High-level skills required more inputs than low-level skills. As a result, high-level skills were almost always preceded by low-level skills as setups to ensure the high-level skill would hit. But Tang Ru used a high-level skill to see such a tiny opening. This was a form of confidence. She wasn't worried that her hand speed wouldn't be enough to complete all the inputs in this short window. And in the end, she completed it. Dragon breaks the ranks. Dancing fire flowing flame flew out along with Soft Mist, its surging momentum stirring up the surrounding fog. Dodge! Huang Xiaoqian was in a fluster facing this attack. The hitbox of Dragon breaks the ranks wasn't just the tip of the spear. The powerful force of the strike tore through the air like whirlwinds. These whirling air currents brought along the destructiveness of the strike, turning the attack into an AoE skill. And in this map, the whirling air currents could clearly be seen because of the fog. The fog was pierced through and blown away. Shua! A sword light flashed out, not towards Soft Mist, but to the side. Triple slash. To dodge this dragon breaks the ranks, Huang Xiaoqian immediately used a skill. Triple slash was his fastest movement skill. However, the powerful air currents from Dragon breaks the ranks made Troubling Rain lose his balance. Huang Xiaoqian's control over his character was valiant though. He stabilized himself with the second attack of Triple Slash, but with the second part burned, it was too late to chase after Soft Mist with the third. The movement from Dragon breaks the ranks was fast and powerful. Ah! Yishio felt that it was a pity. What's wrong? Cheng Guo asked. So close. She almost had him. If she had adjusted it according to the Triple Slash, it would have hit, Yishio said. Cheng Guo stared blankly. Could a human even do that? Yishio's criticism was too nitpicky. Aren't you asking for too much? Wei Chen also thought the same. Little Tang wouldn't care, Yishio said. Okay. Everyone could only acknowledge this point helplessly. Could you even do it? Cheng Guo suddenly asked. I'd try it, Yishio replied. Even he wasn't 100% confident either. The window had truly been too short. Dragon breaks the ranks didn't hit Troubling Rain, but Huang Xiaoqian's motive for giving away the opening was ruined by Tang Ru's boldness. Was it a coincidence? Or had she seen through it? Pan Lin and Li Yibo were discussing this issue, but the answer didn't really matter. Huang Xiaoqian didn't care either and typed out a message, "How brave." Doing the same thing twice? Don't you think that's a bit much? Tang Ru replied. Pan Lin and Li Yibo stopped their discussion. Tang Ru's reply said everything. Ha ha, was it too obvious? It looks like I underestimated you. I'll take it more seriously next. Watch my sword. Shua shua shua, for messages came out in the chat. Huang Xiaoqian had begun his chat spam. But when he shouted, "Watch my sword," it was soft mist's dancing fire flowing flame that flying at him. Tang Ru was truly a representative of someone who took action. How could she stop to appreciate Huang Xiaoqian's trash talk? The moment she gave her reply, soft mist had already turned around. When Huang Xiaoqian typed out his messages, her soft mist had started to attack. 2-2-2-2. For consecutive strikes. Dragon Tooth, a normal attack, and then a double stab. For strikes at 4 different positions, all of which were dodged by troubling rain. Huang Xiaoqian was the first god besides Yi Xiu that Tang Ru had ever met online and offline. At that time, Tang Ru didn't have much of a concept of the pro scene, and she had still been a beginner. She only knew that the player, Flowing Tree, who she was dungeoning with, was an expert. But she didn't really know how skilled he truly was. She only remembered that he and Steamed Bun just kept talking and talking, so her initial impression of Huang Xiaoqian was on the same level as Steamed Bun. Now, Tang Ru understood clearly just how skilled Huang Xiaoqian was. In this 1v1 match so far, her soft mist had yet to create a chaser. Huang Xiaoqian had always dodged her attacks and never blocked them. By not blocking them, he wasn't giving her an opportunity to create chasers. It sounded very logical. But who could actually completely avoid blocking in practice? Tang Ru experienced it for herself. What's wrong? Do you feel like you're missing something? Huang Xiaoqian wouldn't stop talking. He kept typing as he fought. Something super important to battle mags. Chasers, the answer is chasers. You're a battle mage. But where are your magic chasers? Huang Xiaoqian kept talking as he played. If you just looked at the actual content of his words, it was difficult to summarize them. He just said whatever came to his mind. There wasn't any point to it. Sometimes, it sounded like he was making fun of you. Sometimes, he wasn't. Sometimes, he just sounded like an idiot. His cocky tone of voice was absolutely loathsome, but he was stating facts. The ridicule wasn't small. So what? Tang Ru simply replied. So what? Yeah. So what? A battle mage without chasers could still battle, no? Huang Xiaoqian's taunting didn't bother Tang Ru. Her attacks only became more intense. You're so unwavering. How rare. Huang Xiaoqian said. He was also unwavering in his trash talk. It was hard to discourage him in this area. Tang Ru ignored him. She simply continued to attack. Huang Xiaoqian continued to go at his own pace. Block? He didn't completely avoid it. But battle mags could only produce chasers with certain skills, and he always made sure to dodge these skills. He continued to use this method to restrict Soft Mist's full combat ability. At the same time, he carefully observed Soft Mist's offense, constantly harassing, searching for opportunities to establish his offense. Coach Li, don't you feel that Huang Xiaoqian is playing rather cautiously and conservatively? Pan Lin said. Of course. Just winning isn't enough. He still has another opponent to beat afterwards. Li Yibor said. Happis Tang Ru is an aggressive player. Huang Xiaoqian retreating is exactly what she wants him to do, Pan Lin said. Let's see how it turn out. Li Yibor seemed to have his own thoughts. Chapter 1455. Annoying. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Tang Ru's rhythm isn't good. After careful observation and thought, Li Yibor finally concluded. Oh. Too rushed. It's a bit out of control, Li Yibor said. It's not anything too surprising, Pan Lin sighed. When they talked about Tang Ru, losing control of her rhythm was a point that frequently came up. For many rookies, the issue was usually because they lacked confidence. They played scared and overcautious, unable to bring out their full potential. But Tang Ru? She attacked aggressively and fearlessly. Scared? Not at all. No confidence? Also not an issue. Her problems weren't playing scared or playing too careful, but rather playing too aggressive. Playing too aggressively didn't result in her being unable to bring out her full potential. Instead, it pushed her to try for impossible goals, which led to numerous problems. It looks like Tang Ru doesn't have a good solution to this problem. Pan Lin sighed. You can't really say that, Li Yibo said. She actually pays quite a bit of attention to this problem of hers, but Huang Xiaoqian unwittingly forced her into this trap. Oh. Huang Xiaoqian is extremely good at controlling the tempo. He's making Tang Ru feel like if she tries just a bit harder, she'll be able to break through. But when she ups the tempo by just a little bit, she discovers that it's still not quite enough. Huang Xiaoqian has been slowly increasing the tempo to a speed that Tang Ru isn't able to handle, Li Yibo said. Shua shua shua. 3 sword lights, 3 strikes. Opening. Tang Ru finally let out an opening. She had good hand speed. Her awareness, decision-making, and reaction speed weren't bad either. But in this fast-paced battle, her awareness and her decision-making weren't enough to ensure she made no mistakes. She didn't have the experience that Yi Xiao and the others did. Her intuition and instinctive reactions weren't always the most optimal. An opening appeared, and Huang Xiaoqian wasn't going to let it pass. The cautious Troubling Rain instantly launched a powerful counterattack. 3 streaks of blood flew into the air. Troubling Rain attacked fast and finished fast. It wasn't the start of a shift in position. He simply used the opening to deal as much damage as possible to Soft Mist during the short window of time. Tang Ru's playstyle was forceful, and she quickly found her footing again. Huang Xiaoqian simply took a step back and let Tang Ru have it. This, Pan Lin didn't understand. Huang Xiaoqian's counterattack was so short. Was the opening not enough for him to establish an offensive play? He could have, but because his opponent is Tang Ru, he decided to retreat, Li Yibo said. Why? Because Tang Ru is an extremely aggressive player. If Huang Xiaoqian wants to attack, he can't avoid forced trades. If this were a normal 1v1, he would have no fear of doing so. But Happy still has another player, so Huang Xiaoqian wants to minimize the amount of damage taken and go into the next match with as much health as possible. Oh, Pan Lin understood. This logic was easy to understand. Huang Xiaoqian chose to play differently because of the situation. He calmly controlled the pace and carefully observed his opponent. He carefully dodged or blocked her attacks, and whenever the slightest of openings appeared, he would mercilessly strike it and deal damage to Soft Mist. He was never persistent. After a few attacks, he would go back to being careful and wait for the next opportunity to appear. Huang Xiaoqian is teaching Tang Ru an important lesson. His meticulous control over the pace of the battle is absolutely brilliant, Huang Xiaoqian sighed. But why does it seem like Tang Ru is speeding up? Pan Lin questioned. Li Yibo immediately checked. Soft Mist's attacks were becoming increasingly fierce. This is, if she isn't able to realize her problems, how can she improve? Li Yibo grieved, feeling disappointed in her. How stubborn. Many of the audience members felt the same way. Tang Ru winning Best Rookie didn't help win her much public favor, instead it only increased the hate towards her. Watching her hit a wall was something many people liked to see. A difference in attitude gave off different opinions. From a positive point of view, Tang Ru recklessly speeding up was a show of unwavering determination and bravery. From a negative point of view, she was stupidly stubborn. She wouldn't shed a tear until she saw the coffin. Go die. Most people were the latter. They wanted to see Tang Ru fail and feel shame for her loss. But she kept on speeding up, using 100% of her abilities. However, she kept trying to push her limits, using 101%, 102%, 103% of what she had. What is this girl thinking? Huang Xiaoqian didn't understand. Huang Xiaoqian didn't think she was that ignorant. He didn't think that she didn't know her limits. He didn't think that she didn't know she was leaving all these openings in order to increase her tempo. As for himself, he was Glory's #1 opportunist. You're going to give me all these openings. What's the meaning of this? Huang Xiaoqian wondered, but he didn't relent. If a suitable opportunity appeared, Troubling Rain would take action. In order to seize these opportunities, he had no choice but to increase the tempo to match her. Is that her aim? Does she want to wear me down? If that's your plan, then you're too naive. I'm far more experienced than you. My judgment is more precise than yours. Just you alone won't be enough to reach a tempo that I can't control. Before that happens, you'll be the one to fall. Look, another opening. Blade Storm. A storm of blades swept over, a whirl of blue sword light that rushed towards Soft Mist. Suddenly, amidst this dense sea of blue light, red flames burst out. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike? Soft Mist had let out an opening, but she still attacked, abandoning any plans to defend. The 100 Dragon Meteor Strike collided with Troubling Rain's Blade Storm. The attack was meant to cover a fan-like range, but Tang Ru condensed it into a small area, focusing its destructive power. Bang 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 bang. Blue and red light clashed, but some of them still went through. Tang Ru didn't retreat, and it was too late for Huang Shaoqian to cancel it. Rather than be the only one to get hit, it was obviously better to make a trade. Pu. Both sides were hurt. Blood splattered as the opposing lights clashed and burst forth. In the end, Huang Shaoqian was the one who won the trade, dealing more damage to Tang Ru than she did to him. However, Huang Shaoqian couldn't be happy about it. His goal was to minimize the damage he took. This trade was completely outside of his expectations. Tang Ru's offense didn't stop. After the 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, her spear continued to strike at Troubling Rain. Huang Shaoqian's calmness wasn't shaken by this unexpected exchange. She's still speeding up. He could feel a change in Tang Ru's tempo. After giving up on defending, she focused all of her effort into attacking. As a result, more openings appeared, so much so that Huang Shaoqian wasn't actually sure which openings to seize because there were simply too many good ones. It didn't matter though. Just one opening was enough. If there were this many good openings laid out, then it didn't matter which one he took. Completely reckless. Tang Ru had thrown caution out the window in front of Huang Shaoqian. Facing this opportunist, there was no difference between one opening and 100 openings. Tang Ru didn't care if she gave away any openings. She continued to speed up the tempo. Troubling Rain's sword was about to hit Soft Mist, but facing this reckless offensive, he couldn't avoid taking damage as well. Huang Shaoqian had the upper hand, but it was again at the sacrifice of his original goal. Huang Shaoqian had no doubt that someone who let out 100 openings would never beat him. But at what price? Shit! Huang Shaoqian realized it. At the beginning, he had been baiting Tang Ru to increase the tempo. Huang Shaoqian was very pleased, seeing her fall for it. But just when he thought that a good tempo had been achieved, Tang Ru didn't stop. She raised it even higher. And Huang Shaoqian had no choice but to keep up with her. Huang Shaoqian hadn't thought this reckless move would cause him any trouble. But later, he realized that while Tang Ru left even more openings, she traded it for a more powerful offensive. All of her energy was being put into attacking. A threat? Everyone laughed. With so many openings, how could this sort of offensive be a threat? But Huang Shaoqian knew that it was trouble. He would have no trouble beating Tang Ru. But the trouble was what came after when he needed to face Happy's next player. Tang Ru wasn't playing to win this 1v1, but rather for Happy's next player to win. The damage she could deal couldn't compare to the damage that Huang Shaoqian could deal by taking advantage of her openings. However, she gave Huang Shaoqian no choice but to take damage as well. She wouldn't beat Huang Shaoqian, but she ruined Huang Shaoqian's goal. The moment that Soft Mist fell, she told everyone her intentions. I might lose, but Happy definitely won't. Chapter 1456. Shut out. Nomiumi. 63%. Huang Shaoqian's Troubling Rain had 63% left. Tang Ru's Soft Mist had traded 69% of her health for 37% of Troubling Rain's. It was not an equal trade, but if the fight had followed the pace that Huang Xiaoqian had set, the trade may have been even worse. In the end, Tang Ru had used her usual style to break through Huang Xiaoqian's control. Tang Ru was the same Tang Ru, strong-minded and refusing to back down. You want me to increase the tempo? Okay, I'll do that. You don't want me to increase the tempo anymore? Sorry, I'm going to keep doing it. Rude and stubborn without reason. From the day Tang Ru stepped into the pro scene, that was her play style. Countless people hoped to see her fall, but she never did. She continued to do what she did throughout the entire season. Facing Huang Xiaoqian, although she lost, she had achieved the outcome she wanted. Even so, did that mean Happy would definitely win? Many people questioned Tang Ru's final words. Troubling Rain had a little more than half his health left. Huang Xiaoqian just might be able to win under these conditions. More importantly, who would Happy send out next? Su Mucheng? Qiao Yifan? Bao Rongxing, Steamed Bun? Wei Chen? Pan Lin and Li Yibor quickly did an overview of Happy's remaining players. Su Mucheng seemed to be the most reliable of the four choices. But the problem was that this map was unfavorable for launchers. Launchers could not display their ultra-long range advantage. If Happy knew that Blue Rain would choose this sort of map, then they definitely would not have put her in the group arena, Li Yibor said. He implied that he favored having Su Mucheng as Happy's anchor. It would indeed be Happy's most stable arrangement. Unfortunately, the map chosen by Blue Rain erased this stability. This is probably one of the reasons Blue Rain chose this map, to make Su Mucheng useless. Li Yibor said. Who would it be? The crowd members and the viewers at home were waiting nervously. It was as if whoever was chosen would dictate the winner of the group arena. Under everyone's gaze, someone stood up from Happy's player seat and headed towards the stage. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. The Blue Rain fans were wild with joy. For the Happy fans, it was as if a bucket of cold ice had been splashed onto their heads. Su Mucheng. In the end, it was Su Mucheng. The crowd immediately started livening up. Blue Rain's fans had been on the back foot the entire time, but at this moment, they could see the dawn of victory. So Happy really did pick Su Mucheng. Pan Lin sounded somewhat gloomy. Yeah, Li Yibor sighed. The map chosen today by Blue Rain had troubled Happy again and again. Happy had passed through each test, finding themselves in the lead at the final step. However, they were now met with one last obstacle in their path. Launchers. Launchers had an attack range of 40 units. The map itself didn't change the launcher's attack range. However, visibility was limited to 20 to 25 units, thus, having an extremely long range was pointless. 20 to 25 unit attacks was still quite a distance. However, for launchers, it was still too close. Launchers had strong AoE and high damage attacks, but their attack speed was very slow. At too close of a distance, before the attack went off, it was very possible that the attack would be interrupted. What's worse was that her opponent was the opportunist king, Huang Xiaoqian. Thinking of all these points, Blue Rain's fans felt like victory was already theirs. The depression from the previous rounds had been swept away. We didn't know that Happy's final player was Su Mucheng, but Tang Ru should have. Was it not the right move to entrust the win to Su Mucheng on this map? Pan Lin said. What else could she do? Li Yibor said, if she could beat Huang Xiaoqian, do you think she wouldn't try? It was exactly because she couldn't see herself winning that she went through with such a strategy. This map is unfavorable for Su Mucheng, but Su Mucheng is still a pro player. I'm sure Tang Ru's confidence in her will act as motivation, not pressure. I hope so. Pan Lin replied. At this moment, the two female players on Happy, one coming down from the stage, the other heading towards the stage, met midway. Pa! The two girls didn't say anything. When they passed by each other, they gave a high five as if handing off the torch from one player to another. Neither of them turned back as they continued forward. Tang Ru went back to her seat. Su Mucheng went into the player booth. Cheng was extremely worried. Her concern for Su Mucheng was extraordinarily abnormal. She was concerned for her as a friend and as an idol that she worshipped. "Hey!" she yelled at Yishio. "HM." Yishio turned his head. "How will it turn out?" Cheng said. Yishio understood what she meant. His expression wasn't too carefree either. "This map isn't good for launchers." "Then what can she do?" Cheng said. "Even if it's not easy to play, she's still got to do it," Yishio said. "Stupid," Cheng rolled her eyes. It might sound stupid, but it was the truth. There were countless times where the matchup was bad or the fight seemed unwinnable, but giving up and getting discouraged was never the solution. She'll win. Cheng could only tell herself this. The match began. "Ah, how unfortunate, to think you'd have to play on this map," Wang Xiaoqian started chattering. He chatted, but he also hoped for the other person to talk back. When facing players like Mo Fan, Wang Xiaoqian felt discouraged at times when he typed madly. As a result, he usually got excited when he met a player he was familiar with because it meant an actual conversation. It wouldn't be just him talking. But he immediately started by poking at Su Mucheng's weak point and didn't get a reply back. "Why aren't you talking? Too much pressure?" "Ha ha ha," Wang Xiaoqian continued. "Where are you going to go? With a visibility of 20 to 25 units, are you going to the left or the right?" Wang Xiaoqian guessed. "But I don't think you'll be that naive. With only 20 to 25 units to work with, will you be able to set up a firing line? If you can't, then I'm sure you know that closing this distance will be too easy for me." Wang Xiaoqian chattered on and on. As for the firing line, everyone knew that the closer the distance, the harder it was to set one up. Launchers had slow attacks, so they needed distance. At 20 to 25 units away, her attacks would need to be extremely accurate. Only by hitting the opponent would she be able to maintain a safe distance. But against Wang Xiaoqian, no one dared to say that they would never miss. Wang Xiaoqian was also confident. Last round, Tang Ru had taken out 37% of Troubling Rain's health, which was outside of Wang Xiaoqian's expectations. He was feeling a bad premonition. No one could say that they could win 100% of the time, let alone when he wasn't coming in with 100% of his health. Wang Xiaoqian felt a bit uneasy about this last round. But he did feel a lot better after seeing that his opponent was Su Mucheng. Li Yibo's analysis wasn't wrong. One of the reasons for choosing this map was to shut out Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng had plenty of experience and her skill was first class. Her character Dancing Rain was quite powerful too. Compared to Happy's rookies, she was a much more reliable choice. Happy didn't know what map Blue Rain chose, so it had been very likely that Happy would choose Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng really did come out and in the final deciding round too. Wang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain may only have 63% of his health left, but everyone thought that he had a higher chance of winning. He had no qualms about using his map advantage to bully Su Mucheng either. Troubling Rain didn't take a roundabout route and took the central path. As he made his way to the center while chatting, Troubling Rain and Dancing Rain met. "You?" Wang Xiaoqian was surprised. The viewers had noticed it, but he found out now. At this rate, it would be a face-to-face fight, and because of this map, launchers would lose their long-range advantage. 23 units. The two found each other at this distance. Under normal circumstances, launchers would feel that the distance was too close and would need to pull away. But in this map, Su Mucheng could only take the fight at this distance. Wang Xiaoqian was somewhat startled, but he didn't think much of it. The purpose of the map was to shut out Su Mucheng. It could be seen that they had come prepared against Su Mucheng. They didn't underestimate her just because the map was unfavorable for her. Under these limitations, how would she fight? They had studied this question too. At 23 units apart, Wang Xiaoqian didn't think Su Mucheng could give him any trouble. On the other hand, this distance would make her feel uncomfortable. Launchers feared close combat. The heavy armor and cannon slowed down her movements, plus she didn't have close combat skills like sharpshooters did. If the launcher was closed in on, then the launcher needed to run. "Watch my sword," Huang Xiaoqian typed. After finding Dancing Rain, Troubling Rain rushed at her. A trace of blue was left in the dense fog wherever the sword swung. The sword light was like a storm as it swept towards Dancing Rain. Boom, boom, boom. 3 missiles flew out. Anti-tank missiles. This low-level skill was quite fast. But against Huang Xiaoqian, how could a few missiles stop him? Blue light flickered amidst the fog. Troubling Rain turned slightly, avoiding the missiles. He didn't slow down as he continued forward. As for Dancing Rain, she used the recoil from the anti-tank missiles to fly backwards. She needed to keep her distance no matter what. "Can you run?" Huang Xiaoqian messaged. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from up above. Chapter 1457. What type of player is she? Nomiumi. Nomiumi. This is. Huang Xiaoqian looked up. A heat-seeking missile pierced through the fog from above. How? The heat-seeking missile had come, but where was the heat source? Everyone looked at the scene and fell silent. Where was the heat source? From their omniscient view, it was clear as day. The heat source was next to Dancing Rain. The surface of the forest wasn't flat. Dancing Signal had placed the signal in a small pit in the ground behind her. This skill had activated before the anti-tank missiles. When Dancing Rain used the recoil from anti-tank missiles to fly backwards, the signal couldn't be seen from Huang Xiaoqian's point of view. Boom! A small mushroom cloud bloomed in the forest. Compared to the thick smoke, the forest fog seemed thin and dreadful. Huang Xiaoqian had Troubling Rain run as soon as he heard the explosion. But the missile moved faster than he could. He had noticed the heat-seeking missile too late, and it was no longer possible for him to dodge it. Troubling Rain only had time to take a single step before the missile landed in the pit near Troubling Rain. The rumbling mushroom cloud sent Troubling Rain into the air. 6%. Troubling Rain's health instantly dropped by 6%. Launchers had terrifying firepower. And this had been after Huang Xiaoqian had Troubling Rain move away from the core of the explosion. If the full impact of the missile had hit him, he would have certainly lost more than 6%. Even so, just this 6% made Huang Xiaoqian's heart ache. Troubling Rain had only started with 63% to begin with. He now only had 57%. Dirty! When did you become so dirty? Huang Xiaoqian vented. Before Troubling Rain even landed back onto the ground, he sent a complaint to Mucheng. Bang! His reply was another explosion from above. Stinger! The viewers had noticed it before Huang Xiaoqian. Dancing Rain hadn't retreated too far using the anti-tank missiles. Seeing the heat-seeking missile hit, Mucheng wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. The Stinger borrowed the smoke and dust as cover until it reached just above Troubling Rain's head. As Troubling Rain fell, the Stinger split apart in the air. Countless Stinger missiles descended, surrounding Troubling Rain. I already knew. A message leapt out. Troubling Rain swung his ice rain and his character shifted horizontally. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Stinger missiles brushed past Troubling Rain. Boom 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 boom. The Stingers exploded but only acted as a backdrop for Troubling Rain. Under the light reflecting from the explosions, Troubling Rain walked towards Dancing Rain. Was Huang Xiaoqian intentionally slowing down the pace to make it more dramatic? Of course not. After noticing Mucheng's craftiness, he didn't dare rush forward too hastily. He slowed the pace to more carefully observe his surroundings. I have the advantage. Huang Xiaoqian was confident on this point. He stared at Dancing Rain's weapon and saw a bright sparkle suddenly light up like a star. Laser beam. The speed of light was incomparable, but Huang Xiaoqian had reacted before the attack came out. Troubling Rain started making irregular movements, swaying left and right as if he were drunk star. BIU. A laser beam tore through the air. Mucheng had tried to predict where he would move, but Huang Xiaoqian was swaying left and right without any logic behind his movements. Mucheng could only gamble and see whether she could get lucky enough to hit Huang Xiaoqian. Unfortunately, the laser brushed past him and missed. 7 steps. The distance between Troubling Rain and Dancing Rain was even steps, a distance that a launcher needed to retreat from. Boom! A missile was fired. It was only a normal attack. The attack was secondary. Mucheng was simply retreating with aerial cannon. Was it enough at 7 steps away? Many couldn't help but feel worried. Troubling Rain dashed through the explosion from the artillery shell. Triple slash. Huang Xiaoqian didn't dodge and instead used triple slash. The first slash cut apart the missile. Although his character would take some damage, Huang Xiaoqian clearly didn't care about it. He needed to stick close to her and establish his offensive tempo. The instant Mucheng chose to retreat, he launched his assault. All caution flew out the window. He was like a red-eyed gambler who would throw everything he had regardless of anything else. This was his style. When an opportunity came, he wouldn't hesitate or hold back. He would do all that he could do to strike at his target. When it rains, it pours. Sword light. With a flicker, he reached Dancing Rain. Troubling Rain's approach was faster than Dancing Rain's retreat. Because he had actually used triple slash before Dancing Rain started to retreat. He had calculated the moment that Mucheng would have no choice but to run and use aerial cannon to do so. Triple slash had been executed before that missile had been fired. This tiny difference helped Huang Xiaoqian win this decisive opportunity. He triple slashed through the missile directly towards Dancing Rain. Moving with aerial cannon was faster than moving along the ground, but there was a flaw. The movement speed wasn't balanced, going from slow to fast, slow to fast. Triple slash had closed the distance during the slower portion of aerial cannon movement. But just when the third slash of triple slash was used, the final angle wasn't enough to strike Dancing Rain. I need another attack. The attack would need to be fast because Dancing Rain would reach her fastest speed soon, which would pull apart the distance between them. The opportunity to attack would only last an instant. Opportunity. Instant. These words always made Huang Xiaoqian's blood boil. He loved this feeling. Fast, he needed to be fast. Meteor form. The level 75 skill was the fastest Blade Master skill in their kit. The sword carried the user, and the user pushed the sword. A flash of blue light cut through the fog like a meteor. Pu. The sound could barely be heard as if there was no time for the sound to resound. Blood wrapped around the trace of blue light as if a long wound had been drawn across the sky. Swift and accurate. Dancing Rain spun in the air from the sword's momentum. Troubling Rain turned around, ready to follow up. But the instant he turned, he saw Dancing Rain's weapon in front of him. Opportunity. Instant. The same key words, but this time for Mucheng. The meteor form had knocked her spinning in the air. Could she hit him? Boom. During her first spin around, Mucheng attacked. The first rotation was the fastest, but also the moment when Huang Xiaoqian would be most off guard. Huang Xiaoqian saw the cannon flash and shoot out a missile at extremely close range. Launcher attacks had strong knockback, forcefully taking the powerful attack was not a good idea. It would destroy his tempo. Huang Xiaoqian did not take the blow. Having started with less health than her, he chose not to force his way through. Dodge, he could only dodge. Huang Xiaoqian felt that it was a pity, but he maintained his cool. He dared to take risks, but he still knew how to be patient. He only took risks that he could afford to take. And right now, taking the risk would reap him no benefit, so he waited. Move to the side. Huang Xiaoqian had Troubling Rain dodge to the side, but soon afterwards, he felt his heart tighten. Dancing Rain had used anti-tank missiles. Given her situation, accurately hitting a target from her position was already very difficult, yet the anti-tank missiles fired were even lined up in a formation. By using the spin from meteor form, the 3 anti-tank missiles were lined up in a row, left, middle, and right, blocking off all of Troubling Rain's escape options. Boom! Troubling Rain was engulfed in a fiery explosion. Huang Xiaoqian instinctively dodged, not thinking that Su Mucheng could utilize the spin from meteor form. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Amazing! Pan Lin sighed. On the other hand, Li Ibor was dumbfounded. It had taken him quite a while to figure out how the anti-tank missiles had hit. If the previous heat-seeking missile was a dirty play exploiting the terrain, then this attack was a display of sharp precision and control. Su Mucheng. How should she be evaluated? When she joined the alliance, she had joined the number 1 team and stood as the partner of the number 1 player in glory. No one started higher than she did. But afterwards, their team never took home another championship trophy. Because of her beauty, she always remained a popular player. But because of her beauty, there was always controversy surrounding her. For a lot of players, if they were surrounded by so much controversy, they would probably want to prove themselves as soon as possible, no? But she never did. She continued to play as a supporting character in excellent era. She was never impatient to make any stunning plays. Was Su Mucheng reliable or not? It was difficult to give a clear answer. You could say she wasn't reliable, but she always performed solidly. You could say she was reliable, but it always felt like she was lacking something. Everything about her seemed to be consistent but never outstanding. When she played, what are her thoughts? Li Ibor was suddenly very curious. Chapter 1458. An aggressive Su Mucheng. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Li Ibor had time to think about things carefully, but the players on stage did not. Su Mucheng's brilliant technical display led to a successful strike against Troubling Rain, whose body hung suspended in the air due to the explosion from the anti-tank missiles. The recoil from these anti-tank missiles also shifted the tumbling Dancing Rain to the side. Even so, she wasn't going to let this opportunity go. Boom! Another missile flew into the air. Dancing Rain was still spinning, making it look like she had thrown it out. Even if it was a throw, it was an accurate one. The distance between the two players was too close. Troubling Rain had yet to escape from the anti-tank missiles' hit stun before the new attack struck. K.A. The sound of metal cracking could be heard alongside the explosion. Armor-piercing missile. The skill dealt damage and reduced the target's defense. The sound of metal cracking indicated that Troubling Rain's light armor had been damaged, and his defense would temporarily be lowered. At max rank, armor-piercing missiles' effect lasted 8 seconds and reduced the target's physical defense by 30%. 30% was a considerable reduction. Launchers didn't have many attacks with special effects, and this skill was one that allowed them to deal more damage. The skill usually marked the beginning of a fierce assault. But Su Mucheng's Dancing Rain was still spinning in the air. Both the anti-tank missiles and the armor-piercing missile had been released consecutively in a short time frame. Could Dancing Rain keep up the assault given her situation? She could. A bright pillar of light descended from the air just as people were beginning to show doubt. Not only did she attack, she used a powerful high-level skill, Satellite Beam. Everyone was shocked, especially the viewers who played launchers. They knew just how unbelievable it was. Satellite Beam was a skill that was difficult to control and aim accurately. If she landed the Satellite Beam in her current state, then that would be even more astonishing than the previous anti-tank missile and armor-piercing missile. But she missed. Huang Xiaoqian deserved his reputation. He wasn't able to dodge the previous armor-piercing missile because it had simply come too fast, but this Satellite Beam had a rather long startup time. Although the previous attack had increased the hit stun duration, it was just a tiny bit too short. Huang Xiaoqian grasped that small opening. Lunge! It was a low-level skill. The damage was low and the movement it enabled was very short. But this sudden lunge was just enough to let Troubling Rain dodge the first part of the Satellite Beam. After that, he traversed through the smaller beams that split off. Downwind Sword Slash. Sword Light flew out from Troubling Rain on his third step. A streak of blue crossed through the heaven and earth, but it was too hard to see what it was exactly because it was soon covered in dark red. Hit! The airborne dancing rain had nowhere to run to. The recoil from her previous attacks had reduced much of her spinning, and her position in the air wasn't too clear. From a certain perspective, this downwind sword slash removed dancing rain's knock-up status effect, sending her flying towards a tree. Although Su Mucheng hastily had dancing rain shoot twice, it wasn't able to stop the momentum from troubling rain's attack. The tides of battle instantly shifted again. No one had expected this Blade Master and Launcher battle to turn out this way. According to common knowledge, when Blade Masters and Launchers fought, the Launcher ran while the Blade Master gave chase. If the Blade Master caught the Launcher, the Blade Master won. If not, the Launcher won. Right now, the Blade Master and Launcher were fighting an even battle at such close range. To be able to make such an abnormal situation happen, Su Mucheng was undoubtedly deserving of praise. Fighting at close range was extremely unfavorable for Launchers, but through impeccable timing, Su Mucheng was able to use this close range to send out attacks that were harder to dodge. These successive attacks worried Blue Rain's fans. They were unexpectedly worried for Huang Shaoqian in close combat against a Launcher. When they thought about it again, they found it hard to believe. Dancing Rain had finally been hit flying by Troubling Rain, giving everyone a little bit of room to relax. In reality, the previous exchange had been very quick. From beginning to end, it had taken less than 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds were so filled with content that it would take more than 10 minutes to digest. The match continued. Sending Dancing Rain flying was just a start. Troubling Rain quickly gave chase. Shadow Steps. This time, Huang Shaoqian used Shadow Steps to prevent Su Mucheng from tricking him. No matter how familiar Blue Rain's players were with this map, there was no way they could have anticipated that Su Mucheng would place a signal in that little hole. What's more, the terrain would undergo changes from the previous battles in the group arena. Who knew if that hole had come with the map or if it had been created? All sorts of tricks could be employed in this map. As for Su Mucheng, Huang Shaoqian admitted that he had taken it too easy at the start, probably because his opponent had been a Launcher. He couldn't help it. That isn't right. Huang Shaoqian scolded himself. He had known Su Mucheng for quite some time. He knew how crafty she could be. Shadow Steps. In order to get close to her, Huang Shaoqian had used 7 shadows to surround Dancing Rain. This time, he wasn't careless. He blocked off every retreat path. Su Mucheng would most likely send out attacks as she fell to use aerial cannon to adjust her positioning. Boom! As he expected, Dancing Rain sent out attacks. With 7 shadows, Su Mucheng didn't know which one was real. She could only use these attacks to help push her Dancing Rain away. These movements had been within Huang Shaoqian's predictions and he quickly reacted. Sword Draw. Whether the shadow was real or fake, all 7 sent out sword slashes towards Dancing Rain. Which one was real? Which one was fake? Su Mucheng had no way of telling. Even if she could, she wasn't like a bird who could fly nimbly through the air and dodge the attack. As a result, Su Mucheng abandoned her defense and had Dancing Rain take out a Gatling gun. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. A string of bullets rapidly fired, practically the moment Dancing Rain was hit. Su Mucheng immediately deduced where the real body was. As Dancing Rain flew back, she aimed her gun and fired towards the real Troubling Rain before the drops of blood even hit the ground. Pu-pu-pu-pu-pu-pu. Several bullets struck Troubling Rain. With Gatling guns firing speed and this distance, it wasn't possible for him to dodge. As Dancing Rain flew back, the bullets were focused on Troubling Rain. The burst of bullets made Troubling Rain look like a ragdoll. It was true that Gatling gun was a low-leveled skill, but it still did considerable damage when all of the bullets landed. Everyone was awestruck, including Team Happy and Chen Guo. She had already forgotten to cheer and become excited. She was completely shocked. Aggressive. Su Mucheng fought extremely aggressively. She didn't know which shadow was real, so she used herself as a testing stone and then made an aggressive counterattack, making both sides suffer from the exchange. She had been trying to run the entire time, but running away wasn't a choice she made because she was sacred. Throughout this entire match, she seemed to have no fear of engaging in close combat, and she didn't act like a typical launcher who decisively chose to run as soon as the opponent got near. In close combat, she tried every way she could think of to display a launcher's power. She didn't yield an inch as she attacked her opponent. Her aggressiveness had caught Huang Xiaoqian off guard. He had never met a launcher like this before. He had never seen Su Mucheng play like this before either. Despite his shock, Huang Xiaoqian maintained his composure. Troubling Rain had lost another 9%, but this time, Huang Xiaoqian didn't lose the trade. Meteor Form, Downwind Sword Slash, Sword Draw, these three fast skills had taken out 11% of Dancing Rain's health. But overall, Troubling Rain only had 48% health left, while Dancing Rain still had 89%. There was a 41% health disparity and Su Mucheng was playing abnormally aggressive. Huang Xiaoqian didn't dare act blindly. With less health, he didn't dare make too many trades, but Su Mucheng's aggressive playing was showing that she intended on doing so. In the previous group arena round, he didn't want to trade to conserve as much health as possible for Happy's fifth player, but Tang Ru forcefully made trades to make him lose health. Right now, Su Mucheng was utilizing this point to make things difficult for Huang Xiaoqian. Last time, he didn't want to make trades so he could keep himself healthy. This time, he didn't want to make trades so he could keep himself alive. 48% health wasn't just Troubling Rain's life, but Team Blue Rain's last life in the group arena. Huang Xiaoqian no longer gave chase. Troubling Rain turned and disappeared into the fog. He had given up on chasing after her relentlessly and decided to be more tactical. He wanted to ambush her, which meant the first thing he needed to do was to go into hiding. Chapter 1459. Hurricane Cannon. Nomiami. Nomiami. Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain had taken the initiative to retreat, but this time, it was Su Mucheng's turn to be relentless. Raising her cannon with both hands, Dancing Rain chased after Troubling Rain, following the path that he had taken. Even though Troubling Rain had vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye, her attack was still extremely decisive. Boom! The forest was filled with bright flashes from the explosions. It was already the last round, so there was no need to conserve mana, and on top of that, the launcher's normal attacks also did damage in an area of effect. The aggressive Su Mucheng had now turned into the destroyer of the forest, with her artillery barrage engulfing her path as she steadily chased in the direction that Troubling Rain had fled in. In the end, just as she had just reached the spot where Troubling Rain was hiding behind a tree, sword light flashed towards her. Huang Xiaoqian had been called the Demon Blade, and this title was precisely because he was able to seize opportunities that others weren't able to notice, and could often launch attacks in situations which others deemed to be impossible. When he seized these impossible opportunities, the things he accomplished were always a little strange, and so after some time, the nickname of Demon Blade was born. At this moment, if not for the viewer's omniscient point of view, how many people would think that Huang Xiaoqian, having just decided to escape and seeing Su Mucheng closing in, would instead immediately drop his original decision to quickly lay in ambush along the path that she was taking? Even though this new decision was a very logical one, Huang Xiaoqian's reaction was simply too fast, catching everyone off guard. Of course, being fast could allow him to catch others unprepared. When this sword light emerged, Su Mucheng really was somewhat unprepared. The sword light landed squarely, and Dancing Rain staggered and fell towards the side. Collapsing Mountain! Troubling Rain brandished his sword, preparing to continue the assault, but once again, he was met face-first with the mouth of Dancing Rain's cannon. Su Mucheng didn't become any less aggressive after forcing Huang Xiaoqian to run. In this moment, her split-second reaction was to launch a counterattack. What have you been through? Why are your attacks so fierce? Huang Xiaoqian blew his top and shouted, as Troubling Rain stopped his attack in midair. The collapsing mountain was changed into a falling light blade, and with a stroke, he fell towards the side. Boom! Of course, the cannon fired an attack. Though this attack was unable to prevent Collapsing Mountain from completing, Huang Xiaoqian really didn't want to engage in any trading with Su Mucheng. The one who wronged you wasn't me, right? In the midst of the attacks, Huang Xiaoqian was still sending messages. After dodging the cannon blast, the shockwave from the falling light blade was just enough to reach Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain was already rolling, using the knockback from the attack earlier along with the falling light blade's attack to cancel each other out. As she was rolling, a single grenade also rolled outwards. Huang Xiaoqian was speechless, and could only have Troubling Rain jump and dodge the attack. He wouldn't be able to dodge the attack by moving forwards, so he could only retreat. Blocking our road to the championship title, is there any wrong greater than that? Su Mucheng replied. If you look at it this way, you've also wronged me considerably. Huang Xiaoqian replied. Troubling Rain jumped nimbly backwards just enough to dodge the explosion from the grenade, and retaliated at the last moment. Headwind Strike. Troubling Rain jumped forwards, his body spinning in mid-air and dodging one of Dancing Rain's artillery shells. Immediately after, Sword Light condensed into a circle, flying towards Dancing Rain. This one sword was quite a strong move. In close quarters combat, no matter what, the Blade Master would reign supreme, not the launcher. Su Mucheng had used her aggressive performance to suppress Huang Xiaoqian. To be suppressed by a launcher in close quarters combat was a disgrace, and even to normal players, it was embarrassing enough. But as for the esteemed Sword Saint, even after being bullied like this, his mental state was still calm. He had a very clear understanding of what capital Su Mucheng had to rely on. She was aggressive, but there was a reason that she was aggressive. Su Mucheng didn't just decide to fight head-on and charge for no reason, taking her launcher to be a knight. The disparity in health between the two was what allowed Su Mucheng to make some decisions in close quarters combat that would normally be disadvantageous to her. As for Huang Xiaoqian, because of his health disadvantage, he had no choice but to dodge these decisions, and gradually, it looked like he was in a difficult situation. And now, knowing that Su Mucheng would fight in this manner, he also calmly made his decision. He would avoid playing into Su Mucheng's intentions, and begin his attack from there. Headwind Strike connected, and Huang Xiaoqian had Troubling Rain use Rising Dragon Slash. This blade didn't hit Dancing Rain, but as Troubling Rain rose in the air, he narrowly avoided another attack that Su Mucheng had sent towards him whilst she was stumbling. Oh oh oh! The entire crowd saw this thrilling moment and cried out in surprise. The Rising Dragon Slash bruffed Troubling Rain behind Dancing Rain, and at that moment in mid-air, his body twisted. Falling Phoenix Slash. His body didn't twist completely at all, and this Falling Phoenix Slash was awkward and ugly, but the sword light accurately chopped towards Dancing Rain's head. On top of that, she still hadn't regained her balance from the stumbling that the headwind strike had caused. This was the rhythm of a professional player at the apex of glory. The difference between them and a normal player was clear as day. If it was an ordinary player, they wouldn't be able to combine a Rising Dragon Slash and Falling Phoenix Slash so quickly, right after Headwind Strike had completed. Slash! The sword light descended, and Dancing Rain was knocked onto the ground. The stadium was filled with applause. In the beginning, Huang Xiaoqian being beaten up by Su Mucheng had made them extremely anxious, but at this moment, it looked like Huang Xiaoqian had found his rhythm. As Dancing Rain rolled, offsetting the attack, Troubling Rain's figure had already begun moving towards the side. Huang Xiaoqian believed that Su Mucheng would forcefully attack at this moment, so the path that he chose wasn't the fastest path to get close to Dancing Rain. Instead, he moved to a location that Dancing Rain wouldn't be able to attack while rolling. Pressing hard, but not pressing too hard. To a launcher, a class bad at close combat, a distance of 1, 2, or 3 steps could all be considered close quarters fighting, preventing them from displaying their ranged superiority. So now that Huang Xiaoqian hadn't chased as closely, he was a bit further away from Dancing Rain, but Su Mucheng was now unable to make her aggressive counterattacks. As expected, Huang Xiaoqian wasn't such an easy player to take down. As Su Mucheng rolled and tried to forcefully counterattack, she saw that Huang Xiaoqian had unexpectedly controlled Troubling Rain to move towards an area that she couldn't adjust her attack to hit, and also understood what had happened in her mind. she knew that Huang Shaoqian had already made adjustments to his attacking rhythm. As such, after rolling, Dancing Rain rolled once more. Roll, 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 Dancing Rain rolled in an arc on the ground. Ha ha ha, is this some vulgar movement that you've learned from Fang Rui? Huang Shaoqian laughed. When one thought of Su Mucheng's beautiful figure also rolling on the ground in a vulgar fashion like Fang Rui, it was certainly difficult to bear. Huang Shaoqian's words completely shattered the female goddess image in the blink of an eye. He wasn't particularly worried about such movement. Fang Rui was an opponent that they had researched for several years. Even if she had learnt Fang Rui's dirty movements, it wasn't enough to catch an experienced veteran like Huang Shaoqian off guard. As he ridiculed her, he was actually carefully watching where Dancing Rain's rolling silhouette, paying attention to angles from which he could dodge her attacks before continuing to close the distance. In the end, just as Troubling Rain succeeded in drawing close and was preparing to attack, he heard a whoosh. The sound was a little bit smothered, and a bit long. It also seemed to have some kind of revolving sound, rubbing against the cannon's walls as it fired out. This is... Huang Shaoqian's brain flashed with understanding, but in the end, this skill appeared slightly faster than he was able to react. As the artillery shell left the cannon, a whooshing sound rang out. Hurricane Cannon! A level 75 launcher skill. At this time, Huang Shaoqian had already reacted. He had Troubling Rain frantically dodged to one side, but it was already too late. Unexpectedly, Su Mucheng had simply and directly fired this cannon shot at him while rolling. After that whooshing sound rang out, a hurricane swirled up, with Dancing Rain's body as the center. In an instant, Dancing Rain was sent flying in the air, as the hurricane rapidly expanded. Troubling Rain, who was trying to retreat, was only able to take half a step before caught by the hurricane, and in an instant, he was sucked into it. That hurricane cannon shot was still drilling into the ground, frantically revolving. This intense hurricane seemed to come from the ripples on the body of the artillery shell. But how could Huang Shaoqian have the mood to appreciate this at this time? In the instant that Troubling Rain's body went out of control, he knew it spelled disaster. He already had no way of controlling his character to do anything. The only thing he could do was to forcefully raise his field of view, and what he saw was Dancing Rain, floating in midair with the help of a cannon shot. He saw the pitch-dark mouth of the cannon aiming once more towards the hurricane, and aiming towards him. Boom! At the same instant that the hurricane cannon exploded, Dancing Rain's cannon sent a charged-up quantum bomb towards him. On top of the explosion, there was another layer of energy fluctuating out. The recoil from a quantum bomb was incomparably strong. If a character was standing on flat ground, they would have to take a step back in order to dissipate the recoil, or they would be flipped onto the ground. At this time, Dancing Rain had already charged up this shot in midair. As she reached the highest point, she synchronized with the explosion of hurricane cannon, sending out the quantum bomb. With the strong recoil, Dancing Rain was just like an artillery shell, rocketing through the sky. All of this was clearly seen by the crowd. But what about Huang Shaoqian? After one round of explosions, his field of view was completely covered with the light and thick smoke from the explosions. What about Dancing Rain? After freeing himself from the explosions, he quickly swept all 360 degrees around him, but he couldn't find her. On top of you! The viewers wished they could run up and pull Huang Shaoqian's ear to tell him, and as for Dancing Rain, she had already begun to fall at this point. The pitch-dark mouth of the cannon once more locked onto its target. She wasn't impatient to fire her shot, instead, she wanted to wait for a certain distance, to wait for a distance in which even Huang Shaoqian wouldn't be able to dodge in time. It's already more or less there. Su Mucheng had already made a precise judgment, and immediately began inputting her skills to attack, but all of a sudden, Troubling Rain, who had been looking in all directions vigilantly, suddenly raised his sword towards the sky. Piercing form. One blade dotted the firmament. Fine sword chi flew out, and the incomparably strong piercing form immediately wrecked Dancing Rain's figure in midair. Did he really not know that Dancing Rain was above him? Those who thought as much were underestimating Huang Shaoqian. Chapter 1460. Dangerous Opportunity. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. To land the hit, Mucheng had Dancing Rain fall down to a low height, a height within a Blade Master's attack range. When Troubling Rain's piercing form came out, the high-priority skill disrupted Dancing Rain's positioning. She wasn't able to cancel her attack, and the artillery shell completely missed its target. Huang Xiaoqian was unfazed. Troubling Rain raised his sword and leapt into the air. Sky-plunging blade, Immortal guides the way. Two skills, one after the other. In a normal player's hands, using these two skills in such quick succession would be unthinkable. The sky-plunging blade caught Dancing Rain and swung her towards the ground. By the time Immortal Guides the Way came out, Dancing Rain was positioned below Troubling Rain. The powerful blow-away effect made Dancing Rain fall even faster. This sudden push made Dancing Rain crash even harder into the ground, messing up her quick recovery timing. She tried to adjust it, but she wasn't able to in time. Dancing Rain hit the ground, her heavy armor crushing the branches beneath her. Both players lost a good chunk of health in this short instant. Troubling Rain had been hit by a level 75 Hurricane Cannon and then a charged Quantum Bomb. These two attacks had taken away 11% of his health. Dancing Rain took even more damage. The exchange started with Huang Xiaoqian's ambush to Headwind Strike, Falling Phoenix Slash, Piercing Form, Sky-Plunging Blade, and Immortal Guides the Way. All of these skills dealt considerable damage, and all of them had hit. Dancing Rain had lost 18% of her health. In the end, Troubling Rain had 37% health left, while Dancing Rain had 71% health left. When the two started the round, it had been 63% to 100%. In total, Troubling Rain had lost 26% of his health, while Dancing Rain had lost 29% of her health. Huang Xiaoqian had a slight 3% lead in terms of damage dealt, but that was meaningless. He had started out behind by 37%. A 3% lead didn't even make up for 10% of that number. Now, Troubling Rain had even less health, making it even more unfavorable for Huang Xiaoqian. He could not afford to miss any more opportunities. As Troubling Rain fell, his sword swept towards Dancing Rain. Because Mucheng had messed up the quick recover, she had no way of dodging this attack. The strike would be from the back as well. Would she be able to avoid the follow-up? Sure. Another sword light fell, but all it hit was branches and leaves. Dancing Rain had rolled to the side, her cannon aimed coldly at Troubling Rain. Boom! Smoke rolled into the air. She was firing at nearly point-blank range. It wasn't possible to dodge it at this distance. However, Huang Xiaoqian swung his sword faster than she could fire her cannon. He wasn't able to dodge, but his sword was able to strike Dancing Rain. Blood blossomed into the air. All Mucheng could see was red. Glory used these realistic details to let the players know of their condition. Dancing Rain was covered in blood, but what about Troubling Rain? The artillery shell exploded in his face. The smoke and fire engulfed him as he was sent flying away. But as he flew backwards, Huang Xiaoqian sent out another strike. The sword light from sword draw split apart the smoke. By the time Mucheng noticed it, it was too late. Huang Xiaoqian had used the smoke as cover for a follow-up. Mucheng had also wanted to follow up, but it was interrupted by the sword strike. After steadying herself again, the smoke in front of her had dispersed. She saw as Troubling Rain rolled across the ground and rushed back towards her. Boom boom boom. Mucheng fired 3 anti-tank missiles, attacking Troubling Rain while retreating. She had played aggressively, but it had been done with thought. Playing aggressive didn't mean that she didn't care about the distance between the two sides. When there was an opportunity to trade with Huang Xiaoqian, she would engage in close combat with him. But if there was no such opportunity, she would try her best to pull apart the distance and wait for one to come. "You're running again?" Huang Xiaoqian messaged. He had seen through Mucheng's playstyle and strategy. She had retreated because she wasn't able to see an opportunity to attack. These were the moments that Huang Xiaoqian needed to grasp. Triple slash. Troubling Rain used it as a movement skill. He didn't take a straight path towards her, instead taking a curved path. It was a very smart method of dealing with aerial cannon. With aerial cannon, the launcher would be moving backwards. If the opponent gave chase from the front, it would be easy for the launcher to delay him. However, it was hard for the launcher to change directions while in the air. Thus, taking a curved path was effective against aerial cannon movements. But taking a curved path had its own problems. It required the player to cross a longer distance, so it took more time. Aerial cannon was fast too, so it made it harder to close the distance. As a result, taking a curved path could not always be done. It depended on the distance and the timing. Grasping timings was Huang Xiaoqian's specialty. The triple slash path was completely beautifully. The viewers could tell that Dancing Rain was trying to adjust her aim to catch Troubling Rain, but she was always behind all the way until Troubling Rain reached her flank. Upward slash. Troubling Rain made a simple slash upwards, but it was at a spot which the opponent couldn't dodge. Dancing Rain, who had been moving backwards with aerial cannon, was lifted into the sky. Su Mucheng had Dancing Rain aimed towards him. In reality, being in the air wasn't too bad for gunner classes because their firing produced recoil, allowing them to move in the air and disrupt their opponent's aerial control. However, as a pro player, just trying to escape wasn't all. They would always be trying to search for opportunities to injure the opponent too. You couldn't win a match just by running away. Su Mucheng moved her cursor, but there was no sign of Troubling Rain. Swa! Another sword strike, dealing damage and keeping Dancing Rain in the air. Su Mucheng kept searching, but she was unexpectedly unable to find him. Vanishing Step! Vanishing Step was considered a peak glory technique. It required a player's intuition and technique to reach perfection to perform. Even in the pro scene, there were few players who could execute this technique well. It had always seemed to be a technique that only existed in theory. At this moment, Huang Xiaoqian was using Vanishing Step to keep the opponent in the air, and if it continued, it was likely that victory would be his. But it's very difficult, Li Ibor said. Juggling a gunner class to death is extremely difficult, let alone a top-tier launcher like Su Mucheng. Let's keep watching. Pan Lin didn't seem to want to elaborate. This battle was too intense. The two sides were constantly going back and forth with neither side able to hold a dominant advantage. All sorts of brilliant plays were being displayed. Right now, Vanishing Step had finally appeared. Would Huang Xiaoqian be able to keep this technique going against Su Mucheng? Would he be able to make up for the deficit with this play? Everyone looked at the sword in Troubling Rain's hands, at the sword light flying out from it. The sword light weaved across Dancing Rain, keeping her tumbling non-stop. But Su Mucheng seemed to have no reaction. As a gunner class, even just randomly attacking would make it very hard for the opponent to keep the Vanishing Step going. But Su Mucheng didn't do this. She just seemed to be looking around. Was she looking for an opening? Was she waiting until she could counterattack? Shouldn't her first priority be to get out of Vanishing Step? Wasn't Su Mucheng being a bit too confident, thinking of directly going for a counterattack? Dancing Rain's health continued to drop. 1%. 2.3%. 0.9%. 4%. Attack after attack dealing different amounts of damage. High, or low, or perhaps just to keep her in the air. All of them left marks on her character. Damage quickly accumulated as Dancing Rain's health fell rapidly at a visible speed. 60%. 50%. The difference between their health bars was closing. Still not going to move? Happy's fans were starting to have trouble sitting still. They had no idea what Su Mucheng was thinking. Huang Xiaoqian did though. He knew exactly what she was thinking. They were only paying attention to why Dancing Rain wasn't attacking. However, they didn't notice that although she wasn't attacking, she was constantly adjusting her weapon angle. Huang Xiaoqian saw it very clearly because he needed to predict where Dancing Rain would be, which meant that he needed to see where her cannon was aiming toward so he could react and prevent her from escaping. Huang Xiaoqian was aware of what gunners could do to escape from the air. However, Dancing Rain didn't attack, and it was making Huang Xiaoqian feel exhausted. Su Mucheng had anticipated Huang Xiaoqian being on guard against her aerial movements. As a result, she kept moving her cannon to have Huang Xiaoqian keep making adjustments. It had only been a few seconds, but the ordinary person had no idea just how focused Huang Xiaoqian was. Vanishing Step was an extremely difficult technique that required a lot of concentration. And now, Su Mucheng was making it even harder for him. This isn't right. When Huang Xiaoqian realized that the situation wasn't right, he had already gone too far. He discovered that he wasn't able to keep up and adjust to Dancing Rain's tempo. For a keen opportunist like him, he had sniffed out an incredibly dangerous opportunity for him. Chapter 1461. Advance bravely. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. What an opportunity! Even though this opportunity didn't belong to him, Huang Xiaoqian couldn't help but feel excited at any opportunity he saw. Would Su Mucheng be able to grasp an opportunity like this? While everyone else hadn't even realized what was going on, Huang Xiaoqian was already beginning to worry about whether the opponent would miss the opportunity. No matter what, opportunity was always an exceptionally beautiful thing to him. She didn't miss it. Dancing Rain's swinging cannon opening suddenly steadied, and sparks flew outward. Ah! For the audience, this attack came too quickly. Even though they had been wondering why Su Mucheng wasn't firing any attacks to give Huang Xiaoqian some difficulty, this fire that now came from Dancing Rain still felt off. It was just this attack, but it caused so much difficulty. This one shot broke Huang Xiaoqian's Vanishing Step. That wasn't all. After this shot, Dancing Rain gracefully twisted in the air, and where before she had seemed helplessly tossed around in the air, she now very steadily aimed her cannon right at Troubling Rain. Boom 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 boom. The cannon fire was like a pouring rainstorm. Troubling Rain was instantly swallowed whole. Breaking the Vanishing Step? Everyone discovered that they had underestimated that first shot that Su Mucheng had fired. It had been the herald of the counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely flipped on its head. How did this happen? Everyone was speechless. The Blue Rain fans in the stadium who had been cheering had issued a few sighs of regret at that first shot, but now that things were like this, it was as though their necks had been collectively broken. No sound came from them anymore. Boom 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 boom. In their ears there was only the sound of Dancing Rain's cannon fire, eating away bit by bit at Troubling Rain's health. And Dancing Rain was using this combo to slowly fall to the ground. The whole offensive was completed while she was in motion, to restrict Huang Xiaoqian to the point where he was completely helpless. It was clear how perfect Su Mucheng's control was. Huang Xiaoqian was the kind of person who only needed the barest hint of an opportunity to pull off a trick. 30%. 20%. 10%. Once a pro player established an offensive, the opponent's health could be cut down this quickly. Blue Rain's fans in the audience had grown pale. At 10%, the health bar became red, signaling the danger of the situation. But the combo still hadn't been interrupted, and Su Mucheng still had the initiative. A distance of 21 body lengths could still be fully covered by the cannon fire. Her firing line? Everyone was in a daze as they watched Dancing Rain attack. Today's Su Mucheng was so powerful, it had taken everyone aback. Keep fighting! Blue Rain's fans were furiously cheering on Huang Xiaoqian in their hearts, but they didn't dare make a sound, as though any sound would distract him. You're trying to take me down in one go. But before anyone distracted him, Huang Xiaoqian was already distracting himself, sending a message in the chat. This was the talkativeness that so many people hated, but now that this sentence appeared, it instantly reassured everyone. The fact that Huang Xiaoqian was still trash-talking meant that he hadn't given up yet. He was definitely still brimming with fighting spirit. He would definitely find an opportunity to counterattack. Blue Rain's fans were instantly filled with confidence and anticipation. And Huang Xiaoqian didn't disappoint. Sword's Divine Judgment. A ring of sword energy rippled through the cannon fire, slicing through the shots with a series of booms. Sword's Divine Judgment, this wasn't a skill that could be adjusted with minute inputs. The only thing that could be controlled was the timing of the skill's start. To achieve this effect now, this was an opportunity that could be encountered but not begged for. Yet this was Huang Shaoqian, and he instantly seized the chance. Triple slash. With the bonus from Sword's Divine Judgment, triple slash became even faster. With 3 flashes of sword light, Troubling Rain finally broke free from the firing line that Su Mucheng had established. But Dancing Rain's cannon was still locked onto him. There was nowhere for Huang Shaoqian to dodge, and Troubling Rain only had 8% health remaining. For a launcher, this was low enough that one powerful attack could take him down. His options were limited. Retreat and then find another chance to ambush? He might not get a better chance than the one he had now. His target was right before his eyes. Advance! Huang Shaoqian controlled Troubling Rain to charge forward, toward Dancing Rain's cannon pointed at him. In his eyes, this wasn't just the character of an opponent. This was a struggle for the championship, and all obstacles needed to be shattered with his sword. This was the path that could not be avoided. No turning back. Curving wind form. The skill was released, carrying the boost from the sword's divine judgment. Faster. Fiercer. The sword energy retracted, and Dancing Rain had no choice but to crash into the tip of the sword, but the cannon in her hands was steady. This was the moment that would decide victory. Everyone stared with eyes open wide, watching the swordlight and cannon fire meld together, shining brilliantly. On this stage, this was everyone's goal, their dream, their glory. Everyone. But only one person could be the last one standing. Su Mucheng, Dancing Rain. After a period of calm, she was the one who stood at the very end. Huang Shaoqian lost, Blue Rain lost. In the group arena, the choice of map had demonstrated how much they had prepared, but in the end, Happy had obtained victory. Was Blue Rain's performance bad? No one would think so. The players of both teams had performed excellently. But there could only be one winner. That was all it was. Su Mucheng and Huang Shaoqian walked out of their competitor booths together, to be met with a quiet stadium. This battles was undoubtedly the most fierce and exciting of all the group arena battles today. The entire fight had been conducted under extremely dangerous conditions, where one mistake could spell defeat. During the entire battle, the audience felt that they didn't even have the time to take a breath. Now that it was over, it was clear that Huang Shaoqian's performance was faultless, and there wasn't really anything to criticize about the performance of Blue Rain as a whole. But they had lost, and this ending made their hearts heavy. They had already lost an away game. Now, they were playing their home game, but they had still lost the group arena. With the new playoffs competition format, losing 1 point in the group arena wouldn't affect the team competition that much. But just from the current mood of the fans, it was clear that although it didn't affect the numbers much, people's emotions weren't so robotic. As the two players walked off stage, the ones who reacted first were Happy's fans in the west seating area. A thrilling process with victory as the outcome. Was there anything more they could ask for in this match? Happy's fans had full reason to go wild with excitement. Blue Rain's fans came to their senses after seeing Happy's celebrations. The team was already behind, they were already at the critical hour. As fans, how could they be so downtrodden? How could they spread their negative emotions so casually? They were Blue Rain's loyal supporters. They sat here today to wait for Team Blue Rain's victory. They might not be able to help the players on stage, but off stage, they could at least help the team keep their spirits up. Go Blue Rain! It wasn't clear who started it, but soon, the sound filled the entire stadium. All of the Blue Rain fans came together. Now wasn't the time to wallow in melancholy. The situation was serious for them, and so it was more important than ever to boost morale. We're only 1 point behind, the situation isn't too bad. And so everyone began to think this way. Of course, they hoped that Blue Rain's players would also be able to take this kind of mindset. The fans couldn't directly change the players' moods. They could only try and shape the atmosphere of the stadium to motivate the players. They watched Huang Shaoqian, watched him return to Blue Rain's player area, watched as the other Blue Rain players surrounded him. I swear, Su Mucheng was hacking today. Huang Xiaoqian said indignantly, standing in the middle. Everyone laughed. In the team competition, we also need to pay attention to her performance, said Yu Wenju. Blue Rain immediately entered the rhythm of preparing for the upcoming team competition. They didn't speak a single word more about the situation of the group arena. We're only 1 point behind, the situation isn't too disastrous, was the mantra that the fans were using to re-establish their confidence. But on Blue Rain's side, there was no mention at all. Without wasting a single moment, Blue Rain was already beginning to plan for the team competition. They'd prepared before the match, of course, but in the stadium, there would always be minor adjustments depending on the performance of the opponents during the group arena. Today, for example, Su Mucheng's condition was exceptionally outstanding, so in team competition they would have to pay attention to her. Team Blue Rain was already entirely immersed in the rhythm of the team competition. What about Happy? After all, they had a number of rookies, and so it would be hard for them to match the mature mood of Blue Rain. But Yishio didn't say anything to dampen their spirits after their victory. Keep up this momentum, let's crush them in the team competition. Yishio said. Crush them. Facing Blue Rain, even Samsara wouldn't dare use this kind of wording. But Yishio used it, and Happy's members didn't treat it like a big deal. Watch me, boss. Steamed Bun said, with unparalleled confidence. It's up to you, Steamed Bun, said Yishio. Of course, said Steamed Bun. He made all sorts of arrogant faces at Blue Rain's player area, with the look of a conqueror. Good luck, Steamed Bun, everyone said. The break between the group arena and the team competition was rapidly drawing to a close. With the judge's signal, the players of the two teams began to enter. Everyone leaned forward to get a better look at the rosters of both sides. Blue Rain, Yu Wenju, Huang Xiaoqian, Lu Hanwen, Zheng Xian, Xu Jingxi, Song Xiao. Exactly the same as the previous round. Happy's side had some adjustments, though. Last round's Wei Chen, who had ties to Blue Rain, did not appear this time. He and Xiao Yifan had been swapped out with Tang Ru and Steamed Bun this round. Happy's team competition roster this time was Yi Xiao, Su Mucheng, Fang Rui, Steamed Bun, and Wenny, Tang Ru. Among them, it was unsurprising that the 3 all-star level players Yi Xiao, Su Mucheng, and Fang Rui appeared. So far, these 3 players made the most consistent appearances. And Wenny, of course, couldn't be left out of the team competition. So, when Happy made adjustments, it would be of the other 2 slots, and this time, Happy switched them both. Chapter 1462. Gusty Garden. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. On stage, the players competing in the team competition lined up and shook hands. Still not scared? Yishio asked Yu Wenju as they shook hands. Why should we be? Huang Xiaoqian interrupted. He looked to be in high spirits, as if the loss hadn't affected him at all. Why do you always have to butt in? Yishio looked helplessly at Huang Xiaoqian as he came to shake his hand. You're about to experience our might very soon, Huang Xiaoqian said. How come I didn't see any of it a minute ago? Su Mucheng replied to Huang Xiaoqian's remark with a sly smile as she came up to shake his hand. Her words held a lot of weight considering she had just beaten Huang Xiaoqian in the group arena, even if they hadn't started the fight with the same amount of health. Looks like the time for me to take revenge is already here. Huang Xiaoqian sighed. Isn't it usually like this for you guys? So sensitive. You must take revenge pretty frequently, huh? Fang Rui shook Huang Xiaoqian's hand. What's this? A round robin? Huang Xiaoqian said angrily. The guys from Happy were targeting him one after the other. His fellow teammates were laughing on the side. They seemed to have no intentions of helping him in this verbal war. You're so violent. You were like that when we were setting dungeon records together too. No wonder you're a Leo. Steamed Bun was Happy's 4th player. When he had been setting dungeon records with the rest of the crew, he had no clue what the pro scene was, so he didn't know how incredible of a background that flowing tree had. After hearing his teammates talk about it, he finally understood. When he shook hands with Huang Xiaoqian, he even connected his remark with feelings from the past, causing the others from Blue Rain to raise their eyebrows. Setting dungeon records? When did that happen? Huang Xiaoqian's teammates looked at him with suspicion. Fuck, you bastard. Wait for me, I'll kill you soon. Huang Xiaoqian said. Then you'll have to kill me first. Happy's fifth player was their healer and Wenny. His words were too fitting. If the healer didn't die, it wouldn't easy to kill off a player. Even if dies, there's still me. This time, Huang Xiaoqian didn't even have time to give a reply when Happy's sixth player followed up. It was Tang Ru, the girl who loved to play fast and aggressive. Fuck you guys. There was no one after Tang Ru. By the time Huang Xiaoqian responded, Happy's six players were already on their way out. Blue Rain's other players were laughing themselves silly. Even I wouldn't be able to bear it if I were in your position, Huang Xiao. His normally unenthusiastic teammate Feng Xian added insult to injury. Huang Xiaoqian ground his teeth. Let's get ready. Yu Wenju chuckled. He had been watching but didn't say anything. He knew they were just joking around. Huang Xiaoqian wouldn't actually get irritated from this. In the trash-talking world, Huang Xiaoqian would often shoot himself in the foot, but he would never let it affect his playing. Even if he did act out, it was because he could do it in the passing. When he chose opportunities, he always decided based off what was most appropriate. I look forward to your performance. Just as Team Blue Rain was about to leave, Yishio made one last yell from the side. Huang Xiaoqian turned around and gave him the middle finger. The two teams went into their respective player booths. The match soon began and the characters loaded into the map. Map: Gusty Garden. This was a comprehensive map shaped like a rhombus. There were a total of 9 wind sources spread evenly across the map. The wind sources would randomly generate different types of wind, e.g. whirlwinds, gales, icy winds, etc., which would affect characters in different ways and could potentially tip the scales in a battle. Maps with auxiliary features were more fun for players, but added complexity and difficult for pro players. The maps chosen by home teams usually practiced unique strategies unusable in other maps, making it more difficult for the away teams to adjust. Pan Lin and Liebo gave a brief analysis going over the features of Gusty Garden. The two teams spawned at the usual northern and southern ends of the map. Happy was on the southern end, while Blue Rain was on the northern end. Team Blue Rain immediately set out. As for Happy, the away team was clearly much more hesitant. Blue Rain obviously knows the map well, but Happy doesn't. The first thing they need to do is figure out the positions of the 9 wind sources. If I remember correctly, Gusty Garden should be a map released last year. Even if Yishio has seen a lot of things, he probably doesn't have any in this map, Liebo said. Blue Rain might have chosen this map to get around Yishio's terrifying knowledge of the game, Pan Lin said. Yes, although Blue Rain lost the group arena, they still fully utilized their map advantage. I'm sure they came prepared with this map as well. Liebo said. Blue Rain is taking the central path. Huang Xiaoqian's troubling Rain is still with the team. He's not moving as a lone unit. Happy is moving towards the northeast. It looks like they're trying to find the wind sources, Pan Lin said. As he said these words, the big screen showed a zoomed-out map, indicating the location of the 9 wind sources. Then, they added in Team Happy's position. Team Happy seems to be moving very deliberately, Pan Lin remarked, seeing their movements. It's as if they know the locations of the 9 wind sources. It's not too surprising. Happy may have looked over it briefly before and noted the key features, Liebo said. Happy can't also be familiar with this map, can they? Pan Lin said. This, Liebo wasn't sure. If Blue Rain decided to choose this map, they must have known that Happy hadn't used it before. Could this map have been a map that Happy had once planned on using before? The chance of such a coincidence was extremely low. If it really was the case, then Blue Rain was truly unlucky. All of Team Happy pushed forward. Not long afterwards, they heard a huge gust of wind up ahead. After the projection technology ascertained the region, the only sound that could be heard was the sounds of wind. But despite the loud winds, the characters barely seemed to be affected. This was one of the 9 types of winds, loud wind. The effect was sound. In this environment, trying to use sound to make a decision was impossible. Since the teams were far from each other, Happy wasn't worried about the effects of the loud wind. They just seemed to be taking a stroll through the region, though they had changed to a different direction. From their movements, it was certain that Happy knew exactly where the wind sources were. Now, what they needed to do was figure out what each wind source did, because that was random. Blue Rain was the same. At first, they went straight for the center, but not to look for the opponents. They were going towards a wind source too. After figuring out what type of wind that source produced, they immediately headed for a different location. Both sides had the same goal. Their paths were different, but both teams picked the most efficient routes from their starting points. Pan Lin and Liebor had found quite a bit of information by now. Any player could figure out the most efficient route from the starting points. Happy and Blue Rain weren't doing anything new and went with the most practical path. It's just that if these two continued along their routes. After figuring out their routes from their starting points, they could see that once both sides found 4 wind sources, they would meet in the center. The progress of the match seemed to be heading towards this direction. After Blue Rain went through the south, southwest, west, and northwest wind sources, they headed for the center. After Happy went through the northeast, east, southeast, and south, they headed for the center too. Because both teams knew the exact locations of the wind sources, as soon as they entered a new region, they would immediately head towards a different one. The two teams should have expected this might happen, right? Pan Lin guessed. Since the teams were using a popular route, they should anticipate that the other team might do the same, no? Just when Pan Lin said these words, Team Blue Rain made a change. As they approached the wind source in the center, they gradually moved into an attack and defense formation. Happy also made a similar adjustment. From Happy's formation, it could be seen that they knew where Blue Rain was coming from. Although both teams have reached this far, the two teams might not meet, Liebor suddenly said. Oh. From their route, it looks as if they're checking the locations of the wind sources, but in reality, they're not actually going to the wind source itself. Once they reach the edges of the wind region and figure out what type of wind is there, they head towards a different region. That's why Happy is going towards the center from the south. It's faster. After finding out what this region's wind is, they'll likely head towards the southwest. Oh, Pan Lin thought for some time before understanding Liebor's words. But there could also be a change because of the wind in the central region, Liebor said. Oh. Pan Lin stared blankly for a bit. At this moment, both teams had scouted out for wind sources with 5 unknown. However, the viewers had the results from both teams, so they had knowledge of 7 of them total. They could deduce the possible winds in the central region by process of elimination. Liebor probably guessed what changes there might be based on these 2 possibilities. By the time, the 2 teams had scouted out the wind in the center. Gale. Of the 9 types of wind, gale was the strongest wind. The characters moving headwind would feel a resistance in their movements, while the characters moving tailwind would feel a pushing force. From their current positions, Blue Rain was moving tailwind. Use the wind. Team Blue Rain didn't change directions and charged straight into the wind. Taking advantage of the wind, they moved at a speed otherwise impossible under normal conditions. Chapter 1463. Downwind Offensive. Nomiami. Nomiami. So fast, countless people exclaimed. Special battles on specific maps with unique traits didn't occur too often. Strong wind was common, but Gusty Garden was the only map that had wind sources creating gusts strong enough to change a character's speed so drastically. As for how much of a speed increase this wind granted, it was unclear. The wind would have a different effect depending on a character's weight and strength stats. But judging from how rapidly the Blue Rain players were dashing around, the boost seemed to be at least 50%. And as soon as they entered the wind, the real value of this map to Blue Rain became apparent. The 5 characters all had different weight, strength, and base speed, but under the complex effects of the gale, they maintained their formation exactly as it was before. It was clear that they had plenty of experience under these conditions and were able to cope with ease. Meanwhile, on Happy's end, they knew the position of the wind sources and could walk a strategic path, which showed that they weren't entirely unfamiliar with this map and had a basic understanding of it. But without specific training, an understanding of this situation was already about as much as they could hope for. To fight in this wind? Never mind the fact that they didn't have training. Even if they did, they were currently positioned against the wind, so the wind would be reducing their speed. Compared to Blue Rain, who had a speed boost, the difference between the speed boost and speed reduction could be as much as 100%. Even if they were facing ordinary players, it would not be a good idea to enter the wind zone from this side. Naturally, Happy didn't try. After figuring out that there was gale here, the whole team began to head toward the next wind source. But Blue Rain continued to travel downwind, prepared to cut off the path that Happy was taking. Blue Rain made a decisive and correct deduction. Blue Rain, traveling downwind, quickly left behind all of the fallen trees and plant life. In the blink of an eye, they traversed half of the wind zone, and right in front of them, the silhouettes of Happy's 5 players had already appeared in their view. Blue Rain didn't slow down at all, and rushed forward just like this. Happy's members of course discovered Blue Rain's presence. There was no way they would enter the wind zone to fight an opponent that had the advantage of wind direction. Continue forward, Ishio directed. But Blue Rain was already attacking them. The attack came from the unmotivated Jing Xian. His Spitfire bullet rain could be considered Blue Rain's #1 ranged attacker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A number of grenades flew out simultaneously. There was no way this was from multiple skills used in a row. Without a doubt, this was the powerful level 70 Spitfire skill, Chaotic Grenades. Implosion, timed, poison gas, electric. Countless grenades were thrown by bullet rain. They didn't travel as quickly as bullets, but at this time, they experienced a greater effect from the gusts of wind than bullets would. The sky seemed to fill with shooting stars that were all of a sudden right in front of the whole team. The pressure was upon them. Boom! But the sound of this explosion came a bit early, and then within the wind gusts, a wave of energy rippled outward in all directions, carrying a force even stronger than the wind. The gusts of wind could increase or decrease the speed of a character, but it ultimately wouldn't send characters flying. Compared to the force of an implosion grenade that could blast away a character, the wind was still somewhat inferior. This implosion grenade amidst the chaotic grenades exploded before even leaving the wind zone. In Happy's formation, smoke trailed from the tip of Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Such a fast grenade traveling in the wind was actually shot down in midair? A coincidence? It didn't seem like it. Of the grenades, the implosion grenade was the most destructive for a team's formation. How could it be such a coincidence that among so many grenades, this was the one shot down? It was clearly intentional. It was too frightening. Ishio's extreme accuracy with his controls was incredible. But Lord Grimm's attack didn't stop there, he quickly fired another shot. But this shot missed. Chaotic grenades in the wind weren't so easy to hit. Ishio's Lord Grimm hit one of 2 shots. Mucheng's Dancing Rain only had time for 1 shot, but she missed as well. After 2 gunshots and 1 cannon shot, the grenades had flown into Happy's midst. Happy's players didn't have the time to split up and dodge, because these grenades had simply come too quickly, and the range they covered was simply too large. And so they didn't dodge, and instead used this tiny amount of time to contract their formation slightly. Chi Guard. In the end, the skill that Happy used to resist was a Chi Guard from Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. It wouldn't be enough, would it? In this moment, everyone thought this way, because a Chi Guard could only take so much damage, it wasn't an unbreakable shield. And with so many grenades from the chaotic grenades, even though some were primarily effect-based and wouldn't cause much damage, a Chi Guard would be far from enough to block them all. Boom! The Chi Guard hadn't even completely formed before a grenade crashed against it with an explosion. A cloud of green gas spewed outward, diffusing along the outer shell of the Chi guard. Poison gas grenade, represented by the color green in this game to signify its poisonous property. The Chi guard couldn't be poisoned, but the poison gas still eroded it. Immediately afterwards, an electric grenade exploded, sending currents of electricity sparking along the Chi guard. And then a timed grenade. If it hadn't hit its time limit, an impact would not cause it to explode, and so when it hit the Chi guard, it simply bounced along the top. And then there were ordinary impact grenades, remote grenades, and others. It seemed like they all hit at the same time, but they were actually slightly staggered as they hit the Chi guard. The sound of explosions was non-stop, and the Chi guard was quickly shattered. But what about the grenades that hadn't exploded yet, that could still attack? The myriad manifestations umbrella swung open, and the grenades that broke through the Chi guard exploded on the surface of the umbrella. And Wenny's little cold hands also immediately set up a great heal, restoring the health Lord Grim had lost while holding up the umbrella shield. Facing this chaotic grenades that had come from the wind, Happy's members cooperated on all levels without wavering at all. But Blue Rain's offensive had only just begun. Troubling Rain, Flowing Cloud, Blue Rain's two Blade Masters were already slashing their way forward. They both used a triple slash to open the way, and with the effects of the wind, they moved like twin shooting stars. Close behind the chaotic grenades, they had already rushed out of the wind zone, but they were still moving incomparably quickly with the wind's momentum. Meteor form. The two Blade Masters unleashed the same skill, but Flowing Cloud used a greatsword while Troubling Rain wielded a lightsaber, so because of the weapon difference, the two versions of the same skill still showed a slight difference in speed. Troubling Rain was slightly faster, Flowing Cloud slightly slower. But this slowness was only relative to Troubling Rain's quickness. With the lingering momentum from the wind, and the fact that Meteor form was the fastest skill of a Blade Master, this wasn't a speed that a human could capture. Two silhouettes, two arcs of swordlight, swept into Happy's formation, carrying two trails of scarlet blood. And then in the blink of an eye, coordinating with the teammates that were still in the wind zone, they began to move against Happy from both sides. But at the same time, "Your face!" A shout from Steamed Bun flashed in the match channel. Steamed Bun invasion threw out a sand toss, directly toward the faces of Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud right as they were finishing their meteor forms and spinning around. But both of them reacted extremely quickly. One to the left and one to the right, at the same time as they angled their camera views away, the swords in their hands were already swinging upward. Upward slash. A skill that couldn't get any more ordinary. Under normal circumstances, Steamed Bun would have no trouble dodging this attack. But at this moment, the two Blade Masters were coordinating with two upward slashes, one slightly faster, one slightly slower, one from the left, one from the right, one with a short blade, one with a long blade. With this, all of the space where Steamed Bun could dodge was sealed off. Fortunately, Steamed Bun wasn't the only happy player here. Sword draw. Lord Grim had just used the Myriad Manifestations umbrella to block the chaotic grenades before their formation was invaded and he was hit by the unimaginably quick meteor form. But now, with the momentum he'd taken from that attack, he twisted his body as though chasing the blood that had been sent flying by the slash. A sword draw flashed outward, slicing the threads of blood in two as it slashed toward Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud. Clang! A resounding sound. Lord Grim's sword draw was from a left-handed sword, so it was a slash from right to left. From the point of view of the Blade Masters, Troubling Rain was on the left, while Flowing Cloud was on the right. With this attack from Lord Grim, Troubling Rain suddenly cancelled his upward slash, and instead pointed his sword straight upward, using the Blade Master skill guard just in time to parry Lord Grim's sword draw. Because this sword draw was from right to left, when Troubling Rain blocked it, he had no way to continue slashing rightward. Flowing Cloud continued his upward slash unimpeded. And Steamed Bun hadn't reacted to this change yet, so that even though Huang Shaoqian left this opening for him, it was too late for him to dodge. In the end, he was still lifted into the air by Flowing Cloud's attack. And when Troubling Rain blocked this sword draw, his body slid backward. Flowing Cloud's upward slash succeeded, and the sliding Troubling Rain was already using a sky-plunging blade. When that attack came out, it looked like it was getting farther and farther away from steamed bun invasion, but in the end, the glinting sword energy at the tip of the blade was just enough to hit steamed bun invasion. Flowing Cloud withdrew his upward slash, and after troubling Rain's sky-plunging blade, he used another precisely timed skill. There was no pause in the offensive of these two players as they continued to land attack after attack on steamed bun invasion. The skilled coordination between the dual blade masters was incredible enough to render the entire stadium silent. On this end was the invasion of two blade masters into the formation, on the other end, Swaksar and Bullet Rain, who were still in the midst of the wind, were using the wind's momentum for their attacks. But Swaksar was a warlock, and his curses would come out as they were supposed to. They couldn't borrow the wind's momentum. But there was nothing to lose from him standing in the wind, and it offered him some defensive protection. When Dancing Rain fired a cannon shot toward him, as soon as it entered the wind zone, it very noticeably slowed down and found it more difficult to fly forward. Facing such a long-ranged attack, dodging was a trivial matter. It was as if Swaksar were standing in some kind of safe zone where he could calmly and steadily cast his curses. Xingqian's Bullet Rain, meanwhile, continued to rely on the wind to greatly boost his own attack rhythm. Gusty Garden. As expected of a map that Blue Rain chose at their most critical moment. Just using the gusts from the wind source, they were able to play such a thrilling offensive. Chapter 1464. Not so simple. Nomiami. Nomiami. Pan Lin and Liebor didn't spare any effort on the praise, giving them all to Blue Rain's current assault. The first wave of chaotic grenades had perfectly neutralized by Happy's teamwork, but the pincer attack from the two blade masters that followed had Happy struggling to cope. They had slipped up. The more observant viewers realized that Happy's formation had scattered somewhat. If it was just against Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen's two blade masters, then, no matter how amazing their teamwork was, a 2v5 was practically impossible to win. However, Blue Rain didn't just have just those two. Swaksar, a warlock with powerful CC abilities, stood in a windy area. Bullet Rain, a sharpshooter with high DPS AoE attacks, could inflict all sorts of CC too. These two classes weren't classes whose assaults you could deal with just by relying on a healer for support. The two stood in the windy area, throwing their attacks cheerfully. Happy was Downwind. They wouldn't be able to get any advantage from charging into and fighting in the windy area. If they sent ranged attacks from outside of the windy area, then the attacks would be hindered by the wind and their power would be decreased. As a result, even though they were charging into a 5-character formation, the two blade masters weren't feeling too much pressure. Instead, with the support and CC from the ranged characters in the windy area, the assault went smoothly. Happy's in a bit of a mess, Liebor exclaimed. This was the first time the two sides had really clashed, but Happy seemed to be sliding down a slippery slope already. Their original formation had shattered, their players not cooperating, all of them fighting as individuals. This was a one-sided slaughter. Was this battle going to be decided so soon? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sword light from Blue Rain's Blade Master duo shimmered brightly, their swords becoming one deadly system, striking their enemies down. Scared yet? Scared yet? Huang Xiaoqian was even spamming the chat. Mockery wouldn't affect his performance or judgment, but it didn't mean he didn't mind it. He minded it very much, but the more he did, the more calm he would be, using his actions to express himself. Once his plans had succeeded, then trash talk was easily within reach. In the blink of an eye, 47 Scared Yet Less appeared on the screen. Not at all. Naturally, it was Yishio who was able to reply at such a time. Huang Xiaoqian glanced towards Lord Grimm, but he suppressed the urge to immediately charge over and stab him. He was trying to determine whether going up to teach this guy a lesson was the best choice he had right now. It seemed like a good idea. Huang Xiaoqian swept his gaze over the battlefield. Happy's 5 characters were scattered, and Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen didn't have the ability to pursue them all at once, so they needed to lock onto a target. As for Yishio's Lord Grimm, he was right on the edge of the gale wind area. If they pursued, they could force him into the gale and then using their upwind advantage. Wait a moment. At this point, Huang Xiaoqian realized something. If they pressed Lord Grim into the gale from this position, then the upwind advantage would be something only Swaksar and Bullet Rain had. On the other hand, Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud would be downwind just like Lord Grim. Trying to be clever? Huang Xiaoqian immediately reorganized his thought processes, sneering. Yishio was the heart and soul of Happy. If they could wipe him from the game, then it would probably be even more effective than taking out their healer. However, it wasn't the right opportunity. What about their healer? Huang Xiaoqian turned to look at Little Cold Hands, but the other was a little too far. Happy, in the end, understood the importance of healers. Even scattered, they remembered to make sure to protect their healer. And when his Little Cold Hands had run off, if they went in pursuit, it would take some effort. Plus, Huang Xiaoqian looked over the battlefield and noticed something else. Had Happy fallen into chaos? Yes, but there was a method to their chaos. Yishio's Lord Grim was bait. If Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen teamed up against him and pushed him into the windy zone, then using his tailwind advantage, he could suppress them. The others in Happy would probably use this chance to rearrange themselves and take an advantageous position. Thus, they definitely couldn't go after Lord Grim. What about Little Cold Hands? He was a little far, but if Happy really had been thrown into chaos, it wouldn't be too hard to close in on their healer. However, it might look like Happy was scattered, but they all stayed in range of Little Cold Hands' position. Little Cold Hands was yet another trap. If Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen attacked him, Happy might surround the two of them. How crafty! Huang Xiaoqian saw through two of their tricks in one go and couldn't help but be surprised. At this point, many people probably thought that Happy was done for. Those who thought that way were underestimating Happy too much. Steamed bun. That was when, in the Blue Rain party chat, Captain Yu Wenju gave them a clear attack target. From afar, Yu Wenju had a better view of the overall situation. His thoughts matched Huang Xiaoqian's. Happy was in chaos, but there was a method to it. They still had tricks up their sleeve. For example, Lord Grim as bait, Little Cold Hands trap. For someone who hadn't noticed anything wrong, they would probably choose one of these two crucial members of Happy as their primary attack target. However, Huang Xiaoqian noticed, and so did Yu Wenju. These two characters were temporarily off limits. Happy still had three other characters. Su Mucheng's Dancing Rain was a ranged unit. As soon as the battle erupted, she pulled away as far as possible. Right now, not even Swaksar nor Bullet Rain could hit her, so what were Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen going to be able to do? Then there was Fang Rui. He was a slippery, hard-to-catch fellow, and his boundless sea would flee from trouble without hesitation. If Yu Wenju and Jingxian wanted to effectively attack him, then they would have to move forwards. The further forwards they moved, the less protection they would get from the windy zone, and the less the windy zone would buff their attacks. Who knew if this Fang Rui was yet another bait? Then, there only remained Steamed Bun Invasion. Was this too a trap? Yu Wenju had, naturally, considered this. However, he tossed the idea aside after careful consideration. Steamed Bun Invasion was Happy's most unpredictable and out-of-whack member. He was, after all, a rookie, and a rookie that would occasionally roll straight off the tracks, Yu Wenju thought to himself. Speaking of which, their team, Blue Rain, could integrate all sorts of strange players, but what about this Steamed Bun? Would they be able to integrate him into their strategic system? This was something Yu Wenju had considered before, in his spare time. It was clear that he never underestimated Steamed Bun. Yet after thinking it over, Yu Wenju hadn't thought of any way to integrate Steamed Bun into Blue Rain's strategic system. Like Yishio, Yu Wenju had no way of completely understanding and predicting Steamed Bun's behavior on the field. Blue Rain's style revolved around making up for one another's faults to create a stronger whole. For any two members of Blue Rain, they could form a complete whole. However, this Steamed Bun, his crazy moments weren't something anyone else could get any warning of. How would they form any synergy like that? How would they form a strategic whole with that? Perhaps Yu Wenju thought Steen Bun wasn't a team competition kind of player. Yet, today, he saw Happy arrange for Steen Bun in their team competition lineup. To Yu Wenju, this was a daring and risky move. It was hard to say if Steen Bun's unpredictability would be more of a hindrance to his enemies or his teammates. In the playoffs, where a single mistake could lose them everything, no team would dare arrange for a ticking time bomb like that to play. But Happy dared, and it wasn't as if they had no other choice. That player called Xiao Yifan was much more stable than Steen Bun, much more reliable. There was also Wei Chen. It wouldn't be impossible for him to set alight his passions and give another spectacular performance. Or what about that Luo Ji? He wasn't as skilled, but his style was very detailed and methodical. A player like that would be much safer as a part of the tactical system than Steen Bun, no? There was also Mo Fan. Though his style was too individualized, but with training and practice, he would be able to adjust and play a solid part of the strategy. It was only Steen Bun, whose unpredictability wouldn't be able to compensate it for with tactics. However, it was Steen Bun who was chosen for this team competition. Well, since this was how things were, then why not go for it? Yu Wenju didn't think any further. Steen Bun couldn't be predicted, so he told everyone to be on their guard and focus, so that they would be able to react appropriately no matter if this guy acted as a godlike opponent, or a pig-like teammate. So far, Steen Bun had yet to become godlike, and was out of tune with the rest of Happy, thus he became Blue Rain's breakthrough point. Yu Wenju didn't hesitate. After he made this judgment, he immediately told the entirety of Blue Rain to target Steen Bun invasion. Collapsing Mountain! Lu Hanwen charged fearlessly, throwing out a collapsing mountain at its longest range. This use of collapsing mountain let him leap further and created a greater impact, but it was slow to act and had a longer ending lag. Pro players rarely ever used it to initiate a fight. But right now, Lu Hanwen had Huang Xiaoqian cover for him. Huang Xiaoqian's troubling rain would be the follow-up to this rarely used form of collapsing mountain. No one knew if Steen Bun had noticed such a deeply thought-out cooperative arrangement. Either way, he didn't receive this collapsing mountain. With 2 consecutive back jumps, he dashed out of range. He could tell that Blue Rain was going to concentrate their fire on him from what he saw of their actions. Holy crap, so many people ganging up on me! Steen Bun exclaimed in the match chat. The tone that bellied these words, it was almost like he couldn't comprehend why a team would do something so common to team competitions. 1v1 me. Do you dare to fight me 1v1? Steen Bun yelled. Blue Rain thought he was trash-talking. They naturally ignored him, going in for the kill. Where's that Leo? Come and fight me. Didn't you cry and scream about wanting to fight me 1v1 back then? Steen Bun continued. Everyone exchanged looks. What on earth was going on? Leo? That was referring to Huang Xiaoqian, right? Team Blue Rain's hardcore fans were naturally familiar with their ace's star sign. But Huang Xiaoqian screaming and crying about wanting to fight Steen Bun 1v1. Everyone was suddenly very interested in this piece of gossip. What the hell are you going on about? Huang Xiaoqian immediately bristled. He had wanted to fight, but it wasn't directed at Steen Bun. And screaming and crying? Not even in your dreams. I'm giving you a chance now. Steen Bun was still going on. Kill him. Huang Xiaoqian yelled. At this point, the target of his anger and their team's attack target overlapped perfectly. They could feel real killing intent here. Everyone thought to themselves. Chapter 1465. Bomb Disposal Specialist. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Scaredy cat Leo. Steen Bun sternly reprimanded Huang Xiaoqian in the chat. Huang Xiaoqian was pissed. There was no way anyone would ever agree to a 1v1 duel in the middle of a team battle, right? So why was this guy so seriously insisting on this? That brimming hostility, it was unbearable. Downwind sword slash. The swift sword light well represented Huang Xiaoqian's current mood. he would never lose his cool over the mockery of trash talk, but as it happened, the one who spewed trash talk right now was the optimal attack target, so without any pressure, he could use his official role to satisfy his personal interests. His mood was beautifully expressed, and the timing, angle, and speed of this downwind sword slash reached the peak, completely flawless. Hit! No one could have dodged or blocked this kind of attack. The blade light scattered fresh blood outward. Steen Bun Invasion was sent pathetically tumbling onto the ground. But with this, he was really rolling quite far. Not bad, kid. Huang Xiaoqian sent in the chat. Pro players were very sensitive to distance, because that was how they chose the most suitable skill to use at any given moment. Steen Bun seemed to be helplessly rolling along the ground as a result of the ferocity of the downwind sword slash, but in reality, he was using the momentum of this strike to put some distance between himself and his attacker. The posture was a bit ugly, but he achieved the goal he wanted. This downwind sword slash on its own was indeed executed impeccably. But a good offensive was like a banquet, composed of many different dishes. It couldn't rely on just one. Steen Bun Invasion used this downwind sword slash to increase the distance. If the close-range blade master wanted to close in again, then the brawler could use mid-range techniques to counter him. From this, it could be seen that even though this downwind sword slash was flawless, it couldn't become a banquet. The attack landed, but it didn't consider the follow-up. In the end, had Huang Xiaoqian been too impulsive? This downwind sword slash, displaying Huang Xiaoqian's annoyance, would lead people to think this way. But those who thought this way were overlooking the fact that this was a team battle, not individual. Huang Xiaoqian wasn't the only cook for this banquet. By itself, this downwind sword slash might have left an opening, but in a team battle, there were teammates that could cover this opening. Huang Xiaoqian used this skill, not because he had lost his judgment in a fit of anger, but because this was a team battle, and he trusted that there were enough people next to him that could cover this opening. Curse! Bullets! When Huang Xiaoqian's blade master could no longer attack because of the distance, the long-range attackers Yu Wenju and Zheng Xian immediately gave firepower support. After the downwind sword slash, the two skills of the two characters immediately followed, and there was even cooperation between them as well. Steen Bun's reaction speed and control was good, but the attacks of these two characters cut off all space he had to dodge. The curses of a warlock and the firepower of a spitfire. Of the two skills, he would have to choose one to be hit by in the end. Steen Bun was very decisive, and he twisted his body toward the bullets that Bullet Rain fired toward him. Under typical circumstances, players would want to choose to take the skill that damaged them less, but the problem was that the attacks from these two classes both had more painful effects than just damage. Swaxa had used a binding curse. It wouldn't cause any damage at all, but it would imprison the target character. What about Bullet Rain? He had fired freezing bullets, which carried the freeze effect. It only had a certain chance of activating, but all of the gunner subclasses, aside from launchers, could attack with consecutive, continuous shots. The Spitfire's freezing bullet could be considered a buff, and the action to use it was changing the magazine. After changing the magazine, normal fired bullets would become freezing bullets. Under the Spitfire classing skill ammunition expansion, this magazine could hold as many as 20 freezing bullets. If one bullet had a certain probability of causing a freeze, with 20 bullets, it would be very difficult to avoid every single one. When all bullets hit, it was fairly common to become entirely frozen. Right now, Steen Bun Invasion forcefully headed in this direction, and was swiftly hit by a series of bullets. Freeze took effect, and his movements instantly slowed down. But for now, he hadn't been completely frozen. This was also the reason to choose this direction instead of going toward Swaxa's binding curse. Moving more slowly was always a bit better than being unable to move at all. But this was such a shallow reasoning, so of course, Blue Rain had thought of it as well. When Yu Wenju and Zhang Xian launched their pincer attack, they had already calculated that Steen Bun Invasion would choose to head toward the area covered by the freezing bullets. Sword light flashed. When Troubling Rain used his downwind sword slash, Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud was rushing forward to cooperate. The light of his blade ultimately fell upon the area where Bullet Rain's bullets pointed. Blue Rain's offensive wasn't conducted by one person, it was a combination of 4 people landing upon Steamed Bun Invasion. But while Blue Rain had 4 players, Happy had more than just Steamed Bun Invasion as well. Even while focusing on Steamed Bun Invasion, Yu Wenju hadn't overlooked Happy's other 4 players either. The fire from Su Mucheng's dancing rain could cover the whole map, and she immediately began giving support. And her judgment overlapped with Blue Rain's actions very well. The cannon fire was already covering the position toward which Flowing Cloud was charging. What an incredibly accurate prediction! A prediction of Blue Rain's coordination as a team, a prediction of the awareness of Blue Rain's players. Su Mucheng's attack landed at the same time as Lu Hanwen's attack, but Su Mucheng's target was precisely Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud. Boom! The explosion sent waves of energy rippling outward, and that sword light from Flowing Cloud wavered. All of this happened so quickly, just in the span of a few seconds, so precisely that it seemed as though everyone had rehearsed it beforehand. Flowing Cloud arrived, the cannon fire arrived, there was no chance at all for Lu Hanwen to dodge. An opening. Flowing Cloud's attack was destroyed by Dancing Rain, and Steamed Bun Invasion immediately had an opening before him. But Yu Wenju, who was cool-headedly paying attention to the entire field, had noticed Dancing Rain's attack and anticipated that Flowing Cloud's attack would be broken. So, Swaksar cast another spell, covering this opening in advance. Claws of Darkness. From the void, black claws gleaming with demonic power extended forth, snatching towards Steamed Bun Invasion. This attack was also a predictive attack, a prediction of the opponent's movements. But, unfortunately, this was Steamed Bun that Yu Wenju was trying to predict. The Claws of Darkness snatched downward, the flowers of the devil were blooming, but where was Steamed Bun Invasion? With a roll, Steamed Bun Invasion had actually rolled back to where he was before. The so-called opening was that, using the cover from Dancing Rain's fire, he could continue in the same direction to break free from Blue Rain's attacking him. But Steamed Bun didn't head in that direction, and instead went back toward the position where he had been surrounded and trapped. Had he also predicted Swaksar's attack against him? Those who like to overthink situations would of course consider this situation. But even those who were familiar with Steamed Bun couldn't determine how he had had that shining eureka moment. Maybe that was just convenient for him. In Happy's player area, those who weren't unstaged speculated. But even though this was an unexpected movement, aside from avoiding this Claws of Darkness from Swaksar, there wasn't anything particularly shining about this. The freeze effect on Steamed Bun Invasion's body hadn't worn off yet. If he was hit by another attack with a freeze effect, the chances of him becoming completely frozen would greatly increase. Bullet Rain hadn't finished firing his 20 freezing bullets yet, and with Steamed Bun Invasion returning to his former position, it was very easy for Xing Xian to fire at him. The freezing bullets immediately chased him. He just acted a bit unexpectedly. Even Yu Wenju thought this way. Someone acting unexpectedly didn't automatically guarantee that they could win the initiative. If a sword came down on an opponent and that opponent didn't dodge at all, that would also be very unexpected, but could that cleaved opponent really be said to have the advantage? Steamed Bun Invasion's action, aside from dodging the Claws of Darkness, was truly a disastrous movement. But the bullets that Bullet Rain fired were actually completely blocked in midair. Prediction. Again, prediction. And this time, the one who made an accurate prediction was Yi Xiao. The myriad manifestations umbrella blocked all of the freezing bullets, and suddenly, a large path was opened before Steamed Bun's eyes. This time, Steamed Bun didn't trip up, and he immediately controlled Steamed Bun Invasion to charge onto this path. The still half-frozen Steamed Bun Invasion seemed to be moving in slow motion, and it was very amusing to watch. But the cover of his teammates allowed him to resolutely walk forward. Lord Grim helped block the attacks from Bullet Rain, while Su Mucheng's Dancing Rain blasted a firing line next to him, causing a great deal of trouble for the 2 Blade Masters controlled by Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen if they wanted to catch up and attack. A suicidal trip, ultimately inviting a turnaround. Why? Yu Wenju's gaze landed upon Lord Grim. He had never understood why Happy wanted to use Steamed Bun, such an unreliable player, for such a crucial match, but now, he was beginning to see why. The reason was very simple, it was all because of Yi Xiao's presence. Even though he also had no way of predicting Steamed Bun's actions, his experience and awareness allowed him to maximally cover Steamed Bun's openings. This was perhaps a way of turning the rotten into the miraculous, or perhaps he was only barely able to control the situation. But this ticking time bomb that was Steamed Bun, Happy had their bomb disposal expert, but on Blue Rain's side, which of them could take care of the danger that Steamed Bun posed at any moment? Yishio's all-class experience and awareness was not something that everyone had. Steamed Bun was a player that often exposed vulnerabilities, but Happy purposely took advantage of this fact. Under the unpredictable rhythm of battle that this guy led, which side would ultimately take control? In Yu Wenchu's mind, behind Steamed Bun invasion appeared, with unparalleled clarity, the figures of Lord Grimm and Yishio. Would they once again be beaten at their own game? Chapter 1466. Attack the Core. Nomiami. Nomiami. During the regular season, Blue Rain was one of the few teams that defeated Happy twice in the team round. No, more accurately, it was 3 times. During their last match in the playoffs, even though Blue Rain had lost in the end, they had defeated Happy in the team round. 3 victories against Happy. Logically, they should be relatively experienced in dealing with them. But as Blue Rain's commander, Yu Wenju didn't have that feeling at all. 2 meetings in the regular season, and then their last meeting during the playoffs. 3 battles against Happy, and they had all felt different. This wasn't just because of Happy's adjustments in terms of players and tactics. Over the course of these 3 battles, what was even more clear to see was Happy's growth. Ever since entering the pro scene, Happy's players were recklessly absorbing experience and growing up at a crazy rate. Every year brought new teams, and these new teams, after entering the high-end refinery that was the pro scene, all demonstrated clear improvement. But Happy was the only one that had reached such heights so fast. Most people looked at Yishio, Su Mucheng, and Fang Rui. They felt that because Happy had 3 all-star level players, they weren't a typical new team, and that was why they could have such a strong performance. But was that the only reason? Consider Happy's 3 all-star level players. Yishio had left the pro scene for a year and a half and was now playing a new unspecialized class. Su Mucheng had left the pro scene for a year. Fang Rui had been standing at the pinnacle of thieves before switching classes. These 3 people all had their own problems. In fact, it could be said that they were among Happy's weaknesses. For Happy to become such an unusual new team, it definitely wasn't only because of the presence of these 3 all-star level players. Improvement. This was the key word shared by Happy and all other new teams. And the biggest difference between Happy and these other new teams was that Happy was able to completely turn their improvement into capability. As long as the players became stronger, the team's capabilities would increase, right? This logic seemed obvious. But in reality, even though this logic worked in 1v1s, in team battles, this statement wasn't so certain. A team needed cooperation, needed understanding, needed mutual adaptation. When a new team's players began to grow, quickly or slowly, could the team stay whole and adjust appropriately to this kind of growth? This wasn't a simple matter. The biggest difference between Happy and the others was that Happy achieved this point very well. They were adjusting non-stop in response to the improvements made by the individual players. In the end, it was still because of that guy, the one at Happy's helm, Yishio. He accurately grasped the fabric of Happy, and he let all the teams that only faced Happy once in the span of months feel the leaping growth of their battle ability. They were able to completely take advantage of that exceptional growth that characterized new teams. And when they stood on the battlefield, countless scenes from Happy's battles flashed through Yu Wenchu's mind. The immature Happy had many weaknesses, but when opponents tried to charge toward Happy's so-called weaknesses, how many teams were actually able to use that to crush Happy? Happy had areas where they had yet to mature, they had areas where they weren't good enough. But Happy themselves knew all of this, clearer than their opponents did, and so they had ample preparations to counter those who tried to attack their weak areas. It all came back to Yishio. In Yu Wenchu's mind, the image of Yishio and Lord Grimm continued to sharpen, and what he covered was no longer simply Steamed Bun and Steamed Bun invasion, it was the entirety of Happy. If we don't defeat this guy, we have no way of truly defeating Happy. Those so-called breakthrough points, weaknesses, could all turn into reversals because of the presence of one person. To defeat Happy, Yu Wenju discovered that what he had to do was so simple, yet not at all. Defeat Yi Xiao. Yes. That was all. Beat Yi Xiao, and you can beat Happy. This goal simply sounded like nonsense. Because this sentence could be applied to any team. Beat Wang Jieshi, and you can beat Tiny Herb. Beat Juzakai, and you can beat Samsara. Beat Han Wenqing, and you can beat Tyranny. Every team had its core, and if the core was defeated, the chances of victory would greatly increase. But a core was a core because it was the most difficult person to beat in the entire team. To beat them, you would have to pay an unusual price. Just like that Happy vs Tiny Herb match, where Happy forcefully took down Wang Jieshi, trading 2 for 1. And in the end, their plan worked, and they beat Tiny Herb. The battle had been thrilling, but Yu Wenju didn't agree with the reliability of that method. In that battle, it could be said that they won because they defeated Wang Jieshi, but it would be better to say that by defeating Wang Jieshi, they destroyed the confidence of the rest of the Tiny Herb players. That was the main reason why Tiny Herb had lost. If the other players hadn't wavered because of this, the fact was that the core player had traded themselves for 2 players and achieved the advantage of numbers. Many teams probably wouldn't find that a difficult trade at all. Happy targeted Wang Jieshi not for a strategic victory, but a psychological victory. That was why they could strive for this without worrying about the cost. And this had been possible because of the problem with Tiny Herb itself. If it had been Samsara, and they tried to trade 2 players for Juzakai, or if it had been Tyranny, 2 for Han Wenqing, the result likely would not have been the same. Then right now, against Happy, against Yi Xiao, could they use this kind of method? In Blue Rain's team channel, the captain's direction suddenly appeared, attack Yi Xiao. They could. After reflection, this was the conclusion that Yu Wenju ultimately drew. To Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi was the backbone of their spirit, to Happy, Yi Xiao was the backbone of their strategy. In those scenes from Happy's battles that had flashed through his mind, Yi Xiao was like a foundational rock. Wherever he was needed was wherever he was moved. Without his support, Team Happy wouldn't be able to tie together into a whole. And on this battlefield, the ticking time bomb that was Steamed Bun Invasion would lose his bomb disposal expert. Defeat Yi Xiao. That would destroy the structure of Happy's strategy, and without that linchpin, Happy would show many openings. At that time, it was likely that no one would be able to patch them up well enough. Yu Wenju gave this direction, and Blue Rain immediately began to carry it out. Troubling Rain, Flowing Cloud, one fast blade and one slow, suddenly flung off Steamed Bun Invasion and pointed toward Lord Grim. Damn! Steamed Bun immediately started mocking them. You can't even take care of me and you still want to take care of our boss. Steamed Bun's words were only because he was still alive. To be honest, this powerful offense that Blue Rain had launched against him had rendered him quite helpless. Little guys, move aside. Huang Shaoqian rudely replied. His lightsaber Ice Rain had already pierced toward Lord Grim's heart. Whoosh whoosh, Lord Grim's silhouette flashed like a ghost, and suddenly he had already moved to Troubling Rain's side. Ice Rain hit air, but Troubling Rain immediately turned, and the slightly slower Flowing Cloud bolstered the attack as he continued to stab toward Lord Grim. Lord Grim tried to move again, but Swaksar's curses and Bullet Rain's firepower together sealed his paths of retreat. Lord Grim, without anywhere to run, instantly became a crowd of shadows. Shadow clone technique. Lord Grim left behind a fake body while his real body was taken away. The first phase of Blue Rain's offensive ultimately missed. But the whole team adjusted its offensive very quickly and continued to attack. Happy's scattered formation had yet to re-stabilize. Yu Wenju continued to carefully watch the whole situation. When they began focusing all their attack on Yi Xiao's Lord Grim, how would Happy adjust? Yu Wenju didn't dare let down his guard. Especially since they were attacking Yi Xiao, it would be very easy for this guy to lead him into a trap. He had to pay careful attention to the development of the battle as a whole. Yu Wenju's gaze passed over Happy's players, one by one. Someone's missing. Yu Wenju suddenly discovered. Where's Fang Rui? Yu Wenju asked in the chat. Circling around, said Jing Xian. Yu Wenju let out a breath. He'd missed one character, but fortunately, he had his teammates. Fang Rui circling around, that was almost certainly to take advantage of the wind. The force of the wind didn't affect a warlock's curses or a few other spells, but fire-type magic and a Qi master's Qi could be strengthened by the wind's momentum. Knowing the opponent's intent, naturally he could counter it. But Blue Rain didn't do anything for now, because if they defended too early, then Fang Rui would withdraw his plan. Might as well use the opponent's move against him, let him circle around, wait for him to try and attack before discovering that he was thwarted. Blue Rain continued to chase Lord Grim until their heads hurt. Lord Grim's movement was simply too fast, it was like he was leading them on a train ride. From afar, Su Mucheng's dancing rain showered them in cannon fire. But all of this was within Yu Wenchu's expectations. Swaxa's skills now were like a guiding beacon. Under his adjustments, Blue Rain's chase was not impatient. The two Blade Masters Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud didn't attack hand in hand, Troubling Rain chased more tightly, while Flowing Cloud lagged slightly behind. Jing Xian and Yu Wenchu's characters were still in the wind zone, moving parallel, and their healer was also closely keeping up with the team's rhythm. Lord Grim hadn't been chased down, but inadvertently, Fang Rui's plot to circle around was already interrupted. Blue Rain, in chasing Lord Grim, had changed their position drastically, so their back was no longer their back. Where Fang Rui's Boundless Sea entered the wind zone, he was now at a crosswind with Blue Rain's players, so that neither side had the advantage. Fang Rui controlled Boundless Sea to move, because he still wanted to pull out the angle to get the wind advantage, but he ended up running this circle in vain. In the wind zone, Happy's few players were helping Yi Xiao as much as they could. It was about time. Yu Wenju coldly assessed the situation. Another message appeared in the team chat, 1. Yi Xiao, cut steamed bun. The offensive changed again. Steamed bun. Blue Rain's target was still steamed bun. But one player was left next to Yi Xiao's Lord Grim. Troubling Rain, Huang Xiaoqian. The one referred to Box of 1. Team Blue Rain was using Huang Xiaoqian to execute Box 1 against Yi Xiao. Because Yi Xiao was the core of Happy's strategy, then Box of 1 was the perfect strategy to use. But Yi Xiao was a demon, and if they tried to do it directly, there was probably no one who would be able to directly restrict him. And so Blue Rain first used a powerful all-around attack, relying on their numbers to advantage. They let Fang Rui go so that Happy's side over here would be even weaker, like luring the tiger off the mountain. And when the time was right, Huang Xiaoqian would hold down Yi Xiao, and the others would attack steamed bun. This time, if Yi Xiao wanted to defuse the bomb, it wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 1467. Qi in the Wind. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Hey! What was that for? Steamed Bun cried out in the chat. Even though he wasn't as chatty as Huang Xiaoqian, he was still far more talkative than most players. Rookies, in particular, would almost always play careful, completely focused on their playing. There were truly very few rookies who trash-talked during a match. Not only was Steamed Bun talkative, his words were good at catching the attention of other people. It was a normal many against few situation, yet he was scolding the enemies as if they were in the wrong. Blue Rain's sudden change in targets cut off Steamed Bun's connection with Yi Xiao and angered him. It was as if Blue Rain had offended the heavens, and he needed to give them justice. What are you guys thinking? Steamed Bun shouted. No one in Blue Rain answered back. The three characters focused on Steamed Bun. However, for this Box of 1 strategy to work, the conflict between Yi Xiao and Huang Xiaoqian was the key point. Can you get past me? Huang Xiaoqian wasn't idle. He quickly joined the chat. Although Steamed Bun was a strange one, he couldn't outshine Huang Xiaoqian. The disparity in word count was too big. Annoying, Yi Xiao replied back with a single word. Lord Grim twisted his body in an attempt to get past Huang Xiaoqian. Huang Xiaoqian reacted extremely fast. Troubling Rain turned around and lifted his sword, Headwind Strike. Headwind Strike was originally a circular attack, but under Huang Xiaoqian's control, it spun around into a flat ellipse, covering quite a bit of horizontal distance. Jump back. Not only did Lord Grim fail to get past Troubling Rain, he was forced back a step. Boom boom boom. Artillery fire descended. Su Mucheng didn't support Steamed Bun, who was in a more dangerous situation. Instead, she prioritized Troubling Rain. 2v1, 3v1. Were they planning on making a trade? Or did Su Mucheng want to help Yishio break free from Huang Xiaoqian? The viewers weren't sure, not even Pan Lin or Liebo dared to make any conclusions. The fight between the two teams was changing at a rapid pace. What's more, Blue Rain was playing abnormally aggressive today, unlike their usual defensive counter-attack style. Could it be because of Happy's Bao Rongxing? Perhaps it's easier to take the initiative by playing aggressive. Pan Lin and Liebo could only guess. The battle was developing on two ends. At this moment, the camera switched over to a character that hadn't yet entered the fray. Boundless Sea. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. He had tried to circle around to Blue Rain's rear, but Blue Rain noticed him and prevented it from happening. Fang Rui wasn't willing to let the matter go and continued to try different angles. It was as if he had to use the gale to attack Blue Rain no matter what. Fang Rui is gambling a bit, Pan Lin said, seeing Boundless Sea stubbornly try to find a way in. Liebo didn't say anything. It was a crucial match. Fang Rui was an incredibly experienced and crafty player. Would he really make a gamble? He probably has something else in mind. Liebo carefully observed Fang Rui's movements. Even Liebo was suspicious. How could Yu Wenju not be either? The situation on one side of the battle was clear. Yishio was being boxed at one ed by Huang Xiaoqian, while Su Mucheng was helping him break free. Huang Xiaoqian could be considered as being in a 1v2, so it looked like a box too. However, Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain was a Blade Master, a melee class. Dancing Rain was long-ranged, so she could fire from afar. She was taking the initiative to attack him, not Troubling Rain restricting her movements. The box too was weak. If Su Mucheng wanted to leave, she could leave. Huang Xiaoqian had no control over her. He could only stop Yishio, and that was his goal. It was a 1v2 though, and he was facing the former best partners. The difficulty of doing so didn't need to be said. What Huang Xiaoqian was doing reminded people of the previous Blue Rain vs Happy match. In that team competition, Blue Rain's former captain, Wei Chen, had accomplished a 1v2, no? He stalled Blue Rain's Yu Wenju and Lu Hanwen by himself. In the end, Wei Chen sacrificed his character to achieve these goals, but what about Huang Xiaoqian? Huang Xiaoqian was different because he wasn't focused on dragging down both players, but rather only Yishio's Lord Grim. As long as Dancing Rain's attacks didn't affect his end goal, he wouldn't care. He was very focused. He didn't care if he was being harassed by Su Mucheng. Yu Wenju was overjoyed at this turn of events. He hadn't expected the box of one to last this long because after shifting their focus onto Steamed Bun Invasion, Happy's other characters were free to do what they wanted. It would be easy for Happy to break Huang Xiaoqian's box of one. That was the reality. Su Mucheng decided to prioritize breaking the box of one. But who would have thought that Huang Xiaoqian would be so tenacious? This sort of opportunity couldn't be wasted. The rest of Blue Rain understood this and attacked Steamed Bun Invasion even more fiercely. Steamed Bun didn't even have time to type into the chat. Steamed Bun Invasion was beaten up left and right. Although was in a sorry state, he wasn't completely trapped. How troublesome. Blue Rain looked towards Happy's other character. Little Cold Hands and Wenny's Little Cold Hands. While they were busy with Steamed Bun, Happy's healer was providing Steamed Bun with as much support as possible. No one was disturbing him, and he was only focused on a single target. Under these circumstances, Wenny, who had exceptional timing, had god-level healing. What's more, his character Little Cold Hands had the highest heal crit in the game, making it even harder for Steamed Bun Invasion to die. Blue Rain had no choice but to make some adjustments. Under Yu Wenchu's orders, Jingxian took care of Little Cold Hands. Although both were long-ranged classes, Spitfires were faster than clerics. No one else was more suitable than him to suppress the healer. But when Jingxian fired at Little Cold Hands, he discovered that his Bullet Rain's attack range wasn't quite enough. With no other choice, Jingxian could only have Bullet Rain move forward. Little Cold Hands' healing needed to be suppressed. If not, their DPS would be drastically reduced, and Huang Shaoqian was dealing with a lot of pressure. His Boxer 1 could be broken at any moment, so they needed to hurry. But when Bullet Rain moved forward, Little Cold Hands moved back. And when he was aware of the enemy side's intentions. Thus, he moved back to get out of Jingxian's attack range. Jingxian could only continue to speed up Bullet Rain's pursuit. After Yu Wenju noticed the change, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. He hastily turned his head back. Sky-piercing strike! Fang Rui's Boundless Sea finally made his move. Amidst the strong winds, the qi looked hazy. However, its speed was extremely fast. It seemed to meld together with the wind, and in an instant, Bullet Rain was swallowed up by the qi. Bullet Rain was sent flying as if he had been blown away. Yu Wenju wanted to warn him, but he was too late. He hadn't been ignoring Fang Rui. It was just that with his original position, Fang Rui was temporarily no threat. He had planned on doing the same as before. He would pretend to ignore him and then neutralize whatever his intentions were at the last moment. As a result, Fang Rui had always seemed invisible. But when he suddenly tilted the scales, Little Cold Hands' retreat backwards made Jingxian instinctively chase after him. It wasn't that Fang Rui had moved Boundless Sea into the correct position, but rather, Bullet Rain had gifted himself to the enemy. All of this had taken only a split second, and all of it was because of Wen's bait. Even Yu Wenju reacted to it too late. Bullet Rain was blasted away by the sky-piercing cannon. Along with the momentum of the wind, the blow-away effect was even stronger. Bullet Rain was directly thrown outside of the wind zone. And when he had moved to pursue Little Cold Hands, he had stopped attacking Steamed Bun Invasion. An opening immediately appeared in Blue Rain's assault on Steamed Bun Invasion as a result of the sudden interruption. Steamed Bun Invasion immediately rolled and escaped through the opening. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud attacked with his sword, but Steamed Bun Invasion responded with a brick. Take this brick! This guy was still chatting. Who knew if it was because of his early contact with Huang Shaoqian, but Steamed Bun liked to call out his moves too. He couldn't speak in the chat, so his only choice was the chat. It had always annoyed him. The take this brick had been sudden, but Lu Hanwen's reaction speed was astonishing. Flowing Cloud turned his head and dodged it. The sword light continued forth, but after noticing Swaxa's movements, he adjusted. Ha ha, scared. Steamed Bun noticed the change in Flowing Cloud's attacks. Delighted, Steamed Bun Invasion took the chance to counterattack. But little did he know, Lu Hanwen had intentionally left an opening. And this opening wasn't for him, but for Swaxa. Hexagram Prison. Pillars of light descended. Steamed Bun tried to dodge, but it was too late. Let me out! Steamed Bun cried out in the chat. His Steamed Bun Invasion had been trapped by Hexagram Prison. Having seen the situation change, Yu Wenju decided to stop their assault on Steamed Bun Invasion. But because of the Hexagram Prison, it was as if they pressed pause on their previous offense. First stop, resolve the issues, and then continue. Boundless Sea. The invisible Boundless Sea was now a threatening presence because he had finally gotten onto the tailwind of the wind zone. And the strong winds made his qi attacks even faster. After sending out a sky-piercing cannon at Bullet Rain, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea headed towards Yu Wenju Swaxa. Yu Wenju didn't panic. Swaxa moved and maintained the same angle with Boundless Sea. Fang Rui was trying for a certain angle, not just because he wanted to strengthen his attacks with the wind. More importantly, at a certain angle, Qi Masters would be suppressed by the gale. For example, if the wind and his attacks were perpendicular to each other, unless he was right next to his opponent, his chi energy would be blown away by the wind, and he would have trouble aiming his attacks. Fang Rui probably knew this point too, but Yu Wenju knew it better than him. Blue Rain had chosen this map, and Blue Rain also had a Chi Master. This was why Yu Wenju dared to let Fang Rui's Chi Master loop around them, because he knew exactly how the gale helped or hindered a Chi Master. Bullet Rain was blown back. It had been too fast for Yu Wenju to respond, but if Fang Rui wanted to target Hai Swoxa, then he wasn't going to let another accident happen. Chapter 1468. Breakthrough. Nomiami. Nomiami. The battle was a blur to the viewers. This team competition had too many changes happening too quickly. Neither side had a fixed strategy. In other words, when facing each other, there was no single path that could go all the way. It could only go back and forth, with both sides constantly adjusting to each other's reactions. Who was winning? Who was losing? In terms of offense, Blue Rain had the greater initiative. Happy's formation was somewhat in disarray. However, the more attentive viewers may have realized that Blue Rain had started with the tailwind advantage, but now, not really. Swoxa's curses wouldn't be strengthened by the gale. In fact, Swoxa was positioned more defensively. Their healer, Shu Jingxi's Soul Speaker, was also positioned more defensively. The impact of the wind on Blue Rain's offense was practically zero. On the other hand, Happy's Boundless Sea was taking advantage of the wind for his attacks. Yu Wenju had Swoxa move to not give Fang Rui any opportunities to attack him. But Boundless Sea simply waved his hands in a different direction and shot out a chi bullet as fast as a meteor. Zheng Xian's Bullet Rain dodged in a flurry. After getting sent flying by Boundless Sea, he had paid great attention to his existence. That guy knew how to put on an act. He looked like he was moving to attack Swoxa when he suddenly turned and fired at Bullet Rain. Zheng Xian wanted revenge. Bullet Rain fired back at Boundless Sea. But because of the effects of the gale, Bullet Rain's gunshot. Ha 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 ha, Fang Rui laughed in the chat. Boundless Sea slid his palms across. Chi Blade. Chi Blade was a difficult to react to skill in the first place. The gale only made it even harder. Zheng Xian didn't have time to think. Before even seeing it come out, he had Bullet Rain roll. Did the Chi Blade come? Zheng Xian didn't notice any changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, Swoxa stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. What's going on? Everyone was dumbstruck. Lord Grimm? Dancing Rain? Steamed Bun Invasion? None of them had attacked Swoxa. That meant it could have only been Boundless Sea. Don't underestimate me. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had intentionally kept the same posture as when he had sent out the Chi Blade. His two hands weren't facing Swoxa. But from the wind, they realized what had happened. Boundless Sea had accounted for the effects of the winds in his calculations. He knew the Chi Blade would fly diagonally from where he was aiming towards Swoxa. The strong winds could shift the movements of the Chi Blade, but it could not disperse the Chi itself. With the wind, the Chi Blade's momentum was even stronger. It was just that this sort of calculative ability, this was clearly the map that Blue Rain had chosen. If their Chi Master, Song Xiao, had been the one to make such an accurate shot, it wouldn't have been too surprising. But Fang Rui had been completely invisible before. The broadcast had given him very little screen time. At this moment, the director went back to check Fang Rui's movements from before. He realized that Fang Rui's Boundless Sea hadn't just been moving. He had been sending Chi out as he moved. Fang Rui had been measuring the effects of the wind on his Chi. His accuracy wasn't without reason. However, figuring out the wind in such a short amount of time couldn't be done without talent. The invisible Fang Rui and Boundless Sea immediately became the star of the show. Amidst the winds, Boundless Sea assumed his dirty pose, half crouching. His hands were raised to his chest, gathering swirling Chi from the surroundings. Fang Rui's incomparably dirty Chi Master suddenly looked to have the air of a great scholar again. This was Chi Master Level 75 skill, a skill that had a cast time. It could be charged. At this point, Blue Rain no longer had time to interrupt it. Even so, they still had to do something. If they couldn't interrupt it, they couldn't just let Fang Rui's Boundless Sea keep charging it, right? Thousand Chance in full bloom. Before Blue Rain attacked, Boundless Sea released the skill. It was only one palm, but all of the chi that had accumulated burst out, similar to Flash Burst. However, Flash Burst only a single burst of chi, while Thousand Chance in full bloom was like a flower. Numerous bullets sprayed out and then scattered throughout the field because of the wind. Bullet Rain, Swaksar, and Soul Speaker were all within this rain of chi. Thousand Chance in full bloom originally didn't cover a large area, but because of the wind, using the word scattered to describe these bullets of chi was perfectly appropriate. Of Blue Rain's 3 characters, Swaksar was in the center of the meteor shower. There was no place for him to dodge. The bullets of chi along with the added force of the wind forced Swaksar back. The other 2, Shu Jingxi and Zheng Xian, had to give up what they were doing before to dodge the attack. For a moment, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had stopped all 3 alone. It was only for a short moment, but these opportunities didn't come by easily. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire suddenly became even more compact. Bullet Rain and Swaksar had been pinned down in succession. Su Mucheng's Dancing Rain had suddenly shifted targets. Her target was no longer Troubling Rain but Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud. Lu Hanwen wasn't too bothered by it. He had noticed the attacks and dodged them. Steen Bun Invasion now had room to breathe and immediately became more boisterous. "Leo, let me fix you up," Steen Bun shouted in the chat. He had received Yishio's orders. Once he found an opening, he would immediately attack Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain. The crowd booed. "Who are you? You say you're going to fix up the Sword Saint? Even if the battle had taken a turn, haven't you heard the phrase having an unfair advantage?" The crowd couldn't admire Steen Bun's delight at all. But they could see that with Steen Bun Invasion moved towards Huang Xiaoqian, the connection between him and Lord Grim had been re-established. "Is all yours, Steen Bun?" Yishio immediately called out in the chat. Afterwards, Lord Grim tried to retreat. "Leo, do you dare to fight 300 exchanges with me?" Steen Bun challenged, while throwing a brick towards the back of Troubling Rain's head. Huang Xiaoqian had been checking his surroundings. When he saw the brick, he had Troubling Rain tilt his head. It seemed like he had no intentions of letting Lord Grim go. But then... Pie. Not a brick, but a slap on the face. If it was a brawler slap, Lord Grim could do it too. He had pretended to retreat. Taking advantage of Huang Xiaoqian dodging Steen Bun Invasion's brick, he suddenly came out with a slap. As soon as the attack hit, the combo began. With a hook, Troubling Rain was sent flying into the air. As for the follow-up attacks, not even the fastest mouth could narrate every attack. Unspecialized Blitz. The myriad manifestations umbrella kept changing forms, keeping Troubling Rain tumbling in the air. This combo couldn't last that long though. After all, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea couldn't just spam Thousand Chance in full bloom. Blue Rain's 3 players had been positioned scattered apart. No matter how well Fang Rui took advantage of the wind, he couldn't keep all 3 under control. Bullet Rain's rescue soon arrived. Huang Xiaoqian used the opening to escape. But what should they do next? For a moment, Blue Rain didn't seem to have a direction. Happy's broken formation had now been reformed. Lord Grim and Steen Bun Invasion were together alongside each other. Su Mucheng had the long-range support. And when he was in the middle as the healer, getting protection from 2 sides. And although Fang Rui was deep in enemy territory alone, he had the wind on his side and had nothing to fear. What should they do? Quite a few viewers were looking at Team Blue Rain's chat. At this moment, Blue Rain should have some idea on what to do, right? Their previous plan seemed to have been broken apart one by one. Some people looked at the health on both teams. After comparing them, they saw which side had won the exchange. Coach Lee, what are your thoughts? Pan Lin asked Liebo this question. It's still too early to say, but what Blue Rain does next will be crucial to how the rest of the match plays out, Liebo said. Of course, Liebo immediately added, it's also important to see how Happy is able to take advantage of this situation. Sure enough, Happy didn't disappoint Liebo. After breaking apart Blue Rain's tactics one by one, it was time for their counterattack. Even though Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain had been rescued from Lord Grimm's combo because of his teammates, Happy had no plans of letting him escape. Troubling Rain became Happy's focus point. Lord Grimm's attacks became the lead for the entire team. Take my fist, Leo! Steamed Bun continued to shout. Previously, he had been ridiculing Blue Rain for teaming up on him, but he had no problems teaming up on Huang Xiaoqian. Blue Rain's fans had already started booing. They were worried for Huang Xiaoqian. But at this moment, Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud broke through Su Mucheng's zoning, his greatsword coming to the rescue. Meteor form. Flowing Cloud's greatsword, Flame Shadow, was fast. Along with the explosions from behind, he blazed across the field into the enemy lines. Wow, this kid's pretty impressive. Steamed Bun was put in a difficult situation because of the attack. They couldn't bother trash-talking Steamed Bun. Lu Hanwen could actually be considered a senior. They were amazed that Steamed Bun could actually dodge that sudden attack. If he had been wielding a lightsaber, Liebo spoke halfway through before stopping himself. He realized that he seemed to say those words a bit too much. It was like he was criticizing Lu Hanwen for choosing a greatsword over a lightsaber. In reality, Lu Hanwen used his greatsword to great effect, accomplishing things that couldn't be done by a lightsaber. Liebo only felt it was a pity that the attack speed was slow. Kid, I admire you. You've at least got more guts than that, Leo. You're a worthy opponent. Steamed Bun continued to chatter. Fuck, you bastard, I've endured long enough. Come here and let me hack you into pieces. Insulted without even being in the conversation, Huang Xiaoqian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 1469. Double Image. Nomiami. Nomiami. Was he enraged? Seeing Huang Xiaoqian rant so angrily that he didn't even bother to use punctuation, many people thought this way. But just as many weren't fooled at all. Huang Xiaoqian's fighting existed on a completely separate channel from his trash talk. His trash talk didn't reveal any of his cold, brutal, opportunistic style at all. So, seeing him yell in the chat that he couldn't endure Steamed Bun any longer, at least half of the audience didn't believe him all. It looked like Steamed Bun didn't believe him either. He completely ignored Huang Xiaoqian, and instead focused on controlling Steamed Bun invasion to fight Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud. This was simply too normal of an action. The opponent in front of him was strong, how could he simply turn around to go and fight someone else just because they yelled something? But everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but think, Steamed Bun looked down on Huang Xiaoqian and didn't want to bother with fighting him anymore. What was up with that? Those who thought this didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was such an important playoffs match, with such a fast rhythm, so many changes, endlessly wonderful. But as soon as the scene focused in over here, how come it seemed like it was hiding this unseriousness? Were these two people really treating this match seriously? Even Blue Rain's own fans couldn't help but begin to question their Sword Saint. And what was the Sword Saint actually doing? After shouting at Steamed Bun, Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain actually dropped the opponent in front of him and prepared to kill his way towards Steamed Bun invasion. He lost his cool. Seeing this, countless people began to shout. Shock, disappointment, delight in disaster, all sorts of emotions were pulled forth by this one action of Huang Xiaoqian's. Such a strong retreat was obviously unwise. Even the chaotic Steamed Bun, in these conditions, didn't lose the opponent in front of him, Lu Hanwen. And Huang Xiaoqian, who was supposed to be more mature, actually did such a childish action, and the opponent he dropped was Yi Xiao. An opponent even scarier than Lu Hanwen. As expected, Yi Xiao didn't miss this opportunity. Lord Grimm immediately went for the opening that Troubling Rain exposed as he forcefully retreated. At that moment, swordlight violently burst forth. Formless Phantom Blade. The level 70 Blade Master skill, the skill that still dealt the highest damage, Formless Phantom Blade. Troubling Rain retreated and went after Steamed Bun Invasion, but before he got there, the skill was already activated. And then, one step, one turn. The opening that Troubling Rain had exposed while retreating was suddenly completely covered by sword light. Oh! Blue Rain's Sichuan Stadium was instantly filled with the cheers and hollers of Blue Rain's fans. They were simply too moved, because their core, their ace, their idol, their sword saint, hadn't let them down in the end. He hadn't lost his cool. This was a trap inviting the gentleman to enter the funeral urn. But Yishio wasn't without defense. Facing the sudden turn and explosion of swordlight, Lord Grim swiftly retreated, the sword chasing him. Whoosh 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 ding, whoosh whoosh. The interwoven arcs of swordlight flashed through the air, punctuated with the occasional sounds of contact. Huang Xiaoqian's Formless Phantom Blade was simply this fast, so fast that no one could see how he was actually attacking. It seemed as though it was just that one moment, swordlight burst forth, dazzling the eyes, drawing attention, and then in the next moment, the light was gone, and all was still. It looked like it was all over. Troubling Rain, Lord Grim, the two characters stood in their original positions. What happened? While too many people were still in a daze, Lord Grim suddenly rushed forward. And Troubling Rain? Troubling Rain didn't move. Huang Xiaoqian actually just stood and watched as Lord Grim came at him with a double stab, impaling his body. And he still maintained that pose. Formless Phantom Blade, the pose after retracting the final slash. Huang Xiaoqian had unleashed the final slash of Formless Phantom Blade, but he hadn't managed to hit the target. An opening, this was undoubtedly a huge opening. Many Blade Masters, if they felt they didn't have full grasp of the situation, would rather give up on the last and most powerful slash of the Formless Phantom Blade. Huang Xiaoqian unleashed this slash, but this slash hadn't managed to hit. Any glory player could stand up and tell Huang Xiaoqian what that meant. So how could Huang Xiaoqian not know this principle? And with his skill, how could he have let this happen? This was why everyone was so shocked by this situation. The doubt was so strong that even the televised broadcast decided not to play the currently unfolding battle at full screen. Instead, they split to a small window, and in slow motion replayed the Formless Phantom Blade exchange between Yishio and Huang Xiaoqian just now. What kind of exchange had it been? Even though it was slowed down to a quarter of the speed, everyone could still clearly sense how fast it was. Formless Phantom Blade was that fast. But Yishio's responses seemed to be even faster. Lord Grim, with almost minuscule movements, dodged the slashes that this skill sent at him one after another. The tip of the sword, the blade of the sword, it all seemed to go right past him, without a single one landing. The audience watched as one slash looked like it was about to hit, and they felt their hearts leaping into their throats, and this was watching a slow-motion replay. Then, they saw that the myriad manifestations umbrella in Lord Grim's hand suddenly elongated, and that slash that seemed undodgeable was parried just like that. He parried a Formless Phantom Blade? Aside from dumbstruck, was there any more suitable emotion? Everyone had only ever seen this kind of thing in performances before. Two pro players, both using Formless Phantom Blade, and then ping-ping-pong-pong clashing again and again, until it looked like there were flowers blooming around them from all of the sparks flying. But that was practiced beforehand, where both sides knew from what angle and with what speed the other player would come at them. Yet now, this was the playoffs battlefield, and the one behind the Formless Phantom Blade was the number one among Blade Masters, the Sword Saint. And his Formless Phantom Blade had actually been parried by the opponent. After that, Lord Grim continued to retreat, continued to dodge. His one parry, of course, couldn't interrupt the Formless Phantom Blade attack, and the skill steadily reached the end. Just the fact that he'd been able to last this long was already breathtaking. No matter how they looked at it, though, there was no way for him to dodge or block the next slash, and this next slash just happened to be the most powerful, final slash of the Formless Phantom Blade. The sword lifted, carrying an incomparably sharp swordlight. Those sword shadows that had been all scattered earlier now seemed to gather and accumulate upon the blade, and the final gleaming blade of light flashed forth. What was that? And then everyone looked at where the swordlight had traveled, and they blinked, or rubbed their eyes. Had their vision gone fuzzy? Everyone thought this, because in their view, in that one moment, it looked like there had been a double image of Lord Grim. An instant later, it had vanished. The scene rewound and replayed in slow motion, this time at 1/8 the speed. This time, everyone saw clearly. Shadow clone technique. It was shadow clone technique. Lord Grim's two hands moved so fast as to be undetectable. He'd completed the seals in the span of time of the already incredibly fast formless phantom blade. What kind of hand speed was that? Everyone searched for a number on the screen, hoping it would tell them, but there was none. No number, they could only rely on their feeling. But for this sort of inhuman thing, how could an ordinary person rely on their feeling? The shadow clone technique didn't send the original body far away, so the real and false bodies stood very tightly together. The final slash of the formless phantom blade arrived, and at 1/8 speed, everyone could finally clearly see that the instant this skill had activated, the clone had been broken by this final slash. At 1/4 speed, everyone finally identified this double image that they'd mistaken for their eyes going blurry, because it really had only appeared for an instant. And even at 1/4 speed, it had only been there for a moment, allowing everyone to realize that that was the only way he would have been able to dodge that slash. Normal movement couldn't be made faster with faster hand speed. Only the hand seals of a ninja would, with an increase in hand speed, release a skill faster. Ultimately, Yi Xiu succeeded, using a method that surpassed everyone's imagination. And no one could forget that Yi Xiu was an old general of 10 years. This sort of unbearably fast hand speed, wasn't that supposed to be something that only the youth had? The final slash of Huang Shaoqian's formless phantom blade hadn't landed, but at this time, no one felt that he had made a mistake. He had already done very well, using blade after blade to attack the defending Yi Xiu, forcing him back until he had nowhere to dodge and nowhere to block. What happened afterward couldn't be called Huang Shaoqian's fault. That sort of transcendence of natural human limits, how could that be treated as a miscalculation? It wasn't Huang Shaoqian's fault, but no matter what, his troubling reign once again fell into an unfavorable situation as Yi Xiu controlled Lord Grim to unleash another flurry of attacks at him. But those who had just been watching the small window reply found that for now, they couldn't re-immerse themselves back in the normal battle. That moment, that instant, they still weren't sure if it had even been real. They needed to watch it a few more times. In comparison, the live audience was better off. The screens suspended at the center of the stadium were large enough to replay that moment over and over, but in truth, they didn't replay it for too long. After all, this was Blue Rain's home stadium, and that wasn't a thrilling moment that belonged to Blue Rain. But just once was enough to render the entire audience speechless. Xiaochuan Stadium, at this moment, was dead silent. This was a moment that belonged to Happy, but even Happy's diehard fans sitting on the west side were so shocked that they forgot to cheer. Beyond all belief. That was perhaps the only way to describe that scene. Pan Lin and Liebo, in the broadcast, were reciting those words as well. But on the battlefield, a chaotic rain silently fell at this moment. The initiative that Yi Xiu had gained with his unbelievable controls was immediately broken by this silent chaotic rain. No matter how exciting, he just dodged one attack. In Blue Rain's channel, Captain Yu Wenju spoke calmly. Huang Shaoqian's calm was to help him clearly and accurately seize killing opportunities. But in Blue Rain, the one who was truly as calm as an unmelting glacier of 1,000 years was still their captain. Chapter 1470. This is the strategy. Nomiami. Nomiami. Seeing Yu Wenju send this message in the chat, Xiaochuan Stadium was suddenly filled with thunderous applause. When Huang Shaoqian's valiant formless phantom blade was broken by the opponent like that, never mind the players on the field, even the watching audience couldn't help but feel unsettled. But now, one sentence from their captain was enough to reassure everyone. That was right. It was nothing more than dodging one attack. No matter how clever the method was, the final result wasn't anything special. It was simply a dodge. It was like kicking a goal in soccer. There would always be those super difficult, inimitable shots, but with regards to the match itself, no matter how exciting, it was only 1 goal and 1 point, nothing more. Don't pay it too much mind. Keep your spirits up. Even the Blue Rain fans watching from off the field understood the meaning of their captain's words. The chaotic rain splashed upon the ground, and even Yishio couldn't continue to control his character under the confused state. He could only try to get out of the skills range as early as he could. Sorry, Su Mucheng said in Happy's chat. Swaxa didn't have any close-range opponents covering him, and she was the only one who could have used an attack to disrupt him. But she hadn't noticed the casting of this chaotic rain. From a certain angle, it could be called her mistake. Don't worry, Yishio replied. He didn't have any intent of blaming anyone. The launcher had the longest attack range of any class, and often had the ability to target any opponent during a battle. But did that mean that every attack interrupt would be left to the responsibility of the launcher? Of course not. Even a warlock, a character that was important to target and interrupt, could not always be interrupted in this kind of chaotic battle. Leave him to me, Fang Rui shouted in the chat. Blue Rain was avoiding the location occupied by Fang Rui, and by this time, they had spread outside of the gale area, trying to go as far away as possible. Fang Rui felt a bit sad leaving behind his advantage, but right now Boundless Sea didn't serve any purpose by staying in the wind area, so he also controlled Boundless Sea to travel with the wind and flew like a shooting star towards Swaxa. Hey, how come you're not crawling anymore? At this moment, a message from Steamed Bun suddenly appeared in the match chat. What? Blue Rain's players all had a double take. What was that supposed to mean? And then, very soon, they saw Fang Rui reply, "Crawl your face." Fuck. Everyone was shocked. Steamed Bun's mockery didn't discriminate between friend and foe. He would mock even his own teammate? But while Happy's 2 players bickered, their characters on the battlefield were cooperating. Steamed Bun Invasion, currently fighting Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud, suddenly turned and tried to leave. Lu Hanwen, of course, wouldn't let him go easily, but Lord Grim, who had managed to escape from the chaotic rain, was just passing by. The myriad manifestations umbrella waved, and with a clang, it parried Flowing Cloud's attack. Guard! Lord Grim used the Blade Master skill Guard. Flowing Cloud's silver weapon Flame Shadow was extremely heavy, so his attacks had much knockback. After Lord Grim blocked, the force of the attack sent him crashing in the direction of Steamed Bun Invasion. What a mistake! Pan Lin shouted, as the 2 characters slammed into each other. Players on the same team couldn't harm each other, but because Lord Grim was sent flying by the force of Flowing Cloud's attack, this crash was considered an attack. It wouldn't have been a big deal if the opponent had purposely used knockback to blow the opponent away, but this was Yishio controlling Lord Grim to voluntarily help cover Steamed Bun Invasion. Flowing Cloud had hit 2 birds with 1 stone, which was truly somewhat embarrassing. No, wait! But at this moment, Li Ibor suddenly shouted. After being hit, Steamed Bun Invasion staggered, but because of it, his charge suddenly accelerated. He and Fang Rui's Boundless Sea were trying to use a pincer strike against Swaxa, but because their plan was obvious, Blue Rain was already on the defensive. Yu Wenju was paying attention to the movement speeds of the 2 characters, and Jingxian's Bullet Rain was already opening fire to block Steamed Bun Invasion. Jingxian chose to block Steamed Bun because he saw that Boundless Sea was still in the wind zone, and attacks in that direction would be affected. Originally, it had all been calculated very clearly, including Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud catching up from behind to coordinate and close in. But in the end, because Yishio's Lord Grim passed by, it was all blown to pieces. Steamed Bun Invasion, with a sudden burst of speed, broke through Bullet Rain's cover. Yu Wenju, who had been controlling Swaxa to change positions, was clearly unprepared for this abrupt change. Prepare your face! Steamed Bun once again gave a shout before attacking. Steamed Bun Invasion arrived in front of Swaxa and threw a sand toss his way. What Yu Wenju feared the most was such moments of unpreparedness. His awareness, reaction, judgment, they were all sufficient to respond to whatever happened. But always, in the last moment, when it was time to turn his awareness and reaction into controls, he was too slow. Yu Wenju had long since grown accustomed to this awkwardness. He was unperturbed, and already began calculating for what would happen after he was hit. But this time, a gold-colored shield of light suddenly surrounded Swaksar. Steamed Bun Invasion Sand Toss, after hitting this shield, was swallowed into nothing. Swaksar didn't take any damage, nor did he lose his sight. Holy Shield Technique! The Paladin's skill. When Yu Wenju was faced with a situation he couldn't handle, his teammates knew as well. Xu Jingxi didn't begrudge using his skill, and Soul Speaker cast Holy Shield Technique to protect Swaksar within. Unlike the Qi Master's Qi Guard, which didn't move once cast, Holy Shield Technique was a protection centered around a character and would move with the character's movements. Yu Wenju was already in the process of dodging in the aftermath of the attack, but with this Holy Shield Technique, his controls went more smoothly. Yu Wenju didn't slow down as a result of this. The Holy Shield Technique was equivalent to giving a character some extra health. It couldn't completely block all of the opponent's skills. For example, some of the grappler's grab attacks would throw the character along with the Holy Shield Technique. It wasn't like the Golden Shield would prevent the grab. So Swaksar still had to dodge. Yu Wenju couldn't let his character be controlled by the opponent. As for where he would go, Yu Wenju had already calculated. There was no safe zone in a battle, of course, so he wanted to go in a direction where it was convenient for Blue Rain's players and characters to support him. As for where Steamed Bun might intercept him, he swiftly calculated those as well. Here, Yu Wenju chose a direction that was inconvenient for Steamed Bun and was good for cooperation with the Blue Rain players. But Steamed Bun's view didn't even glance his way, he just continued charging straight forward. What was he doing now? Yu Wenju didn't understand Steamed Bun's plot, but it also didn't interfere with his own escape, so even though he didn't understand, it was better for him to first just get as far away as he could. Swaksar dodged to the side, and Steamed Bun Invasion really didn't attack him at all, he just passed right by Swaksar just like that. Yu Wenju's heart jumped as he suddenly realized something. Alarmed, Swaksar turned around, pulling his camera view, and as expected, Steamed Bun Invasion was charging straight. Over there, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had adjusted his movement direction. The true target of these two's pincer attack wasn't Swaksar, but Soul Speaker, Blue Rain's healer. The audience members with the omniscient view didn't react much faster than Yu Wenju. It wasn't until the thing actually happened that there were shouts of surprise. Liebor's brain just wasn't enough. He had started as a pro player, playing in countless real battles. Later, he became a professional commentator, watching countless battles. But in Liebor's memory, there had never before been a match where the rhythm was this fast. How long had this battle lasted so far? It had barely been a few minutes, right? But everything was happening so suddenly. It was like being on a speeding train. For any match, whether the home or the away team, there would always be a general overall strategy they followed. But in this match? Up to now, Liebor had yet to figure out what the main goal of either team was. This match felt like two enemies meeting randomly in the heavenly domain, neither side having prepared beforehand, and then breaking out into a fight. All of the responses followed from the immediate, real-time changes. All strategic thoughts were formed spontaneously on the field. What was going on? Liebor was truly lost, completely lost. In this match, maybe the yelling in the chat was a bit unprofessional, okay, but right now, had the two sides prepared strategy beforehand? What were the methods they'd prepared to win this match? Especially Team Blue Rain. This is your home match, your map. Did you not think beforehand how you were going to use it? The offense and defense is so fast that Blue Rain has no way of using their home field advantage. At this moment, Pan Lin suddenly exclaimed this sentence, and Liebor felt as though he suddenly saw the light. What did you say? Liebor cried out. Ah. Pan Lin, alarmed, thought that he had said something wrong. The fast offense and defense prevents Blue Rain from using their home field advantage, Leobor repeated the sentence to himself. So far, aside from predicting Happy's path at the very beginning, and then attacking Happy from the advantageous position in the center wind zone, Blue Rain hasn't really used the map. Pan Lin said. You're right. Leobor nodded his head sharply. He figured it out. The two sides didn't have any strategy? How was that possible? This was a playoffs match. If time permitted, no amount of preparation was too much. Who would slack off? Blue Rain had used the map from the start, attacking Downwind and instantly scattering Happy's formation. Their opening was successful. Then what about Happy? Happy's strategy, Happy's battle plan for this match, was what everyone saw now. Play fast, play chaotically. Using a fast and changing rhythm, keep Blue Rain's hands and feet tied, make it so that they had no way of using wind zones on this map as they had practiced. Both sides looked like they were lacking in preparation, turning this into a mess. In reality, Blue Rain had prepared, but they had no chance to display it. Happy? The situation right now was what they had prepared for. Their goal was to chase victory in the midst of chaos. Chapter 1471. Wild Happy. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. After looking over the clues and reviewing the contents of the previous rounds in this match, Leobor was even more confident in his views. When the two sides first clashed, it had been extremely unfavorable for Happy. At that time, they could have evaded Blue Rain's Downwind assault, but Happy stubbornly chose to stay and face them. Leobor wanted to say he didn't understand their choice, but didn't have time to because the pace of the match had been too fast, especially with one side getting a speed boost from the strong winds. But then, the situation had unwittingly unfolded into the present state. Along the way, there were simply too many details worth talking about. To think Happy would actually use such a strategy, speaking of which, does this count as a strategy? Pan Lin said after listening to Leobor's analysis. Leobor forced a smile. A strategy usually entailed structure, but Happy's strategy changed depending on the situation. It was completely chaotic. It couldn't really be considered as a strategy. But the important part was that Happy succeeded at least for now. Blue Rain wasn't able to display their home game advantage. If they win like this, Pan Lin didn't know what to say. If just randomly fighting could win, then the win wouldn't just be over Team Blue Rain. It could be considered a slap to the term pro-level playing. Were strategy and tactics actually meaningless in a competition? This isn't something that can be accomplished just by playing around randomly, Leobor laughed. Oh. Think about Team Happy's background, Leobor said. The current Happy was no longer an unremarkable grassroots internet cafe team. They were a top 8 team that had made it into the playoffs. There were no weak teams in the playoffs. Because anyone that could stand here had experienced the test of an entire season. Perhaps winning the Challenger League could be done by a fluke of luck because that was an elimination tournament format. But there was no luck in the regular season. It was 38 rounds of back and forth. How could it be so convenient as to always be lucky? In a competition of skill, the skilled teams would receive attention, especially for a team like Happy, where there was always something to talk about. As a result, the media had pretty much dug up all there was to know about the members of Team Happy. Team Happy's background. Pan Lin stared blankly. He had always followed Team Happy closely. With Leobor's reminder, he immediately thought of all the details of Happy's team roster. Compared to the teams that went through the Alliance's investigation to make it into the league, Team Happy didn't suddenly become known in a single day. Their team had history which could be traced back all the way to the opening of the 10th server. Yes, the opening of the 10th server. Too many people remembers how in the first day of the 10th server, the name Lord Grim kept popping up in the world chat, which could be checked. Many of the first kill records in the 10th server's beginner village were held by Lord Grim. The opening of the 10th server was the day of Yi Xiu's retirement. The story could be easily pieced together. Many 10th server players could describe the terrifying dungeon record wars that followed. And in this war, the name Lord Grim could not be missed. He held countless spots on the leaderboards, a member of one guild one day and then a different guild the next day. Whether it was Tyrannical Ambition or Blue Brook Guild, there were traces of Lord Grim. The members of these guilds had leaked out that at that time, Lord Grim had already been holding that crazy transforming myriad manifestations umbrella. They also stated with certainty that Yishio had two partners by his side, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. Later, Concealed Light and 1-Inchish joined. Pro characters were stored in Glory's in-game servers too. Happy's characters could be searched and verified as created in the 10th server. Team Happy was a new team from head to toe. Almost all of their members had come from the 10th server. And how had they grown throughout this journey? Pan Lin knew. Liebor had wanted him to think of this point. Happy's players had grown together through chaotic fights. From a trusted information source, in the 10th server, Lord Grim had become a public enemy of all the top guilds. These top guilds weren't just random player guilds, but club guilds, guilds with a powerful background. Because Yishio's investment into the 10th server had disrupted the balance between the guilds. When he reached level 50 and entered the Heavenly Domain, the top guilds had allied together and went on a hunt for him. According to another trusted information source, deception had appeared besides Lord Grim at that point. Happy left behind a very clear trail in history. And this trail was made up entirely of the blood and tears of the big guilds. And Happy's players had trained and grown in these sorts of fights. 5v5 team battle? Too small scale. In the game, 5 players was just half a team. A team was 10 players, and a group consisted of 10 teams, 100 players. Even if the skill levels of those 100 players couldn't compare to a pro level, it was obvious which one would be more chaotic, no? Making the fight chaotic wasn't because Happy had no idea what to do against Blue Rain in the home game, rather it was because it was their best way of facing Blue Rain and the playstyle they were most adept at. How long had it been since pro players had experienced chaotic fights like those in the game? They were used to logical and structured 5v5 fights. Such wild chaos hadn't been seen in so long. Perhaps even many of the players who came from the club training camps didn't have these types of experiences. If pro teams were thrown into the game, they could deal with any in-game matter without a problem. But the pros would be relying on their superior intuition and technique to bully in-game players. However, Blue Rain wasn't playing against normal players. Blue Rain was facing Team Happy, a playoffs team. Happy had been a mess at the start, and now, Blue Rain was also in a mess. But Happy was happy being in a mess. Amidst this chaos, there was rhythm and synergy. But Blue Rain was truly a mess. They couldn't find the appropriate rhythm, or perhaps, it could be said that they weren't able to establish one. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion had feigned a pincer attack on Swaxar, but then suddenly turned to pincer attack Soul Speaker instead. Team Blue Rain was in disorder. Swaxar turned to cast a curse, but this time, Mucheng locked onto him. She fired a shot at him, forcing Yu Wenju to avoid it. Details such as Yishio using guard to crash into Steamed Bun Invasion and helping him accelerate were lost by the viewers. The match was developing simply too fast. Right now, Yishio was violently attacking Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud, pushing him back. On the other end, Huang Xiaotian's troubling rain wanted to get past him, but his attempt didn't escape Yishio's notice. Lord Grim suddenly swept across the field with a shining arc, cutting troubling rain off. After 2 quick swipes, Huang Xiaotian had no choice but to have troubling rain retreat. Paladins wore plate armor. Although their defense was much higher than clerics, their movements were much slower. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion made his way to him practically unimpeded. Xu Jingxi saw them clearly. He obviously had no intentions of being a sitting duck. Soul Speaker readied a halo smash. Whoever first reached him would receive a hit back, creating an opening for him. Which one? Xu Jingxi's Soul Speaker retreated 2 steps, so he could see the attacks from his left and right more clearly. They're here. On his left side, Boundless Sea raised his 2 hands, letting out a blast of chi. Xu Jingxi immediately acted and readied a halo smash, but... Cloud Grasping Fist. Boundless Sea had unexpectedly used a cloud-grasping fist. This skill grabbed the target. It dealt no damage, so it wasn't something Halo Smash could reflect back. Xu Jingxi was depressed. He didn't know if he should blame luck or if it was because Fang Rui had seen through him. Then, what about Steamed Bun Invasion? As he moved to make it more difficult for Boundless Sea to grab him, Xu Jingxi looked toward Steamed Bun Invasion and saw something coming towards him. He immediately tilted his head. Who? A brick whistled by. There wasn't enough time to activate Halo Smash. To think you dodged it, Steamed Bun was surprised. Blue Rain's players really are amazing. Steamed Bun finally said a few kind words to Blue Rain, but Blue Rain's players nor fans could feel excited about these words in any way. From what he was saying, dodging his brick was an incredible feat. Blue Rain's two Blade Masters were blocked by Yi Xiu. Yu Wenju was busy dealing with Su Mucheng and didn't have time to help. Only Zheng Xian was left. The spiritless Zheng Xian didn't dare be negligent. His bullet rain rushed toward Soul Speaker with his sights locked onto Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea. Then, Zheng Xian personally witnessed a kidnapping take place. Could this even be called a fight? Zheng Xian felt his mind go hazy. Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea, two fighter classes, were surrounding their healer, punching and kicking him. You would expect a few skills to be used, no? But the two enemies were just swinging their arms and legs. You couldn't even tell whose arm or leg it was. And as Soul Speaker was beaten up, it looked like he was being forcefully dragged towards an area. An area? The Wind Zone. Those two guys wanted to kidnap Soul Speaker and bring him into the Wind Zone. If that happened, Blue Rain would have trouble taking advantage of the terrain to rescue him. How stressful! Zhang Xian had become the team's only hope, and he couldn't help but mutter his catchphrase. Then, he charged forward resolutely. Let go of our healer. To motivate himself, Zhang Xian gave a shout in the chat. Someone's here. What do we do? Steamed Bun said. From the way he phrased it, it really did sound like they had been caught in the middle of a kidnapping. Pretend we didn't see him, Fang Rui said. How smart. Steamed Bun said. Zheng Xian was infuriated. Did he really pose no threat to them? Chapter 1472. Can never be overlooked at any moment. Nomiami. Nomiami. Bullet Rain. Bullet Rain. In this sort of critical moment, Zheng Xian usually liked to drop a "how stressful" in the chat before acting. But this time, in a rare sight, he didn't complain at all. Just like that, Bullet Rain, scattering a rain of bullets, rushed forward. Boom 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 boom. A road paved with the fireworks of explosions. When a Spitfire went on full offensive, the sight was as splendid and colorful as a mage's attacks. Zhong Jiala, the creator of the 100 Blossoms style, used this point to the fullest, and those who came after him all learned something from the 100 Blossoms style. Perhaps they wouldn't take advantage of the special effects of the attacks to the peak like he did. But for Spitfires, how dazzling the offensive was became an important metric for gauging strength. Zheng Xian, this unmotivated guy, was currently playing an unusually dazzling game. He had always been viewed as the best Spitfire player after Zhong Jiala, and he'd even had the opportunity to go to 100 Blossoms to fill the gap that had been left by Zhong Jiala's retirement, and become that team's core. But Zheng Xian's unmotivated personality led him to reject that kind of invitation. And not long after that, another Blue Rain player, Yufeng, left for 100 Blossoms. As a berserker, he lifted up this team. So, these two teams still ended up completing this kind of exchange. Because of his lack of motivation, Zheng Xian had suffered more than a bit of criticism. But he never minded the opinions of the outside world. There was no ambition in his chest. He never cared about how important he was, how much people looked up to him, how much they expected from him. But now, Zheng Xian resolutely focused all of his spirit. Because the situation they faced now was extremely dire. If their healer was really dragged into the Wind Zone by Fang Rui and Steamed Bun, saving him would become extremely difficult, and they would lose the initiative completely. But this, by itself, wasn't enough to force Zheng Xian to focus. What really caused him to focus was the fact that, in such critical moments, he didn't want to let his teammates down. Yes, he was an unmotivated person, but Blue Rain, his Blue Rain teammates, accepted his personality. They allowed him to be lazy sometimes. They allowed him to bring that dull, listless performance sometimes, where others would be grinding their teeth in frustration. This wasn't to say that Blue Rain was really that casual. This was all because Blue Rain's players, always had faith in Zheng Xian's judgment. Laziness, listlessness. Whenever Zheng Xian displayed these traits, it was always during irrelevant moments. But any time things were at a crucial point, this guy would always rush forward with a "how stressful" on his tongue. He had never dropped the ball before. His teammates accepted him, and Zheng Xian wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. He always repaid everyone's acceptance. He understood that, standing on this battlefield, he wasn't fighting just for himself. Sometimes, he could give up without a care, but the team couldn't, his teammates couldn't. And so, he would continue to walk with everyone. In the end, he lived up to the trust everyone had in him. Unmotivated? If this was truly a competition where everyone only strove for individual honor, Zheng Xian probably would have been eliminated from this circle long ago. But Glory was a team project, it wasn't a single-player game. It wasn't that Zheng Xian lacked motivation, it was that his motivation needed to be inspired from different sources. Such as, for his teammates, for the team. For him, paying enough trust would earn the deepest repayment. And Team Blue Rain had done exactly this. Charge! Seeing Zheng Xian control Bullet Rain, Blue Rain's fans exploded with cheers. At crucial moments, no one could slack off. The audience, the players, including Happy's players. Yishou's Lord Grim was forcefully holding back Huang Shaoqian and Lu Hanwen both. Su Mucheng's launcher was preventing Yu Wenshu's Swaxa from casting a single curse. Weren't Happy's players putting their all into seizing this opportunity firmly? Fang Rui told Steamed Bun to ignore the attacks from Bullet Rain. But, could they be ignored? Freezing Bullet, Flash Bullet, Electric Grenade, Implosion Grenade. Spitfires were not a class that only dealt damage, they had great crowd control. And attacks that had controlling effect simply could not be ignored. When Fang Rui said to ignore them, Happy's fans were scared to death. They thought, how could they be ignored? And Steamed Bun's answer, how smart, only frightened them even more. These two conducting their kidnapping, they were really audacious to the extreme. They really dared to ignore him? Bullet Rain poured down, everything was coming to a head, and these two audacious fellows didn't disappoint, they really dared. Go 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 go! Steamed Bun shouted in the chat, and as he shouted, he furiously unleashed punches and kicks upon Soul Speaker. Xu Jingxi understood the current situation. He didn't have much means of fighting back, but he could put up a resistance. Throw here! Fang Rui suddenly called in the chat. Steamed Bun, who liked to complain, didn't bother to say anything this time. He lifted up Soul Speaker and swung. Fling! Even though it was a grappler skill, it was a sub-level 20 skill, so all fighters could learn it. None of the 4 fighter subclasses would completely neglect this kind of forceful grab skill. Compared to the grappler, which had its grab strengthening classing skill, the other 3 classes couldn't use the skill to the same effectiveness. But the skill could still throw the target, living up to its name. Soul Speaker flew. Plate armor wasn't light in weight, added to the fact that Steamed Bun Invasion's fling was only so strong. His flight wasn't long, he'd only just flown out of Steamed Bun Invasion's hands before it looked like he was about to land. But Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was already ready to catch him. Fling relay! Pan Lin exclaimed. It's still not enough. Li Yibor said. Even if they tried to relay throw him, they were still too far from the wind zone. Boundless Sea's fling was even weaker, because the Chi Master's strength was a bit less than the Brawler's. But at that moment, a grenade landed right behind Boundless Sea as he was grabbing Soul Speaker. The grenade cracked and split in 2, and a powerful force began to draw in the surrounding air. Implosion! Pan Lin once again exclaimed. Instantly, he understood. They thought that it wasn't enough because they only saw what was in front of them. Fang Rui thought that it was enough because he saw the whole situation. He saw that Bullet Rain had thrown an implosion grenade their way, and he was going to use the momentum brought by this implosion grenade. The airflow drew everything inward, sending the plant scattering. Boundless Sea, right next to the grenade, was instantly sent flying by the grenade, but his two hands were still gripping Soul Speaker. This was a priority that the implosion grenade couldn't break. Fly out! The two characters flew out together. Exclamations sounded throughout the crowd of Blue Rain fans, who were all thinking, "It's over, it's over. Don't underestimate me." But at this moment, Zheng Xian didn't say his catchphrase, "How stressful," but instead exploded with this shout. Bullet Rain changed direction, chasing the two characters flying through the air, madly going after them. Those dazzling explosions upon the ground were now aimed into the air, exploding non-stop next to Boundless Sea and Soul Speaker. What godly gun technique! Everyone was shocked. Because the two characters were stuck together by the grab, they flew a bit more slowly from the explosion than they otherwise would have. But to focus fire completely upon the trajectory they followed, thoroughly bombarding their bodies, how many people could do what Zheng Xian did? The applause swallowed the Blue Rain Stadium. Zheng Xian, this person who never had motivation, now displayed such a thrilling performance at this crucial moment. It surprised everyone, it raised everyone's spirits. And were these attacks just to deal damage? Of course not. The implosion sent them flying quickly, Zheng Xian's attacks chased after them quickly, everything happened in an instant. But the trajectory of the two flying characters, under Bullet Rain's attacks, was changed. It was clear to see that the two stuck-together characters wouldn't land in the wind zone. Even if Boundless Sea tried to fling now, there was no way he could send Soul Speaker into the wind zone. The applause became even more enthusiastic, so much that no one noticed a gunshot that was separate from Bullet Rain's mid-air firing, a gunshot that was different from Dancing Rain's explosive artillery fire. With a gunshot, Bullet Rain's attacks were extinguished, and after that, Zheng Xian saw a grenade fly past his sight, flying toward those two characters in the air. The type of the grenade clearly registered in Zheng Xian's pupils. Implosion. A grenade he was incomparably familiar with. And its trajectory? No. Zheng Xian desperately wanted to stop this grenade, but when he tried to control his character, Bullet Rain couldn't move. Of course, there was a reason why he couldn't move. Stun bullet. The earlier gunshot had been a stun bullet, stopping Bullet Rain's attacks for good. And after that, this implosion grenade flew outward. Zheng Xian wanted to stop it but couldn't. Only with great effort could he move again, and he couldn't be bothered to figure out who had done all this. Bullet Rain lifted his gun, furiously trying to detonate that implosion grenade in midair. But it was too late. Perhaps the implosion grenade hadn't managed to fly to its most optimal position, but when it burst, it still accomplished the goal that Happy wanted. Whoosh! When the implosion grenade blasted open, there was this sharp sound of a twister. The two characters were still stumbling from their landing, one continued to stumble, while the other was picked up into the air again. Right now there wasn't a grab in effect, so that the implosion grenade only affected the opponent. Soul Speaker was sent flying once again. And the stumbling Boundless Sea simply rolled into a half-crouch. He didn't even bother to stand up straight, he chased after Soul Speaker half-rolling, half-crawling. Behind him, Steam Bun Invasion brandished his brick and aggressively followed. It's over? Zheng Xian was in despair. At last, he had nothing left to stop this. That damned stun bullet, that damned implosion grenade, that damned guy. Zheng Xian already knew who had orchestrated this whole thing. It was that person who, at any moment, even if he was being pincered by Dual Blade Masters Huang Shaoqian and Lu Hanwen, could never be overlooked. That damn person. Yishio. Lord Grimm. Chapter 1473. New Criminal Partners. Nomiami. Nomiami. If looks could kill, Yishio and his Lord Grimm would have been dead by now from the crowd. Despite pressure from Huang Shaoqian's and Lu Hanwen's Blade Master duo, he was still able to find an opening at a crucial moment and complete Happy's plans. Wasn't that what it meant to be a core player? If the brilliant escape from Formless Phantom Blade could be considered as just dodging an attack, then this time, Yu Wenju wouldn't be able to wave away the players just landing an attack. Anyone could see how fatal it was for Blue Rain to have Soul Speaker flying away at this moment. Seeing Soul Speaker tumble helplessly towards the wind zone, Blue Rain's fans hated how they couldn't reach out with their hands to help him get back his footing. No one could stop it though. The stadium was filled with sighs of despair. For Blue Rain, the outcome wouldn't just be the end of this match, but the end of Blue Rain's season. A powerhouse team making it into the playoffs was nothing noteworthy. They only had one goal, to be the champions. A season where they didn't win the championships was a failure for them. Were they actually going to fall in the quarterfinals of the playoffs? The match wasn't over yet, but Blue Rain's fans were already feeling pessimistic. Because no one could stop it from happening. Yes, no one. But there was the wind. When Soul Speaker entered the wind zone, he faced against the wind. As a result, the resistive force of the wind slowed his air speed. Chance! Countless people cried out in their hearts. But in reality, they had no idea if this was an opportunity. They suddenly noticed a difference in how they expected things to turn out, so they thought it was an opportunity. And it really was one. However, it was different from the surprise the spectators felt. Blue Rain's players had anticipated this possibility. Swoxa raised his staff. Boom boom boom, Dancing Rain's artillery shells flew towards Swoxa. Mucheng wasn't going to mess up at a critical moment. Boom! Amidst the rumbling smoke from the explosions, Swoxa's staff was still flashing with a dark purple light. The curse hadn't been interrupted, meaning Dancing Rain's attacks hadn't hit. As the smoke dispersed, Troubling Rain's figure gradually appeared. Using your own body to block an attack was as stupid as it got. Perhaps because of how stupid it was, too many people would forget about this option. Huang Shaoqian did such a stupid-looking action at this crucial moment. He had let Yishio go and reached Swoxa's side to help block the incoming attacks. Yishio didn't react slowly either. When Troubling Rain suddenly jumped away, he realized something. He didn't block Troubling Rain. Instead, he immediately attacked Swoxa. But he was too late. By the time Lord Grim acted, Yishio knew it was too late. When Huang Shaoqian seized an opportunity, he wouldn't leave any openings behind. By the time Yishio noticed Troubling Rain's movements and made a decision, it was too late. Troubling Rain had been hit, and Swoxa was hit by Lord Grim's attack. However, the curse went through. Hexagram Prison. Swoxa had unexpectedly cast a Hexagram Prison. To seal Boundless Sea? To seal Steamed Bun Invasion? These two characters looked as if they could continue their kidnapping of Soul Speaker because the wind had stopped the kidnapping to reach its completion. Had Yu Wenju cast a Hexagram Prison to stop one of them? No. When the Hexagram Prison descended, the one locked into place by the 6 seals was Soul Speaker, Team Blue Rain's Paladin. Everyone was startled, but understood soon afterwards. Anything sealed by Hexagram Prison would take no damage, and the prison could not be broken. There was only one way to dispel Hexagram Prison: wait until the duration of the curse ended. Even if the caster died, the prison would stay in existence. This was the difference between a warlock and a mage. Mags used mana and incantations to create magic. When the mage died, their magic would disappear as well. But warlocks used their mana to create a sort of contract. Even if the warlock died, the contract would still exist. Thus, the curse would last until the contract's conditions were fulfilled. The Hexagram Prison locked Soul Speaker, but it wasn't to seal him away, it was to protect him. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion could attack Soul Speaker, but they would have no way to carry Soul Speaker out further into the wind zone. They could only wait on the side for these 10 seconds and wait for Team Blue Rain to rescue their healer. 10 seconds. That was how long Swoxa's Hexagram Prison lasted. Beautiful. Zhengxian was suddenly reinvigorated, after losing a lot of morale from Yishio stopping his attacks. Bullet Rain raised his gun, but then, he saw that Boundless Sea didn't dodge or let up. It was as if he couldn't see the hexagram prison as he crashed straight into it. Crash! When Boundless Sea touched the hexagram prison, the pillars of light entered his body. In the next instant, Boundless Sea was forcefully dragged inside the prison, right next to Soul Speaker. Without any hesitation, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea threw Soul Speaker to the ground. Soon afterwards, Steamed Bun Invasion also charged into the hexagram prison, locking himself up too. He stomped on Soul Speaker twice. The audience was dumbfounded. This, the old criminal partners consisted of Fang Rui's thief and Lin Jingyan's brawler. Their nickname mainly came from their classes. A thief and a brawler. If they weren't committing crimes, what were they doing? But looking at the two criminals in front of them, Fang Rui had switched to a Chi Master, which had zero relationship with criminal activities. Steamed Bun Invasion was a brawler, but he was a rookie. However, the two of them together were truly criminal to the core. Soul Speaker had been thrown into the hexagram prison, and the two of them threw themselves in as well to continue beating him up. It was too evil, too immoral, too criminal. That was what the audience thought, but to Blue Rain's pro players, this was a tactic. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion looked as if they were walking right into a trap, but in this way, no matter what Blue Rain did, the instant the hexagram prison disappeared, these two would still be the closest to Soul Speaker. When that time came, the two would still hold the initiative. Would Team Blue Rain be able to immediately stop the two as soon as the hexagram prison went away? Probably not. Su Mucheng and Yi Xiao, one far one close, wouldn't make it easy for them. Team Blue Rain's players laughed bitterly. Yu Wenju even more so. He just couldn't get a handle on those two. In any case, Blue Rain still needed to try. The two locked by hexagram prison had better not think about dodging any attacks. Among the three Blue Rain players who could reach them, just Xing Xian Spitfire alone could cover both at once. However, just attacks alone wouldn't be able to split those two away from each other. Even if an implosion grenade was thrown, the two couldn't be thrown outside of the hexagram prison. Their movements would be locked down by hexagram prison. Right now, they couldn't do anything. The key moment would come the instant hexagram prison dissipated. Blue Rain's players knew the timing, but Happy probably did too. Data such as the duration of skills couldn't be hidden. 10. Jing Xian's Bullet Rain attacked. Swaksar continued to be suppressed by Dancing Rain. Huang Xiaoqian and Lu Hanwen continued to be blocked by Yi Xiao. 9. All of them moved towards the hexagram prison at the same time. 8. The same. 7. The same. 6. The crowd in the stadium went onto their feet. 5. Another second passed. 4. Troubling rain and flowing clouds suddenly switched positions. 3. Both Blade Masters used shadow steps simultaneously, instantly filling the field with 19 shadows. 2. All of the scattered shadows rushed towards the hexagram prison. 1. Lord Grim chased after them and caught the real flowing cloud. 0. Hexagram prison disappeared. In the end, Huang Xiaoqian was more experienced. His real body was able to escape from Lord Grim's entanglement. Meteor form. Ice Rain swung forward, sword light flying. To stop a target, a skill with a force knockdown was the most optimal choice. Chi Wave Shield. But Happy's two players were ready. Don't look at how much of a bully the two looked like while in prison. In reality, there was a lot of thought going into it. They had been counting the 10 seconds too, or at least, Fang Rui was. A Chi Wave Shield was pushed out the instant the hexagram prison went away. The sword shadows fell onto the Chi Wave Shield. This skill covered a much smaller area, but its defensive capabilities were much higher than Chi Guard. The entirety of Meteor form was blocked by the Chi Wave Shield. Huang Xiaoqian wanted to follow with another attack, but Yi Xiao's Lord Grim had reached behind him. Huang Xiaoqian had paid too much attention to this end and neglected his back. Just when he was about to attack, Troubling Rain was suddenly launched into the air. Bang! With a falling flower palm, Lord Grim sent troubling rain flying and then chased after him. Huang Xiaoqian had been too focused on the main issue at hand and had neglected Yi Xiu. However, Yi Xiu had also neglected Lu Hanwen to deal with Huang Xiaoqian. As a result, the moment Huang Xiaoqian was sent flying, Lu Hanwen also sent Yi Xiu flying. Troubling rain flying outwards had interfered with Jing Xian though. He had saved up his cooldowns previously. Now, he had fired out all sorts of special bullets with CC effects. Suddenly, a wild troubling rain appeared. Glory had friendly fire off, but attacks couldn't just magically teleport past an ally. Huang Xiaoqian was trying to control his character to not interfere with Yang Xian's offense, but many of the attacks still hit troubling rain. These attacks suddenly became like faulty goods, snuffed out without any effects coming out. On the other side, when Lu Hanwen had flowing cloud hit Lord Grim flying, he had done it with intention, sending Lord Grim crashing towards Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion. But just as Lord Grim was sent flying away, the myriad manifestations umbrella above his head went Karkaka into rotor wings, and Lord Grim flew away on his own. Chapter 1474. Learning from the opponent. Nomi-umi. Nomi-umi. Dada-dada-dada. The sound of the rotor wing was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. To Blue Rain's people, it sounded like cruel, mocking laughter. The situation had gotten to this kind of unsavable point. Soul Speaker was abducted into the wind zone by those two fighters, and Lord Grim was using rotor wing to fly that way as well. Su Mucheng's dancing rain was a long-range attacker, standing at relatively safe position, and Wen had also long since controlled little cold hands to circle around from afar, preemptively destroying any thought Blue Rain might have had at a healer exchange. There was no other way. Only one path was left to Blue Rain: enter the wind zone, against the wind. But as the ones who had chosen this map, Blue Rain knew better than anyone else how unfavorable fighting upwind in this gale wind zone would be. Would knowing the disadvantages allow them to avoid the risk? Things clearly weren't that simple. But facing such a severe situation, Blue Rain didn't panic. In their chat, message after message from Captain Yu Wenju jumped onto the screen. Crippled hands, that was only relative. Crippled hands in the professional circle would still be at the top among ordinary gamers. The instructions were methodically issued, and without any hesitation, Blue Rain's players began following directions. Fighting directly upwind absolutely could not work. Huang Xiaoqian and Zheng Xian, one left and one right, circled around from the two sides, echoing the hook Fang Rui had taken at the very beginning. They couldn't leave the center path empty either, though. Lu Hanwen's greatsword blade master Flowing Cloud took charge. But the true main attacker of this arrangement was Yu Wenshu Swaksar. Curses. Only Swaksar's curses wouldn't be affected by the gales. That was to say, he himself suffered no disadvantages from fighting upwind. And so Swaksar immediately began to cast. Every second they were slow here, their healer Soul Speaker would take one more second of attack. Doubt, hesitation, consideration, none of that belonged to Blue Rain right now. The guidelines to their actions right now consisted of only one word: fast. Quickly disrupt them from the front, quickly have two characters circle around from the left and right. Happy, of course, wouldn't sit and watch Blue Rain arrange their pincer formation. Dancing Rain opened fire first, aiming her cannon at Swaksar. Su Mucheng was always closely paying attention to the movements of the character that Yu Wenju controlled. Boom! The shell exploded, but Swaksar continued casting, uninterrupted. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud had stepped up, using his greatsword Flame Shadow to directly knock aside the shell. The shell exploded upon impact. Swaksar was perfectly protected, and Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud had only suffered a little bit of damage from the airflow of the explosion. But this one moment of cover clearly wasn't enough. What Yu Wenju was controlling Swaksar to cast evidently wasn't one of the small spells that could be completed in an instant. It's all up to me. Lu Hanwen, this child player who had joined the alliance at age 14 and who hadn't yet reached age 16, was already incredibly used to taking up this kind of heavy responsibility on the battlefield. From day one of Blue Rain lifting him into the first string roster, they dropped him in this position. And this was what had formerly been Yu Feng's position, bold and ringing, the head of Blue Rain's train. A fledgling child became Team Blue Rain's attack leader. In the beginning, many people didn't understand Blue Rain's arrangement, and even called it insane. But Lu Hanwen's performance swiftly silenced those voices. Looking at him, some even saw the Alliance's shining future. Lu Hanwen himself never thought that much. In the beginning, he was just excited at being able to stand on stage, a pure and simple excitement. A burden to shoulder? The expectations of too many people? All that a 14-year-old child could feel of these things was haziness. No one deliberately pointed these out to him, and so, in this haze, Lu Hanwen began his professional career. He won in this haze, he lost in this haze, he cried in this haze, he laughed in this haze. And thus gradually, the haze dissipated, and he began to sense that standing on the battlefield wasn't merely a proof of ability, but an inheritance of responsibility and obligation. He needed to inherit all that the Blue Rain players who had stood in this position before him had carried. The 14-year-old child didn't retreat at all. It was as though he had found a new and intriguing toy, as he began to taste this all. But this certainly was no toy. This was certainly much heavier than a child's imagination. And for this, Lu Hanwen had cried the tears of regret. The tears washed over him, allowing him to grow. Even though he was only in his teens, Lu Hanwen was a true man. Every time he cried, he only became stronger and more determined. And now, he carried this upon his shoulders, with no turning back. He was no longer in the haziness of before. He had the courage, he had the faith to carry this all. It's up to me, Lu Hanwen firmly told himself. He did not want to again spill tears of regret after playoffs. Flowing Cloud closely guarded Swaksar. He didn't miss any attack angle that could potentially interrupt Swaksar's casting. At this moment, there were no seniors to help him. It was all up to him. Boom boom boom. In the end, the person most focused on this area was still Mucheng. After the attack that Lu Hanwen had blocked, Dancing Rain unleashed the 3 shots of an anti-tank missile. 3 shots in a row, it'll be difficult. But I can't miss a single one. Lu Hanwen welcomed this challenge. Flowing Cloud stepped forward, and his sword slashed out. A great sword wasn't as nimble as a lightsaber. Flowing Cloud's slash was heavy, unchanging, but the character's position, the timing of the attack, the character attacking, were all controlled extremely well. Boom. First shot. Boom. Second shot. The blade flashed forward, breaking 2 of the shots, and then stopped in the air. Boom. The third shot exploded. Lu Hanwen had incredible eyesight and reaction speed. This, he had just displayed in the hazy forest of the group arena. But this one slash detonating all 3 cannon shots still incited a full stadium of applause. But it wasn't over yet. In the wind zone, Fang Rui and Steamed Bun were fighting 2v1 against a healer. How busy could they be? Seeing that Yu Wenju was coming to disrupt him head-on, they prepared for the enemy. And seeing that someone was guarding him, even blocking the cannon fire from Dancing Rain, they of course would cooperate to attack him. Chi Bullet! Boundless Sea's palm pushed forward. Interrupting a skill didn't need a lot of damage, as long as the skill was fast enough. For a Chi Master, a Chi Bullet could be sent out with one push, so of course it was the most convenient choice for this. But this kind of low-damage skill was much appreciated by the one guarding Swaksar. Lu Hanwen had just finished dealing with Mucheng's attack when he saw Boundless Sea slapping a Chi Bullet in this direction. Without even thinking, Flowing Cloud stepped to Swaksar's other side and directly used his body to block the Chi Bullet. A lowest level skill, how much damage could there be? Damn it! Fang Rui wasn't polite as he expressed his frustration in the match chat. These disruptive attacks were all blocked by Lu Hanwen. But Swaksar still hadn't finished casting, so his duty was yet unfinished. Both sides readied more attacks, and on another side, and when he wasn't idling around either. Little Cold Hands joined as well, lifting her cross, facing Swaksar, and swinging it left and right like a pendulum. Hypnosis! And Weni, taking advantage of the fact that no one was disrupting him on his end, actually also began a very intensive spell. He was trying to get Swaksar to stop his work entirely. Lu Hanwen saw it, but he really could do nothing about it. A cleric's hypnosis had a long cast time, so if he wanted to stop it, he had to do it now. If the interrupt wasn't successful, then it would land upon the target with 100% guarantee. But Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud wasn't any long-ranged attacker, and Weni had quite cunningly positioned Little Cold Hands in a position that wasn't nearby. Interrupting Little Cold Hands was truly outside the range of Lu Hanwen's ability. Was this it? Was he once again unable to help the team in their most dire moments? Gunshot! Little Cold Hand's swinging of the cross instantly stopped. The interrupt was successful, and there was only one person on Blue Rain's side who could use gunner attacks, Zheng Xian. In the team round, you are never alone on the battlefield. Lu Hanwen thought of his captain's words, and felt fortunate, felt proud. Their Blue Rain was just this kind of team, accepting the unmotivated Zheng Xian, accepting the chatterbox Huang Xiaoqian, accepting the slow-handed captain. And he, this fledgling, inexperienced kid, wasn't he also accepted by everyone? Accepting each other, covering each other's weaknesses, Blue Rain came together into a cohesive whole. When Lu Hanwen lamented that he wasn't enough, his teammate easily helped him take care of the problem. Zheng Xian helped Lu Hanwen deal with this problem, and Lu Hanwen himself was still helping his captain deal with a problem. Zheng Xian succeeded, and so, shortly after, he succeeded as well. The cast was complete. Purple-black light flashed at the tip of the scepter. Death's Door! With such a long cast time, the audience had guessed early on what this skill probably was. And now that Swaksar had finally completed the cast, nothing could stop it. Death's Door, erected into the void, didn't suffer any disruption from the wind zone. The Death's Door and the gale were like two dimensionally separate objects encountering each other, but each existing in its own world, unable to interact with each other. It and the wind were on separate dimensions, but with Boundless Sea, with Steamed Bun Invasion, with Lord Grim, it was on the same plane. And so when a character crashed into the Death's Door, it immediately unleashed all of its demonic power, attempting to swallow this guy into nothingness. Of course, it couldn't actually swallow this character, this was just how the skill would deal its final damage. Under the gazes of the silent and shocked audience, the Death's Door trembled, and along with the character that had crashed into it, shattered into a mess of purple-black light and shadow. The Death's Door vanished. What shocked everyone was that such a fast method of dealing with the Death's Door was the exact same method that Yu Wenju had used in the last team round, against Wei Chen's Death's Door. In this match, Happy had already learned and copied it. Chapter 1475. Can't Waver. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Death's Door disappeared, having quickly fulfilled its destiny. Amidst the light of the disappearing Death's Door, looking as if it intended to devour everything, the one who fell was Lord Grim. Yishio had copied what Yu Wenju had done, but when everyone thought on it, they couldn't understand how this had happened. This was because the situation Happy was facing was different from what Yu Wenju had been met with. When Yu Wenju was up against the Death's Door, there was only one target in range, his Swaksar. So, when Swaksar collided with the Death's Door ended. But now, it wasn't just Lord Grim within reach of this Death's Door. There was also Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion. You could even say that the intended target of this attack was Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion. Under these circumstances, there was no reason for Death's Door to disappear after catching only one of its targets. What's going on? Pan Ling questioned, recovering from his shock. How strange, Liebor tagged on, not having any intentions to try and explain this. He couldn't figure it out either. Never mind those two, even Yu Wenju, a god-level warlock player, was puzzled at the disappearance of the Death's Door. In fact, due to his familiarity with the skill, it was even weirder for him. How did this Death's Door disappear? Was there some unknown characteristic of Death's Door that all these players didn't know of? In this moment Yu Wenju suddenly thought of their senior, their old captain, Wei Chen, now a member of Happy. Wei Chen was definitely one of the very first amongst Warlock players, or even players in general. He had persisted for 10 years, an amazing achievement. After all, Wei Chen hadn't been a pro player for large majority of those years, just a normal player. It was perfectly normal for a normal player to get tired of a class and switch. It was truly rare for a normal player to remain playing the same class for 10 years. At that point it was true love. For their old captain Wei Chen, it really was true love for the Warlock. So, perhaps, this unknown characteristic of Death's Door was something he discovered. As for Yi Xiao, he was just using Wei Chen's discovery and taking advantage of the bug to end the Death's Door early against the skill's design. No. It wasn't against the skill's design. They had probably used a detail of the design that no one else knew about. What was it? Though Yu Wenju was curious, there wasn't any point in agonizing over it now. Today's match had given him all too many questions. Yu Wenju still hadn't figured out how Yi Xiao had managed to pinpoint so accurately where to set the shadow trap. However, he didn't hesitate due to this confusion. If Death's Door didn't accomplish his aims, then he'll just use another. Shadow Flames. An ember of dark purple flames leaped out from Curse of Destruction. Yu Wenju didn't use any more large-scale spells like Death's Door. After all, it was unfair to expect Lu Hanwen to cover him all by himself. Thankfully, Zheng Xian passed by and helped out a bit, but now, Huang Xiaoqian and Zheng Xian were both far away, having gone around the flanks. They couldn't help out over here anymore. Xuoxa's casting had to sync with the rhythm flowing clouds was setting. Shadow Flames was successfully cast, the dark purple flames flickering. When this skill hit, then the target would take damage over time. Each tick of damage would interrupt casting. Thus, this ball of flame was thrown at Boundless Sea. No matter how dirty Fang Rui played his Chi Master, he couldn't escape the fact that many of the Chi Master's skills required casting. If Boundless Sea let it hit, then his attacks would be restricted. If he dodged, then he would give Xu Jingxi an opening and chance. A healer under siege was restricted to just waiting to be saved. He was using his own methods to struggle, trying to find an opportunity. Now, an opportunity had come. Fang Rui was unwilling to be CC'd by Shadow Flame and immediately had Boundless Sea dodge. Yu Wenchu's choice of target was very clear and thought out. He had a clear view of the situation. Making Fang Rui dodge would be able to give an opening. Thus, Shadow Flame flew out, Boundless Sea dodged, and Xu Jingxi immediately understood, his heavily armored paladin taking one step this way. One step, just one step. As Soul Speaker managed this step, his back suddenly tensed before his body was thrown into the air. Circle swing. Lord Grim, who had fallen in the explosion of Death's Door, had stood up again and returned to crush the hope that Blue Rain just saw. Crash! Soul Speaker was slammed into the ground. Where do you think you're running, brat? Steen Bun yelled into the chat. His tone, demeanor, it was like he didn't know he was a rookie. I would have been fine even without your help, Fang Rui suddenly said. Who? Steen Bun replied. Not you, Steen Bun, Yi Xiao typed to reply as fast as he could. Though he knew that Fang Rui was talking to him, but if they let Steen Bun misunderstand, then things would go downhill very fast. We're counting on you, Steen Bun. Fang Rui also broke out into cold sweat, hurriedly pitching in and making sure that Steen Bun was focused and happy. You can count on me. Steen Bun was delighted, and Steen Bun Invasion quickly pinned Soul Speaker and gave him a beating. Tyrannical Chain Punch was sent out like some sort of low-level skill, very wastefully unleashed onto Soul Speaker. Yi Xiao and Fang Rui's hearts calmed. Let him be as wasteful as he wants, it's better than going completely out of it. It's all up to you. Yi Xiao once again made sure Steen Bun focused, but his words had a second meaning. Fang Rui understood, knowing that Yi Xiao was actually talking to him. As for Steen Bun, the other cheerfully gave an acknowledging reply. Fang Rui didn't dare tell him the truth of the matter. Lord Grim was originally in the windy zone, but now he charged out with a tailwind. Lord Grim didn't go after troubling rain on the right or bullet rain on the left, instead charging directly at Swaksar. Swaksar, who only had flowing clouds protecting him. Charge, shining cut. 2 skills, 1 change of direction. Swaksar's skill was dodged, but Flowing Cloud's greatsword Flame Shadow was already crashing towards Lord Grim's head. Collapsing Mountain. Without Huang Shaoqian there to cover him, Lu Hanwen's Collapsing Mountain wasn't executed so wildly, instead more reserved, in a way that gave him the ability to advance and attack or retreat and switch as he needed. However, there was no switching so quickly. Lu Hanwen could only keep up with Lord Grim with his view. Just as the Collapsing Mountain was about to hit, Lord Grim turned once again. Colliding Stab. With another movement skill, Lord Grim brushed right past the Collapsing Mountain. Lu Hanwen wanted to change the direction of his slash, but he couldn't make it in time. He had never felt encumbered by Flame Shadow's slow speed. Though he was just a young teen, Lu Hanwen liked this sturdy weight. Every strike, every hit had him feel content and satisfied. But now? When this strike hit the ground heavily, his heart felt exceptionally empty. Seeing Lord Grim's colliding stab dart under his Collapsing Mountain and striking true at Swaksar, the captain he had been protecting, Lu Hanwen, for the first time, thought to himself, if only this sword was a little bit faster. He was wavering. This determined, optimistic and hard-working young man was helpless in this crucial moment and finally began to doubt his choice of wielding his greatsword. Where's your mind wandering off to, huh? Focus, focus, focus. That was when Blue Rain's team chat was suddenly flooded with these words. Huang Shaoqian was the only one who spoke or typed like that. But, focus? The audience was thinking to themselves, there wasn't anyone not focusing. In their eyes, Blue Rain's players were all very focused and doing their best. Although Lu Hanwen failed to stop Lord Grim and Yu Wenju failed to avoid the attack, they were definitely paying attention. They were focused and doing their best. Who's not focused? Pan Lin was also asking. Thus, Li Yibo's attention wavered as he realized he couldn't answer. It was happening again. Whenever the match was at its most intense, there would be more he didn't understand. Lu Hanwen's face burned. Everyone else was confused, but he was more than clear on the fact that it was him Huang Shaoqian was telling to pay attention. It wasn't saying that he failed to stop Lord Grim because he wasn't paying attention, but after he failed, there was a moment of hesitation, a moment where he wavered and doubted. It was just an instant, but Huang Shaoqian saw right through him. Lu Hanwen was ashamed of himself. Protect Captain Swaksar. In the past, that was always Huang Shaoqian's responsibility. Thus, Blue Rain used a strategy where Swaksar was bait and Huang Shaoqian executed a sneak attack to deal a crippling blow. This time, taking into consideration that it might be harder to move around in these windy zones, the job of protecting the captain was passed to him. And what did he do? After failing to block his opponent's assault, he had begun to waver. And this instant had Huang Shaoqian taking notice. This might be because he never wavered. He made mistakes, and failed to protect Swaksar sometimes, but Huang Shaoqian had never, ever wavered. His tendency to ramble had been pointed out again and again over these years, but when had he ever hesitated and decided to change? Okay, that wasn't the best example, but Lu Hanwen felt Huang Shaoqian's determination through the other noticing his own wavering. There was no wavering, you can't waver. Take your choice with you to the end. Ha! The greatsword switched directions, cutting through the wind with a sound like Lu Hanwen's inner roar. Flowing Cloud slashed at Lord Grim, determined. Boom 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 boom. Cannon fire blocked his way. Dancing rain had begun to support Lord Grim from afar. Lu Hanwen's rescue mission had suffered a setback, but now he had readjusted his state of mind. Lu Hanwen never lacked courage. What he lacked was the calm that their captain Yu Wenju conducted himself with, the cold determination Huang Shaoqian displayed. And right now, he didn't rush into things and use up all his energy. He carefully surveyed the situation, contemplative. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Happy's healer, Little Cold Hands, was really close. Chapter 1476. Steady. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. From realization to decision, Lu Hanwen was resolute. He abandoned his captain, Swoksar, with no hesitation and rushed towards Little Cold Hands. Triple slash. Shadow steps. Two skills were used one after the other. The shining arcs from triple slash had yet to disappear when flowing cloud split into several shadows, which spread throughout the field. In an instant, Little Cold Hands was tightly surrounded. Oh oh oh! The crowd cheered. Everyone had been worried about Swoksar's safety, but Lu Hanwen decisively gave up on his captain and pounced towards Happy's healer. What will the outcome be? There was no time to think about it carefully. It was just that usually, when a pro player did something unexpected, it would turn out to be a brilliant godly play. Hua 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 hua? Wild applause followed soon afterwards. After getting trapped by shadow steps, Little Cold Hands was indeed helpless. Lu Hanwen could perfectly control 7 shadows to the extent that not even a Glory senior player could quickly distinguish the real from the fake. How could a rookie like Nweni do so? Even so, Lu Hanwen was completely focused on his playing. He didn't underestimate or look down on Team Happy's so-called weak point. The purpose of shadow steps was to confuse the opponent, but the true aim of his play was to land an attack. The course of events from triple slash to shadow steps to flowing cloud attacking took place in the span of merely 1 or 2 seconds. When Flowing Cloud's greatsword, Flame Shadow, cut Little Cold Hands, the after-images from the sequence could still be seen. When Little Cold Hands was knocked to the ground from the attack, the applause became even more thunderous. From the audience's perspective, Lu Hanwen had successfully accomplished his goal with that strike hitting. But artillery fire arrived shortly afterwards to rescue Nweni. Su Mucheng's dancing rain had been circling around the edges of the area the entire time. Every point on the battlefield was within her range. Lu Hanwen's decision had been too sudden, and Su Mucheng hadn't been able to react in time to it, which was why her support only came now. Lu Hanwen wasn't surprised. He had expected Su Mucheng's launcher to try to stop him. Her screen cannon tactic was an important point that Team Blue Rain had emphasized during their match preparations. However, at this distance, Lu Hanwen was confident that he could lock down Little Cold Hands while dodging Dancing Rain's attacks. After all, his target was a cleric without any combat threat, making it much easier for him to deal with. Flowing Cloud dodged as he swung his sword at Little Cold Hands. Lu Hanwen was mainly focused on Su Mucheng's attacks. As long as he wasn't disrupted by her, he could pin down Happy's healer without a problem. In that case, Happy should send more people to rescue him, no? That was Lu Hanwen's plan. Their healer, Soul Speaker, was also in Happy's hands, but Huang Xiaoqian and Zheng Xian were going to rescue him. Even if Happy wanted to trade healers, they would need to make some adjustments to the current situation. The easiest and most effective way was for Yishio's Lord Grim to change targets to Lu Hanwen. Lu Hanwen didn't neglect Lord Grim. Since this was the most likely outcome, he obviously wouldn't let the opportunity go by. He would use it to give Blue Rain the initiative, which was exactly what they needed. But no movement. Lord Grim didn't make any changes and continued to attack Swoksar. Swoksar was a warlock. His close combat capabilities were better than healers, but it was still very limited. What's more, Yu Wenchu's crippled hand speed against Yishio's unspecialized blitz. Lu Hanwen didn't want to think about it. If he thought about it any longer, he felt like he would be disrespecting his captain. But if Yishio wasn't concerned about Lu Hanwen's side, did that mean he thought Su Mucheng was enough to resolve the problem? It looks like I'm not putting on enough pressure. I need to let Happy feel that just Su Mucheng alone won't be enough to get their healer away from me. Attack, continue attacking. Compared to before, Lu Hanwen's offense was bolder. It was as if he wouldn't let stop even if he died. But still no movement. Lord Grim's attacks were still focused on Swoksar, not a single attack missing. Lu Hanwen wanted to see if Lord Grim was ever looking towards his side, but the unspecialized offense was just too fast. His weapon just kept on transforming. Lord Grim's positioning, posture, and movements would constantly change according to the weapon's transformations. Whenever he looked towards his side, was it a coincidence or was he actually taking note of the situation there? Lu Hanwen didn't know, but he had just learned from first-hand experience. This time, he couldn't waver. If he let go of little cold hands to rescue his captain, wouldn't that mean he was just wasting his time with those previous attacks? In a high-level competition, there was no place for wasted actions. Even if he had made the wrong choice, he had to take it all the way through and pave a path of blood through his mistake. Slash slash slash. Flowing Cloud attacked even more ferociously. Because of the great sword in his hands, it sometimes felt like he was a berserker instead of a blade master. Coach Li, what are your thoughts? Pan Lin couldn't help but ask Liebor for his opinion again. There are a lot of different exchanges taking places. It's hard to make any definite conclusions, Liebor said. When you say exchanges, are you referring to Blue Rain's healer, Happy's healer, and Yu Wenju? Pan Lin said. Yes, at first glance, Blue Rain seems to be trading 2 for 1, but they're about to go rescue their healer. As for Happy's side, Su Mucheng is evidently not able to suppress Lu Hanwen alone. As a result, the outcome is dependent on Blue Rain's side. If Huang Xiaoqian and Jing Xian are able to rescue Soul Speaker, the initiative will fall into Blue Rain's hands, Liebor analyzed. In other words, Huang Xiaoqian's and Jing Xian's performances are key, Pan Lin said. Yes, but what gave this opportunity to turn things around was Lu Hanwen's brave act. If not, even if Blue Rain was able to rescue Xu Jingxi, it would just result in an even playing field. However, now, Blue Rain has a chance to establish the upper hand, Liebor said. Got it, Pan Lin nodded his head. The stream couldn't focus on the entire battlefield anymore, since the battle had split into different sections. As the two commentators talked, the camera focused on what the two had determined to be the key area, Blue Rain's rescue operation toward Soul Speaker. Soul Speaker could persist for a long time. For one, he wore plate armor, so his defense was incredibly high. In addition, Xu Jingxi was a tenacious player. If even a small opening appeared to heal or to buff his defense, he would immediately do so. Blue Rain was a team proficient at defense. As the healer, he was an expert at rescuing others and surviving in defensive situations. This guy's really annoying to deal with. Fang Rui let out a sigh, seeing Huang Xiaoqian's troubling rain and Zhen Xian's bullet rain coming in from the sides of the wind zone. Don't worry, I'm here. Steen Bun was full of confidence, although no one knew if that stemmed from actual confidence or from not knowing how serious the situation was. Enemy reinforcement has arrived, Fang Rui reminded Steen Bun. You've got it. Steen Bun played it down. You really make things sound so simple, Fang Rui coughed blood. The two weren't having much trouble bullying a healer, so the two had the time to chat. But the situation would soon turn more serious. Happy currently held the initiative because they had Blue Rain's healer as their hostage. However, if Blue Rain successfully saved their healer, not only would they lose their hostage, the hostage would turn into a powerful shield for the enemy. That would be bad. Pull him over this way, Fang Rui called out to Steen Bun. I'll do what you say. Steen Bun replied. Don't let the enemies figure out what we're trying to do. Fang Rui said. Switch channels. Steen Bun asked. Okay. 11111 Steen Bun made his existence known in Happy's team chat. The Blue Rain fans were furious. Those two bastards were bullying their healer as they played around in the public chat. What do you mean don't let the enemies know our intentions? They were obviously just bluffing. The fans could see Happy's chat. No one answered Steen Bun's 11,111. But at this moment, Happy's captain, the terrifying Yi Xiao, suddenly typed a single word, steady. Steady? Steady what? The current situation? If they could steady the current situation, Happy would make a 1-for-2 trade. That would obviously be great, but the question was, could they steady it? Huang Xiaoqian's and Jing Xian's invasion would turn the healer situation into a 3v2. That didn't seem to be something that could easily be stabilized. It was just one word, but it brought up a lot of speculation. Pan Lin couldn't avoid asking Liebor again for his opinions, which made Liebor want to hack his partner to death. Explaining this match was hard enough already. Now, Pan Lin wanted him to explain Yishio's intentions? It was as if Pan Lin wanted to see him fall into a pit. Liebor cursed inwardly at Pan Lin, but on the stream, he had no choice but to give his view on the matter. Yishio probably has some way to help out Fang Rui and steamed bun. Liebor basically said nothing. Some way to help out? There were a total of 5 characters on each team. The possible support could only come from one of them. Fang Rui and steamed bun were the ones who needed help, so that was 2 eliminated. And Wenny was also someone who desperately needed help, so he could be eliminated too. Yishio had Blue Rain's Yu Wenju in his grasp. He could let go of Yu Wenju to help Fang Rui and steamed bun, but that would also mean Blue Rain would have more help in their rescue operation too. Finally, there was Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng was best at providing support and coordinating with her teammates. What was she doing now? The broadcast director hastily searched for Su Mucheng's dancing rain. When the director found her, the director was startled. Dancing Rain's location. Dancing Rain stood at the far end of the field, and there was no one else near her. As a result, the camera hadn't placed much focus on her. She was still a part of several battles though. When Lu Hanwen had chosen to attack Little Cold Hands, her attempts to stop him had received some focus. Because she wasn't able to suppress Flowing Cloud though, Su Mucheng kept on adjusting Dancing Rain's positioning, attempting to get closer. Now that the camera had switched to her, everyone could see, were Su Mucheng's adjustments aimed towards Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud? No. She was planning on providing support to the central battle taking place in the Wind Zone. Chapter 1477. Protected like a king. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Troubling Rain and Bullet Rain had made it to the edges of the Wind Zone. The 2 characters didn't enter it and head directly towards the 3 players in the middle. Instead, they continued to move forward. The length of distance traveled was according to the research team Blue Rain had done on this map. If the 2 players had chosen to directly cut into the wind zone, they would be at a 90-degree angle with the strong winds. Even if they weren't facing against the wind, their movements would still be hindered. By moving a bit more forward, they could position themselves into a better angle and borrow the wind for support. The distance and the angle had been chosen by Blue Rain's players from their understanding of the gale in this wind zone. Troubling Rain and Bullet Rain came in from the left and the right, but they chose different angles of attack and distances. From their choices, it could be determined that the 2 players were at different distances from the 3 players inside the wind zone. As a result, they needed to attack from different positions. But at this moment, Su Mucheng's Dancing Rain appeared on this side of the battle. In theory, it didn't matter which player she picked to target, but Su Mucheng went for Huang Xiaoqian. With distance between them, launchers would obviously be more comfortable fighting against Blade Masters than Spitfires. The viewers had neglected Su Mucheng's movements because the camera hadn't focused on her much, but what about the players on the field? They could control where they wanted to look. This map didn't have fog either. Had they not noticed Su Mucheng's movements? Of course not. In reality, all of Team Blue Rain had noticed Su Mucheng's movements. But what could they do? Su Mucheng made clear her intentions, but no one on Team Blue Rain could do anything about it. Yu Wenju and Xu Jingxi were trying to survive. Huang Xiaoqian and Jing Xian were responsible for breaking open the situation and could not slow down. What's more, if they went after Su Mucheng, they would have to move in the other direction. How could they have time to do that? Then, there was Lu Hanwen. He was the only one on Blue Rain who held the initiative, but he was the foundation for Blue Rain's comeback. He couldn't abandon his post either. Without any good options, Blue Rain could only watch as Su Mucheng effortlessly carry out her plan. In the end, Su Mucheng had targeted Huang Xiaoqian, making him feel even more helpless. The battle taking place in the wind zone had become a 3v3. Through their familiarity with fighting in the wind and support from their healer, Huang Xiaoqian and Zheng Xian felt quite confident in themselves. This was also why they didn't feel too worried about Su Mucheng. Go in. Although Huang Xiaoqian and Zheng Xian were on opposite ends of the wind zone, they had always been in coordination. They didn't enter the wind zone at the same time, but just entering the wind zone wasn't their end goal. Their goal was to coordinate with each other when it came time to attack. One in the front, one in the back. One early, one late. The two characters cut into the wind zone, drawing support from the blowing wind to move faster. Boom, boom, boom. On Huang Xiaoqian's side, artillery fire started being sent his way. So trigger happy. Huang Xiaoqian messaged as troubling rain rolled. Boom. The shockwaves from the explosions made him roll 3 times. Under the effects formed the wind, he almost couldn't stop. Ha ha, smiley face, Su Mucheng responded with a smiley face to troubling rain's rolling. The viewers were dumbfounded. Dancing Rain had predicted Huang Xiaoqian's actions. The 3 anti-tank missiles had been fired towards where troubling rain rolled to. She had considered the wind into her calculations too. They could even see the 3 anti-tank missiles curve because of the strong wind. In the end, the missiles had accurately struck troubling rain. Huang Xiaoqian felt embarrassed at getting hit by the first attack. It couldn't be said that he had been too careless. He could only blame himself for being too familiar with the map. That roll had been instinctive. Because of the wind, he would naturally roll faster and farther, making it more effective for dodging attacks. But because he made the optimal choice, it had limited the possible mix-ups that could be made. Su Mucheng had guessed it and predicted that Huang Xiaoqian would react in this way. The shockwave sent troubling rain rolling 3 times. Su Mucheng seized the opportunity and had Dancing Rain move. The viewers saw it clearly. Right now, Dancing Rain had the tailwind advantage, while troubling rain had the headwind disadvantage. Everyone knew what this meant. Su Mucheng had seized the most favorable position. No matter how familiar Huang Xiaoqian was with this map, he would still have a tough time. Su Mucheng was no noob. Just being able to land that attack in these strong winds showed her knowledge of the winds. Sure enough, after Su Mucheng got into position, she immediately had Dancing Rain attack. With assistance from the wind, her cannon fire was fast and fierce. The place, where troubling rain used to be, instantly became scorched earth. Huang Xiaoqian had troubling rain keep dodging, which he didn't find too difficult. But after a few steps, he made a realization. Why didn't it feel difficult? Because Su Mucheng was intentionally leaving him openings to go towards. If he took those openings, of course he would find it easy. But if he went along with Su Mucheng's arrangements, troubling rain would be pushed out of the wind zone and his time here would have been wasted. Don't count your chickens before they've hatched. Huang Xiaoqian typed as he moved. // Sword light lit up in the wind. Huang Xiaoqian had planned on using it to initiate the fight with Fang Rui and Steamed Bun, but it looked like he had no choice but to use it now. The 3 rays of sword light looked like one due to the wind. Su Mucheng chased after Huang Xiaoqian, but because of the changes in the wind, troubling rain's movements were difficult to grasp. Su Mucheng had adapted somewhat to the strong wind, but not to the extent that Huang Xiaoqian had. She wasn't able to figure out exactly how the wind affected troubling rain. As a result, her attacks missed. With just a // troubling rain was able to escape from Su Mucheng's firing line. It looked to be a simple maneuver, but it came from hours of practice on this map. Unable to catch him, Su Mucheng wasn't dispirited. She continued to have Dancing Rain move, maintaining her positional advantage over troubling rain. / had to end eventually. The moment the third / came out, Dancing Rain began attacking again. How annoying! Huang Xiaoqian couldn't help but glance at Zheng Xian's bullet rain. The two needed to hurry and convene. Bullet rain's range would allow him to restrict Su Mucheng to a certain extent. Otherwise, if he kept on allowing Su Mucheng to do as she pleased, he would be killed sooner or later, let alone be able to rescue Soul Speaker. Zheng Xian noticed troubling rain looking towards him. He immediately understood what Huang Xiaoqian wanted. That side needed help. But he went along his current route. Bullet Rain would be downwind from Dancing Rain. He would be at a disadvantage too. He needed to adjust his angle. Bullet Rain had reached a position which he could attack, but he had to assist Huang Xiaoqian. As a result, he threw a grenade at Boundless Sea and steamed Bun Invasion, while searching for a better position to fight Dancing Rain. "It's up to you." Fang Rui suddenly typed into the chat. "What now?" Everyone was puzzled. Then, they saw Boundless Sea grab Soul Speaker and throw him to the side, getting everyone out of the range of Bullet Rain's grenade. Then, Boundless Sea turned around, assuming that incomparably ugly posture, and start moving in the wind. This bastard! Zheng Xian saw his actions. Fang Rui was planning on disrupting his plans. Whoever struck first would gain the upper hand. As a result, Zheng Xian used the wind to his advantage and started firing at Boundless Sea. Qi Guard! Boundless Sea had been attacking Soul Speaker, so he hadn't used any defensive skills. The bullets were all blocked by the Qi Guard. Although the shield was quickly broken, Boundless Sea was able to use this time to move forward quite a bit. Moreover, by crouching low, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was less affected by the headwind, so he moved faster than he normally did under these circumstances. "Leave this to me. Take care of him, Steamed Bun." Fang Rui typed in the chat. "Heh, I've been waiting for those words," Steamed Bun replied as if they had intentionally been going easy on Soul Speaker. In reality, that wasn't the case. The two hated Soul Speaker's full set of plate armor. If Soul Speaker had been a cleric instead, the two would have had a much easier time. 1v1? Xu Jingxi's eyes lit up. 1v1, and he was against Steamed Bun, who would sometimes confuse himself. Xu Jingxi suddenly saw hope of escaping without any help. Opening. Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly let out an opening. Xu Jingxi was overjoyed. Just as Soul Speaker was about to rush out, when he took his first step, he was suddenly met with a heavy blow, stopping him from moving. How? Xu Jingxi was astonished. No matter how fast Steamed Bun was, he couldn't have attacked from that angle. This is? He looked around and saw Boundless Sea finishing up a move. Qi Blade. It had come from Boundless Sea's Qi Blade. Xu Jingxi felt gloomy again. Steamed Bun might have his weaknesses, but his teammates knew that, so they would look after Steamed Bun very seriously. As soon as Steamed Bun let out an opening, Fang Rui patched it up. No. Not just Fang Rui. Xu Jingxi was a healer and had excellent observational skills. He looked around and discovered that it wasn't just Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. Su Mucheng's Dancing Rain and Yishio's Lord Grim were all within range to provide assistance to Steamed Bun. This guy, how lucky! Xu Jingxi thought to himself. How could he not? A rookie had 3 all-stars protecting him as if he were a king just because he would sometimes go off the rails. Happy was also a team that was good at making up for individual flaws. Xu Jingxi suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu from Happy. Chapter 1478. Unable to break through. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Blue Rain's situation isn't looking good. Li Yibo may not be as observant as Xu Jingxi, but if he dared to make such a conclusion, he must be quite confident in it. When the situation was ambiguous, Li Yibo would never say anything definitive. Pan Lin didn't follow up on the conversation. Blue Rain's situation isn't looking good? He could somewhat see it, but where should he begin? How Happy was playing chaotically. But when you looked at them now, the team was coordinating with each other beautifully. Happy's characters were scattered throughout the battlefield, yet they were all interlinked, making it seem like they were a whole. As for Blue Rain? Yu Wenju was being suppressed by Yi Xiao. Xu Jingxi was being beaten up by Steamed Bun. Huang Xiaoqian was being suppressed by Su Mucheng's cannon fire. And Ying Xian? Huang Xiaoqian and Xu Jingxi both needed his support, but Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was blocking his way. Jing Xian had no easy way to help either player. The only person on Blue Rain with the initiative was Lu Hanwen. He had constantly been paying attention to the changes in the battlefield. He had thought that Huang Shaoqian and Zheng Xian would quickly turn the tides in their favor, but to his surprise, both of them were stopped. If this continued, even if he killed Little Cold Hands, Yi Xiu would probably have killed off Yu Wenju by then, and Steamed Bun Invasion should have no trouble taking down Soul Speaker 2. What should I do? Lu Hanwen had kept on reminding himself not to hesitate and to quickly come to a decision, but at this moment, he just didn't know what he should do. If he couldn't even find the right direction, hesitation wasn't something that he would come across. Perhaps believing that my seniors would be able to resolve the problem might be a better choice than making a proactive play. Lu Hanwen suddenly thought to himself. In that case, his best choice of action should be to kill Happy's healer, Little Cold Hands, as fast as possible. With this in mind, Lu Hanwen made his decision and focused on attacking Little Cold Hands. Huang Shaoqian, Zheng Xian. In the end, these two were the only ones who could break open the situation. Shadow Steps. Huang Shaoqian saw an opportunity and used Shadow Steps. He didn't produce a lot of shadows, just 5. However, a smaller number of shadows allowed Huang Shaoqian to control them more precisely. If the enemy couldn't tell which one was real or fake, then the enemy could only gamble on a 20% chance. Artillery fire focused towards one of the 5 troubling rains. For Dancing Rain's attacks to arrive so fast, it could be seen how decisive Su Mucheng was. Was it because she couldn't determine which one was real, so she might as well use that time to make a wild guess? The viewers watching at home held these thoughts. But the live audience? They had Huang Shaoqian's point of view on the big screen, and his point of view would be from the real body. As soon as Shadow Steps came out, everyone wanted to know which one was real, so they all looked at Huang Shaoqian's point of view to determine it. Seeing the artillery fire come, all of Blue Rain's fans let out a gasp of surprise. Whether Su Mucheng had guessed or not, in the end, her attacks were aimed accurately at the real troubling rain. But Huang Shaoqian seemed to have anticipated this would happen. Troubling Rain suddenly switched up the tempo. He responded predictably, which allowed Troubling Rain to escape from Dancing Rain's pursuit. In the public chat, Huang Shaoqian left a smiley face. Shadow Steps was a bait. Seeing Huang Shaoqian's smiley face, Li Yibo realized the problem. Huang Shaoqian wanted Su Mucheng to figure out the real one. By doing so, he knew how Su Mucheng would respond, and he used that knowledge to react in a way that would make it difficult for Su Mucheng to give chase. Pan Lin said. Exactly, Li Yibo nodded his head. As for seizing the right opportunity, for the king of opportunists, this wasn't a problem that needed to be worried about. He had grasped it perfectly. While Su Mucheng was unable to do anything, Troubling Rain immediately cut towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Suddenly, 6 pillars of light descended from the sky and formed a prison. Troubling Rain was trapped by Hexagram Prison. Everyone was shocked. Blue Rain's fans felt their hearts shatter. Hexagram Prison was a warlock skill. Besides Swaxa, only Lord Grim could use this skill by attaching it to one of his weapon forms. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella could transform into a Ninjato and Dual Blades, 2 Nightwalker class weapons. As a result, he could add on 2 Nightwalker skills. In the group arena, he had used a thief skill, Shadow Trap. And now, he had used a warlock skill, Hexagram Prison. These 2 Nightwalker skills were put into great effect at extremely crucial moments. The addition of these 2 skills to his kit were worth their weight in gold. Lord Grim's Hexagram Prison was only level 1, so it would only last for seconds. However, in the current tense situation, these for seconds seemed to last forever. Dancing Rain's artillery fire swept his way. Huang Shaoqian turned his head resentfully as his view was instantly covered by the light and smoke from the explosions. The audience's line of sight shifted towards Lord Grim. Hexagram Prison had a cast time. How could he have time to cast the curse while fighting with Yu Wenju? But when they looked... Fine. Calling it a fight would be too much of a bias towards Yu Wenju. It wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided humiliation. When they looked over, they saw Swoxa in the air. Lord Grim was using his umbrella's dual swords. He didn't even look at Swoxa as his two arms swung backwards. The dual swords drew a flower in the air, sending Swoxa back up into the air. This was the assassin's knock-up skill, a leaping blade, and Yishio even had the time to make it look pretty like a flower. Lord Grim turned around. His umbrella changed shape again, and the attacks continued. In the group arena, as soon as Yishio was able to get close, Yu Wenju was oppressed until his death. And in this team competition, a repeat of the same story was about to happen. He needs to be rescued. Even a noob could see that, and there were no noobs on the field. However, Huang Xiaoqian and Jing Xian couldn't help. Lu Hanwen? Although Lu Hanwen was determined to continue attacking Little Cold Hands, he wasn't dead set on it. As he attacked, he pulled his battle towards there. He hoped to keep Little Cold Hands in his grasp, while also finding an opportunity to help his captain. He wasn't dead set on his objective, and Yishio wasn't either. How could Yishio not notice that Lu Hanwen was trying to move over towards him? As a result, he moved Swoxa away as well. There was no change in the situation. Huang Xiaoqian was trapped by Hexagram Prison and Su Mucheng's artillery fire. No choice, forcefully break through. Zheng Xian went all out. Bullet Rain rushed at Boundless Sea. He was going to charge through. Dazzling light covered his path. Zheng Xian used attacks to protect himself and accompany him out of this pass. With the wind to his advantage, Zheng Xian's charge carried even more momentum. Bullet Rain was like a fierce warrior as he rushed forward wildly. What can a Qi master do to stop me? Zheng Xian carefully went over the possibilities in his head. He didn't have a 100% grasp of dealing with them, which why this was a gamble. Zheng Xian had placed his bets, but he soon realized that his opponent wasn't playing the same game as him. It was like they were playing to see who would roll higher. After he threw down one dice, he unexpectedly saw the opponent throw 3 instead. Fang Rui's Qi master couldn't be thought of as a conventional Qi master. Zheng Xian obviously knew that. When he made his calculations, he had considered the research they had done on Fang Rui, considering him as a dirty Qi master. At the same time, he didn't ignore the more common Qi master methods. Being able to think up all of these possibilities was due to Team Blue Rain having a Qi master as well, so the team members were rather familiar with the class. However, the ones who were most familiar with the class were Qi masters themselves. They thought they had a grasp of Fang Ru's dirtiness, but when the time came, they realized that it wasn't enough. 1 dice, 2 dice, 3 dice. It was as if Zheng Xian could see his opponent throwing dice after dice. By having 3 dice, he beat out his 1 dice despicably. Bullet Rain fell down to the ground. Another hope was crushed. Blue Rain's fans became even more nervous. A turnaround? Where was the turnaround? Blue Rain's players had done what they could, but Happy had crushed them all. What should I do? Lu Hanwen was unable to keep waiting. Their captain, Swoxa, was already at red health. The thrashing that he was getting was no different than thrashing a healer. In fact, when trying to survive, healers could cast instant heals on themselves occasionally. But warlocks? Grasping ghosts? They could heal themselves a bit by dealing damage with that move, but how could Yishio let him cast a spell with such a long duration? Huang Xiaoqian? Jing Xian? They were too far away. Even if they could break and rescue Xu Jingxi, Soul Speaker might not be able to rush over in time to heal Swoxa. I'm the only one who can save our captain. 3 rays of light flashed as Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud dashed towards Lord Grim with a triple slash. Yishio didn't seem to want to give up on killing Swoxa. He didn't retreat. He swung his umbrella in an attempt to block the attack. Clang! Greatswords were rather heavy. Yishio's Lord Grim was forced back 2 steps from the blow. His umbrella stabbed towards the side, hooking onto the tumbling Swoxa. Circle swing! Swoxa was thrown towards Flowing Cloud. Flowing Cloud leaped back, his greatsword raised behind him ready to attack. Behind Yu Wenju didn't bother controlling his character and typed into chat. Lu Hanwen was startled. There was no time to look. He had Flowing Cloud dodge. Kai! A white sacred fire erupted. If Yu Wenju hadn't reminded him, Flowing Cloud would have certainly been hit by it. Paladins were defenders. And clerics? Clerics played an offensive support role. Chapter 1479. Reinforced Iron Bones. Nomiami. Nomiami. With a cleric supporting from the side, practically everyone thought of the same thing: kill. Right now, relying on Little Cold Hand's healing, Yi Xiu was entirely capable of ignoring Flowing Cloud's attacks and focusing on Swaksar. Then what about Lu Hanwen? If he wanted to stop Yi Xiu, he would have to first use some attacks with strong effects. Only then could he interrupt Lord Grimm's offensive. In this high-level match, the current situation was so simple that any ordinary gamer could understand it. Blue Rain's fans were all clenching their fists and cheering on Lu Hanwen as hard as they could. But then Lord Grimm used a skill, instantly turning the hearts of Blue Rain's fans to ash. Reinforced Iron Bones. Within the fighter class, the striker skill Reinforced Iron Bones. A low-level skill, it granted a defense boost that wasn't anything special, but Reinforced Iron Bones had another effect: super armor. At this moment, this became the truly deadly killing move. Super armor didn't help a character's defense at all, but it blocked the effects of almost any attack. At this moment, the only skills that could interrupt Lord Grimm's actions right now were those with grab priority. Blade Master? This class itself didn't have any grab skills, but they would often have one, the low-level Spellblade skill Wave Wheel Slasher. That was to say, if Lu Hanwen wanted to interrupt Lord Grimm's offensive, he could only use this one attack. A ray of white light had already enveloped Swaksar's body. Holy Commandment, a skill that increased the damage that the target took. Using it under circumstances where the target wasn't being attacked from all sides could be considered overkill. And right now, for Blue Rain, this was only pouring oil onto the fire. Swaksar didn't have much health to begin with, and with this 30% increase in damage, how long could he last? Lord Grimm began his offensive. Flowing Cloud began his offensive too. Formless Phantom Blade. At this moment, Lu Hanwen boldly controlled Flowing Cloud to release this powerful attack. Lord Grimm didn't dodge. He faced forward, and continued his attack against Swaksar. Flowing Cloud's Formless Phantom Blade landed slash after slash upon his body, sending blood droplets flying everywhere, but he paid it no mind. His health was plummeting, but no amount of damage would cause any kind of hesitation or interruption of his actions. This was the value of super armor. This might not be an equivalent exchange, but Yi Xiu didn't care. Because Lord Grimm would only lose a relatively large amount of health, what Swaksar would lose was his life. There's no way. This was what everyone thought. Even though there was the Wave Wheel Slasher, in such a simple, straightforward, choiceless space, there was no way it would pose any effective threat. Lu Hanwen probably had Flowing Cloud use Formless Phantom Blade because he felt helpless and decided to use this chance to deal Lord Grimm as much damage as he could. Even the heavy greatsword Flame Shadow was fairly fast with the Formless Phantom Blade. When the opponent didn't defend at all, this Formless Phantom Blade of Lu Hanwen's landed slash after slash, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the final slash. The final slash, the most powerful one of the Formless Phantom Blade. But just as the sword light of this most powerful slash flared, Yi Xiu suddenly stopped ignoring Lu Hanwen. The sword light flashed, and Lord Grimm rolled. Dodged. This slash, Lord Grimm had actually chosen to dodge. He didn't mind temporarily stopping his offensive against Swaksar for this. He still wanted to dodge? He was making his killing less efficient? The Blue Rain fans all felt depressed. Yi Xiu controlling Lord Grimm to dodge this most powerful slash made them all hold him in contempt. But then, they watched as this sword light from Flowing Cloud that had missed its target looked like it was splitting apart the very air. Something that clearly wasn't just the slash of a sword cleaved the air and then vanished. Everyone gasped. This slash wasn't the final slash of Formless Phantom Blade. It was a Wave Wheel Slasher. Lu Hanwen hadn't given up at all. He had hidden the wave wheel slasher within the formless phantom blade to try and catch his opponent by surprise. But, unfortunately, Yi Xiu had detected it. Why did he want to dodge this slash? Not because he had wanted to avoid the higher damage of this slash. The reason was simply that this slash truly would have interrupted Lord Grimm's offensive. The only effective attack missed. With this, hope was completely extinguished, with not an ember remaining. But everyone was still wishing for a miracle, wishing for a miraculous turnaround. What if Yi Xiu made a mistake? He didn't. Not at all. Swaksar fell. And in the last moments before he fell, Yu Wenju gave his final instruction of this battle: save the healer. Save the healer. Huang Shaoqian and Zheng Xian had already been rushing to save the healer, and Xu Jingxi was the one currently being saved. Then naturally, this instruction was meant for Lu Hanwen. Flowing Cloud immediately turned his attack. And Yi Xiu, to kill Swaksar once and for all, didn't bother to stop him. Yu Wenchu's final message was to subtly make use of a time gap. Before Swaksar fell, Lord Grimm couldn't move. But from the distance came cannon fire. Flowing Cloud had shifted targets, and so Dancing Rain shifted targets, and so Lord Grimm shifted targets. Lord Grimm's attack stuck to Flowing Cloud, and Swaksar was ultimately killed by Dancing Rain's long-range attack. Yu Wenchu's final instruction, the opening that had been obtained from the time gap, ultimately still fell upon his partner of many years, Huang Shaoqian. And the most outstanding opportunist in the entirety of Glory did not miss this opening, the opening for which his close friend and partner of so many years had traded his life. From the winds, Troubling Rain rushed forward. A twister of swordlight swept towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Save the healer! Lu Hanwen had been given the instruction, but the one who ultimately came to fulfill it was Huang Shaoqian. Troubling Rain, unstoppable. Even if it could be stopped, what could be done? As long as Steamed Bun Invasion's offensive had a single interruption, Xu Jingxi's Soul Speaker could be saved. Fang Rui dropped Bullet Rain, and Boundless Sea spun and rushed back. He was traveling downwind, but would he arrive in time? It was too late. No matter what, it was too late to block Troubling Rain. But Boundless Sea thrust his palm forward, sending a blast of chi toward Soul Speaker. And Steamed Bun Invasion didn't have any intentions of dealing with Troubling Rain. They were really going for the kill? They would definitely be interrupted, right? Seeing Troubling Rain sword energy, this momentum, everyone thought this way. But then, they watched as Steamed Bun Invasion, Boundless Sea, the two characters' bodies suddenly shook, as though their very bones had suddenly hardened. Once again, everyone was dumbstruck. Steamed Bun Invasion, Boundless Sea, the two characters had activated the same skill, the same one that Lord Grimm had just activated. Reinforced Iron Bones. The fighter class's Reinforced Iron Bones. Steamed Bun Invasion, Brawler, Boundless Sea, Chi Master. Of course they were fighters, of course they could easily learn the low-level striker skill, Reinforced Iron Bones. They wanted not the defense boost, but the super armor. Troubling Rain's sword could slice the skies, but so what? All he could use to interrupt the offensive was a wave wheel slasher. Bullet Rain could open fire with all he had, but so what? Those that exploded with knockback would have no effect against super armor. Flash Bullet? Freezing Bullet? The effects of these skills weren't blocked by super armor, but they wouldn't be able to settle the matter. Reinforced Iron Bones. Of Team Happy's characters, 3 of them had Reinforced Iron Bones. Had anyone noticed this point in the beginning? No. Had anyone thought, when the battle reached this instant where everything would be decided, that these 3 low-level skills would explode at once, producing this kind of crude effect? Also no. Soul Speaker fell. He had been suffering attack all this time. If not for his plate armor and tenacious self-recovery, he would have fallen even earlier than Swaksar. Now, Blue Rain had lost 2 characters, one of which was their healer. Victory was already decided. Only the most loyal of fans would still cling on to hope of a miracle right now. On the battlefield, Blue Rain's players didn't give up, they were still fighting their hardest. This wasn't simply the victory or loss of a match, this was the victory or loss of an entire season. It wasn't over yet, who could give up? But when nothing changed in the end, their efforts could only be viewed as a futile struggle. Perhaps in the years to come, their hard work here would be hand-waved as trash time. They'd lost. In their home game, they lost the group arena, they lost the team competition. The points didn't even need to be counted for this game. If not for Happy's fans in the West section, Sichuan Stadium would have been dead silent. They'd lost, just like this? It had ended right before their eyes. But the stadium of Blue Rain fans couldn't believe the reality in front of them. An entire season of effort, just like that, was lost in the first round of the playoffs, in 2 matches. This summer had arrived too early, hadn't it? So early that people weren't used to it. The players from both teams walked out of their competitor booths, and the players who hadn't been playing joined their teammates on stage. Normally, when Wei Chen won at an away game, he loved to applaud and thank the crowd, the majority of which would be fans of the opposing team. Other players that did this might have been genuine in their thanks, but for him, it was a way for him to gloat. But this time, he was quiet as he walked onto the stage with his team. To him, Blue Rain wasn't just any team. Even though he was now standing with Happy, he would never be able to mock them. Winning was enough. On this brutal playoff stage, in front of this team for which he still had many feelings, he restrained himself. Congratulations. Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenju shook hands with Yi Xiao. Thank you. Yi Xiao smiled and dipped his head, but didn't say more. Huang Shaoqian came up to him next and shook his hand. You'd better win the championships, he said sternly. What did you think I was planning to do, said Yi Xiao, amused. Good. If you'd beaten us and then lost to someone else, I'd never forgive you, said Huang Shaoqian. Congratulate the opponents, thank the audience. Blue Rain may have lost the match, but they didn't lose their demeanor. However, there was a hint of disappointment in everyone's expressions. They would have to taste this bitter fruit for the rest of the summer. But that didn't mean this was the end. There was the new season to come, they would have a new beginning. Day after day, year after year, everyone chased after this goal. There was only one championship, this was cruelty. But there was a championship every year, this was never-ending hope. Chapter 1480. The Emperor's New Clothes. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Blue Rain's big defeat. This was the front-page headline of the latest edition of Esports Weekly. Happy won the battle, but the reports all focused on Blue Rain, as their loss on their home stage was a more interesting topic. In any battle there was always a victor and a loser, who won and who lost was never something too surprising. When Blue Rain played their away game against Happy, they still won in the team round, and only lost by 1 point overall. Yet in their home game, they lost so drastically that the points didn't even need to be counted. Group Arena, lost. Team Competition, lost again. The team loss was particularly surprising, it was on a map with which Blue Rain was very familiar, yet they still hadn't been able to take the initiative. It was true that people now had a pretty good understanding of Happy's play style, but battles were never certain. As the saying went, 8 immortals crossing the sea, each with their own unique powers, everyone was striving to do their absolute best, in their own ways. But the feeling that people got from this battle was that as soon as Happy pulled out their powers, Blue Rain was abruptly forced down, gradually falling over in the midst of their struggle. The atmosphere in the stadium during the match wasn't too bad, but afterward, the criticism was overwhelming. After the final results came out, everyone suddenly became a glory expert. Any tiny flaw in Blue Rain's playing became a subject of loud criticism, proof of Blue Rain's failure to perform. As the losing side, Blue Rain of course knew the problems they had to fix. But too much of this deluge of criticism was simply people parroting each other. If you're determined to condemn someone, you don't need a good reason. It seemed that everyone who failed had to undergo an intense round of shaming, as though this were necessary to properly reflect their status as the losers. And this process of denouncement began right after the battle, during the press conference. It was less of an interview session and more of an attack session. The reporters wrote down in their notebooks not questions for Blue Rain, but speeches to express their vehement opinions regarding the reasons for Blue Rain's defeat. Strategy, tactics, judgment, performance, awareness. It was as if Team Blue Rain was stripped bare. They sat on the stage and were stabbed with the verbal knives hurled by the audience. Knife after knife. Everyone was hit. Huang Shaoqian couldn't restrain himself for long. Several times, he wanted to interject, but each time he was stopped by a look from Captain Yu Wenju. Yu Wenju understood him very well, both on and off stage. He knew exactly which comments from the reporters would set him off, and with his excellent prediction and judgment, cut him off every time. Other than keeping Huang Shaoqian under control, Yu Wenju simply sat there and listened silently, still wearing a faint smile. These endlessly chattering people in front of them, they were all upset at Blue Rain's failure to live up to expectations, hating iron for not becoming steel. Yu Wenju recognized many of them. Indeed, many of them had greatly anticipated Blue Rain's performance, had penned beautiful words for them, had fought written wars for them. They liked Blue Rain, so they had held high hopes for Blue Rain. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. However, Yu Wenju simply listened until the crowd finally fell silent. What there was to criticize had all been criticized, and, suddenly, no one stood up to say any more. The reporters glanced at each other uneasily, in this calm after the raging attack. They were suddenly keenly aware this was a press conference. They were supposed to ask questions and spend more time listening to what the players had to say, rather than use the time all the time to talk themselves. Suddenly, no one knew how to continue. But at this moment, Blue Rain's Captain Yu Wenju finally opened his mouth. "Thank you, everyone, for the concern and kindness you have shown Blue Rain." Everyone listened in silence. The fact that Blue Rain's captain could say this made them feel that their bitter words hadn't entirely been in vain. Even if they didn't manage to get new information out of the players during this press conference, as long as they were able to get Blue Rain to wake up, then wouldn't it be worth it? Everyone, you are all anxious for Blue Rain, and you only wish the best for Blue Rain. This, I understand very well, Yu Wenju continued. However, he paused, before continuing. Even if it is for our benefit, forgive us for being unable to accept this sort of nonsense. Ha 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 ha. At that, Huang Shaoqian burst out laughing. A year's worth of effort had come to nothing. Yet in this time of intense unhappiness, Huang Shaoqian was actually laughing. But he was only laughing for the sake of it. The sound masked his acute feelings of bitterness and resentment. He'd been wanting to say this for a while. What do you guys understand? What gives you the right to spout this nonsense at us? While Huang Shaoqian was laughing, the reporters were stunned. They never would have thought after giving such sincere thanks, Yu Wenju would directly and mercilessly call their words nonsense. Some of them stood up, prepared to retaliate, but Yu Wenju's voice stopped them. Beginning from the very first critic in this press conference, Yu Wenju began his replies. One after another. 15. In total, there had been 15 reporters who had stood up and expressed vehemently their personal, disparaging views on Blue Rain's performance. Yu Wenju didn't miss a single one, and even followed the correct order in which they had spoken. One by one, he clearly, logically, systematically refuted their observations and opinions. And thus, one after another. 15. 15 reporters felt their ears go red. Yu Wenju's rebuttals were so sensible that the reporters were surprised when he suddenly finished. And then, they all had only one feeling, that they truly understood nothing, that they truly were only speaking nonsense. This was far more complex and high-end than they had imagined. And after listening to Yu Wenju's analysis, the problems that they had brought up felt unbelievably shallow. It was as though they were a crowd of noobs, charging toward someone and yelling, "Why didn't you use 10 formless phantom blades to make 100 combo to kill the opponent?" And that person would laugh, and pat their heads, and kindly reply that formless phantom blade has a cooldown, you can only use it once, you can't chain together 10. Even after having their arguments torn apart, not a single one of the reporters reacted angrily to being shamed like this. Because Yu Wenju's counters were truly too accurate, they simply couldn't find a foothold to reply. When Yu Wenju finished speaking, the scene once again returned to silence. Then Yu Wenju surveyed the crowd one last time. "Thank you, everyone. We will meet next season." And with that, Team Blue Rain departed. And about what happened in this post-match press conference, not a single reporter was willing to write. In the end, this match report was simply a collection of outside descriptions, without anything about the emotions and attitudes of the Blue Rain players. These reporters all shut their mouths, but that wouldn't stop other people from speaking. The reporters who had undergone this rebuttal, upon seeing the comments made by others, suddenly felt that those critics were as pathetic as they themselves had been earlier. Those critiques and analysis were just like the vehement statements they had made during the press conference. Not a single one hit the nail on the head. It was because their skill wasn't high enough. And now, these reporters knew how these critiques were viewed through professional eyes. It was nonsense. All this time, there was simply too much of this kind of nonsense. Because this was a new circle, those who truly had high-end skills were still participating in the league as players. Not many had joined the other aspects of this industry after their retirement. The media workers were mostly just ordinary fans, and some might have even been forced by their job to learn about glory. Their so-called specialist eyes simply weren't at the professional level, especially for the playoffs. Too much of the match content here, they just couldn't understand. To the pro players, their confident assertions were simply laughable. Yet they weren't self-aware, they ran about like the emperor wearing his new clothes, cheerfully streaking, until yesterday, Yu Wenju quietly nudged a few of them and told them, "You're not wearing any clothes, don't run around, be careful of catching a cold." They really were catching cold. And there were quite a number of them. To these people, the mountains of comments were simply confused and invalid. But they had no way of pointing it out, because they only learned a few principles from Yu Wenju's words. That didn't mean that they had put on clothes, it just meant that they would no longer run around on the street naked. And Team Blue Rain, because of their captain's powerful performance during the press conference, were completely deaf to these comments. They knew much more clearly than these people where the true problems lay. Did they need to listen to the opinions of these outsiders? Break begins today. After the match, the first sentence that Team Blue Rain heard from their captain was this one. "As for the rest, we'll speak of it next season," said Yu Wenju. Yes. Everyone nodded. Even if this had been a bit ugly, this wasn't the first time they had failed. As for where the problems lay, there were no idiots in Blue Rain. The words that captain had said yesterday at the press conference, they wouldn't treat that as a mere tongue lashing. He had simply used the most powerful moment to say those things. To review the recordings of their losing match, while still carrying the depression of defeat, only strengthened the effects. Seizing opportunities was always Blue Rain's specialty, whether on or off the battlefield. See you next season. Everyone bid each other to take care, and Blue Rain's players began their breaks. But not everyone left. You're not leaving. Yu Wenju looked at Huang Shaoqian. I want to watch until the very end. As soon as there's a chance, I'm going to go up and roast the hell out of that guy. Huang Shaoqian said firmly. Then what if there isn't a chance? Yu Wenju asked, with a laugh. If there isn't, then I can only watch him continue to be proud until the end, said Huang Shaoqian. Everyone wanted to be proud until the end. Blue Rain no longer had this chance. And that night, another team lost their chance as well. Thunderclap fought their away game against Tiny Herb and ultimately lost the match. Having lost both games, they too were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. Xiao Shiqin and his teammates had played an admirable regular season this year, but they still had yet to ever break past the first round of playoffs. Thunderclap's individual strength still wasn't high enough. This was what the outside world said. Their team's strength didn't lose to any powerhouse, but Thunderclap's performance in the individual rounds indeed wasn't very reassuring. The playoffs only made this more obvious. Once upon a time, in order to gain more powerful helpers, Xiao Shiqin had left Thunderclap. But this time, amidst these voices, do you hear that? They're all saying that our individual strength isn't enough. Train well this summer, all of you. Next season, we're going to give them a scare in the individual rounds. This was what Xiao Shiqin said before break. This time, he wouldn't think that his teammates weren't enough. He would rise together with his teammates, and together they would strive for a victory that belonged to them. Break 37 consecutive wins. Dai Yanqi jumped up and shouted. Xiao Shiqin's legs shuddered. Watch yourself. He glared at Dai Yanqi. Encouragement was good, but it couldn't be absurd. Was that even something that a human could accomplish? Chapter 1481. Information. Nomiami. Nomiami. TLN, please go back and reread the previous chapter. It's been updated with the actual translation. The quarterfinals of the playoffs had come to a close. All 4 games ended in 2 rounds. Samsara, Tyranny, Happy and Tiny Herb advanced to the semi-finals. Among them, Samsara, Tyranny and Tiny Herb were all members of the top 4 in the regular season. Happy, at number 6, was the only one to have successfully turned the tables, knocking out the regular season's 3rd place, Blue Rain. This match, especially the second round at Blue Rain's home stadium, was the match that had the most discussion. The group arena was all right. It was clear that Blue Rain had made careful arrangements with their map choice. In the end, it was because their plan for Yishio was completely destroyed that they fell behind. However, the team competition brought Blue Rain a lot of disgruntlement and jeers, to the point where this match was the hottest topic with the end of the first round. By now, Team Blue Rain's holiday had already started. Regarding the last round of the playoffs, their captain Yu Wenju had said everything there was to say in the press conference already. Next up was Tyranny versus Happy and Samsara versus Tiny Herb. The playoffs had entered an even more tense atmosphere. None of these 4 teams dared relax for even a moment. Club Tyranny. Blue Rain hadn't bothered reviewing the heavily criticized team competition at Blue Rain's home game against Happy. On the other hand, Tyranny began looking over that match ended. The team competition of that match had become the main focus of their pre-match preparations. As for who it was they were studying, it obviously wasn't Blue Rain who had been knocked out of the competition already, but Happy. Happy, who they were facing in the next round. Happy, who had wiped the floor with Blue Rain on their home turf, drawing harsh criticism of Blue Rain from all over. Those criticisms, to them, were unreasonable. However, they didn't have the time to spare to explain for Blue Rain, and it wasn't Blue Rain they cared about anyways. Happy. The discussions and research these 3 days were all about Happy because Happy had revealed all too much in this match, too much that had been kept hidden or vague in previous matches. The entire team was gathered in the conference room, the match VOD playing on the projector. They had lost count of how many times they had watched and analyzed the match, but none of the Tyranny members held any hint of impatience in their expressions, all focused as if they were in a match themselves. Zhong Xinjie, their vice-captain, Tyranny's tactician, stood in front of the projector. He faced the projection as well, watching the recording silently with everyone else. The 2 teams spawned and headed out. The viewpoint in the VOD was completely focused on Team Happy. After 3 consecutive days of studying the match VOD, the file they were using was no longer the original. Speaking of which, as Happy's 5 characters advanced, a red circle appeared over Dancing Rain, flashing a few times. They didn't stop watching because of this. They had studied this part several times already. Mucheng. Many people thought her performance wasn't as spectacular after joining Happy. At first they thought that it was because she was in a new team and had to familiarize herself with her new teammates and characters. However, throughout the whole season, Mucheng hadn't made any particularly spectacular improvement. However, in these 3 days at Tyranny, Zhong Xinjie had came to a very certain conclusion. Mucheng's performed spectacularly, but her brilliance was integrated into the details. The annotations done for Dancing Rain's positioning at the beginning was emphasis on her choice of position in their formation as well as the adjustments she made. You wouldn't be able to see anything from just watching one character, you had to look at it from the whole. The moment the red annotations appeared, Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea had both deviated from their formation. This deviation wasn't a result of the 2 not being in sync, but it was because the two characters had been met with obstacles they couldn't leap over in their linear path, so they had to make their own adjustments. This was a natural, logical move that couldn't be more ordinary. However, Su Mucheng adjusted herself with them. Dancing Rain, with no obstacles in her path, adjusted her position as Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea swerved around trees. The scene was paused. Happy froze with the two characters swerving around trees and Dancing Rain in her now adjusted position. A seemingly inconsequential detail, but this maintains the completeness of Happy's formation. Zhong Xinjie turned and said to everyone, "These movements are woven into this match from start to finish, and we'll come to it again. This is just to make sure you all realize that Su Mucheng can already do this subconsciously, even for something so inconsequential," Zhong Xinjie explained. "In other words, I think that Su Mucheng is no longer just Yi Xiu's best partner, but all of Happy's best partner." After 3 days of analysis, this was the first time Zhong Xinjie had given such a straightforward explanation. "She's become more comprehensive, even more of a team player," Lin Jingyan said. As veterans, none of them were unfamiliar with Su Mucheng, and with this new information, they would immediately compare it to their original understanding of Su Mucheng and notice the difference. For the Su Mucheng of the past, not only did she often forget everyone but Yi Xiu, but her support was imbalanced. She placed too much importance on Yi Xiu's decisions, leading to her inability to maximize her impact in the battle. This was because Yi Xiu wasn't always the best target for her to support, and giving support to her other teammates would have been better to open up the situation. Now, she no longer had any of these problems. Soon enough, the scene arrived at the first clash between the two sides. Blue Rain took advantage of their tailwind to launch an assault. At this point, Zhong Xinjie had switched the shot to Su Mucheng's perspective. With this first-person perspective, everyone felt as if they were in the tense atmosphere of the match themselves. Su Mucheng's camera view was constantly in motion, things appearing repeatedly in the shot, some far, some close. Then, it suddenly froze. It was Zhong Xinjie who paused it. In the scene, Blue Rain's Blade Master duo had already charged into their formation with such great coordination that even Yi Xiu couldn't stop them. As for Su Mucheng, all of this occurred under her eyes, and she had the chance to steady the situation for Happy, but she didn't. Su Mucheng's view, instead, kept a close eye on Yu Wenshu Swaksar. What if it was the Su Mucheng of the past? What would she do? Zhong Xinjie inquired. The veterans all fell silent. The old Su Mucheng would most likely coordinate with Yi Xiu to take on Blue Rain's Blade Master duo. But what about the Su Mucheng of today? Happy's disarray here was planned, and Su Mucheng's decisions influenced Happy's plans for this stage. If she had coordinated with Yi Xiu to defeat Blue Rain's Blade Master duo, then this situation here would be difficult to achieve, Zhong Xinjie said. Tyranny's members knew the scenario that followed like the backs of their hands after 3 days of analysis. Happy had an order to their chaos, while Blue Rain, responsible for scattering them, sunk into their chaos like into quicksand. Of course, every member of Happy had contributed their efforts to this, but even after 3 days of studying, the role Su Mucheng played seemed to have a deeper layer to it. Blue Rain wasn't cautious enough of Su Mucheng. As Zhong Xinjie talked, the projection cut to a collection of strung-together highlights. Scene after scene flashed by. This was a video of the time Su Mucheng used Dancing Rain's range advantage to disrupt Blue Rain's plan. As for Blue Rain, they weren't watching Su Mucheng very closely, so it made Su Mucheng's job much easier. This sentence was basically Zhong Xinjie's criticism on Blue Rain's performance. This was a criticism that hadn't appeared in that cacophony of voices. However, Zhong Xinjie, who had managed to catch on to this, didn't act proud or anything. This was a trail they had only found after 3 days of intense study. Su Mucheng's transformation was very fragmented. It would be very hard to notice without combing through the data thoroughly. Zhong Xinjie could only be thankful that there was this match to provide them with this fragmented information. It seems like we had better keep a closer watch on her, Zhong Jiala said. Or obstruct her view. Zhong Xinjie gazed at Zhong Jiala as he said this. The veterans didn't need to say much more. When Zhong Jiala brought this up, it was because he already understood that he was the one in Tyranny who was most appropriate for cutting Su Mucheng off from her allies. Dazzling 100 Blossoms had ranged attacks, and the 100 Blossom style was doubtlessly the best at disrupting Su Mucheng, no matter if it was used on the field or on Su Mucheng directly. And so, a strategic choice was decided. Outsiders would probably never guess that the first person Tyranny brought up as a key opponent to keep watch on would be Su Mucheng, who didn't seem to shine so brightly amongst the rest of Happy. This wasn't the only choice Tyranny had settled on in these 3 days. The recording continued, and soon came to a chaotic free-for-all between the two sides. Steamed Bun Invasion had been Blue Rain's attack target for a while, but after a few exchanges, Steamed Bun worked together with Boundless Sea to kidnap their healer. What was Happy's reasoning behind sending out Steamed Bun Invasion? This was one of the many questions Tyranny was analyzing these 3 days. The choice of player and character was the best reflection of a team's intentions. An unpredictable and unstable player like Steamed Bun wasn't the strict Zhong Xinjia's style. Compared to Yu Wenju, he was interested in why Happy chose a player that might mess up and cost them their victory at such a crucial map. Yi Xiao was there to compensate. That was something that Yu Wenju realized during the match, as well as something Tyranny quickly figured out. However, this only meant that Happy had the ability to neutralize the risk of using Steamed Bun Invasion, but nothing of why Steamed Bun Invasion was important. It wasn't like they'd send him up to where at Yi Xiao's focus. As the recording arrived to where Blue Rain's healer Soul Speaker was kidnapped, the projection once again cut to a collection of highlights. A collection of highlights of Steamed Bun Invasion attacking Soul Speaker. Conclusion: Steamed Bun was a counter to Xu Jingxi's Soul Speaker. The Brawler class had many ways to disrupt and interrupt their opponents, and Paladins with their strong defense had many ways to protect themselves, so a class like the Brawler was required to CC them. The shot paused at a scene where Steamed Bun Invasion launched a tyrannical chain punch and knocked Soul Speaker down. "It looks overkill, doesn't it?" Zhong Xinjia said, pointing at the shot. However, if he didn't do something so overkill, then a single guard of virtues or angels would be able to turn the tables. This Steamed Bun Invasion feels really enthusiastic when it comes to things like this. Feelings. Zhong Xinjia would never rely on feelings for something like this, yet even he had to resort to an ambiguous term like this. He just couldn't understand Steamed Bun. Chapter 1482. Focal Point. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Su Mucheng, Bao Rongxing. Tyranny had studied Happy for 3 days, and now, it was time for them to conclude their findings. They outlined a summary of these two players' performances in their match against Blue Rain. This obviously wasn't all the information that they had obtained. Under Zhong Xinjia's meticulous guidance, they analyzed every piece of information. What should we do? Everyone had the same thought, much like how Zhong Jiala had tacitly understood earlier the role that he would need to play. However, because of Zhong Xinjia's caution and seriousness, even Han Wenqing, who had known Zhong Xinjia for many years, had to confirm that everyone was on the same page. Everything was conducted anxiously but orderly. Tyranny, Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Happy, who had entered the quarterfinals despite this being their first year in the league. The next step was the finals. The next step was the Championship Cup itself. At this moment, who could relax? Who could give up? Every year, when it reached this point in time, the atmosphere would turn abnormally heavy. Even the wars between in-game players would turn exceptionally heated. The teams that made it to the semifinals were all teams with a strong fan base. When expectations were high, people would often become sensitive and weak. Since 4 teams had qualified for the quarterfinals, that meant 4 teams had been eliminated. None of the 4 eliminated teams were weak teams. How could any of the fans be content with these results? 1 day, 2 days. Day after day of tension passed. The first round of the semifinals was about to begin. The first round would be Happy's home game against Tyranny. It would take place in Happy's Stadium in City H. Happy's home stadium was formerly Excellent Era's. In the Glory Alliance, there were no 2 teams with more enmity towards each other than Excellent Era and Tyranny. When Excellent Era was relegated from the league, countless people thought that the Alliance had now lost a piece of history. Afterwards, Excellent Era disbanded and went away. It seemed like this piece of history would never return. But then, Happy joined the Alliance. Their leader was Excellent Era's former captain, Yi Xiao. Happy also succeeded Excellent Era's home stadium in City H. For a moment, Tyranny's fans took their hostility towards Excellent Era and placed it all onto Yi Xiao alone. Of course, Yi Xiao played an important part in the relationship between the two teams. It was just that Happy was Happy. Say that Happy was the continuation of Excellent Era? How could that be said? In the Challenger League, Happy was the one who eliminated Excellent Era and led to their disbandment. Fortunately, Excellent Era was rescued in the end, leaving a few key remnants of the organization. The new Excellent Era had won the Challenger League this season and would be returning to the Alliance. Beside them was also a group of loyal fans who would never abandon the team. But there were many people who felt like Happy was more like the original Excellent Era, even if they were the team that led to Excellent Era's disbandment. It was because Happy took over the original Excellent Era's home stadium. It was because Happy's captain was Excellent Era's former captain, Yi Xiao. The Yi Xiao that had founded Excellent Era's dynasty. The Yi Xiao that had earned the title of Battle God for one autumn leaf. No matter what, these were all of the past, things that had already become reality. These achievements would never be separated from Yi Xiao, nor would they ever be forgotten. As a result, when Happy and Tyranny met in the playoffs, many people brought up the often talked about subject of old enemies. Excellent Era? It wouldn't be good to talk more about one person's name. Yi Xiao. Everyone kept on talking about Yi Xiao. Even Su Mucheng, who used to be a core player on Excellent Era, was mentioned less. After all, when Excellent Era won their 3 championships, Su Mucheng hadn't been a part of the team yet, and most of the enmity between Excellent Era and Tyranny had been established during that period of time. Su Mucheng happened to join the season that Tyranny beat Excellent Era. As such, the hostility towards Su Mucheng from Tyranny's fans was naturally far less than Yi Xiao, who had led the team that had eliminated Tyranny 3 times in a row. The match between Happy and Tyranny was discussed heavily by the media, who hyped up the match by flipping through talking point after talking point. The day of the match was about to arrive. And the sight of the fans that had assembled at the stadium was astonishing to see. Although Happy was a popular team nowadays, their home game against Blue Rain was nowhere near as crazy. As the beginning of the match approached, the number of people gathered at the stadium was so large that not only were there no empty seats, it might even be hard to find space outside the venue. This sort of scene could only be found before when Excellent Era played against Tyranny. Had City HS Glory fans regarded Happy as an alternative to Excellent Era? It was a reasonable possibility, but it shouldn't be to this extent. After all, Happy defeating Excellent Era in the Challenger League was a fact that no loyal Excellent Era fan could ever forget. There were Excellent Era fans that hated Happy. There were Excellent Era fans that were indifferent about Happy. But those who liked Happy could only be ones who liked fads. Then, where did all of these Glory fans gathered here come from? The playoffs was a popular topic among the media. There were, of course, special reports about the various histories behind the teams. Just taking a look at a few articles would give a good overview of the situation. It was true that many of the people gathered here didn't have any love or Happy, but their hostility towards Tyranny was as strong as ever. That was why they came. Not to cheer on Happy, but to see Tyranny fall. There was no Excellent Era these days, but many Excellent Era fans continued their tradition of hating on Tyranny. Many of the reporters that were here to conduct interviews sighed at this scene. Although Excellent Era had already been gone from the Alliance for 2 years, their influence remained. The players could be gone, the characters could be changed, the stadium could be replaced, but the history that they had left behind would always remain. Excellent Era was a memory, one whose glory would never be forgotten. And their enmity with Tyranny was a part of that memory. As a result, there was now another point of discussion. Happy was the one that led to Excellent Era's downfall, yet now they were going to carry on the tradition. It was a very contradictory situation. Of course, there were no lack of optimists in the interviews. They cheerfully expressed that they were here today to see the drama. It didn't matter who won. Either way, they would be able to vent their anger. All sorts of topics were pushed to the peak of attention because of this match. There were even fans who were certain that they had seen Huang Shaoqian in the crowd. Others claimed to see Yu Wenju, Yang Song, Tang Hao. In short, the pro players who were no longer in contention for the championships all seemed to be somewhere in the crowd. Who would win? Who would lose? Everyone had come here to see the answer to this question. That night at 8 o'clock, at the sold-out Shaoshan Stadium, many of the Glory fans gathered outside without seats did not leave. They didn't need to appreciate the course of the match. Just being able to know the results firsthand was enough for the wait to be worth it. Inside the venue's prep rooms, the two teams were getting ready for the match. It's really lively today, huh? Fang Rui was relaxed, talking to everyone as if this were normal. Team Happy had done what they had always done. At around 7, they left the internet cafe, ready to cross the street to Shaoshan Stadium. But when they saw the giant crowd outside, they got scared. It'd be a miracle if famous players like them could make it inside without any trouble. In the end, Cheng Gua urgently contacted the stadium employees. Shaoshan Stadium had hosted Glory events for many years. They had experienced the rivalry between Excellent Era and Tyranny and were familiar with handling it. As soon as they took Cheng Gua's phone call, they immediately told them that a special passageway had been prepared for them. The stadium even sent out a staff member to guide Happy inside. In fact, they already knew that Team Happy was right across street from them. When they got inside the venue, the sea of people outside the stadium left a deep impression on them. Yixiao and Su Mucheng weren't too surprised. They had been a part of Excellent Era and had experienced it before. But even Fang Rui, an all-star, had never seen such an army before. As a matter of fact, despite having more experience than the rookies, he felt more surprised than them. Why aren't these people leaving? The match is almost about to start, Cheng Gua said. She was too naive. Cheng Gua thought that those Glory fans outside were hoping for a ticket, and since the match was about to start, they clearly hadn't gotten any tickets and should be leaving. How could she have known that their passion was no longer something that could be stopped by a ticket to the match? Just waiting outside, awaiting for the results with everyone else, was a type of joy to these people. I just know that the crowd gathered here today probably isn't here to support us. Don't feel too pressured by them, Yixiao said solemnly. Cheng Gua stared blankly. His intentions were good, but how come the logic didn't seem to make sense? Tyranny has this many fans here. Tang Ru asked. No matter how much of a rookie she was, she knew quite a bit about the scene now. Their opponent was Team Tyranny. And having worked at Happy Internet Cafe in City H, Tang Ru knew about the people of this city's relationship with Team Tyranny long before she became serious about playing Glory. They are probably here hoping for Tyranny to fall, Yixiao said. Then, aren't they hoping for us to win? Tang Ru said. They'll probably be happy if we lose too, Yixiao said. Tang Ru was smart. She quickly understood. Too bad we won't, she said. That's why I'm saying we should just treat them as if they didn't exist, Yixiao said. Just as he said this, they heard a knock on their door. The staff were calling the two teams to get ready to go on stage. Yixiao led the way out of the room and came across Team Tyranny's captain and his old rival, Han Wenqing, who was also leading his team out. They looked at each other face to face, without any expression. Soon, the two teams lined up next to each other in the passageway. When are you going to retire? Yixiao suddenly asked Han Wenqing an especially depressing question. It's still early. Han Wenqing's gaze was firm. You still want to win a championship? Yixiao smirked. You've got no chance this year. Humph, Han Wenqing snorted. Yixiao turned his head and gave an upward nod at the third Tyranny player in line. You've got no chance at a 5th second place finish, either. Zhong Jiala wished he could give Yixiao 10 middle fingers. Chapter 1483. Stepping back. Nomiami. Nomiami. They hadn't even gone onstage yet and the mockery had already begun. This knife at Zhong Jiala was particularly cruel, Even the stadium worker nearby couldn't keep a straight face. But these people from Tyranny had interacted with Yishio for far too many years, and understood him very well. And Zhong Jiala was such an easy target, it'd be strange if Yishio didn't take a few jabs at him. So even though Zhong Jiala expressed his indignation, Tyranny as a whole remained fairly unruffled. They were all so familiar with each other that even if the hostility was high, they just treated it all as insults traded between bad friends. Notably, when Yishio said this, some people in Tyranny almost laughed. Such as Lin Jing'an. When Lin Jing'an saw Zhong Jiala twist his head to look at him, he hastily turned it into a cough. Adjusting his glasses, he regained his composure. "When did you become nearsighted?" Fang Rui happened to be standing across from Lin Jing'an. Fang Rui wasn't as familiar with the others in Tyranny, but he and Lin Jing'an had been partners back in the day, so of course the degree of familiarity wasn't the same. Lin Jing'an adjusted his glasses again. "They're playing glass. Trying to look all intellectual." Fang Rui said. "I think they looked quite good." Lin Jing'an appeared to be quite satisfied with this new accessory. But then, he heard another voice speak up from behind Fang Rui. "You're a brawler. What kind of brawler wears glasses to look intellectual?" "Steamed Bun. Only Steamed Bun would have such strict views on brawlers." "My character's class is a brawler, thanks." Lin Jing'an felt gloomy as he turned and answered Steamed Bun. "You don't like brawlers?" "Then why'd you pick one?" said Steamed Bun. At this point, Lin Jing'an couldn't explain any further. This Steamed Bun insisted on drawing an equal sign between the in-game brawler class and a real-life brawler. Alright, the brawler class did have the aura of a street thug, but this was still a separate matter, okay? Did using this class mean that you had to have the aura of a street thug? Lin Jing'an looked at Steamed Bun through his plain-glass glasses, and found that he couldn't say anything. This guy really fit the image. This hairstyle, this attitude, this attire, throw him onto a street and anyone would recognize him as a little brawler. And, quite a handsome brawler at that. Ha ha, aside from a weak chuckle, Lin Jing'an really had no idea what to say. In the end, Happy's trash talk did have some effect, not from the experienced Yishio, but from the rookie Steamed Bun. Fortunately, they were finally about to walk onto the stage. Yishio, Han Wenqing. When the two captains met at the center of the stage and shook hands, the entire stadium erupted with enthusiastic applause. 10 years. Both of them had once stood at the peak of glory, had experienced ups and downs. Now, 10 years had passed, and they still stood on this stage, still stood on this battlefield, still faced off against each other. Whether they loved or hated them, no one could erase the respect held toward these two people. The two of them shook hands and prepared for battle, once more, after so many times throughout the years. Everyone delivered up applause, no matter whether they were Happy fans, Tyranny fans, or old Excellent Era fans looking for excitement. But soon after the applause, "Kill him!" Such brutal and foul language immediately rose up within Shaoshan Stadium. Respect had been expressed, so the next step was to establish dominance. The two of them had faced off for 10 years, and the fans behind them had faced off for 10 years as well. Even if their team backgrounds were thrown away, these two people's names were enough to ignite a fiery chaos. The emotions of the stadium were immediately bursting aflame, and under this ruckus, the players of the two teams continued to shake hands down the line. After that, the players returned to their respective player areas, and Yishio alone remained unstage. Oi! In Happy's home stadium, there were naturally many Happy fans. Seeing this, they immediately started cheering. They knew all too well what this meant that Yishio was still the first up. Starting from the second round of the regular season, up through the second round of layoffs right now, he had always been Happy's first player, and he had yet to lose a single 1v1. 37? Loyal fans didn't even recognize this streak anymore. It should be 39. There was no individual competition in the playoffs. There was only the group arena, and they couldn't expect anyone to 1v5, right? So, because Yishio had twice defeated the opponent's first player, they counted that result into the record. Quite a few people were emphasizing that Yi Xiu's current win streak was no longer 37, but more accurately 39. And now, for the 40th time, Yi Xiu was Happy's first player. There was no more suspense. After the pre-match formalities, he simply remained unstage and aimlessly strolled around. In the past, this would have been quite a valuable shot, because Yi Xiu never made public appearances before. He'd always hide very well. But now, it had already been a whole season, so that mysterious aura had long since disappeared. By wandering around unstage now, in everyone's eyes, it looked like he was trying to provoke tyranny. "I'm right here. Which of you will come to fight me? Who's coming?" Happy's fans knew how to get hype, and immediately began shouting. "Han Wenqing, you dare come!" Someone shouted this. In theory, if a Happy fan wasn't formally an excellent era fan, they shouldn't have much reason to hate Han Wenqing. But everyone at least knew that there was so much history between Han Wenqing and Yi Xiu, and so at this time, they wouldn't shy away from helping their own team's captain provoke the other. Of course, everyone loved this kind of topic, and so very quickly, the entire stadium was helping Yi Xiu call out Han Wenqing. Tyranny's fans had no way of retaliating. Because the player order was decided before the match, if they really hadn't set Han Wenqing as the first player, there was no way that they would decide to change the order just because the whole stadium was shouting for Han Wenqing to come on stage. But Happy's choice to send Yi Xiu first was a very obvious thing, right? Would Tyranny back down from such a challenge? They wouldn't. Of course they wouldn't. This was Tyranny, this was their captain Han Wenqing. Knowing that Yi Xiu stood before him, would he retreat? What a joke! When they thought to hear, Tyranny's fans immediately gained confidence. Thus, they also began to shout for their captain, as though it was a guarantee that Han Wenqing would come on stage. All the way until the digital screen flashed with Tyranny's first player. All the way until, in Tyranny's player area, the first player stood up. The stadium quieted down for a moment, and then Happy's fans exploded with crazy jeering. And Tyranny's fans? They were silent. Tyranny's first player, Qin Muyun. Character, sharpshooter -9 degrees. Han Wenqing actually retreated? He'd clearly known that Happy's first player would be Yi Xiu, and yet he still didn't stand forward to fight Yi Xiu, instead leaving this opportunity to Qin Muyun, this most overlooked player of Tyranny's main roster? The audience was shocked, as were the commentators Pan Lin and Liebo. This was entirely outside of their expectations. Pan Lin and Liebo had just been talking about how Yi Xiu's position as Happy's first player had never changed, and so in the confrontations in this round of the playoffs, it was very possible that Yi Xiu would 1v1 Han Wenqing a number of times. Best of 3. This 10-year conflict might finally see an answer, Pan Lin had noted, but unexpectedly, Han Wenqing actually hadn't come up to fight. This, at first, the two wondered whether Han Wenqing had sustained some injury, and wouldn't be able to fight at all today. But when they thought again, they remembered he had still been playing well last round. Would he suffer such a serious injury in just a few days? Tyranny couldn't be that unlucky. The two exchanged glances. They had no idea how they would explain this. The televised broadcast ignored Qin Muyun as he went unstage, instead choosing to show a close-up of Han Wenqing. Tyranny's captain merely sat in his seat, his face cold, his attention on their player walking unstage. It didn't seem like there was anything unusual going on. The match hadn't even begun yet, but the player order had already given everyone a big surprise. It was just completely outside of everyone's expectations that had been formed over the course of 10 years. Yi Xiu, too, was surprised. The broadcast didn't skip over him, and furiously snatched close-ups of his reaction when Tyranny didn't send up Han Wenqing. Yi Xiu was indeed somewhat caught off guard, somewhat surprised. He glanced toward Han Wenqing, still in Tyranny's player area. But then, he smiled lightly. Was it mockery? Those who saw this immediately began analyzing Yi Xiu's smile. Not mockery. This smile looked more like one of understanding, more like one of relief. When Han Wenqing's expression was shown next to his on screen, this feeling became even stronger. After shaking hands with Qin Muyan, Yishio headed to the player booth to prepare for the upcoming battle. Everyone was still discussing what it meant that Han Wenqing hadn't come on stage, and poor Qin Muyan was completely overlooked. Han Wenqing isn't going up against Yishio first battle, are you watching this? Huang Xiaoqian had come to watch the match live. With his status, getting the best VIP seats wasn't difficult, of course. There was no way he could sit with the masses, because after all he was a top star of glory as well. Right now, seeing Tyranny's arrangement, Huang Xiaoqian sent out a text. "I'm watching." A reply came, "Yu Wenju. What do you think he's trying to do?" Huang Xiaoqian continued to ask. Stepping back, Yu Wenju replied. They were all players at the highest level. With such great mutual understanding, not much needed to be said. Stepping back. The one thing that it had always looked like Han Wenqing didn't know how to do was step back. But now, he made this kind of choice. Was he yielding? Was he compromising? No. There was absolutely no way. If Han Wenqing knew how to yield, how to compromise, then countless people's worldviews would be completely shattered. Han Wenqing was changing. In the twilight years of his professional career, for the sake of that goal, he was adjusting himself. Much of this could be seen, in fact, from his performance over the course of the regular season. Stepping back wasn't compromising, even less so yielding. Stepping back was a wisdom that Han Wenqing understood but was unwilling to accept. Yet this time, he had done it. And this was just an arrangement of player order. On the actual battlefield, the Han Wenqing who now knew how to step back, what kind of performance would he bring? Chapter 1484. High-level hide and seek. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Happy faced Tyranny in their home game. The first round of the group arena would be Yishio vs Qin Muyan. The match was at the loading screen stage, but the crowd had yet to quiet down. The people didn't care about the match itself. Happy's fans were booing loudly at Han Wenqing for not coming out, while Tyranny's fans felt like they couldn't hold their heads high. They forgot that although Han Wenqing hadn't been sent up this round, the player who had, the poor Qin Muyan, wasn't getting any attention. Up until the match began. When Qin Muyan's -9 degrees appeared on stage through Glory's projection technology, on the big screen in the stadium, on the TV or computer screens of countless Tyranny fans, they finally realized that though Han Wenqing may not have gone up, their Tyranny was still fighting. "You can do it!" Cheers erupted from the away game seats, Team Tyranny's fans. The loud cheers all of a sudden gave Happy's fans a fright. Excellent Era fans were experts at competing against Tyranny fans. Although Happy's fanbase had some crossover with Excellent Era's fanbase, it wasn't a majority. Happy's fans couldn't beat Tyranny's fans in a yelling contest, and the regular season had already proved that. But this was the playoffs, a competition where one side died while the other side lived. Happy was a new team that was creating a miracle. Once this thought came across their minds, Happy's fans started to feel their blood boil too. This is our home field. How can we let Tyranny overwhelm us? The first intense battle of this playoffs round began with the audience. In the meantime, the two players on stage were calmly making their way forward. Happy had chosen the map, Thatcher Manor. It was another setting from a map in the heavenly domain. The map consisted of a multitude of elements, a lake on the west side, a small forest on the east side, and a 2-story tall manor in the center of the map. Apart from that, there were all sorts of small buildings scattered throughout the map such as a mill, a stable, gardens, and so on. The two characters spawned on the north and south end of the map. Both of them chose a direct route straight to the center. However, because of the obstruction from the manor, neither of them could see the other side. Qin Muyan's -9 degrees came from the north side towards the back of the manor. It looked like he wasn't a complete stranger to this map. After arriving there, he had -9 degrees move towards a corner and then borrow window sills and pillars as platforms to jump on. Shortly afterwards, -9 degrees made his way to the roof of the manor, giving him a wide view of the map. But Qin Muyan immediately had -9 degrees crouch and search for an appropriate position before carefully looking outwards. He was looking towards the south, but there were no signs of anyone. Judging by Lord Grim's movement speed, if he had taken the middle road, he should be here too. But he wasn't. The left? The right? Or could it be? Qin Muyan looked downwards. The manor wasn't just decoration. It could be entered. If he and Yishio chose to take the middle road, while he had been jumping onto the roof, he could have easily entered the manor without him noticing. There was a door at the back of the manor too, but Qin Muyan chose not to go in. Sharpshooters held an advantageous position in an open field. Fighting inside the manor would not be a good idea for a sharpshooter. Perhaps Yishio had chosen to go in for that very reason? As Qin Muyan pondered over this question, his -9 degrees took the next step. Boom! He vaguely heard an explosion, seemingly far yet seemingly close at the same time. As the explosions continued to sound, he was able to accurately determine that the explosions were coming from below. Hooah! -9 degrees was laying on the rooftop. However, he hadn't expected Lord Grim to fire shots from the inside and blow a hole in the roof to force -9 degrees to fall towards him. Qin Muyan reacted quite fast. He immediately had his character jump to the side and throw a grenade into the hole. Yishio's Lord Grim was standing there with his umbrella open, looking at the roof and admiring his masterpiece. Then, he noticed a grenade roll out from a cloud of black smoke. Bang! Boom! Yishio fired at the grenade, making it explode. For a normal player, executing this move would make them feel unbelievably cool, but in Yishio's hands, it just looked like any other day. The grenade was no threat to him, but it gave Yishio second thoughts. He could have Lord Grim fly through the hole in the roof and give chase using rotor wings, but he had to consider the possibility of an ambush from Qin Muyan. As a result, Lord Grim went towards the window. He jumped up, shattered the glass, and leaped out. It was the second floor, but Lord Grim didn't fall. The moment he was outside, his umbrella transformed into a ninjato and stabbed into the wall. He used it as a lever to jump and then stabbed his ninjato into the wall again. Yishio was very familiar with the ninja's rock climbing technique. It was difficult for the audience to keep their eyes away from Lord Grim's fluid movements. Lord Grim climbed up the wall, his direction clear. After a few rises and falls, he made it onto the roof. He didn't stop to rest. He rolled towards a bunker to hide, not making a sound the entire way through. Then, he peeked out his head and looked towards the other end. Nothing. -9 degrees wasn't there. Qin Muyan hadn't chosen to mount an ambush. Yishio didn't waste time just because it was outside of his expectations. Lord Grim quickly looked around and found a few potential spots on the rooftop. From Lord Grim blowing a hole in the roof to jumping onto the roof, the entire course of action took only 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Yishio had checked where Qin Muyan could have moved to within those 5 seconds. There were only 2 other possibilities. First, he could have jumped off the roof. But Yishio's Lord Grim had just climbed up the wall and didn't see him, so it was unlikely. The second possibility was that Qin Muyan jumped through that hole. Calm, collected, and exceptional at picking spots. These were the characteristics that Yishio observed from the 5th player who stood beside tyrannies for Heavenly Kings. Exceptional at picking spots? Yishio suddenly realized something. Lord Grim immediately rolled to the side. Bang! The sound of a gunshot. A bullet pierced through the roof and shot towards the sky. Whoa! Gasps came from the crowd as the bullet flew. The viewers had an omniscient view and could see everything. Lord Grim had jumped out the window and made his way to the roof, while -9 degrees did the opposite and fell through the hole in the roof. Then, just like how Yishio had accurately determined -9 degrees position, Qin Muyan accurately determined Lord Grim's position. How had they done it? Intuition and deduction. Liebor had commented on this point when Yishio had found -9 degrees position. After Lord Grim entered the manor, he immediately moved towards a spot. From that spot, he was able to catch a glimpse of -9 degrees jumping towards the roof. This wasn't a coincidence. Xiao knew that it was possible to jump onto the roof from the back of the manor, so he looked for a spot for which he could see that. Then, once Qin Muyan got to the roof, what hidden observation spots were there? Xiao knew of a spot, and it was the spot that Qin Muyan had found. As a result, he attacked there. Vice versa, Qin Muyan had predicted what Xiao would do, so he had -9 degrees fall through the roof into the manor. If Xiao wanted to catch a -9 degrees that was laying in wait for an ambush, where would he go? As a result, he attacked there. A high-level confrontation and high-level deduction. If neither side was exceptional at picking spots and didn't choose the most optimal position, the two would have predicted incorrectly. Liebor had given them praise for this point. And this time, Qin Muyan's sneak attack didn't need his explanation. Everyone understood it now. But everyone was astonished that Qin Muyan's sneak attack actually missed. He had used a high-level snipe, but it missed its mark. Lord Grimm suddenly rolling as if he had a premonition was just too miraculous. How did he know? Pan Lin couldn't help but ask Liebor. Xiao probably made a prediction one step ahead. Liebor forced out his words. He wasn't sure if he was completely correct this time. There was some level of prediction for Xiao's dodge. But to just barely dodge it in such a timely manner, reaction speed had been a part of it, but luck had been very important too. 2 guns, 2 switches in position, fluid movements, and deep mind games. The level of skill displayed in this match could clearly be seen. It looks like this match will be a brilliant game of hide and seek. Just when Liebor made this statement, he heard a crash. The rooftop broke apart. Collapsing mountain. After Lord Grimm dodged that shot, he didn't stop to take a break. He immediately jumped up and used collapsing mountain towards the roof. Happy had certainly figured out just how durable the roof was. This collapsing mountain split open the roof as Lord Grimm crashed down. One in the air, one on the ground. Lord Grimm and -9 degrees saw each other. Hide and seek? Liebor hadn't even finished his words when the two characters found each other. He had spoken too soon and didn't have time to swallow back his words. Bang 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 bang. Qin Muyan stayed calm. His -9 degrees fired at Lord Grimm as he moved. Hooah! The myriad manifestations umbrella opened, blocking the bullets. Collapsing mountain had ended when the roof broke apart. Right now, Lord Grimm was falling freely. If he were hit by bullets, he would certainly be delivery gunned away. But with protection from a shield, everything changed. Sword light flashed, falling light blade. Lord Grimm changed directions in the air. His umbrella retracted, but -9 degrees? He was gone. Chapter 1485. Faster at finding spots. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. What is he going to do? Those who understood the change felt more nervous than Xiao. Pan Lin and Liebor were even more so. The two wished this wasn't a live stream. They wanted to press pause and then give a detailed analysis of the change for the audience to hear, but unfortunately, they couldn't. It was a match where a myriad of changes could happen in an instant. Hooah! Without any trace of -9 degrees to be found, for a moment, Xiao had Lord Grimm raise his myriad manifestations umbrella. Hide and seek? Maybe it looked like that, but it was a hide-and-seek deathmatch. The goal of the game wasn't to find the opponent, but to kill the opponent. After losing sight of -9 degrees, Xiao's response was to lift his umbrella to be on guard against any sudden ambushes from -9 degrees. Then Xiao quickly recalled where -9 degrees had been when his Lord Grimm had fallen to the ground with collapsing mountain. Next, he tried to predict where -9 degrees could be. For -9 degrees to vanish, he obviously had to have moved, which meant that he first had to pick a spot. Team Happy had chosen this map. How could Xiao not be familiar with this map? He didn't need to look around. He could deduce the optimal position in his head. Charge! Lord Grimm held the umbrella shield above his head as he dashed towards a direction. But at this moment, a pitch-black gun reached out from the other side and aimed towards Lord Grimm. Everyone thought that Lord Grim would be hit from behind by the bullet, but then, he suddenly stopped. Lord Grim cancelled charge and turned around. Light flashed. Bang! Sparks flew out from that pitch-black gun. Qin Muyan had put in the inputs. It was too late for him to stop. However, between pressing the trigger and Lord Grim turning around, one of them came first. Yishio had somehow known that -9 degrees would be here before the gunshot rang. Had he looked over here before? The broadcast director checked a replay, but he found nothing. Lord Grim had never looked towards -9 degrees position. How had he known? Everyone looked at one another. Li Yibo didn't know, but Pan Lin had thrown the question to him already. He didn't answer for now. Lord Grim stopped abruptly, turned around, and then flickered towards -9 degrees with a shining cut. It was true that sharpshooters had the strongest close combat capabilities among gunner classes, but given a choice, very few sharpshooters would choose to fight at a close range. Gun fu wasn't an easy technique to perform. Without this technique, just their few taijutsu skills alone were nothing worthy of praise. So when Qin Muyan saw Lord Grim heading towards him, his first thought was to retreat. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots continued to ring. -9 degrees leaped backwards and open-fired. Bullets sprayed out from his dual guns, the recoil helping to push -9 degrees back. In this enclosed area, even if the bullets missed Lord Grim, they would hit other objects in the room. The wall, tables, and all sorts of ornaments were shattered by the bullets. Lord Grim was unscathed though. Lord Grim drew a beautiful arc across where he moved, traversing through the rain of bullets. Although -9 degrees aerial gun technique allowed him to move fast, it couldn't compare to an actual movement skill. The distance between the two characters was slowly erased step by step. 7 steps. 6 steps. 5 steps. 4 steps. The bullet suddenly formed a net that flew towards Lord Grim. -9 degrees had also stopped retreating. His movement seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, but he would constantly maintain an angle that he could attack from. The distance between the two was subtly kept under control. 4 step gun fu. Those who knew what instantly recognized it. It could be considered a part of the gun fu technique. The number of steps was a way to look at a player's mastery over the technique. Juzukai's 3-step gun fu was something no other player in Glory had achieved. It was a realm that only he had reached. The other pro sharpshooters hovered around for steps. If they were feeling good, they could reach 3.5 steps. If they weren't, 4 or even 4.5 steps could be riddled with mistakes. Gun fu wasn't a survival technique for when opponents got close. It was an offensive technique for sharpshooters. Qin Muyan's main role in Team Tyranny wasn't as an attacker. His main responsibilities were to restrict his opponents. Gun fu could occasionally be seen from him, but it never drew too much attention. But right now, 4-step gun fu, the viewers didn't even have time to appreciate it, when -9 degrees suddenly stepped forward. Bang bang bang. He continued to exert pressure onto Lord Grim, but the distance between them was 3 steps. 3-step gun fu? Everyone was astonished. Qin Muyan, whose existence in the team seemed so weak, was actually able to perform what up until now only Juzukai could do. But before the viewers could appreciate this peak 3-step gun fu, -9 degrees jumped back, pulling the distance from 3 steps to 5 steps. This? Some players might not see anything strange, but the skilled players, especially the sharpshooters, were very surprised. Gun fu was about moving in and out, but that didn't mean going from 3 steps to 5 steps to 3 steps. Moving in and out was a way to describe a position, which the user could move in to attack or move out to retreat. The number of steps was defined as how many steps it took to move both in and out. Qin Muyan had just performed a 3-step gun fu, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into 5-step gun fu. There was nothing inherently wrong with this sort of change, but how long had Yishio and Qin Muyan been fighting for? 4 steps to 3 steps to 5 steps, wasn't he changing it too much? Was his gun fu not stable? There were too many questions, and the two most worried people among the audience were Pan Lin and Liebor, who needed to explain it to their friends watching. Liebor seemed to have a vague idea, but he wasn't confident in it. Taking advantage of the intensity of the match, he decided not to talk about it. Instead, he and Pan Lin listed out what skills the two players were using. After 5 steps was 7 steps. 7 steps was somewhat far. Gun Fu combined gunfire with the sharpshooter's several kicking skills. At a distance of 7 steps, the majority of a sharpshooter's close combat threat was out of the picture. At this point, he was probably planning on breaking away from using Gun Fu and running away, right? The audience focused their eyes on Lord Grimm. The other side was getting ready to run. What will he do? Lord Grimm made movements, but it was simply to attack. He didn't give chase. Ishiyo let -9 degrees reach 7 steps away. Qin Muyan felt a shiver down his spine. Was he seen through? 7 steps was bait to lure Lord Grimm forward. However, Ishiyo didn't move. Lord Grimm aimed his attacks towards a very specific direction. It was to counter what Qin Muyan would have done if the bait had succeeded. He really did see through me. Such a specific direction of attack let Qin Muyan make a firm decision. Bang bang bang, gunfire continued to sound. Lord Grimm didn't give chase, so Qin Muyan followed along and had -9 degrees begin to retreat. He had already figured out what route he wanted to take. Even though he wasn't very familiar with this map, he was exceptional at picking spots, which also meant that he was exceptional at adapting to all sorts of maps. But then, Lord Grimm decided to move. As soon as Qin Muyan gave away his intent, Ishiyo acted. Slide kick! Lord Grimm slid across the ground, the bullets flying past him, as he headed towards -9 degrees. Qin Muyan immediately had -9 degrees adjust by lowering his aim. He predicted where Lord Grimm would slide to and attacked. Bang 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 bang. The glossy marble ground became riddled with holes. Lord Grimm had suddenly jumped. While he had been sliding across the ground, he sprung up into the air just as -9 degrees adjusted his aim. Lord Grimm had a gun too. The tip of his myriad manifest iron's umbrella opened and aimed at -9 degrees. Bang bang. Bullets shot out. However, the myriad manifestation's gun form was a rifle, and Lord Grimm didn't have the class advancement skill gun proficiency. Lord Grimm could not fire rapidly like sharpshooters using normal attacks. Lord Grimm only shot out 2 bullets, seemingly negligible out of all the other bullets flying through the air. But Qin Muyan didn't neglect them. Lord Grimm jumped, the muzzle of his gun gleaming in the light. Qin Muyan immediately had -9 degrees roll, while also adjusting his aim, pointing his gun towards the sky. A bright fiery radiance flashed where Lord Grimm was. Flying Meteor! The Exorcist skill was an above level 20 skill, which meant that Ishiyo had chosen to put this skill onto his myriad manifestations umbrella. This skill had probably been used before Lord Grimm had fired those 2 shots. Those 2 shots were bait to lure Qin Muyan into dodging. Before -9 degrees could press the trigger, the flying meteor had already descended. Boom! A sea of fire swallowed the area. This time, Qin Muyan didn't have time to dodge. The flying meteor had been timed too precisely. But the attack only landed because of Qin Muyan's skill in picking the optimal spot and moving there. Huang Xiaoqian received a message from Yu Wenju. Yes! These top experts understood this reasoning. Positioning was originally Qin Muyan's strongest point. However, Ishiyo took advantage of that strength. It was true that Qin Muyan could quickly find the most optimal position and move there precisely, but because he always made the optimal choice, it meant that he lacked mix-ups. If Ishiyo could figure out what that optimal choice was, he could accurately predict where Qin Muyan would move to. That sounded simple, but it wasn't something anyone could do. Positioning was Qin Muyan's speciality, which meant that he was better and faster than others at figuring out what the optimal position was at any given moment. But since Ishiyo could keep up with his pace, it meant that Ishiyo was no worse than Qin Muyan in terms of positioning. It could even be said that he could find the right spots faster than Qin Muyan could. Chapter 1486. Saving trouble. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. The flying meteor was about to strike -9 degrees. For a moment, whirling flames covered Qin Muyun's view. He could only rely on his experience and intuition to make his next move. But his every action was within Yi Xiu's predictions. A figure suddenly appeared inside the sea of fire as if he were born from the fire, Lord Grim. A distance of 3 steps. Qin Muyun had chosen to retreat. The distance between -9 degrees and Lord Grim was 3 steps. Qin Muyun had shown a 3-step gun fu previously, and it appeared to be a distance that he could maintain. However, Qin Muyun knew why it seemed like that. His 3-step gun fu wasn't perfect. He didn't have complete control over moving in and out within 3 steps. But because of his outstanding positioning, he occasionally found spots where he could perform gun fu within 3 steps. When those moments came, he would choose to step forward and perform a 3-step gun fu like he had done previously in his exchange with Lord Grim. After all, the closer the steps, the higher the threat. When he was no longer able to maintain it, he would move back. By relying on his positioning skills, Qin Muyun was able to form his own unique form of gun fu, which allowed him to keep the threat of gun fu up while staying at a comfortable distance. However, right now, Qin Muyun wasn't in a position where he could perform gun fu at this distance of 3 steps. There may have been an opportunity at one point, but the spot that Lord Grim was in destroyed Qin Muyun's last hopes. I've been seen through. Qin Muyun knew that his technique and his intent had been seen through. Every step he took was uncomfortable for him. The first strike had hit his vital point. As expected of the one who's fought with Captain for 10 years and often had the upper hand. Qin Muyun felt awe. When he had started his journey, Yi Xiu had already retired. However, his existence was a part of Excellent Era's history and Tyranny's history, the villain in Tyranny's story. Qin Muyun had heard of the stories and had seen Yi Xiu's accomplishments. He had fought against him in the team competitions during the regular season. But in this 1v1, he finally experienced for himself just how terrifying Tyranny's villain was. Do I still have a chance? Once Lord Grim closed the distance between them, he tried to fight while retreating. He looked for ways to escape. The window? The door? The corner over there? There wasn't much space in the room. Every exit seemed so close, but close did not mean reachable. Lord Grim blocked him from moving towards those exits. Finally, -9 degrees was forced into a corner. Without enough space, he couldn't even execute gun fu. At this point, sharpshooters practically had no options left. Qin Muyun realized that he had made a mistake in the beginning. Choosing to fight in this enclosed space had been a grave mistake. But if he hadn't entered the room, if he had waited up on the roof to ambush Lord Grim, he would have been caught by Lord Grim's sneak attack. Qin Muyun had already started to review this match, and when he came to this point, he could only stare blankly at his screen. Throughout this match, Yi Xiu had the initiative every step of the way. It was because Yi Xiu knew that his positioning was outstanding, so he could always make an accurate prediction of where he would move to. When Lord Grim went through the window onto the roof to sneak up on -9 degrees, he missed. Why? Wasn't it because Qin Muyun had dropped through the hole in the roof into the room? Yi Xiu hadn't covered this option because from a certain perspective, he knew that it wasn't a smart one. However, Qin Muyun really did choose this unwise option, throwing Yi Xiu's plans into disarray for a bit. Qin Muyun felt like he had realized something. When facing against an opponent like Yi Xiu, the optimal option was not always the best option because the opponent knew what that optimal option was. I lost. Qin Muyun's -9 degrees fell. However, he had taken out 43% of Lord Grim's health too, so it wasn't too bad. After careful observation and thought, Liebor finally noticed the key points in this match and began speaking confidently about the competition of positioning between the two players. In the end, the older, the wiser. Yi Xiu is more skilled. Liebor sighed. But what about here? Pan Lin hinted at the broadcast director to show a replay. When Lord Grim broke the rooftop and fell down, he blocked a few shots with his Myriad Manifestations umbrella. But when he retracted his umbrella, he couldn't see his opponent. However, he quickly deduced Qin Muyun's position and found him soon afterwards. Qin Muyun wasn't in the optimal position, so how did Yi Xiao figure out where he was and then fake an attack? Pan Lin asked. Ha ha ha, Li Yibo laughed with delight. It's true that Qin Muyun didn't pick the optimal position, but picking the right spot is dependent on the circumstances. At that time, not only did Qin Muyun need to pick a spot, he needed to take advantage of Yi Xiao's blind spots and move while Yi Xiao couldn't see him. I see, Pan Lin understood. Under these conditions, Qin Muyun's position is, in fact, optimal, Li Yibo said. But if Yi Xiao had figured out Qin Muyun's position, why didn't he drop down and directly attack him? Why bother faking an attack? Because Qin Muyun really had picked a very good spot. Look, if Lord Grimm landed on the ground first, he wouldn't have been in a good position to launch an attack. In fact, -9 degrees would have had more space. By faking an attack, he was able to move to a better position to attack, Li Yibo explained. Oh. Pan Lin felt enlightened and felt even more appreciation for Li Yibo. He had been won over by his analysis. In other words, the purpose of Yi Xiao's feint was to paralyze the opponent and to move to a better position, Pan Lin concluded. That's right, Li Yibo nodded. He felt proud that he had seen through the issue. What an amazing fight, Pan Lin sighed. Qin Muyun was beaten by Yi Xiao at his own game. I hope it won't affect him later. That was what Li Yibo said, but it was evidently a way of phrasing what he wanted to say in a nicer way. In reality, he was pointing out that Yi Xiao beating Qin Muyun would be a blow to tyranny's morale. But despite Yi Xiao having the upper hand, Qin Muyun was still able to take down 43% of Lord Grimm's health. Qin Muyun performed quite well, Pan Lin said. Yes, especially in the latter half of the fight, where he was backed into a corner. Sharpshooters have a very difficult time fighting in those conditions, Li Yibo said. Let's see who tyranny will send up next, Pan Lin said. By this time, Qin Muyun had left the player booth. The camera had zoomed in onto him for some time. Li Yibo had seen his expressionless face and had said the words "I hope it won't affect him later" as a response. The two commentators found a few praiseworthy moments for him before discussing the next matchup. But in the eyes of the experts, the discussion of the match wasn't finished yet. 43% seems a bit much, Huang Shaoqian messaged Yu Wenju. Yi Xiao had the clear upper hand. Using nearly half his health to take down the opponent was a bit excessive. His opponent didn't make it easy. Qin Muyun's positioning is truly outstanding, Yu Wenju replied. When the two experts chatted with each other, they didn't need to explain every detail like the commentators. They just needed to touch upon the main point. If he gave himself more space and put more pressure on him, he could have reduced the damage he took. Huang Shaoqian replied. But it's more risky, and it would have increased the amount of inputs he would have needed to make, Yu Wenju said. So he's trying to save his energy. Huang Shaoqian said. That's why we tried to wear him down, Yu Wenju said. That bastard, Huang Shaoqian cursed. They had drawn up a strategy, targeting what Yi Xiao had been worried about, but Yi Xiao was able to neutralize it. When Huang Shaoqian thought back, he felt even more helpless. On the other hand, Yi Xiao's simple and crude setups for Blue Rain all hit their target. For example, take Blue Rain's Mr. Clutch, Song Xiao. His playoffs run was truly depressing. He had gained fame from his plays in the playoffs. It was as if the playoffs was his home. But his performance in Blue Rain's 2 rounds against Happy? In the team competition, as the 6th player, he was often the Mr. Clutch that helped Blue Rain open up the field, yet before he could even do anything, the match had already been decided. Mr. Clutch wasn't on the field at the crucial moments. How could he be clutch if he wasn't there? Happy had crudely placed Song Xiao on the back burner. Let's see who tyranny will send up next. It wasn't clear if it was because Yu Wenju had also recalled their loss against Happy, but he now switched topics. The big screen displayed tyranny's next player. Zhong Jiala, Spitfire, Dazzling 100 Blossoms. The crowd booed. Zhong Jiala had returned to the scene, abandoning 100 Blossoms and joining Tyranny. 100 Blossoms viewed him as a traitor. The fans of other teams, including Tyranny, looked down on his conduct. The current Zhong Jiala was nowhere near as popular as before. There were always people who would criticize his moral character, and Happy's home stadium was no exception. As soon as Zhong Jiala appeared, boos and curses were immediately thrown his way. Zhong Jiala was used to it. It had been 2 years. He could even face 100 Blossoms calmly now. None of those boos or criticisms counted as anything. 2 years. Zhong Jiala was counting his days. He knew that, for people like him, every day that passed was one less day. If they failed this year, what about next year? Did they have a next year? But none of them could have expected that the one blocking their way would be Yi Xiao. As he walked onto the stage, Zhong Jiala couldn't help but recall those glorious years when the two had once battled. Chapter 1487. One Person's Dream. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Yi Xiao, a first-generation pro player. Zhong Jiala, a second-generation pro player. There was only a year between them, so there was no need for any courtesies for seniority. Though Yi Xiao would sometimes act the wise, knowing elder, Zhong Jiala clearly had no care for it. The two's first real top-level face-off was in the 3rd season of the Glory Pro League. That season, Team 100 Blossoms Sunjiping and Zhong Jiala, their blood and blossoms had fully matured, sweeping across the alliance and taking first place in the regular season. However, in the end, in the finals, they were met with excellent era. The story of how one autumn leaf cut through their combo with his evil annihilation had become a legend in this scene. In the end, blood and blossoms fell into the background. Zhong Jiala wouldn't accept that, of course, so they returned anew in the 4th season. But this season, they didn't even make it into the finals. The season came to a close with the legendary battle where Tyranny ended Excellent Era's dynasty. Blood and Blossoms once more became no more than a passerby. In the 5th season, 100 Blossoms came back in high spirits, ready for the new season after 3 seasons of experience. That was when their captain, Sunjiping, was forced to retire mid-season, in his golden years, due to a hand injury. Zhong Jiala took over as captain and Team 100 Blossoms charged forward amidst their tears, empowered by their sorrow, straight into the finals. However, the result was that they lost against the one who joined the scene in the 3rd season, known throughout the glory scene as the Magician. They lost to the one who, as rumor would have it, was the closest to the God of Glory, the closest to erecting a dynasty like Yi Xiao did. They lost to Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi became 100 Blossoms' worst nightmare. In the 7th season, when they were mere inches away from reaching the championships again, it was Wang Jieshi who shattered their dreams once again. 7 years and 3 runners-up, it was almost as if 100 Blossoms was plagued by some sort of curse. When they fell to Wang Jieshi this time, blood and blossoms had been left in the past, and this had become an accomplishment of Zhong Jiala's efforts alone. Perhaps it was because he thought that it was already the best he could do alone. One summer later, Zhong Jiala suddenly announced his retirement. Today, the story of Blood and Blossoms had truly ended. Though Sunjiping had already retired in the 5th season, Zhong Jiala had always fought for the both of them. No one could understand what sorrow he felt, what disappointment he lived in. The people would only sigh if Sunjiping didn't retire from his injuries. If Sunjiping had been there all along, then would Blood and Blossoms have erected 100 Blossoms dynasty after Excellent Era fell? There were no IFS. These IFS were nothing but knives to the heart for those involved. Zhong Jiala had never given up, otherwise, he wouldn't have carried the responsibility and dream that two were meant to bear and gritted his teeth, charging onwards alone. Unfortunately, he still fell in the end and gave up. Blood and Blossoms was a story of two. One person wouldn't be able to write that perfect ending. However, for him personally, there was still a dream in his heart, an everlasting dream. After a season, he returned, abandoning his old home 100 Blossoms and joining Tyranny, a pandering move he was despised for. Zhong Jiala had doubted his choices, but ultimately, he didn't regret it. He affirmed his goals. Now, he stood here, still in control of dazzling 100 Blossoms, but it was tyranny he was fighting for. As for his opponent, Yishio wasn't unfamiliar, but his character was the unspecialized Lord Grim, representing the new Team Happy. Familiar scene, familiar characters, but different people? No, the people were the same people, but everything else was messed up. However, no matter what happened, his dream of the championship would never change. Bang! A sudden gunshot startled everyone. Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 blossoms had just loaded into the map and suddenly shot a bullet into the air. Click, 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 dazzling 100 blossoms switched rapidly through his cartridges before heading off. This was a habit of Zhong Jiala's. It was still the same map, and both chose to go the middle path, so they arrived in the manor in the middle of the map one after the other. Lord Grim went in directly through the front door. And dazzling 100 blossoms? Straight through the back door. Although Spitfires were a gunner class, they had many different kinds of attacks and were called the mags of gunners. Their battle styles didn't need a lot of space like sharpshooters and launchers. An enclosed speed was equally as convenient. In fact, there were some enclosed terrains that Spitfires excelled in. The manor had 2 floors. Yishio and Qin Muyun's battle happened entirely on the 2nd floor. The map wouldn't refresh, so the 2nd floor was still in complete disarray from the previous battle. -9 degrees' bullets had turned the rooms that the 2 characters had fought intensely into a complete mess. However, Lord Grim and dazzling 100 blossoms were still on the 1st floor. Both characters were wary, each step taken with infinite caution. Yishio was familiar with the map. Lord Grim first watched the window for a while like he did against Qin Muyun. After not seeing any signs of dazzling 100 blossoms, he was clearly acting on the thought that he probably came in through the back door. As for Zhong Jiala, he had clearly lost the initiative since he didn't know the map. After entering through the back door, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, the room layout, the doorway. After entering the room, he glanced around several times and randomly went for the doorway that led to the hallway, opening it with a creak. The audience held their breath. In the corridor outside the doorway, Lord Grim was carefully walking over. The sudden opening of the door would expose Zhong Jiala's position. Careless! He knows it's a corridor, Pan Lin was saying, but then suddenly shut up. Knowing that the corridor was here, he should be on guard for the possibility of his opponent to just so happen to be passing by. He was about to say that, but then, he shut up because he saw that after dazzling 100 blossoms opened the door, he didn't walk out. Creak! The door opened, then closed again, creaking all the while. Lord Grim, in the corridor outside, already had his myriad manifestations umbrella raised. Lord Grim pointed towards the doorway as he silently edged rightwards to give himself a better view of the room. Creak! The door continued to close, with only a sliver of an opening left. Was he not coming out? Just as everyone thought this, dazzling 100 blossoms darted out suddenly. The door was slammed open again. Dazzling 100 blossoms had the door behind him as cover, his right hand holding his automatic handgun Hunter Seeker out in front of him. Zhong Jiala saw Lord Grim immediately. Yishio also saw the charging dazzling 100 blossoms immediately. Gunshots! Both guns spat embers simultaneously. However, for normal shots, the myriad manifestations umbrella was a rifle. Each reload allowed for 2 shots. Meanwhile, dazzling 100 blossoms was using an automatic handgun. On top of that, he had the Spitfire class skill ammunition expansion, which affected normal attacks as well. The number of shots they could fire in that moment were on 2 completely different levels. So Lord Grim immediately attacked with a skill. Anti-tank missiles. 3 missiles shot out in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. In the narrow corridor, the 2 characters aimed their guns at one another. The shots they fired collided, exploding. A thick smoke billowed out and enveloped the corridor, and the force of the explosion sent both characters backwards. Yishio didn't retreat. With a push of his mouse, Lord Grim used slide kick, charging straight at the billowing smoke. That's too daring! Pan Ling cried out in surprise. It was an unknown situation, but it wouldn't be hard to guard against Yishio going on the offensive. So long as Zhong Jiala was on guard, he could just throw a few grenades into the smoke. How would Lord Grim dodge that? However, when he saw the exact direction Lord Grim had aimed his slide kick in, he realized something was wrong. Was he planning to slide kick the wall? In that moment of confusion, Lord Grim had already slid to the wall. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, flashes of explosions bloomed amidst the smoke. Zhong Jiala had been prepared for the possibility of an attack. However, in this moment Lord Grim slid to the wall and then suddenly jumped up. He unsheathed his ninjato from the myriad manifestations umbrella, swinging in and stabbing it into the wall. With a leap, he pulled the blade and swung again. He was running along the wall. Pan Lin stared in shock. The whole audience stared in shock. The corridor was narrow, so the force of the explosions enveloped the entire area. But with the wall to brace himself on, Lord Grim wouldn't be thrown back. The force would just press him closer against the wall. Taking some insignificant damage, Lord Grim had managed to charge out of the smoke with 2 jumps, falling forward. This was originally where Dazzling 100 Blossoms was, but when Lord Grim appeared, Dazzling 100 Blossoms immediately darted out of the way. He had kept some distance between him and the thick smoke. Zhong Jiala wouldn't be so stupid as to stand right in front of it. Thus, he could still dodge out of the way even when Lord Grim used such an unexpected method of attack. With a step, Dazzling 100 Blossoms stepped back into the room. Kriak, the door continued to close. With the way he was falling, Lord Grim was going to hit the door. If that happened, that would be rather embarrassing. Lord Grim hurriedly swung his ninjato again. Bang, 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 bang. After switching positions, Dazzling 100 Blossoms immediately began to attack, but Lord Grim dodged the bullets by swinging his ninjato towards the wall behind, ending up stepping on the top of the door accurately. With a kick, Lord Grim jumped to the other side of the door and the door closed rapidly. Dazzling 100 Blossoms had to retreat swiftly, almost getting hit in the face by the door. Clank! Slamming shut, the door separated the 2 characters, one inside the room, the other outside. Since the first level of the castle had to take a lot of weight, the walls were very thick. They weren't something characters could destroy without some effort. Right now, with the 2 separated like this, they didn't have to worry about a sneak attack coming through the wall. Lord Grim didn't make any moves for now. This was because Yishio knew the map well. The room had a lot of ways out. If he circled around, he probably wouldn't be able to catch the other, unless Zhong Jiala stayed in the room and didn't move. Right now, the quickest way to continue his assault was to charge inside through this door. However, the door opened outwards, not inwards, which meant that Yishio couldn't barge inside like Zhong Jiala had barged outside, using the door to cover his back while he faced the other way. If the door had opened inwards, Yishio would be able to charge in, being able to react no slower than the person waiting on the other side. However, if Yishio charged inside and Zhong Jiala was ready to ambush him, that would not be good. What should he do? The 2 characters pressed themselves against the wall, silent and unmoving. Chapter 1488. The True 100 Blossoms. Nomiami. Nomiami. The 2 characters each stood against the wall. The distance between them was very small, the tension was thick in the air. Until messages appeared in the chat. You come in. You come out. The childish exchange swiftly broke the tense atmosphere. The audience didn't know whether to laugh or not. But while this meaningless chat occurred, Yishio was moving. Lord Grim ended up not going through the door, but he didn't circle around to a different room either. He actually chose to nimbly make his way outside through the window. Then, he swung his ninjato, quickly flipping up to the 2nd floor window and rolling back inside, having chosen a suitable position. Everyone was caught off guard. With this action, was he planning to directly break through the floor of the 2nd level to ambush from above? It was a complicated task for the fully immersive projection to beautifully display this interior environment, because anything that obstructed the audience view had to be eliminated. Right now, the floor of the 2nd level looked like it was suspended in midair. Yishio's Lord Grim and Zhong Jiala's Dazzling 100 Blossoms were displayed like that, one above and one below, still at a very close distance, but the distance was now vertical instead of horizontal. On the first floor, Zhong Jiala still hadn't detected anything. Dazzling 100 Blossoms lifted a gun with one hand and held a grenade in the other. From where he was standing, he could attack every entrance of this room. But right now, Yishio wasn't planning to use an entrance. Hualala! Yishio very much valued time. He didn't hesitate at all while he was on the second floor. While many people were still processing his actions, he was already beginning to act. The cross-section of this castle was fragile enough. One more attack was enough to break through, and amidst the shattered pieces, Lord Grim plummeted downward. In the blink of an eye, he had already found Dazzling 100 Blossoms' position. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella swung over, fire. Zhong Jiala's reaction wasn't slow. As soon as he heard a noise above him, even as he lifted his camera to check, his automatic pistol, the silver weapon hunting seeker, was already lifted into the air, and the grenade in his left hand was tossed outward. Immediately after, he confirmed the situation above him and continued to toss grenade after grenade, like a weapon master in wuxia, or like a magician with his playing cards. Those grenades flew outward non-stop. Boom, 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 boom. The middle height of the room was instantly swallowed by explosions, just like the passageway earlier, splitting the space in two. Unexpected? Yishio's plan was quite unexpected, but this method was a bit too blunt. The attack made a loud noise when it impacted the floor of the second level, and Zhong Jiala was good enough to immediately react and deal with it. What Yishio gained here was similar to the situation Zhong Jiala had been in when he'd rushed outward through the door earlier. The situation wasn't particularly advantageous for either side, it would come down to whose reaction was faster. Earlier in the passageway, the two of them had tied after an exchange of blows. This time, with one above and one below, who would win the upper hand? Roundhouse kick. Dazzling 100 Blossoms suddenly used a low-level sharpshooter skill, sweeping around 360 degrees. Miss! There was actually no one next to Dazzling 100 Blossoms, and Zhong Jiala instantly knew that he had made a mistake in his prediction. He had originally thought that Yishio would take advantage of the cover, using shadow clone technique to swiftly close in. Yet, surprisingly, Yishio hadn't done this. One misstep instantly revealed an opening. Amidst the flashing explosions in midair, Lord Grim looked like he was flying with an imperial sword, and he came plummeting down with a falling light blade. He had actually stayed in midair for that long? The audience could see clearly that after Lord Grim broke through the floor, he didn't hurry to the ground. After the Myriad Manifestations umbrella fired a few shots in gun form, it shifted back to a ninjato and was anchored into the ceiling. From the start, Yishio didn't think that his sneak attack from above would directly cause Zhong Jiala any difficulty. He just wanted to create an unusual situation. With this small opening that Zhong Jiala exposed with his mistake, he now attacked. Zhong Jiala had no time to dodge. The falling light blade came right down upon Dazzling 100 Blossoms. But then, with a blast, Lord Grim was also thrown aside by a shockwave. There was a hole in the ground, the scar left by the explosion of a landmine. Yishio had seized an opportunity for attack, but he hadn't expected that Zhong Jiala also had an ambush ready. In their second clash, the two of them once again reached a stalemate. But this was only speaking about the battle situation. In terms of damage, Yishio's Lord Grim had broken through the firing line in the first clash, and suffered bombing in the second before forcefully breaking through the firing line. In doing so, he had taken more than a little bit of damage. After being sent flying by this landmine, Lord Grim's health had fallen to 42%, having started this round at 57%. 2 times, he had used up his health for the sake of his offensive, but he hadn't managed to win the initiative. From this exchange perspective, even though Yishio had initiated the attack both times, Zhong Jiala had ultimately ended up better off. Defensive fighting! Blue Rain was a defensive team, so of course they were very sensitive to a defensive play style. Seeing this situation, Huang Shaoqian immediately sent another text to Yu Wenju. Yes. Yu Wenju's reply acknowledged this point. And in the televised broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Yibo were still exclaiming about how the two players' incredible reaction speeds and responses made them evenly matched. Those two hadn't even realized the deeper significance of this. This is more like you. In another area of the stadium, an audience member who was keeping a low profile as he watched the match now uttered this exclamation. Sunjaping. A former part of the Blood and Blossom duo, a former god-level player, now contributing the last remnants of his strength to Team Heavenly Swords with the limited time he had. Today, he could no longer be considered a star. The attention he'd garnered when first returning had gradually faded away because of his severely limited appearances in Heavenly Swords. Heavenly Swords, where he was now, had no business in the playoffs. For him, the championship dream was already long in the past. He simply remained here as a passerby, all because of that piece of his heart that prevented him from ever giving up on glory completely. Yes, a passerby. His kind of return and unstage appearance could only be considered passing by. Because of this, Sunjaping didn't have any regrets about not tagging along with the black horse that was Team Happy. Happy was the starting point for his return. And now, this grassroots team with which he wasn't unfamiliar was actually piercing straight through toward the championship. If he were still in this team, Sunjaping believed that he would go crazy from his inability to go all out at such a crucial time. Heavenly Swords was a wise choice. Sunjaping never regretted it. And seeing Happy reach this point, Sunjaping felt gratified as well. He looked forward to seeing this team create a miracle, just like when they had defeated Excellent Era in the Challenger League. But now, Happy was actually facing off against Tyranny. Toward Tyranny itself, Sunjaping didn't have any particularly strong feelings. He would pay attention to them only because Zhong Jiala was there, because his former partner, his closest friend, was there. His emotions, his goal, his pursuit, Sunjaping understood completely. But now, Zhong Jiala collided with Happy. It was really a difficult situation to watch. But Sunjaping was a simple and direct person, he didn't have any conflicts in his heart. Facing each other on the narrow road, the courageous would emerge victorious, his belief was just that simple. For him, his emotions would never become a burden on the battlefield, and as a spectator in the audience, it was the same. But now, the Zhong Jiala he saw didn't have the furious, desperate stance of before. In particular, it was a far cry from that struggling ferocity that he displayed while leading 100 Blossoms after Sunjaping had retired from injury. Was this a sign that he no longer had that fighting spirit of before? Of course that wasn't the case, because this right now was the playstyle that truly suited him the best. The 100 Blossoms style was called the most splendid and romantic playstyle in all of Glory. As the inventor of this style, Zhong Jiala certainly wasn't imitating anyone with his use of skills. His technique simply reflected his personality, this was just the kind of person he was. That sort of furious, desperate hacking and slashing very much went against his character. But in 100 Blossoms, after Sunjaping was forced to retire from his injury, Zhong Jiala could only take up Sunjaping's desperate portion of the playstyle as well. In reality, it didn't have to be like this. Sunjaping had always wanted to say this to Zhong Jiala. But it was entirely because of his own injury that this burden landed upon Zhong Jiala. When the other was so desperately carrying it, what right did Sunjaping have to tell him not to do this? If you're willing to carry it, then stay strong and advance. This was just the kind of person that Sunjaping was. He only knew how to staunchly encourage his old friend like this. Unfortunately, in the end, all that Zhong Jiala tasted were the bitter fruits of defeat. It wasn't until he arrived at Tyranny that he could finally set down his burdens of the past. Zhong Jiala no longer had to carry the responsibility of two people by himself. And so, the Zhong Jiala of the earliest Blood and Blossoms era had returned. This was the condition that suited him best. Just in this match, Sunjaping saw it clearly. The 100 Blossoms playstyle was protection, was cover, it filled the openings left by teammates, it augmented the teammates' offensives. This was an extremely careful and thorough playstyle. It wasn't something that could be accomplished just by throwing around complicated controls, that kind of 100 Blossoms wasn't a true 100 Blossoms. In the time that Zhong Jiala had led 100 Blossoms alone, his technique had grown more refined, but his 100 Blossoms had drifted away somewhat from its essential spirit. But now, it had all returned. In fact, because of his growth from experience, Zhong Jiala's 100 Blossoms playstyle of today was even more careful and precise. Every thread was tightly interwoven, leaking not a single drop. People thought that the 100 Blossoms playstyle still hadn't emerged in this match. That was a big mistake. In the passageway, in mid-air, those bursting explosions were all the 100 Blossoms style. And in this kind of space, when the 100 Blossoms bloomed, there was nowhere to hide. The charging Lord Grimm could only suffer the damage he was supposed to. There were those who thought that the 100 Blossoms playstyle was supposed to consist of non-stop lights and shadows, flashing until no one could see anything. But this kind of view was too simplistic. The true 100 Blossoms wasn't placed everywhere, it just could be placed anywhere. Take as an example using lights to block the opponent's vision. Did that require 360 degrees of surrounding? It didn't. What it truly required was nothing more than, in that most critical moment, a sudden expanse of flashes appearing in the opponent's vision. Boom, 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 boom. In such a small space, the explosions were non-stop. For the moment, Lord Grimm had no way of closing in. It seemed like the explosions weren't being continuously strung together, but every time that Yishio prepared to control Lord Grimm to rush forward, a series of explosions would make his vision go blurry. Yishio completely understood that this was intentional. Given that the opponent was able to accomplish this to this extent, he didn't dare blindly charge forward. The space he had was shrinking, and his exits were already cut off. Lord Grimm was right in the middle of the 100 Blossoms. Chapter 1489. Borrow. Nomiami. Nomiami. No holes. Lord Grimm had been trapped, but Yishio's intuition told him that he could only evaluate Zhong Jiala's performance as such. Yishio had been around throughout Zhong Jiala's professional career. He had watched 100 Blossoms Berserker and Spitfire rise to fame to Blood and Blossom's dominance in the glory scene to Sun Jiping's retirement to Zhong Jiala's bitter walk alone. Yishio had been there the entire time, crossing hands with Zhong Jiala at every step. His thoughts were the same as Sun Jiping's. The current Zhong Jiala was the best that he had ever been because Zhong Jiala had refound his footing. The years of potential that had been bottled up the entire time were finally being put on display. Yishio couldn't find any openings, but that didn't mean he could just keep waiting for one to come. Zhong Jiala wasn't letting out fireworks for Yishio to enjoy. The bullets fired by dazzling 100 Blossoms might not be heavy, but all of them dealt damage. The space that Lord Grimm could maneuver around in was getting smaller and smaller, and his injuries were getting heavier and heavier. Charge! Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella suddenly opened. It seemed like he was planning on tanking the hits to escape from this predicament, but how could Zhong Jiala not have considered such a simple method like tanking the hits with a shield? As soon as Zhong Jiala saw the umbrella open, he immediately responded. A grenade was thrown at the edges of the umbrella's canvas. Then, with a bullet, the grenade was knocked over the umbrella, directly into Lord Grimm's line of sight. There was no time for Yishio to react. The grenade exploded. Remote control grenade. It had less power than the low-level impact grenade, but the user could blow up the grenade manually, naturally making it much easier to set off the explosion at a precise timing. The grenade had leapt over the umbrella shield and exploded. Although the damage dealt was low, it had been a direct hit. The knockback sent Lord Grimm sliding back. With Lord Grimm swaying from the blow, the umbrella shield no longer fully covered him. Zhong Jiala seized the openings and fired all sorts of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Light and smoke intertwined, forming a dazzling picture of 100 flowers blossoming. Lord Grimm had been swallowed by the brilliant light. All that could be seen was a blurry figure. Zhong Jiala didn't relax and continued to throw out attacks at Lord Grimm up until even that blur could no longer be seen. The attacks suddenly stopped. Zhong Jiala realized that Lord Grimm's health wasn't going down. How is that possible? There had been no place for him to dodge or block. Lord Grimm had been cornered. The artillery barrage stopped. The light dissipated. All that remained were remnant flames and smoke. In this enclosed space, the thick smoke would take a while to disperse, but he was able to see what he needed to see. A hole had appeared in that corner of the room. Zhong Jiala instantly understood what had transpired. The walls were sturdy, but no indestructible. It just needed enough attacks. Yixiao had made a feint, baiting Zhong Jiala to launch a fierce counterattack. By borrowing the artillery barrage and the cover of the dazzling light, he broke through the sturdy wall and escaped. Lord Grim had taken a considerable amount of damage to pull this off, only 19% of his health remained. However, in what seemed to be an inescapable position, Yixiao had been able to force an opening. He really is hard to deal with. Zhong Jiala couldn't remember just how many times he had thought this in the past. A door from the other end opened. The other side of the wall was the neighboring room. Yixiao acted decisively, immediately launching a counterattack. Zhong Jiala had dazzling 100 blossoms turn towards that entrance and started attacking wildly. As soon as a figure could be seen, the light engulfed him. However, the figure appeared shorter than usual was knocked down a lot faster. More importantly, Lord Grim's health hadn't gone down. Zhong Jiala realized that the situation wasn't good. He quickly turned back, but Lord Grim had already closed the distance. Lord Grim had dashed out from that broken hole. As for what had pushed open the door, it was a goblin. The goblin had distracted Zhong Jiala for just an instant. But an instant was enough. Lord Grim had left behind a shadow as he came through the hole in the wall. He had used shadow clone technique, his fastest movement option, to instantly close the distance. Dazzling 100 blossoms was knocked into the air. The myriad manifestations umbrella transformed in a blur as the unspecialized blitz began. Blood splattered into the air. Close combat resulted in this sort of bloody fight. Dazzling 100 blossoms' health slid downwards rapidly. He hadn't taken any damage previously, so everyone thought that Zhong Jiala would be able to end this match without losing much health, evening up the disadvantage left by Qin Muyun's defeat. But in the end, he hadn't been able to take care of Yixiao in one wave. 19%. The remaining health on Lord Grim came back to bite him. Would he be swept away by Lord Grim's combo? Everyone started worrying for Zhong Jiala. Yixiao's unspecialized had done this too many times in the regular season. Just one bite, and he would never let go. Zhong Jiala obviously understood this point. Yixiao had undoubtedly been their main focus point in their research on Happy. He was an old rival that Team Tyranny was incomparably familiar with, but he just had to switch classes. It had truly been a headache for them. A class change meant a change in play style. However, a person's experience, intuition, knowledge, habits, etc. wouldn't change. Team Tyranny's Han Wenqin had fought with Yixiao for 10 years. Zhong Jiala and Lin Jinyang were the alliance's second generation of players. The players, who were most familiar with Yixiao and had fought against Yixiao the most times, were coincidentally all from Team Tyranny. The complexity of the unspecialized class put them in a bind just the same as everyone else, but in terms of grasping Yixiao's thoughts, no one else had more of an advantage than them. Time would take away things, but also leave them with things. Take me out in one combo? Zhong Jiala was the only one, apart from Yixiao, who had experienced for finals. No one had as much experience at the apex of glory as much as these two had. Zhong Jiala had gotten second place all 4 times. The experience had tempered his heart even further. He had experienced the greatest setback for times. It was just a single up and down in one small part of a match. For him, it was insignificant. The second he had been launched into the air, he began resisting. While in the air, dazzling 100 blossoms kept throwing down grenades as if Lord Grim was a piggy bank. No one had expected Zhong Jiala to actually launch such a powerful counterattack from a disadvantaged airborne state. There were a few grenades that Yixiao had no choice but to deal with, but most of them couldn't be dealt with if he wanted to keep his offense going. Grenades poured from the sky. Amidst the blooming light, Lord Grim tenaciously moved. This sort of powerful counterattack didn't force him back. To think that he would insist on continuing his attacks. Everyone was astonished. Tyranny's Han Wenqin, who had never known the word retreat, had backed down in front of Yixiao today. But now, it was Yishio who bravely stood his ground in this situation like Han Wenqing would. A trade! The pro players watching the match such as Yu Wenju, Huang Shaoqian, Sun Jiping all saw through it. Apart from the grenades that would disrupt his offense, Yishio would do his best to dodge the grenades while dealing as much damage as possible to dazzling 100 Blossoms. A trade was a standard group arena method. What Yishio sought wasn't a victory this round, but to pave the road to victory for his next teammate. Isn't he just trying to make things easier for himself? Huang Shaoqian messaged Yu Wenju. Maybe, Yu Wenju replied. Some of the viewers watching were hoping to see Zhong Jiala break open the situation. Others were hoping to see Yishio end the fight in one wave. However, the experts all knew that this round would end in a trade. Finally, Lord Grimm fell. Dazzling 100 Blossoms had 61% of his health left. Victory? In the group arena, it was a bit difficult to say who truly won. Yishio had lost, but he had taken out 39% of his opponent's health, keeping Happy in the lead. Zhong Jiala had won, but compared to the expectations towards him when he had cornered Lord Grimm, the outcome was somewhat disappointing. Pan Lin and Liebo usually gave a summary or a few comments after a round ended, but right now, the two were sidetracking the main topic. This individual round seemed brilliant and straightforward. Everything had been directly observed by them, but just talking about those points made the two feel they weren't being thorough enough for some reason. What were they missing? The two were puzzled. As Yishio walked down from the stage, the crowd clapped in approval. This outcome was acceptable, especially that last comeback. It was a bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to take down Zhong Jiala in one wave, but facing these tyrants, hoping for a 1v2 was too much. Who would Happy field next? The audience applauded as they fixed their gaze on the big screen. They wanted to know who Happy's next player was. Mo Fan. The name appeared. Mo Fan, known as the Godslayer, had a stable position in Happy's group arena lineup. And his style was recognized by many as very suitable for the group arena. After his name appeared on the big screen, Mo Fan got up and headed towards the stage. Along the way, he walked past Yishio, but none of them said anything. They just nodded to express "I see you." Pan Lin and Liebo wasn't sure how to summarize the previous round, so they shifted the subject to the next round. The Godslayer facing the 61% health Zhong Jiala. Pan Lin said thoughtfully. Though their starting health wasn't even, if Mo Fan won, another name would be added to the Godslayer's list of kills. Chapter 1490. Crazy 100 Blossoms. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. When Mo Fan came onto the stage, everyone's first thought was his title Godslayer. Their second thought was the cold and cheerless chat. For Mo Fan, it wasn't even a question of not speaking much, he didn't speak at all. Even Yishio felt astonished because when he first met Mo Fan in the game, it was true that Mo Fan didn't speak much, but he wasn't completely silent like he was in real life. It seemed like he was the type who could communicate in virtual worlds, but when it came to real life, he wouldn't say a word. After he became a pro, he would practically never speak in the game either. Was it because he was so invested into the game that he couldn't differentiate between fantasy and reality? Yishio didn't know, and he had no way to ask. Communicating with him was hard. Soon afterwards, the match began. Zhong Jiala was the type of player who would occasionally say a few words. In the fight with Yishio, apart from "you come in, you come out," when the two were stuck, there were no other interactions between the two players. Relatively few words had been spoken that round. This round, facing the taciturn Mo Fan, Zhong Jiala also became quiet. There's surprisingly little talking between the players today. Liebo sighed. He had thought that because Yishio and Tyranny's old generals had known each other for a long time, there would be quite a bit of trash talking between them. As it turned out, Yishio and Zhong Jiala bickered childishly for a bit and then, that was it. There probably won't be a lot of talking this round, Pan Lin followed up. Mo Fan never speaking was common knowledge. The two players remained silent. Both players chose to take the middle road, moving towards the manor, one from the front, one from the back. Are all of today's fights going to be decided in this manner? Pan Lin joked. Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 blossoms took the same route as the previous round. He went in from the manor's back door and walked through the rooms in the first floor. Compared to last round, he had a better understanding of the layout of the rooms, so he walked more confidently. As for Mo Fan, Deception didn't enter through the main entrance. This time, a real ninja had taken the field. With skillful ninjato technique, Deception climbed onto the roof. The further dazzling 100 blossoms went in, the more careful he became. He needed to be ready for the opponent to appear at any moment. Meanwhile, Deception moved along the rooftop swiftly. Just when everyone thought that he would go through the hole in the roof from the Yishio and Qin Muyan battle, he went directly towards the back of the manor. After cautiously peering downwards, he jumped off the roof soundlessly. Deception had made his way across the manor to where dazzling 100 blossoms had been initially. Then, he went in. Tyrannese fans in Xiaoshan Stadium went into an uproar. Going all the way across the manor to circle to the back of the opponent was truly too despicable. Tyrannese fans looked down on such an action. Even if they looked down on it, they couldn't help but worry for Zhong Jiala because Zhong Jiala clearly didn't realize what had happened. His vision was focused on where Mo Fan might be if he came through the front door. Mo Fan's Deception entered the manor and started his search, quickly checking room after room. Deception was slowly getting closer to dazzling 100 blossoms. Happy's fans were excited. Sneak attacks. It wasn't possible to kill the opponent in one strike, but the important part was that when the sneak attack came, the opponent would be flustered. To the viewers, it was an enjoyable sight. Deception was getting closer and closer. Zhong Jiala hadn't noticed yet. He was on the lookout for Mo Fan, but he had completely ignored his backside. The doors were opened gently. To avoid startling the snake by beating the grass, the two were careful with their every action. Although the two hadn't come across each other yet, the two acted like their opponent was in the next room. But this time, dazzling 100 blossoms opening and closer of the door was caught by Mo Fan. With a stride forward, Deception had arrived at the door that dazzling 100 blossoms had just closed and gently opened it. Mo Fan was familiar with the layout of the manor. Once dazzling 100 blossoms entered this room, he probably wouldn't look back. This room had only one other exit, and dazzling 100 blossoms could only move in that direction. Deception had activated the disappearing body technique as he rolled into the room. He got up and sprinted soundlessly towards dazzling 100 blossoms as his two hands quickly formed seals. Ninjutsu, flickering pursuit. Deception became a blur. It was only then did Zhong Jiala notice, but it was too late. Deception struck dazzling 100 blossoms. Ah! The anxiousness, excitement, and suspense that had been pent up when Deception crossed the manor was let out all at once. This was the thrill of an ambush. This sort of excitement couldn't be found in any other way. Empty cicada double kill, flame cut, annihilation. Deception followed with 3 consecutive skills, all of them landing and launching dazzling 100 blossom into the air. But getting hit into the air had actually given Zhong Jiala an opportunity to respond. He immediately dropped a grenade. Grenades were AoE attacks. As long as Zhong Jiala had a general idea of Deception's position, it was enough for him to attack. As for Deception, he dashed and jumped. Then, he borrowed the wall to jump back. This series of fast and fluid movements allowed Deception to dodge dazzling 100 blossoms grenade. Damn! Surprise flashed through Zhong Jiala's mind. He had been surprised again and again by Yishio. One round later, he was surprised again by another opponent, Happy's Mo Fan. Countless flashes of light accompanied his surprise. Pu. As dazzling 100 blossoms fell, Deception jumped and stomped on him. After Storm Shuriken, he followed with a bird fall. Dazzling 100 blossoms crashed to the ground. The entire room seemed to tremble. After Deception's bird fall, he wanted to borrow the momentum to run. For him, the combo had been long enough. It was time for him to stop and adjust the tempo. But the momentum was unexpectedly too much. Boom! Deception crashed into the ceiling, but he didn't immediately start free-falling down. Instead, it was like he was stuck to the ceiling. To be more precise, he was pushed. Deception wasn't the only one pushed. The furnishings in the room were pushed askew. The more fragile objects shattered into pieces. Implosion grenade. The implosion grenade had set off at the perfect timing. It had exploded the instant dazzling 100 blossoms fell to the ground. In this room, apart from dazzling 100 blossoms, nothing else was left untouched. Deception wanted to escape, but because of the push from implosion grenade, he was pushed to the ceiling. Because of the limited space, the force from the implosion grenade wasn't able to completely proliferate outwards, which was why Deception was stuck to the ceiling, unable to get down. It was just for a short instant, but it was enough for dazzling 100 blossoms to shoot who knew how many bullets. As the bullets flew, a grenade was thrown. In the blink of an eye, Deception was swallowed by the light. Soon afterwards, he was back onto the ground. But dazzling 100 blossom followed him down. The bullets continued to barrage him. On the ceiling, a charred straw man could be seen. No one gave it another glance, only the broadcast gave it a close-up. Substitution technique. Although Deception was able to get to the ground, he wasn't able to escape from dazzling 100 blossoms' pursuit. The room had 2 exits. Mo Fan could only look on helplessly at them, his Deception had no way of reaching them. Not only could he not reach them, to reduce the damage he took, he had to retreat away from them. Similar to what Yishio had experienced last round, the blooming net of gunfire would force the target to the corner. Then, amidst the beautiful blossoms, the target would be killed. At the end, Yishio was able to borrow dazzling 100 blossoms' firepower to break a hole through the wall. But Mo Fan? What could Mo Fan do? Yishio's previous method of escaping wouldn't work a second time. Zhong Jiala wasn't stupid. Mo Fan could only rely on his own methods. Deception suddenly retreated back all the way. He hadn't been forced to do so, it was a display of attitude. Zhong Jiala promptly adjusted his aim. This short window was an opening for Mo Fan. An opening that let Deception finish several hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Mo Fan was able to complete the hand seals for a level 70 skill in just an instant. 1 Deception turned into 10. The one that had been in the corner was instantly swallowed by the blinding light. It wasn't a big room. For claustrophobic viewers, these 10 identical clones made them feel nauseous. He's going to use the chaos to run. Pan Lin shouted. Using a high-level skill just to escape, Mo Fan is quite wasteful, Liebor sighed. For a scrap picker, safety was number 1. It didn't matter what had to be used to guarantee his safety, it would be worth it. 10 Deceptions. Which one was real? There was no way to tell because the heart of Shadow Dance could be switched around at any time. Zhong Jiala's only choice seemed to be to guard those 2 exits. But the other side wasn't just going to line up and rush towards those 2 exits to die. If Deception used a few attacks to harass dazzling 100 blossoms, wouldn't that make it easier for him to escape? How difficult. The Tyranny fans acted as if they were in Zhong Jiala's position. Their brows were furrowed, and they looked as if they were at wit's end. But then, they saw the entire room blossom with light. If it was said that in the previous round, no one was able to see that crazy 100 blossoms style, then in this round, everyone saw 100 blossoms that was even crazier than in their imaginations. The entire room filled with light. Dazzling 100 blossoms? 10 Deceptions? All that remained were blurry silhouettes. The projection technology could intelligently remove objects blocking the viewer's sights, but it did not obstruct the visual effects from the characters' attacks. Who cared if there were 10 Deceptions? Who cared if there were 2 exits? Who cared about enemy harass? He would simply strike at every corner of the room, leaving Deception no place to hide. Even though he had returned to his roots, that didn't mean he had forgotten that wildness from those 2.5 seasons. 100 blossoms to burn away everything in his path. At that time, he had believed in it. And now, when he needed it, he wouldn't give up on trying it. The 3 summers of wild blossoms, which had once attempted to burn everything down, bloomed again in this little room. Chapter 1491. Escape Isnt the goal. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. It was as if a flash grenade had been thrown at the audience. Trying to figure out what those blurry figures were doing amidst the dazzling light required rich experience. Zhong Jiala's experience at doing so was second to none. If the 100 Blossoms style blinded even him, then that would be heaven's biggest joke. Several blurry figures instantly vanished. It just looked like random flashes, but there was purpose behind each flash. No matter how skilled Zhong Jiala was, there was no way for him to use a single skill to cover all 4 corners simultaneously. The light that enshrouded the room, whether real, fake, attacks, or feints, was carefully arranged by Zhong Jiala. Unable to differentiate between what was real and what was fake, how could Mo Fan's deception escape? Practically no one believed he could. They couldn't even see what was happening inside as spectators. How could Mo Fan fare any better? They were gravely mistaken. Mo Fan was completely different from them, and the one who felt it most clearly was Mo Fan's opponent, Zhong Jiala. The 100 Blossoms had only just bloomed when he noticed that Mo Fan had started making adjustments towards his shadow clones. The viewers had vaguely observed that several shadows had vanished in an instant. It was 4. Zhong Jiala knew the exact number. Then, another 4. Mo Fan was trying to break apart dazzling 100 Blossoms' offense. He didn't get confused by the blinding light, quickly figuring out what was real and what was not. For most viewers, everything was a blur to them. But to Mo Fan, this chaos wasn't nearly enough to confuse him. He had faced countless chaotic situations before. This chaos was never from just 1 or 2 people, but a group of them. When he had searched for a way to escape from predicaments as a scrap picker, the obstructions weren't from just 1 or 2 classes, but rather a variety of classes. Chaotic? Not at all. Mo Fan's life as a scrap picker had been chaotic. Zhong Jiala's 100 Blossoms style had structure. For shadows split apart, and then another 4. Damn! Mo Fan had surprised Zhong Jiala again. His 100 Blossoms encirclement had been broken through, and the reason was because his attacks had structure to them. And the structure had been grasped by Mo Fan. If Yishio had done it, perhaps Zhong Jiala wouldn't have been so surprised, but he was currently facing a young rookie. The kid's got talent in this area. Sun Zhiping smiled from the audience. He was no longer teammates with Zhong Jiala. Otherwise, he would have certainly warned Zhong Jiala. Mo Fan's skill at escaping was far greater than anyone could imagine. Even with the 100 Blossoms style, trying to trap him would require even more focus. Mo Fan had grown in chaos. Scrap picker? Sun Zhiping also felt interested, thinking of Mo Fan's background. There had never been any pro players now or in the past who had that sort of background. It was the result of a person training what they were best at in the most suitable environment for them. The outcome was superb and didn't lack individuality. It wasn't something that could be molded from the pipeline-like training camps of the pro clubs. He possessed godlike skill in his expertise. When Sun Zhiping had been at Happy, he and Yishio had privately acknowledged it. And at that time, Mo Fan couldn't even fit in with the team. Now, he was expanding his expertise. Not only would it be used for scrap picking, but for PvP on the pro stage. If he became more all-round and flexible, not like how rigid his playstyle was right now, a god of a new generation would certainly appear. But, with his personality, would he be able to round out his playstyle? When Sun Zhiping had been in Happy, Yishio had already been worried about this issue. But even if it didn't turn out to be successful, Mo Fan would still be a formidable player. Godslayer? That wasn't a coincidence or a joke. When the battle shifted towards his domain, he could crush even gods. If he doesn't notice this, he'll definitely be eaten. Sun Zhiping thought in his heart. On stage. K.A. The sound of a door opening. Inside and outside were 2 different worlds. One side was chaotic, the other side was calm. Deception had reached the outside. He had escaped to the calm side. The crowd cheered loudly. Godslayer! Happy's fans shouted excitedly. It was as if Mo Fan wasn't escaping from a predicament, but rather that he had killed his opponent in one hit. Their cheers also showed just how nervous Happy's fans had been. Tyranny's fans sighed, seeing his astonishing escape. To think he could escape, and to think it would be so normal, opening the door and running out. Was Zhong Jiala too old? He couldn't even suppress a rookie? Quite a few people had these sort of thoughts. Even Pan Lin and Liebo wanted to say it, but in the end, they only said that Zhong Jiala was a bit slower than Mo Fan. Why was he slower? Because he was getting old. The two didn't say these words. But Sun Shiping laughed. He didn't care who won or lost this match, but when he saw his former teammate performing well, he couldn't help but smile. How steady! Sun Shiping's gaze was focused on dazzling 100 blossoms and the light that hadn't yet dissipated. Mo Fan was able to find an opening in the 100 blossoms through his scrap-picking skills. But he was no longer a scrap-picker. He was a pro player, and he was constantly fixing his habits. As a result, besides escaping, he had another choice. Attack the opponent. Escape didn't mean he won. The only way to win was to kill the opponent. Mo Fan knew this point clearly. Gradually, killing the opponent became a higher priority than escaping. When he had broken through the chaos, Mo Fan's first thought was no longer to escape, but to use the opening he saw to attack his opponent. But this time, he had chosen deception to escape because he couldn't find an opportunity to attack. After the disturbances from the 8 shadows, a huge adjustment was made to the 100 blossoms. It still covered the room and alternated between real and fake. However, dazzling 100 blossoms had erected an impenetrable defense. As a result, Mo Fan could not choose to attack. He could only run away. The two players knew of this detail, and so did the pro players watching. But besides them, the rest were discussing how Zhong Jiala was slower. Zhong Jiala, who they had just commented on being slow, suddenly sped up. The light and shadow from the 100 blossoms style seemed to flow out of that door to the next room. Kakakaka! The shockwaves kept pushing the door. It wanted to close, but it could never close, constantly making an uncomfortable noise. Deception was hastily running away. Mo Fan hadn't thought that Zhong Jiala would chase after him so quickly. But a few steps later, he realized that not only was his opponent pursuing him quickly, his opponent was pursuing him closely. Bullets, grenades, explosions, smoke, light, all of these seemed to be following him as if they were stuck to Deception's feet. In countless hero movies, there was always a hero who ran around freely amidst a field of explosions, but the explosions would never hit. Deception was running madly, but the explosions kept following him. If this were a movie, the audience would have probably left their seats by now, seeing these narrow escapes again and again. I can't get him off of me. Mo Fan was surprised. This was what he was best at, but right now, he couldn't get away from the pursuit. The dazzling light was like a wave that swept away everything behind Deception. Mo Fan's deception couldn't stop. He even felt like there wasn't enough time to look back. On the pro stage, there were at most 5v5 team battles, which couldn't compare to the chaos that a scrap picker experienced in the game. However, he had never experienced such a crazed pursuit in the game. He couldn't stop even for a second. If he stopped, the light would swallow him. Although Mo Fan had successfully escaped from that encirclement, that didn't mean he could replicate that success. Both sides were people, not NPCs. Just because it worked once didn't mean it would work again. I need to get away. Mo Fan seemed to have returned to the former days, where he would have countless people chasing after him. But he was sure that even in those situations, he had never felt such pressure before. Mo Fan's deception had been able to escape from those situations again and again. But this time, facing this one person's pursuit, Mo Fan's deception fell. Escape isn't the goal. The only goal is to beat the opponent, Sun Jiping's side in his heart. He was happy about Zhong Jiala's outstanding plays. But he also felt regret seeing Mo Fan's defeat. Zhong Jiala, 1v2. He had beaten a half-health Yishio and the Godslayer Mo Fan. The advantage that Yishio had established was wiped away. Now, Team Tyranny had a 27% health advantage in this group arena. The stadium was silent. Happy's fans hadn't expected this outcome. In the end, Zhong Jiala was able to chase Mo Fan down to his death. This was their home field, yet they were lagging behind. At this moment, Happy's third player stood up. "It looks like it's my time to shine," Fang Rui said. Chapter 1492. Cloudwind Body. Nomiami. Nomiami. Lost? It wasn't Mo Fan's first time losing, but the loss this time stunned him. He had been chased to death by his opponent for 2 minutes 34 seconds. He had everything he could think of, yet he had still failed to escape. He went out of the player booth slowly and walked down from the stage slowly. As he passed Fang Rui, he made no reaction towards Fang Rui's "I'll take revenge for you." When he returned to his seats and passed by Yishio, he heard Yishio say, "Your thoughts are still too single-minded." Some people's play styles were too single-minded. Some people's techniques were too single-minded. As for Mo Fan, Yishio criticized him for his thoughts being too single-minded. Mo Fan didn't reply back. He sat down at his seat in the corner and reflected on these words. Fang Rui received a warm welcome from Happy's fans. As they cheered, he strutted around as if Happy wasn't the team falling behind right now. He walked onto the stage, waving his hands towards the crowd as if he had won. It was only until the referee rushed over and berated him did he go into the player booth dejectedly. The crowd laughed. The tense atmosphere from Zhong Jiala's 1v2 had lightened considerably. The match began. The public chat had been very calm previously, but Fang Rui's presence changed that. "How mighty! 1v2. Fang Rui gave praise towards Zhong Jiala. "It's not over yet," Zhong Jiala replied. "It pretty much is," Fang Rui said. As the two chatted, their characters moved. The middle road again. There was plenty of content spread throughout the map, but up until now, all of them had taken place inside the central manor. Every fight had been spectacular though, so there were no complaints from the viewers. On the other hand, Pan Lin and Liebor were analyzing Happy's reasons for choosing this map. So far, it looked like Happy's players were more comfortable because of their familiarity with the map, but it hadn't given them any definite advantage yet. Of course, there were a lot of factors in winning a match. Relying on the home game advantage was just one factor. Boundless Sea and Dazzling 100 Blossoms quickly reached the front and back of the manor, respectively. Dazzling 100 Blossoms didn't hesitate and went through the rear door. Zhong Jiala had made the same choice in all three of his fights. As for Boundless Sea, Fang Rui looked to have a plan in mind. He opened the front door and strolled leisurely into the manor as if he were here to tour the place. But the more attentive viewers had noticed that Boundless Sea's mana was dropping steadily. He had evidently activated a skill that continuously drained his mana. What was it? Cloudwind Body. Pan Lin shouted out. Cloudwind Body was a Chi Master high-level scouting skill. In the game, there would be a radar-like map in his view. When a character entered its range, the user would receive a notification. But if that was all it did, the skill's value was too worthless compared to the mana it consumed. Cloudwind Body increased the user's perception and also gave the user more precise control over their chi. More precise control meant auto-targeting. This effect seemed too amazing, but in reality, very few Chi Masters chose to use Cloudwind Body. Sure, auto-targeting was nice, but that didn't mean the user attacked any faster. Their attacks could still be interrupted. In the majority of Chi Masters' eyes, the low-level reinforced iron bones was more practical. In the team competition against Blue Rain, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had relied on reinforced iron bones at a crucial moment to great success. But in today's match, he had chosen to use a high mana consumption skill like Cloudwind Body, but the effects weren't anything impressive. Fang Rui isn't hesitating to use Cloudwind Body to quickly locate Dazzling 100 Blossoms. It doesn't seem necessary. Pan Lin had his doubts. It was a 1v1 group arena. There was no need to quickly kill the opponent. Fang Rui didn't need to be so impatient. Liebo didn't say anything. Although he had the same doubts as Pan Lin, he decided that it would be better to wait and observe some more before further analysis. Boundless Sea still looked like he was touring around the manor leisurely with Cloudwind body activated, but his movement speed had clearly increased. He wanted to minimize the mana consumption. The viewers with their omniscient view watched as the two characters gradually drew nearer, but because of the walls, neither side could see each other. However, with Cloudwind body activated, he could use Chi to sense his surroundings. On his radar, a little blip had appeared representing dazzling 100 blossoms. Fang Rui didn't immediately launch an attack like everyone had thought he would. Instead, his movements made everyone confused. Does he want to ambush Zhong Jiala? Pan Lin guessed. Fang Rui's signature style was being dirty. An ambush was nothing surprising for him. Liebo remained silent. He looked at Boundless Sea's movements but couldn't see any places for him to set up an ambush. But if he wasn't going for an ambush, what else could he be doing? Just when he asked this question to himself, Boundless Sea suddenly stopped. On his radar, dazzling 100 blossoms little dot was clearly moving. Boundless Sea raised his hands and gathered Chi. This is... Spirit reaches to the rainbow. Pan Lin noted. The Chi Master's awakening skill, Spirit reaches to the rainbow, gathered Chi and circulated it throughout the body. Boundless Sea's clothes looked to be fluttering violently in the wind as his entire body seemed to ignite into flames. What is he doing? He wants to attack from there. Pan Lin was utterly confused. Boundless Sea and dazzling 100 blossoms were separated by a wall. There was no door on this wall. There was no way for him to launch a sneak attack. Liebo's heart trembled. Zoom in. He called out to the broadcast director. The camera zoomed in, but Liebo's gaze wasn't on Boundless Sea, but the wall in front. The large section of the wallpaper was peeling off. The bricks that could be seen were covered with cracks. This was damage left over from the previous two battles. Attacks from dazzling 100 blossoms, Lord Grim, or Deception might have landed here. Liebo couldn't remember right now, but he knew that this wall had already been damaged heavily. Fang Rui's ambush would succeed because Boundless Sea's attack would pierce through this wall, and Zhong Jiala probably wasn't aware of it. The dot on the radar continued to move towards this area. Boundless Sea's clothes continued to flutter wildly, even making some sound, but this sound wasn't loud enough to pass through the wall for Zhong Jiala to hear. Closer? Everyone knew what was about to happen. They could already picture it in their heads. The broadcast had already found the most suitable viewing angle. The dot flashed again. Dazzling 100 blossoms and Boundless Sea were now as close as possible. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. Fang Rui didn't disappoint and attacked. The Chi gathered in his body poured out. With a boom, the wall collapsed. Zhong Jiala was startled. Boundless Sea's spirit reaches to the rainbow tore through the wall, the glaring light flying towards him. Roll! Dazzling 100 blossoms rolled to the side. It was a conditioned reflex for an experienced pro player to roll facing a dangerous situation where there was no time to think. However, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't escape from the system's auto-targeting. The spirit reaches to the rainbow adjusted in the air according to dazzling 100 blossoms' movements and crashed into him. The focus Chi instantly exploded. It wasn't just beautiful, it also dealt frightening damage. The nearby ornaments instantly shattered. Up until spirit reaches to the rainbow hit the target, Fang Rui didn't deactivate his Cloudwind body, so the skill would automatically lock onto the target. Zhong Jiala's instinctive reaction was no match for the system's auto-targeting. But because of the wall, the damage from the attack had lessened. The attack only took away 6% of dazzling 100 blossoms' health. But this was just the start of Boundless Sea's attacks. After a spirit reaches to the rainbow, he instantly closed the distance. Once the Chi scattered from the explosion, silence didn't follow. Before the Chi completely scattered, a new wave of Chi shot out from Boundless Sea's palms. Time seemed to have frozen. All people could see was boundless sea surging chi raging thunderously in this little room. Finally, when everything became peaceful again, the system announced, "Glory! Fang Rui's boundless sea had won." The audience was dumbfounded. A full health Fang Rui bringing down a 27% health Zhong Jiala wasn't surprising. The surprise was from the way he did it. Ambushed to death in one combo. Was this dirty or tyrannical? No one was sure. You could say it was dirty, but that explosive burst of chi was very heroic. You could say that it was tyrannical, but hiding behind a wall and gathering chi was very dirty. In any case, Happy had won this round. It was a clean victory, chasing back the advantage that Zhong Jiala had gained. If Fang Rui's previous interactions with the crowd had eased the crowd's tension, then his dominating performance this round was a tranquilizer to Happy's fans. After the shock from such a clean victory, Happy's fans recovered. Their excited cheers resonated throughout the entire Xiaoshan Stadium. Chapter 1493. Harmony. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Zhong Jiala left the player booth. Despite the cheers for his defeat, he was calm. This loss was too insignificant for him. There was no loser in glory more pitiful than him. Zhong Jiala walked down slowly from the stage. The cheers from the crowd continued, accompanied with quite a few boos towards him as well. After his return, his popularity had dropped considerably. Team Tyranny's third player stood up from his seat. The display on the big screen amply switched to an image of the player and character. Lin Jingyan, Brawler, Dark Thunder. He had been a part of Tyranny for 2 whole years, but even now, whenever Lin Jingyan saw his name alongside his character Dark Thunder, he would always feel a sense of unfamiliarity. 3 hits. In the end, he couldn't forget the name of the brawler that he had traveled through wind and rain with for 7 years. Even though the two of them had never obtained any glorious achievements, he would always feel at peace controlling that character. 2 years ago, that peace was finally broken. At the end of his career, Lin Jingyan became a drifting leaf, finally settling at Tyranny. Lin Jingyan was grateful for Tyranny. During his most bitter moments, the team had looked highly upon him. He had decided that he would give the final light of his career to Tyranny. But in the end, what was different was different. Lin Jingyan, Dark Thunder. As Lin Jingyan walked, he looked at the name on the screen and then, at his opponent, Fang Rui, Chi Master, Boundless Sea. Lin Jingyan suddenly laughed. The fate of these two brothers was so similar. A different name accompanied Fang Rui too. Fang Rui had even switched classes. Lin Jingyan didn't only feel uncomfortable looking at the name Dark Thunder. He also felt uncomfortable looking at the name Boundless Sea. Fang Rui, Thief, Doubtful Demon. It was almost like he could see these names in front of him. Lin Jingyan shook his head. Am I getting too nostalgic? Take revenge for me. Zhong Jiala said as he passed by him. I'll do my best. Lin Jingyan smiled. Good luck. Zhong Jiala didn't say anything else. Lin Jingyan walked onto the stage and entered the player booth. He swiped his card and loaded into the match. He had repeated these motions who knew how many times in these 9 years, 7 years with 3 hits, 2 years with Dark Thunder. Dark Thunder? Lin Jingyan repeated the name of his character again. He loaded into the map, and the match officially began. Both characters took the middle road again. The audience was getting a little restless. Wasn't this the 6th round of the group arena already? Up until now, no player had taken a roundabout route. All of them went straight towards the center. The manor wasn't a manor anymore, but an arena. Then, one player at the front of the manor, while the other player at the back of the manor. Except, this time, the 2 players finally chose to do something new. Not through the door, or onto the walls. Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder went counterclockwise from the back of the manor, while Fang Rui's Boundless Sea went counterclockwise from the front of the manor. Dark Thunder arrived at the front of the manor. Boundless Sea arrived at the back of the manor. Then, the 2 went in cautiously through the door. Everyone was speechless. These two former partners had become opponents, yet the two were still in harmony. You're circling around? I'll circle around. You're going counterclockwise? I'll go counterclockwise. You're going through the door? I'll go through the door. The two characters tiptoed their way through the manor as if they were mirrors of each other. The audience was helpless. They could only wait for the two to run into each other. But it was as if these two guys had made an agreement not to meet. The two had wandered through the first floor of the manor for a minute, yet neither side saw even a glimpse of the other. Afterwards, the two seemed to be tired. They crouched down at a corner and took a breather. At this moment, the public chat was put to use. "Hey, are you in the manor?" Fang Rui asked. "Yeah," Lin Jingyan replied. He didn't ask the same question back. The way Fang Rui asked the question made it clear that he was in the manor too. "How did you start the match?" Fang Rui went straight to the point. "I circled around to the front." Lin Jingyan went straight to the point. The playoffs was a death match, yet the two were chatting so nonchalantly. It was as if this was normal day-to-day practice. "Fuck." Fang Rui cursed. The referee immediately jumped out, giving him a yellow card. Swear words were not permitted. Lin Jingyan immediately understood. He didn't need to ask. Fang Rui had definitely circled around to the back. Their actions were equivalent to swapping positions. They had the same thought: avoid getting caught and carefully scout the surroundings. I avoid you, you avoid me, and so the two went in circles, unable to find each other. Keep going. Lin Jingyan was determined to resolve this predicament. Both sides were incomparably familiar with each other's habits and thoughts. To outpredict the other, just predicting one step ahead wouldn't be enough because the other side would also predict one step ahead. As a result, neither of them would be able to get the right prediction. Dark Thunder stood up from the corner, taking the lead. Lin Jingyan switched perspectives, imagining what Fang Rui would do next. Then, he would formulate a plan through deeper reads. The two characters started going in circles again. Another minute passed. This time, the two didn't disappoint them. The two players met at the spiraling staircase. The encounter wasn't sudden, instead seeming very natural, as if the two had agreed to rendezvous here at a certain time. The two took their own paths and finally met. Finally, some fighting. The viewers thought to themselves. But the two just stared at each other. To think they would bump into each other here. What did that mean? It meant the two were still in harmony. They had a deep understanding of each other, so they tried to outpredict each other. But in the end, their predictions were at the same depth. XX. Fang Rui cursed, typing XX. The corner of the referee's mouth twitched. XX wasn't a violation of the rules, but it was obvious that the XX had the same meaning as fuck. Fang Rui didn't say any profanities, but he got the idea across. The two stared at each other for a good 3 seconds. Besides Fang Rui's XX, neither said anything. Suddenly, the two acted simultaneously. Chi bullet. Sand toss. Each player used a long-ranged skill. They launched their attacks at the same time and dodged at the same time. In the end, neither side was hit by the other's attack. Again. Brawler and Chi Master went back and forth, putting up an intense fight. Everyone watching could feel their jaws drop. Was this a fight? Or was this a synchronized show? Attack, dodge, the two mirrored each other perfectly. You missed, I missed. They went back and forth, appearing more like a dance than a battle. Ahem. After half a minute, Lin Jingyan typed a word into the chat. Dark Thunder's offense suddenly halted. Fang Rui's boundless sea also stopped. They realized where the issue lay. Even though they were good friends, this was the playoffs. They had a responsibility as pro players to help their team win, so they used their familiarity with their opponent, hoping to turn it into a weapon. But since the two had a similar level of understanding of each other, the decision that they made were pretty much the same. Their familiarity didn't become a weapon, instead neutralizing any threat between them. The deep understanding between the two of them obstructed their fight. This wasn't a good feeling. They were proud of their deep understanding of each other, but in this match, it became their obstacle. To win this fight, they needed to see who could get rid of this connection, the connection of their past. Another 3-second pause and then, attack! The Brawler's tricks and the Chi Master's Chi collided. The two started getting hit. You punch me, I'll brick you. The fight was intense, but to the more skilled players, it was unbearably rough. This was a match that required understanding of their background. The roughness was because of their familiarity, because both sides knew each other too well, making what methods they had unusable. Instead, attacking without any skill would achieve better results. They weren't supporting each other anymore. Instead, they schemed, plotted, and set up traps. Many players with partners couldn't bear to keep watching. What a cruel competition! To win, the two turned their former understanding and complete trust in one another into all sorts of sinister schemes. Huang Xiaoqian, who had been communicating with Yu Wenju throughout the match through text, fell silent. Sun Zhiping, Zhong Jiala, Han Wenqing, Zhong Xinjie, Yi Xiu, Su Mucheng, all of these people knew what it meant to be a partners, but these former partners were destroying everything they had established before. For victory. For glory. Every player had many restraints, but for their dreams, they had no choice but to ruthlessly cut off these restraints. As time passed, their health bars dropped. The people who understood the match didn't want to analyze the details. Only people who didn't understand cheered according to the ups and downs of the player that they supported. No matter how cruel it was, all things came to an end. No matter how unwilling you were, in the end, there would only ever be one standing in the end. Fang Rui, Chi Master, Boundless Sea. In the end, the screen left only a single name. Lin Jingyan, Brawler. Dark Thunder turned dim as his time was over. The crowd cheered for Fang Rui and for Happy's win. The pro players, watching in the stadium, stood up and applauded. They applauded for a match that didn't have any impressive or brilliant plays. They applauded for the mutual understanding between the two players, for their determination to win. They applauded for their everlasting ambition to be the champions, an ambition that would always be worthy of pride. Chapter 1494. Referee Assistance. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. In the end, I still lost. Lin Jingyan sighed as he walked out from the player booth. Although it was a pity, he didn't feel upset. Losing to Fang Rui was an acceptable outcome. After all, he was in his declining years, while Fang Rui was at his peak. In terms of getting rid of the past, it had been 2 years, yet he still could not forget his demon subduer. As for Fang Rui, he had even switched classes. Fang Rui had evidently been more decisive than him in this matter. I really have turned old, while Fang Rui has a long road ahead of him left. Looking towards Happy's seats on the other side, Lin Jingyan felt it was a pity that this was a group arena. Fang Rui was not allowed to leave his seat until his role was over. Lin Jingyan wanted to use this opportunity to give Fang Rui his well wishes. He didn't know if the two of them would ever have another chance to face against each other again on this stage. After gazing in silence at that side for a while, Lin Jingyan walked down from the stage. His well wishes could only remain in his heart. Good luck, my friend. With the end of this fight, the group arena was at the halfway mark. Happy had 3 players left, including Fang Rui. Tyranny only had 2 players left. As Lin Jingyan walked down from the stage, Tyranny's 4th player stood up. Tyranny's Song Qiying, a striker rookie. He had joined this season, steadily maturing. It seemed that he would be Desert Smoke's successor. And in this important playoff stage, Tyranny had the confidence to send him onto the stage. Tyranny was not happy. They had other options besides a rookie. Even so, Song Qiying had been fielded as Tyranny's important 4th player in the group arena. The team's intent to raise him could clearly be seen. However, placing him in this position didn't mean he was the anchor of this group arena. From a certain perspective, fielding him as the fourth player showed Tyranny's attitude towards this group arena. Tyranny's fourth player is Song Chi-ying. It seems that Tyranny had no plans of ending this group arena with their fourth player. Pan Lin immediately started to analyze this arrangement. In the playoffs, the fourth player was oftentimes the team's core player, trying to win the group arena 4-5 to take a 2-point lead into the team competition. The more aggressive teams would even place their core player third to take a 3-point lead. But Tyranny had placed Song Chi-ying fourth. It was likely that their fifth player would be their core, Captain Han Wenqing. That would be the most appropriate arrangement. Li Yibo had come from Tyranny, and Tyranny's captain and core player had been Han Wenqing for all 10 years. The team's captain hadn't changed, and the team's core hadn't changed. As a result, it was hard for the team's temperament to change. Even though Li Yibo had left Tyranny many years ago, he still had a good grasp of the team. But today, Han Wenqing avoided Yu Xiu and didn't even take the fourth position, instead fielding Song Chi-ying. The more familiar one was with the team, the more strange it felt encountering something unexpected. When Pan Lin raised the discussion, Li Yibo stared blankly for a long time before replying, "The way teams will often play more conservatively." It was a standard response. Li Yibo had lost confidence in analyzing Tyranny as former Tyranny player. The Tyranny today felt too different. Well, let's see how Song Chi-ying performs. It's also quite a coincidental matchup. When Song Chi-ying first appeared this season, he had to face Happy's Fang Rui, Pan Lin said, but Fang Rui shouldn't last much longer. It could be said that Fang Rui had achieved a 1v2. He took down Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 Blossoms, using quite a bit of mana. After that, even though he won against Lin Jingyan, it had been a bloody fight. Boundless Sea only had 14% of his health and 11% of his mana left. He was an arrow at the end of his flight. Winning for Fang Rui will be difficult, but with Fang Rui's methods, if Song Chi-ying is too careless, he'll suffer the consequences, Li Yibo said. It's unlikely that he'll be careless, no. Pan Lin chuckled. Li Yibo laughed as well. The current Song Chi-ying was no longer the same Song Chi-ying as when he first fought Fang Rui. It had been an entire season. As one of the favorites to win the title Best Rookie, Song Chi-ying had received much attention. Although he looked to be Desert Smoke's successor, his personality was quite similar to Tyranny's vice-captain, Zhong Xinjie. He was careful and meticulous. He was young, but with his personality, how could he be careless? The match began as the two commentators discussed this issue. Song Chi-ying met their expectations. The match had just started, and his attitude towards the upcoming fight could already be seen. As he traveled, it didn't matter whether the battle would reach these areas, he would still carefully observe them. His line of sight constantly shifted left and right. However, the route he chose was still the middle road. The viewers had given up on seeing a battle in water or a forest in this map because the mana at the center of the map had indoor rooms, which meant protection to a certain extent. Taking a roundabout route towards the mana had no meaning in this map, which was why neither of the two teams made that sort of choice. One player towards the front of the mana, one player towards the back of the mana. The two players met again in the mana for the 7th time. For someone with a cautious and strict personality like Zhong Xinjie, Song Chi-ying had probably thought out his plan for this fight before he even got onto the stage. When Song Chi-ying made it to the back of the mana, he didn't go through the back door nor did he jump onto the roof. Instead, he adept searched for a window and went in. The two teams had fought several rounds all inside the mana. Tyranny had a good idea of the structure of the mana by now. When he jumped through the window, he immediately turned up, left, right, checking his surroundings. Song Chi-ying quickly grasped his present situation. He didn't see Boundless Sea. Afterwards, it looked like he already knew what to do as River Sunset walked towards the right corridor. When he reached the second door along the corridor, he went in. He moved step by step as if he were following steps in a guide. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was inside the mana too. He didn't have much health nor mana, how could he openly welcome his opponent? Last round, he took a roundabout route to the back of the manor, but he was too in harmony with Lin Jingyan. He didn't want to use the same method twice though, so he had Boundless Sea climb onto the walls of the manor. He didn't climb to the roof, instead climbing onto a balcony and entering the manor through the second floor. The second floor was much more intact than the first floor. Only 2 battles had taken place here. Yixiao and Qin Muyan had fought here. Yixiao had launched a surprise attack onto Zhong Jiala here too, but the aftermath of it was just a hole in the floor. Fang Rui had Boundless Sea move towards that hole. When he reached the hole, he took a look at the surroundings. After picking a spot, his Boundless Sea crouched down. Crouch! Guarding a tree stump and waiting for rabbits. In vast open maps, this sort of ambush tactic rarely worked. It only had value if you knew the target's pathing. But Fang Rui hadn't done any investigation, yet he still went straight for this hole and crouched there. Everyone started wondering when a system notification would come. If someone just sat there patiently not caring if the opponent actually came or not, how long would the match take? As a result, the Glory had rules to prevent it. The referee could judge according to the circumstances whether the player was complying with the rules and then interfere if necessary. Of course, there needed to be some concrete rules too. The referee couldn't just start interfering as soon as a character hid behind a corner. The referee could interfere after no target was seen for 18 seconds. The players familiar with Glory's rules started helping Fang Rui count. They were familiar with the rules. How could the master of playing dirty Fang Rui not be either? When it became 17 seconds, Boundless Sea switched postures. Glory's referees weren't machines. This sort of clever loophole in the rules could be denied based on their own subjective views. However, it looked like the referee was okay with Fang Rui's cleverness and didn't interfere after 18 seconds. Boos started coming from the crowd, from Tyranny's fans. Tyranny's loyal fans were familiar with the rules. They started booing at the referee because they felt that the referee was being biased towards the home team. The referee ignored them because the boos were quickly suppressed by the applause. Tyranny's fans wouldn't be able to affect a referee's decision. This was Happy's home stadium. Fang Rui only switched postures. His goal hasn't changed. Isn't this violating the 18-second rule for sitting and waiting? Pan Lin called the referee's decision into question. The referee can make decisions based on his own discretion. First, the 2 characters are inside the manor, greatly reducing the search area and increasing the chances that Fang Rui's patience will pay off. Second, Song Qiying's River Sunset is very close by. It's very likely that he'll walk into Fang Rui's range. My guess is that the referee acknowledged the increased success rate, so he judged that it was fair and didn't interfere. If Song Qiying chooses to break away from his current route, my guess is that the referee will probably interfere. Liebor was quite knowledgeable about the referee's thought process. I see, but from a certain perspective, by not interfering, isn't the referee leaking information to the player? Pan Lin said. Liebor stared blankly. When he looked at the match again, Boundless Sea was no longer crouching, but standing up. Qi was gathering in his palms. However, he couldn't actually see any traces of River Sunset, yet he was already preparing his ambush as if he knew River Sunset was coming. Silly referee, his decision seemed very rational, based on the circumstances of the match, but Fang Rui exploited it. This master of playing dirty took advantage of the rules. Seeing that the referee didn't interfere, he judged that Song Qiying must be nearing his ambush location. Chapter 1495. Heroes come from the young. Nomiami. Nomiami. What guts? Pan Ling cried out. The dirty style gave people a feeling of despicableness without any sense of heroism. Fang Rui crouching and waiting there was quite despicable, but exploiting the referee was extremely daring. He already had a yellow card, yet he still dared to challenge the referee. That's why he made a movement after 17 seconds, Liebor said. He was giving himself a buffer for the punishment. If he was punished, because of this movement, he would only receive a warning and not a yellow card. But what if Song Qiying doesn't end up coming over? Then, would the referee directly give him a yellow card? Pan Lin asked. We'll know soon. Liebor was wise. Why would he guess when the answer would be known soon? On stage, Qi gathered around the palms of Fang Rui's boundless sea, but this time, he wasn't charging a spirit reaches to the rainbow. With spirit reaches to the rainbow, he would crash into his opponent alongside the Qi. He had been facing Zhong Jiala's Spitfire previously, so he was not afraid. But now, he was facing a striker, the #1 close combat class. Throwing himself at the opponent was risky. It could turn into a situation similar to throwing a steamed bun at a hungry dog. Boundless Sea didn't have much health or mana. Fang Rui was extremely cautious. He didn't want to make any risky moves. As a result, he gathered Qi in his palms and prepared to shoot a sky-piercing cannon. Fang Rui couldn't see Song Qiying's River Sunset yet, but the viewers watching could see him. Sure enough, River Sunset was making his way over step by step. Careful! Tyranny's fans couldn't help but be anxious. Even though Boundless Sea was an arrow at the end of its flight, a successful ambush could result in heavy injuries to River Sunset. One step at a time. Fang Rui's perspective was displayed on the big screen in the stadium. A small window showing Fang Rui's perspective could be seen in the broadcast as well. But at this moment, Song Qiying's line of sight suddenly shifted. His gaze was fixed on that hole in the ceiling. Tyranny's fans felt excited upon seeing this sight, while Happy's fans were feeling gloomy. Had Fang Rui been discovered? The fans on both sides sighed, but for different reasons. No, not yet. Li Ibor stated with certainty. Song Qiying is only aware that it's a possibility, Pan Lin shouted. How could the careful Song Qiying neglect such an important detail? Even though he didn't know that Fang Rui really was lying in wait there, he was completely prepared for the possibility of it. Qi Bullet! River Sunset sent out a probing attack. Qi Bullet was a low-level Qi master skill and could be used by all fighter classes. River Sunset had learned it, but it clearly hadn't been leveled very high. There didn't seem to be much Qi swirling inside the Qi Bullet. Even so, it shot accurately towards the hole in the ceiling and crashed into the edges of the hole. It didn't make much of a sound before dissipating. Boundless Sea didn't move. Fang Rui wasn't fooled by this probing attack. The Qi gathered around Boundless Sea's hands didn't even tremble. The crowd erupted into cheers in praise of Fang Rui's calm. Not only had Song Qiying failed to scout out Fang Rui, this attack was equivalent to telling Fang Rui, "He's here, get ready." Pan Lin and Liebor sighed. A rookie was a rookie. Song Qiying was too naive. Running into someone as crafty as Fang Rui was truly a rookie's greatest misfortune. But soon afterwards, everyone was stunned. After Song Qiying's River Sunset fired a Qi bullet at the ceiling and didn't discover anything, he turned around and left. He didn't keep going? Happy's fans weren't laughing, but Tyranny's fans weren't laughing either. Song Qiying probably wasn't sure, so he decided not to pursue it. But this sort of evasion was not a style that Tyranny's fans appreciated. Even if you had your suspicions, why not just keep probing? Why run away? They were too used to seeing the boldness of Han Wenqing's striker. They weren't used to seeing Song Qiying's extreme caution. As a result, when they saw him avoid Fang Rui's ambush, they weren't too happy either. They weren't just looking forward to seeing the ambush fail. They were hoping to see their own player smash apart Fang Rui's ambush and let him know that traps and schemes were nothing but paper tigers. However, Song Qiying chose to retreat. Pan Lin and Liebor praised him for his caution and calm, but Tyranny's fans weren't feeling too pleased. River Sunset reached the door. It looked like he was about to push the door open to leave, but who would have expected him to do it in such a manner? He punched the door and sent it flying. What is he doing? Everyone was stunned. River Sunset went through the doorway. Then, after a few steps, he turned around and looked to be gauging the distance before making a sprint. River Sunset sprinted through the doorway and jumped. Running allowed his character to jump higher. River Sunset jumped onto the wall on the opposite side and pushed off it to jump again. At the same time, he swung his fist, through the back fist. Its name said fist, but in reality, it was a palm. River Sunset pushed his palm against the ceiling, letting out a muffled sound. But then, crack! River Sunset hit the ceiling, breaking it as if it were a dried-up branch. A hole appeared in the ceiling. River Sunset's head went through first. He quickly checked his surroundings and saw Boundless Sea hastily turning around and pushing out his palm. River Sunset's arms trembled. Reinforced iron bones to welcome the sky-piercing cannon. Chi thundered. Although River Sunset had super armor, he had no foothold, so there was no avoiding the knockback from the charged sky-piercing cannon. 1,000-ton drop. River Sunset had shrunk into a ball after using the through-the-back fist, so he could get onto the second floor faster. He had made it through the hole, so he immediately used 1,000-ton drop. His 2 feet stepped onto the edges of the hole, using 1,000-ton drop to eliminate the knockback from sky-piercing cannon. But a new wave of chi from Boundless Sea had arrived. River Sunset jumped practically parallel to the floor, avoiding the attack. He rolled and got up. Boundless Sea sent out another palm, but with the super armor from reinforced iron bones, River Sunset didn't dodge. He tanked the damage and counterattacked. Boom! The crowd erupted. There were a few unhappy Tyranny fans before, but now, their excitement had reached a peak so high that tears were about to come out. Yes! This was what they wanted to see. Tough and fierce, not sparing anything to destroy the opponent. They had completely misunderstood Song Chi-ying. This kid was no doubt a young hero of Tyranny. He was cautious and calm, but at the same time, he hid the hot-blooded bravery to charge forward. He wasn't like what they had previously thought, a spineless coward who shrunk back at the slightest uncertainty. Good job, little Song! Tyranny's fans shouted. Happy's fans quickly cheered on Happy, smothering Tyranny's shouts. But so what if Happy's fans had a numbers advantage, would they shrink back? Of course not. Even though they weren't on the stage, they were supporters of Tyranny. If they didn't even have the energy to persevere, how could they ask the player on stage to? Roar! Tyranny's fans roared with all their might. The outcome of the fight was quickly decided. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea didn't have that much health left, after all. Song Chi-ying won. Of course, he won. There was no way he wouldn't win. However, the cheers from Tyranny's fans weren't just for the outcome, but more importantly, for how he did it. From Song Chi-ying, they could see the future for which they hoped. Fang Rui went out from the player booth, shaking his head. He didn't seem to be happy with the match. Even so, the audience still gave him applause. Beating Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan, chasing back Happy's lead, his performance was without fault. His ambush didn't succeed, but through Song Chi-ying's unyielding attitude, Fang Rui was able to take away 12% of River Sunset's health. This meant that Happy had a slight lead. Good job! Tyranny was praising their Song Chi-ying, while Happy was praising their Fang Rui. As he walked back to his seat, his teammates praised his performance. But Fang Rui was unsatisfied. That little brat, playing with me like that, Fang Rui said. It's fine, you take down some of his health, too, Yi Xiu said. Fang Rui shook his head. It was too far from my predictions. How much were you thinking you could get him down to? Chenghua was curious. Obviously until I got his severed head, Fang Rui said. Suddenly, everyone ignored him. Did you think this was a 1v1 in the online game? With that little health and that little mana, you think you can beat a pro player in the playoffs who came in with full health and full mana? Even if Song Chi-ying was a rookie, it wasn't possible for him to be bullied to that extent. Next! Yi Xiu completely ignored Fang Rui, urging the next player to go onto the stage. Who was Happy's next player? Everyone had been guessing as soon as Fang Rui went down from the stage. If it wasn't Su Mucheng, it was Tang Ru. However, when they saw the name on the screen, everyone was surprised. Qiao Yifan, Ghostblade, 1-inch Ash. They're sending out Qiao Yifan. Pan Lin expressed his astonishment. Liabor thought about it. Feeling that his reasoning made sense, he replied, considering what has happened throughout this group arena, Su Mucheng wouldn't be a suitable player to pick. Pan Lin immediately understood. Su Mucheng was a launcher. Her greatest weapon was her long range. However, all of the fights so far had taken place in an enclosed space, which was very unfavorable for launchers. Happy had chosen this map for the group arena and knew this might happen. Was that why they hadn't sent Su Mucheng out for the group arena? Chapter 1496. Cautious Bravery. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Qiao Yifan vs Song Qiying. This could be considered a battle between rookies, no? Pan Lin remarked as he watched Qiao Yifan walk onto the stage. Pretty much. Liabor nodded his head. Qiao Yifan was no longer an invisible nobody. As Happy moved towards the spotlight as a dark horse, he became recognized as one of their outstanding players. His past had been dug out long ago. Thus, people with certain amounts of authority in the scene like Zhuo Chenrui, who disliked Tiny Herb, often used Qiao Yifan as an example to criticize Tiny Herb for being so blind as to letting go of an incredible talent. Qiao Yifan's plays had caught the attention of many. Some even felt sorry for him. This was his first time standing on the professional stage, but because he had been registered with Tiny Herb previously, he could not be considered as a first-year rookie and could not contend for the best rookie title. If not, people like to talk about what IFS. Qiao Yifan himself never cared about these what IFS though. He was extremely happy with his place in the team. He had switched classes to a Phantom Demon, but he had ample opportunities to go onto the stage. He was often given opportunities even in the 1v1 competitions, which weren't too suitable for Phantom Demons. This feeling of being valued was something he had never experienced before at Tiny Herb. He had received quite the attention. Several teams had even privately contacted him, attempting to recruit him. Qiao Yifan refused all of them without any hesitation. No team or promises could move him because he would always remember, in his time of greatest need, who the person who had extended a hand to him was. Qiao Yifan didn't have any resentment towards being ignored, but he attached great importance to being valued. He hoped that he could stay with Happy to realize his dreams. The problem was that his dreams were being realized too fast. Because of Qiao Yifan's past experiences, he didn't have high aspirations and was extremely cautious. His initial thoughts were to start over with Happy and become a pro player, one small step at a time. Yes, his initial goal had been set very low. He didn't want to give up glory, and he wanted to continue being a pro player, that was it. But now, he stood on the playoff stage, and his team had even smoothly made it past the first round. His dreams were coming about too fast to the extent that he was caught unprepared. What was his new goal now? Champion? Was it really not a joke? When reality hit him, Qiao Yifan had truly felt a bit dizzy. The seniors at Happy had kept on blabbering about being the champions, but Qiao Yifan always just felt like they were just trying to encourage the team, even if this sort of encouragement was ridiculous. But were the seniors at Happy really the type to keep repeating the same joke? It turns out that it wasn't a joke. It turns out that I just didn't have enough confidence in myself. It turns out that we really do have the ability to fight for the championship trophy. As the playoffs grew nearer and nearer, Qiao Yifan adjusted his frame of mind. Because he realized that Happy truly did intend on walking the difficult path to become the champions. Apart from feeling bewildered, he also felt excited. I need to work even harder, so I don't become a burden to the team in our path to become the champions. He kept on reminding himself these words. And now, he was about to stand on the stage alone to pave the way to Happy's victory. Qiao Yifan took in a deep breath. He walked onto the stage and couldn't help but look back towards his team. His captain, Yi Xiao, had his arm raised, giving him a big thumbs up. "You're far better than you think you are." Yi Xiao had said these words to him before he went up. This wasn't the first time Yi Xiao had said these words to him. The way Yi Xiao said it would always fill Qiao Yifan with energy and confidence. He couldn't let down his seniors or the team's hopes. Qiao Yifan turned back and went into the player booth. He swiped his card, and his character loaded into the map. The opening was the same as all the other ones. The two characters headed towards the manor, one towards the front, one towards the back. Song Qiying chose the exact same route as the previous fight, which made his scouting much more efficient, quickly filtering through room after room. Qiao Yifan went in through the front door of the manor. He didn't make any unexpected moves and started moving through room after room too. 1-inchish moved much faster than Song Qiying's River Sunset, though. It seemed that he had a target location that he wanted to reach as fast as possible. After going through the front door of the manor, 1-inchish entered the main lobby. Past that, there were numerous hallways interspersed with rooms, 17 in total, serving various purposes. Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish went past 2 hallways and 4 rooms. When he reached a spot that he was satisfied with, 1-inchish stopped. Then, he slashed apart the door that he had just went through. Then, the door in front and on the right. All 3 doors in the room were cut apart by 1-inchish. Afterwards, he leaned against the wall, his sword raised. "Is he waiting?" Pan Lin asked. Li Yibor frowned. It could be considered as waiting, but it was a bit different from how it was usually done. By cutting down those doors, Qiao Yifan was giving himself away, especially since the rooms in the manor weren't cut off from each other. Song Qiying, who was scouting around, clearly heard the noise, and 3 times at that. Qiao Yifan was lying in wait, but it gave off the smell of bait. Wasn't the bait too obvious? With Song Qiying's cautious nature, he wouldn't rashly charge towards that area. Song Qiying wouldn't be rash, but he wouldn't ignore it either. Shrinking back and cowering wasn't Team Tyranny's style. River Sunset headed towards there. Boom! River Sunset also broke apart the doors as he rushed into the room to the right of 1-inchish room. The splintered wood from the door flew everywhere as Song Qiying observed his surroundings, quickly getting a picture of the room's interior. He didn't see anyone, but he could see the door that had been cut apart. His gaze immediately shifted towards that room. Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish was quietly moving towards that door, but after a few steps, he stopped moving. He had his sword raised in front of him, ready to attack at any moment. The sword's name was Snow Stripe, a streak of white hidden amidst a dark purple light. River Sunset's footsteps slowed the closer he got. When he was almost at the door, his footsteps had practically stopped. The 2 players were clearly young rookies, but in this match, they seemed to have the caution of old generals. The tension in the crowd could almost be felt. This situation, where the 2 sides were separated by just 1 wall, had taken place before in the fight between Yuxiu and Zhong Jiala. It was just that this time, the door was already destroyed. The 2 sides were just 1 step apart from seeing each other. 1-inchish raised his tachi, Snow Stripe, slightly. He could already feel that Song Qiying's River Sunset was right in front of the door. Light started to swirl around his blade. The contrast between the light and that streak of white appeared even more distinct. 1-inchish started casting, preparing to set down a ghost boundary. As for River Sunset, he seemed to hesitate when he reached the door and then suddenly retreated. The audience couldn't understand. But because of the previous round, Tyranny's fans weren't going to question Song Qiying anymore. They believed that Song Qiying was a true Tyranny hero. No matter what move he made, they wouldn't think it was because he was timid. Tyranny's heroes never cowered. He retreated 2 steps and then moved horizontally, swinging his fists. Pie! His fist smashed into the wall. Everyone cried out in surprise. They thought that a repeat of the match between Fang Rui and Zhong Jiala would happen again, the wall breaking with a single punch. The camera zoomed in onto the wall, a bit of the wallpaper could be seen coming off. As for the wall itself? Not even a tremble. Immediately afterwards, a second punch came out. Punch after punch. River Sunset kept on punching the wall. These were all normal attacks, which didn't consume mana. But at the same time, the attack power was pitifully low. Trying to breaking through the wall like this would require who knew how many punches. But Song Qiying didn't care. He just kept on punching. After several punches, he moved to a different position and then continued his barrage. People were beginning to see his intent. Hadn't Xiao Yifan broken down the 3 doors? Now, Song Qiying wanted to bring down the entire wall. It was quite a bold idea, but the execution was a bit brutish, just using normal attacks to punch the wall until it broke. The 2 sides were only separated by this wall. How could Xiao Yifan not hear what was going on? Song Qiying didn't care though. He had made his decision and he would go through with it. The ghost magic swirling around 1-inch Astachi, snow stripe, gradually dimmed. Pa, 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 pa. He could hear the sound of the punches hitting the wall. Xiao Yifan quickly realized Song Qiying's intentions. For a moment, he was in a daze. The other side unexpectedly wanted to break down the wall. This sort of cautious yet bold move was completely outside of Xiao Yifan's expectations. Should I go around, or should I stay and wait? There were only 2 choices. 1-inch leaned against the wall, feeling the tremors from the punches. Stay. Xiao Yifan made his decision. Even if his opponent dispelled this trap with such a brutish method, Xiao Yifan felt like waiting would still be advantageous to him. Happy's players knew how much damage the walls could take because this was the map that they had chosen. They had a certain level of understanding of their opponents. They had a rough idea of Song Qiying's attack power. In that case, how many punches would it take for River Sunset to break down this wall? It was better to have a conservative estimate. That way, he could make plans beforehand. If it was necessary, he could finish off the wall himself and take the initiative. 1-inch stopped leaning against the wall. He retreated back a few steps, his sword directed towards the wall. I'll wait. I'll decide the winner of this fight here. Everyone could see his plans. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of punches hitting a wall echoed throughout the stadium. Chapter 1497. Fighting Blind. Nomiami. Nomiami. How many punches? Not many people had the patience to count, but Song Qiying did. 164. River Sunset had punched the wall 164 times so far. Facing normal attacks, this wall appeared extremely sturdy. But after 164 punches, the wall was filled with cracks. Many parts of the wall weren't flat anymore. Song Qiying drew in a deep breath of air. Almost. He didn't know how sturdy the wall was exactly, but just based on the fights today, their vice-captain, Zhong Xinjie, was able to figure out a rough estimate. Walls had a health value. Although it was an estimated range, if it came from Zhong Xinjie, then it must be accurate. 165, 166, 167. After 3 punches, River Sunset temporarily stopped. The next punches would enter within that range. Song Qiying had no plans of testing what the exact value was 1 punch at a time. He planned on using a powerful attack to break apart the wall in 1 strike. He didn't know whether Happy's Xiao Yifan was still on the other side of the wall, but if he was, he would be ready. He pretended that Xiao Yifan was there, waiting for him with a field of ghost formations. He had used around 160 punches to weaken the wall even though he didn't know if the opponent was even on the other side. This method was a bit crude, but it was effective. This way, he didn't need to worry about falling into a trap. Song Qiying knew what class his opponent was. Phantom demons could completely fill the room with ghost boundaries, which was clearly why Xiao Yifan had chosen this room to begin with. Several fights had already taken place in this manner. How could Tyranny not have a good grasp of it by now? Then, the final hit. He could attack as he moved past the wall. Song Qiying drew in a deep breath of air. Attack! Ferocious Tiger Flurry. He decided on the level 70 skill, Ferocious Tiger Flurry. In an instant, countless punches landed on the wall. In an instant, the wall crumbled. In an instant, River Sunset charged through. After breaking through the wall, Song Qiying could see 1-inch standing on the other side with his sword held in front of him. Ghost Boundary? With one glance, Song Qiang confirmed 1-inch Ash's position. With a second glance, he confirmed that there were no ghost boundaries nearby. None? Even if there were ghost boundaries, Song Qiang's River Sunset would charge forward anyways, but he felt that it was strange not seeing any. However, once a young hero of tyranny made his decision, there was no retreating. Ferocious Tiger Flurry didn't stop. River Sunset continued to charge forward, stepping on the broken ruins. Everyone's eyes went wide at this scene, but their eyes weren't on River Sunset. Even the camera wasn't focused on this ferocious character. The camera was focused on the ceiling above him. Right when River Sunset broke apart the wall and rushed forward, the ceiling suddenly began to fall. The viewers had known about this possibility. They had been observing Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash through their omniscient view. But at this moment, someone suddenly let out a cry. The ceiling was much less sturdy than the wall. While Sunset River had been punching the wall, Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash had jumped, leaving 3 deep cuts in the ceiling. As a result, when the wall collapsed, the ceiling, which had been on the verge of collapse, lost its final support. The wall crumbled, the ceiling collapsed. But the noise sounded the same, so Song Qiang hadn't noticed this point. He didn't realize it until he saw that a shadow in front of him was getting larger and larger. Song Qiang immediately figured out what had happened. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. River Sunset continued to attack, breaking apart the falling ceiling. Yes! Tyranny's fans cheered, seeing Song Qiang's fierceness. But at this moment, 1-inch Ash snow stripe flashed with light, and a ghost boundary formed. Qiao Yifan had probably deduced that Song Qiang's River Sunset could break apart the falling ceiling, but he didn't place down a ghost boundary ahead of time. Because a ghost boundary wasn't a wall, it wasn't something that could not be entered. Song Qiang's aggression showed that even if he had placed down a ghost boundary, he definitely would have entered anyways. If he had revealed the ghost boundary ahead of time, he would have let his opponent know when to advance and when to retreat, which would not have been good. As a result, Qiao Yifan did not show his hand ahead of time. He waited until the battle began, and acted when his opponent had nowhere to run to. This was the air of a pro player. It was the biggest difference between a pro player and a normal player. Having the ceiling collapse was to scatter Song Qiang's attention and make it so that he could not move. Song Qiang's method was simple and direct. Qiao Yifan was not polite. He carefully set up a trap to face this simple and direct method. Indeed, not many people had thought of breaking the ceiling. Dark Boundary. 1-inch Ash started with a dark boundary, which inflicted blind onto enemies. After breaking free from the ceiling, River Sunset had lost the opportunity to interrupt the cast. The ghost boundary fell. Apart from hastily getting out of its range, there was nothing he could do. Charge! River Sunset continued to charge. But after 2 steps, he had lost his sight because of the dark boundary. Song Qiang's screen was black, but he didn't stop because of that. River Sunset continued forward, throwing a punch towards where he remembered 1-inch Ash being. Collapsing Fist! A loud whistle accompanied the fist, but how could Qiao Yifan not be able to dodge a punch that the opponent had blindly threw out? 1-inch Ash had quietly taken a step back a while ago. Qiao Yifan was no longer in the position that Song Qiang remembered. He only knew that his punch had missed. Where was 1-inch Ash? Left? Right? Behind? Behind to the left? Behind to the right? Without any hesitation, River Sunset punched again. He stepped forward, double tiger palm. AH! The audience cried out. Song Qiang's screen was pitch black, but his step forward and his double tiger palm made it seem like he knew exactly where 1-inch Ash was. His positioning and his attack were completely on point. The 2 palms covered a wide area. 1-inch Ash could not dodge to the left nor the right. His only choice was to keep retreating backwards. Pa! The 2 palms missed their target. Just the force of the strike alone was able to produce a clear sound. Neither attack hit. But these 2 attacks had been let out while blind. If a normal player were blinded by Dark Boundary, they would fall into a disadvantaged state. However, Song Qiying's River Sunset continued pushing forward, forcing Qiao Yifan into defensive position. Qiao Yifan felt a bit annoyed. He regretted not moving far away enough in the beginning and escaping cleanly from Song Qiying. Song Qiying had guessed his position correctly both times. The first time was from memory. The second time? It was probably only because he wanted to continue pushing forward. In the darkness, there was no way to know which way was out, so Tyranny's players would always choose to move forward. Qiao Yifan should have considered this point from the beginning. Even if he hadn't escaped cleanly at the start, he shouldn't have retreated backwards. Retreating was the same as cooperating with Tyranny's fondness for advancing. The double tiger palm had forced Qiao Yifan to retreat backwards, but with this retreat, he was finally able to launch a counterattack. Even though he knew this counterattack would reveal his position, if he continued to let Song Qiying pressure him, not only would he be wasting his Dark Boundary, it was likely that Song Qiying would seize the initiative from him despite being blinded. Moonlight Slash. Swordlight flashed alongside the sound of the wind. Song Qiying couldn't see, but he could hear. It was the sound of a slash. 1-inch was a phantom demon. He only had 3 low-level slash skills in his kit. Ghost Slash, Moonlight Slash, Full Moonlight Slash. 3 skills. His opponent was directly in front of him. What angle would he attack from? Song Qiying instantly made these deductions. River Sunset leaned to the side. The audience cried out in surprise. River Sunset had actually dodged this Moonlight Slash. He was able to dodge it despite not being able to see. Whirlwind Kick. River Sunset jumped, his leg sweeping through the air towards 1-inch. Not only did he dodge the attack, he was able to counterattack too. The audience didn't know what to say. Hit! 1-inch was unable to dodge and could only take the blow. He raised his tachi in front of him and hastily used the Blade Master's Guard to reduce the damage. 1-inch was kicked back. Right when River Sunset touched the ground, he jumped up again. Soaring Tiger. River Sunset jumped, chasing after 1-inch. It looked as if he wasn't blind at all. Again and again, the audience couldn't help but cry out in surprise, let alone the 2 commentators. Song Qiying played brilliantly, but Qiao Yifan didn't let his spirits drop. 1-inch put himself in a steady position, ready to counterattack at any moment because this attack should not hit. It missed. Just as Qiao Yifan expected, the Soaring Tiger missed. Song Qiying's timing and thought process were precise and accurate, but if he couldn't see, he couldn't see. When Qiao Yifan put his guard, Song Qiying wasn't able to notice his slight change in position from just the feel of his attack connecting. As a result, there was a slight error in his judgment. Song Qiying was calm, but his opponent didn't panic and stayed calm despite the cheers and shouts from the crowd. In the end, Qiao Yifan was able to make use of the blind on Song Qiying. He didn't waste this Dark Boundary. Full Moonlight Slash. He attacked the airborne River Sunset, striking him in the back and sending him flying towards a corner in the room. The Phantom Ghost's power residing in his blade began to flicker. Ice Soul, Ice Boundary. And then Ash Boundary. And then Plague Boundary. Qiao Yifan calmly began his offense. Chapter 1498. The 10-Year Captain. Nomiami. Nomiami. Glory. The large word flashed across the screen. No matter the process, the match would progress toward only one conclusion: victory and defeat. In this round, victory belonged to Happy's Qiao Yifan. Thunderous applause instantly rose up within Xiaoshan Stadium. Filled with regret, Song Qiying walked out of the competitor booth. The stadium full of applause wasn't for him, but he didn't lower his head. The opponent had played excellently, but he hadn't had any embarrassing moments himself. Perhaps, from the beginning, his thinking hadn't been meticulous enough. Even as Song Qiying walked offstage, he was already reviewing his own performance. Again and again, his mind replayed the scene of the ceiling collapsing and River Sunset losing his chance. If it had been the vice-captain, he definitely wouldn't have overlooked this point. Song Qiying looked at one particular person sitting in Tyranny's player area. He was a striker, the one in Tyranny who would inherit Desert Dust after Han Wenqing's retirement. The team had never hidden this point. Tyranny was just this kind of open and direct team, from top to bottom. Song Qiying wouldn't refuse this kind of arrangement, and he was proud of this, but he wouldn't hide his own views. Even though he very much liked his striker class, in terms of player personality, he more greatly appreciated that of Tyranny's vice-captain, Zhong Xinjie. Cautious, thorough, flawless. In many people's eyes, perhaps this sort of steady style wasn't thrilling enough. But Song Qiying felt that this was very cool. Maybe it was just because of his natural personality. Tyranny didn't make any specific demands of him, nor had he purposely tried to imitate Zhong Xinjie's style. But even as he followed and developed the style that he personally liked, everyone in Tyranny looked at him like a little Zhong Xinjie. Song Qiying didn't object. He hadn't purposely tried to mimic it, this was just the style that belonged to him. But it still wasn't enough. Song Qiying reviewed the match, searching for where he hadn't been good enough. And at this moment, Tyranny's group arena anchor had already stood up. Han Wenqing. It could only be Han Wenqing. It had to be Han Wenqing. He could step back when appropriate, but if he didn't appear in the group arena in this crucial playoffs match, then Tyranny's fans would definitely be disappointed, and Tyranny's players might also be very uneasy. 10-year captain, 10-year pillar. In terms of the influence had over the team, Han Wenqing was absolutely the number one. Even his long enemy Yishio had met an unhappy end at the hands of Excellent Era. Among the later players, Wang Jieshi came the closest. The influence he had at Tiny Herb was similarly significant. But compared to Han Wenqing, he was still just a bit lacking. Han Wenqing used his personal spirit and charisma to affect the whole team. Tyranny's style today was because their captain and core from the very beginning was a player with this kind of style, and it continued within this team to this day. But what about Wang Jieshi and Tiny Herb? He had changed his own style, assimilated into the team, and ultimately they had won 2 championships together. In terms of results, his 2 championships beat out Han Wenqing's 1, but in terms of influence on the team, he clearly couldn't compete with Han Wenqing. And now, this 10-year captain stood up from his seat. Like so many times before, he was ready to defend that most crucial point for Tyranny. The Tyranny fans who had traveled far to come here began to roar, as though they had suddenly ignited. In the face of the hopes of his fans, Han Wenqing didn't play humble. To the away team fans, he extended a fist. The roars grew louder. At this time, Song Qiying had walked off the stage and arrived in front of Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing's fist lowered and pointed toward him. Song Qiying immediately reciprocated, extending his arm toward him as well. Fist bump. Good luck, Captain. Song Qiying shouted. Han Wenqing nodded and strode toward the stage. Tyranny was currently at a disadvantage. Qiao Yifan had used 61% of his health to defeat Song Qiying, leaving him with 39% right now. This advantage was relatively significant, but now as Han Wenqing walked on stage, there wasn't a hint of worry in the eyes of those dedicated Tyranny fans. There was only resolve. A match always ended in victory or defeat. Everyone understood this. But what was revealed in the eyes of the Tyranny's fans wasn't belief in a surefire victory or anything. Han Wenqing brought them a steady confidence. They believed that, as long as he was here, then even if they lost, they wouldn't lose that fighting spirit or confidence. As long as he was here, they would only lose people, but not their determination. Tyranny had never been a team that feared failure. In the early days of the Alliance, they had been eliminated by Excellent Era 3 times. Excellent Era and Yichio had been called their weakness, their perfect counter. But, so what? In the Season 4 finals, on the highest stage of glory, they ferociously defeated Excellent Era and proved themselves. The older Tyranny fans would never forget that day. That day had been the most beautiful demonstration of Tyranny's strength of character. Unafraid of failure, always scaling new heights. Under this man's leadership, tyranny had walked these 10 years. Now, the tyranny that he led once again advanced toward that highest peak, and he once again stood on stage. In the televised broadcast, Pan Lin was currently describing all of this in the most poetic way possible. His partner Li Ibor had come from tyranny and experienced that era, and even if he could no longer see all the strategies clearly, he would never forget tyranny's spirit. Because he was also a member of tyranny, someone who had gone wild with all of them during that season. Hearing Pan Lin's passionate description, Li Ibor too felt his heart racing. He even had the urge to rush on stage, grip that mouse and keyboard once more, and battle. All right, the battle's about to begin. Tyranny's captain of 10 years, Han Wenqing, against Happy's rookie Qiao Yifan, said Pan Lin. Even though Qiao Yifan had registered as a pro in Season 8, he had only appeared in official matches starting from this season, so when talking about him, he was still called a rookie. The opening didn't change, they still charged toward the manor at the center of the map. Han Wenqing's fierce bravery and decisiveness could be seen just from the way he moved his character. Desert Dust's path was completely straight as he charged forward. In front of and behind the manor, the same rhythm. Qiao Yifan, like before, controlled 1-inch Ash to take the front door, and then he quickly arrived at the location of the previous battle. Qiao Yifan still wants to fight here, Pan Lin said. After watching the previous match, everyone very much understood how advantageous this whole area was for a Ghost Blade. The room's size, the arrangement of the surrounding rooms, it had all been thoroughly used by 1-inch Ash. What was a home field advantage? This was it. Using the map to the maximum extent. Watching from offstage, Tyranny's players, including Han Wenqing, all recognized this level of skill. But right now, Qiao Yifan still wanted to make this the battlefield. Wasn't that too wishful thinking? After seeing how well he'd used this area, would Han Wenqing simply go along with his desires and fight him here? Ah? Han Wenqing? Doubt, after encountering this name, caused the logic to grind to a halt. It seemed like an illogical move, but if Han Wenqing did it, it suddenly felt more acceptable. Because he was always like this. Even if he knew there was a tiger in the mountain, he would still head toward the mountain with the tiger. For anyone else, it would be an illogical move, but he could flip the situation in one burst of determination. Qiao Yifan once again opened the battle here. A typical opponent probably wouldn't come, but Han Wenqing might actually just burst in. Maybe Qiao Yifan had anticipated this opponent's personality to make this kind of wishful plan? And so, everyone looked at Han Wenqing's side. Desert Dust had entered the manor from the back, and he made a clean sweep of the area. He would arrive here shortly. This time, Qiao Yifan didn't need to split any doors, so there wasn't any sound to notify Han Wenqing. 1-inch just set up his ambush in this room, making his preparations for battle. Because a wall had collapsed, the two rooms were now connected and seemed much more spacious than before. Qiao Yifan wasn't sure from which end Han Wenqing's Desert Dust would charge in, so he hid 1-inch in a corner, and prepared ambushes for the various possible angles. He didn't have to wait too long before he heard footsteps. The sound of moving footsteps wasn't hidden at all. Whatever was stepped upon made a sound, closer and closer. Pa! Suddenly, there was another sound, and 1-inch Ash, pressed against a wall, felt a tremor. There was no way that Qiao Yifan couldn't recognize this sound. Just last battle, Song Qiying controlled his character and made this sound over 160 times. Han Wenqing's Desert Dust was also hitting the wall? Just as Qiao Yifan reached this realization, Pa! The second punch already resounded. Qiao Yifan had already roughly judged where the sound had come from. As he looked over, he heard a boom, and the wall he turned to look at now had a hole in it. 3 punches to make a hole? This of course wasn't because Desert Dust's attack power was so unbelievable, but because the wall he was punching was already fairly weakened. There had been so many battles back and forth, all occurring within the manor, and most on the first floor. The room furnishings had already become so wrecked that there wasn't much more to wreck, and the walls had also suffered much damage during this process. Han Wenqing evidently had found a particularly weak point, and broke through in only 3 punches. Was he working out his anger? At the beginning, this was what everyone had thought. But very soon, they saw Desert Dust and 1-inch Ash meet eyes through the hole. Seeing 1-inch Ash's position, Han Wenqing of course immediately understood his line of thinking. Would he just boldly go forward and fight with Qiao Yifan in an area where the Ghost Blade was most comfortable? The snow stripe in 1-inch Ash's hands was already beginning to flicker with light. But Desert Dust, after meeting 1-inch Ash's eyes through that hole, actually walked past. Pa 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 pa, another number of punches, and another hole was opened in the weakened wall. And then, change position, hit again. The sounds came wave after wave, progressing around in a circle. Qiao Yifan listened, and gradually, he paled. Song Qiying had only wanted to tear down a wall. Was Han Wenqing preparing to tear down this entire manor? Chapter 1499. Dismantle. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. What's Han Wenqing trying to do? The audience had a clear view of Desert Dust's actions, and they weren't so dumb that they couldn't figure out his intentions. This question was a rhetorical one, expressing their surprise. Even Pan Lin was wondering too, in the live broadcast. Boom boom boom. Weak spots in the wall were blasted apart, and soon enough, the two walls were full of holes. Was the manor trembling? A constant rumble could be heard now, and Qiao Yifan wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but it felt like the walls themselves were moving, unable to support the weight. The ceiling seemed to be sinking bit by bit, as it had lost its support. If this continued, the manor really would collapse. Qiao Yifan didn't care if it was just his imagination or not. He made a resolute decision. He couldn't lie here in wait any longer. Tyranny's old striker was much more ruthless than their new striker. Qiao Yifan had no choice but to act. He was extremely familiar with the structure of this room. Han Wenqing's Desert Dust was destroying the wall in this area, using the sound of the attacks to locate an enemy's position. With an approximation of Desert Dust's location, Qiao Yifan had 1-inch Ash rush over. Because he was familiar with the area, he predicted the area of the wall Desert Dust was going to hit next and decided to lie in wait there. Crouching, 1-inch Ash successfully arrived at the base of the wall, carefully poised for action as Qiao Yifan listened carefully to the sounds. The sounds got closer and closer, and dust began falling from the ceiling above. Qiao Yifan raised his character's view to look. This time he was certain the ceiling really was trembling, unable to properly support its own weight. Qiao Yifan stayed motionless. Desert Dust was near. If he moved, he'd expose himself. Thwack, thwack. 2 punches, clear, solid hits. The sound didn't just come from the air, but the wall itself. Desert Dust had finally struck at the wall 1-inch Ash was concealed near. Boom! The third punch went through the wall. 1-inch Ash remained motionless against the wall. He could see Desert Dust's fist retracting back through the wall from his angle. Thwack, 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 he was still hitting this wall. Han Wenqing was aiming to find weak spots in the wall. The walls he had punched through hadn't completely collapsed yet, but once he punched out areas all across the wall, it was clearly unable to take much more. Boom! Another hole was punched into the wall, practically right next to 1-inch Ash. Qiao Yifan could even see the outline of Desert Dust's knuckles within his famous silver weapon, the Gauntlet's flame fist. The color of fire, Qiao Yifan could practically feel the heat radiating off of his fist, the blaze of battle lust and determination. Thwack! Another punch and Desert Dust broke through the wall a third time. It wasn't at where 1-inch Ash was hiding. Qiao Yifan had a clear, precise judgment, and would naturally choose a place where the wall was sturdy, a place Han Wenqing wouldn't choose. The strike sounded next to him and 1-inch Ash slowly unsheathed his sword, wisps of light surfacing around him. Boom! Another hole appeared. Qiao Yifan didn't move, his view locked forwards towards the doorway Desert Dust was approaching. That was when the wall behind him started to quake harshly and began to bend. No way! Qiao Yifan raised his head. Areas of the ceiling above were already starting to collapse. Had it reached its limit? The answer was yes, and Han Wenqing knew it as well. Thwack! Another punch struck the wall. This time, he was no longer picking weak spots, just hitting the wall, using attacks to cause it to quake and bend further. He was trying to hasten the collapse. Just one punch and that half of the wall caved in. This punch was no longer a normal attack, but a more powerful skill in order to accelerate the mana's destruction. With the state the mana was in, it caused massive damage. With this half of the wall collapsed, 1 inch ash was exposed, and the room reached its limits. Without needing for Desert Dust's further help, the ceiling crumbled with a thunderous rumble. Xiao Yifan hastily tried to get 1 inch ash out of the way, but Desert Dust lunged forth, right under the collapsing ceiling. Boom! The ceiling smashed against the floor, sending dust everywhere. With one last roll, Desert Dust left the fallen ceiling behind him using his low position. When he jumped up, he threw a fist, meeting 1 inch ash's blade head-on. Collapsing fist! The Ghost Blade's slash skills had nothing on the priority of a striker's punch. This punch sent 1 inch ash flying, blade and all. There was no pause in his steps as he flew into pursuit. The walls were collapsing, the ceiling was falling, but Han Wenqing ignored it all. Desert Dust charged amidst the tremors. Crash! 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 The sound of rubble falling erupted all around, sending dust flying, devouring their surroundings. Two silhouettes fought in this catastrophic scene. The entire area, all around them, had collapsed. Even the areas that Desert Dust hadn't struck were brought down by neighboring areas like dominoes, having weakened from the battle prior. Ruins, ruins everywhere. The walls collapsed, the ceiling fell, the second floor structures, and even walls, fell with it. The audience had long since forgotten about the battle occurring between the two, just watching the ancient manor and wondering if the entire thing would just go down. It didn't. In the end, it didn't. From the outside, the manor didn't seem like it had changed at all, but the interior had been completely overturned. The second floor, after a chain of reactions, no longer existed. The first floor was just rubble from the second floor, having turned into ruins. Boom! With a thunderous bang, the ruins exploded and a character was thrown out. Who was it? Everyone's gazes followed the figure. 1 inch ash. It was Xiao Yifan's 1 inch ash. Soon enough, Han Wenqing's Desert Dust appeared as well. He ignored everything happening around them, and all that existed in his eyes was the target he had to fell. One last punch, the final blow. Glory! The system announced Desert Dust victory with the catastrophic scene playing background, the ruins, some areas still falling, crumbling. The audience didn't know what to say anymore. A map advantage? Han Wenqing had demolished it. That was pretty wild. The happy fans in the venue were all silent while the guest fans from Tyranny roared and cheered. What style! What a Tyranny victory! Demolished the map with the enemy, destroyed it all, spectacular! Xiao Yifan walked out of the player booth amidst the cacophony. The crazed Tyranny fans naturally weren't very friendly to him. Last round, he had Song Qiying completely suppressed. And this round? Han Wenqing had given the Tyranny fans a victory to feel good about, one that gave them the satisfaction of revenge. Nothing was more satisfying. The Tyranny fans couldn't be more excited, almost seeming to forget that this wasn't over yet. There was still one more member for Happy. Thus, amidst their excitement, the big screen silently displayed Happy's fifth player, announcing the identity of their anchor. Wei Chen, Warlock, Windward Formation. It's Wei Chen. Pan Lin's shout was one full of surprise. This really was a completely unexpected arrangement. Wei Chen, Blue Rain's ex-captain, Wei Chen. In the first team competition against Blue Rain, he used his determination to help Happy build the foundations of their strategy. He had struggled to the bitter end, but this was exactly why he was deserving of respect. Everyone could tell that this player still had his awareness and judgment, but his reaction and mechanics couldn't keep up anymore. Wei Chen wasn't fighting Blue Rain, he was fighting the cruel passing of time. His performance last time was practically miraculous. Perhaps it was because they had a home field advantage or he was familiar with Blue Rain's strategy, that Wei Chen could perform well enough to rival his youth. When the match against Blue Rain ended, everyone thought that was where his contribution ended. He was their ace against Blue Rain. However, now, against Tyranny, in the first match, the group arena, Wei Chen was the anchor. How surprising, but Wei Chen was already getting up, waving at the fans energetically as he walked towards the stage. He met Xiao Yifan halfway. "You must have been scared." Wei Chen grinned at Xiao Yifan. Xiao Yifan paused, unsure how to react. What did that mean? How was he meant to reply to that? Watch and learn, youngster. Wei Chen ruffled Xiao Yifan's hair. After he completely messed up the other's hairstyle, he headed for the stage, satisfied. Happy's last player is Wei Chen. What is this about? Pan Lin asked Liebor. Probably. Wei Chen has a great grasp over this map, Liebor answered weakly. His random guess had, actually, hit the mark. Wei Chen had thought that his playoffs journey would be done at Blue Rain, but when Happy ended up choosing this map for their fight against Tyranny, Wei Chen realized there might be more in store for him. He was very familiar with this map and even more familiar with the manor in the middle of this map. Indoors battles wouldn't be able to get fast either due to the switches in small scenes. For a slower-paced veteran like him, it was a match made in heaven. He could fight on this map. When Wei Chen volunteered, he saw Yishio gazing at him. He didn't need to speak to get the idea across, and so Wei Chen got another chance. However, now, Wei Chen gave a self-mocking smile. The one thing he was depending on had been obliterated by Han Wenqing. While sitting offstage, he had already cursed Han Wenqing to hell and back over 180 times. Happy's group arena was all up to him, yet he had lost his one advantage. Fighting Han Wenqing head-on? Wei Chen's heart was trembling. How could the current him take on that raging tiger? Though that tiger had grown old, he was practically old enough to be buried, yet he still crawled out to struggle this one last time. They had gotten to this point, yet the universe was still making things hard for him. Wei Chen couldn't help but grumble under his breath until the referee waved at him to hurry. Then let's do this. Wei Chen gritted his teeth and entered the player booth. Han Wenqing? Let me experience your fearsome, tiger-like determination again after all these years. Chapter 1500. A ruined map. Nomiami. Nomiami. Group Arena, Final Round. Although Han Wenqing was able to cleanly take down Xiao Yifan last round, it wasn't possible for his Desert Dust not to have taken any damage under those circumstances. His Desert Dust had 81% health left. Wei Chen's Windward formation was in high spirits, but with that small of a lead, how could anyone favor this old general? Let alone Tyranny or neutral fans, even the Happy fans felt uneasy. Some had trouble understanding Happy's arrangements for the group arena. Happy had sent a Phantom Demon, who wasn't suited for 1v1s, as their fourth player. Their fifth player was Wei Chen. Didn't that mean Happy hadn't planned on placing a fierce hero as the final checkpoint? Or could it be that their third player Fang Rui was supposed to be their great general? Had their intention be to end the group arena in a 3v5? But none of these possibilities were logical. Pan Lin and Liebor discussed this issue as the round officially began. How would Wei Chen face this deciding round? Everyone was curious about Wei Chen. Then, they saw Wei Chen act. His character hadn't moved yet, but the trash talking had started. I say, Little Han, how outrageous. How could you tear apart the map like this? Wei Chen typed. Little Han. A cold chill could be felt in the air. In terms of careers, both of them had started in Season 1. Neither was more senior than the other in that sense. But in terms of age, Wei Chen's words held true. The problem was Han Wenqing, Little Han, it didn't feel right. Addressing him like that gave a sense of amiability and care. It didn't fit this captain of tyranny at all. How would Han Wenqing respond? Everyone's attention shifted to the player chat. Han Wenqing didn't reply. It seemed like he didn't want to bother with such uncouth trash talking. Desert Dust rushed forward. Wei Chen's windward formation was on his way over too, but his movement seemed so sluggish. It was completely different from Desert Dust's lofty advance. Is there even a point in playing out this round? Countless people felt that victory had already been decided just from the energy of the players. Soon, the players reached the manor. The inside had torn apart into ruins, but the outside looked pristine. The front door and rear door were still intact. Han Wenqing's Desert Dust went through the rear door and marched through the broken ruins in front of him. Because of the destruction, he could see much more inside the manor compared to before. Even so, Han Wenqing didn't find any traces of windward formation. He didn't take the middle road. Han Wenqing thought about what his opponent might do. The home team advantage for this map came from an understanding of the manor's layout. Now that the manor had been torn apart, the advantage had disappeared. Wei Chen abandoning this area wasn't too surprising. After Desert Dust went in from the back, he moved across the first floor to the entrance at the front and surveyed the surroundings calmly. But Tyranny's fans felt their hearts leap to their throats seeing his calmness. Windward formation didn't go elsewhere. He had come to the manor. It was just that he had circled around to the back and was standing beside a window like a withered-up plant. The view on the first floor had opened up considerably, but it wasn't as empty as a grass plains. The broken walls and collapsed ceilings were still significant obstructions. Windward formation couldn't see Desert Dust from his position. As a result, he switched positions and continued to peep like a pervert. Tyranny's fans wanted to rush onto the stage and tell Han Wenqing that Wei Chen was sneaking around behind him. After moving to a different position, Wei Chen was finally able to see Han Wenqing's Desert Dust, who was standing outside, checking his surroundings. Was he planning on leaving? Knock knock knock. Wei Chen had windward formation swing his staff, knocking on the window sill with all his might. Even if he was a warlock, he could still swing his staff like a melee weapon. No one knew what material Death's Hand was made of, but whatever it was, it made an unpleasant sound when it hit against the stone window sill. Wei Chen thought Han Wenqing wasn't able to hear him, so he swung his staff again. I'm here, I'm here. He shouted in the chat. Desert Dust turned around and looked towards him. Wei Chen was very satisfied. You saw me, right? Han Wenqing didn't reply. However, Desert Dust was marching over. Windward formation immediately shrunk back. Left? Right? The audience would know, but Han Wenqing wouldn't. Windward formation moved around and found another observation spot. He took a furtive glance into the manor. Han Wenqing was moving fast. Desert Dust was almost about to reach that window. It looked like he was planning on breaking it apart to move past it. He's really got a gift for breaking things. Wei Chen mumbled. Windward formation raised his Death's Hand. Dark energy began flickering. He had started casting a curse. He was planning on mounting a sneak attack, but anyone could predict that. How could an experienced player like Han Wenqing not be able to? Bang! The window broke. Windward formation instinctively raised his Death's Hand, but no one jumped through it. Desert Dust smashed the window to pieces and then moved a few steps over to another window. Bang! Broken again, but still no one. Being so clever. How boring. I won't play with you, Wei Chen typed. Windward formation turned around and left. Bang! Bang! Han Wenqing had become a dismantler today. Desert Dust smashed 2 more windows. On the 4th one, his character rushed out. Left! Right! He turned to look at those ends. No one. After Wei Chen had said those words, his windward formation really did leave. He had made such a big commotion, and after saying he gave up, he really did give up. As a result, Desert Dust seemed to break those 2 windows for no reason before charging out ferociously. It all looked somewhat comical. To think the word comical would one day be used to describe Han Wenqing. Are you tired of living? Tyranny's loyal fans roared. They were not happy with how Wei Chen had played with their captain. As for Wei Chen, His windward formation was puffing and wheezing as he climbed up the side of the manor. As he climbed, he would look downwards from time to time to see if Desert Dust had made his way over. It made him look quite flustered. Sure enough, Desert Dust quickly came. Not seeing anyone to the left or right, Han Wenqing didn't hesitate. He chose a direction and started giving chase. Tyranny's fans had been worried that their captain would forget to look up. Reality proved that Han Wenqing wasn't nearly as careless as they thought. The moment he turned around, he looked up and down. The flustered windward formation was immediately caught by him. Wei Chen, who was constantly looking downwards, noticed Desert Dust too. Windward formation hastened his movements, making him appear even more flustered. Han Wenqing saw that his opponent was in front of him, but he had no way of attacking him. No one had a shorter attack range than strikers. Blade Masters, Berserkers, the other melee classes could use the reach of their sword to extend their range, but strikers only had their arms and legs. Chase! Han Wenqing was decisive. He looked at the side of the manor and quickly found a foothold. Desert Dust jumped, stepped, jumped, stepped, jumped. Han Wenqing hadn't deliberately practiced climbing on this sort of terrain before, but with 10 years of glory experience, how could his ability to adapt be normal? The speed at which he climbed seemed quite a bit faster than the flustered windward formation. Hee, Wei Chen suddenly laughed. Windward formation didn't keep jumping. He pointed his death's hand down and started casting. Although Desert Dust was fast, there was still some distance between them. It wouldn't be possible for him to rush over in time to interrupt the cast. But seeing windward formation casting a curse, the instant Desert Dust paused to jump off a foothold, he waved his hands. Chi Bullet! A low-level Chi Master skill flew out. Strikers didn't have any long-ranged attacks. It was certainly a huge weak spot, so almost all strikers would learn mid-range skills like Chi Bullet. Even though it wouldn't deal much damage, the purpose was to interrupt casts. For example, if windward formation dodged the Chi Bullet, he would have to cancel his cast. But windward formation didn't move. Hee. Wei Chen laughed again. Pa! Chi bloomed around his body, but the curse from Death's Hand was released simultaneously. Was it really simultaneous? Of course not. Since he could cast the skill, it meant that the Chi Bullet had been a bit too late. It was a small detail that was hard to notice, but the system had no trouble making this decision. The curse had been cast. Wei Chen didn't have time to dodge the attack though. Fortunately, it was just a Chi Bullet, so the damage wasn't high. The knockback wasn't anything noteworthy either. Windward formation seemed to be unfazed. His skill was able to come out in the end. Chaotic Rain. Using this skill in this situation was truly too disgusting. Desert Dust, who was climbing up the manor, had no place to maneuver around. He couldn't escape, but he could still dodge it. Han Wenqing saw a place with cover. He temporarily gave up on chasing and had Desert Dust jump towards there. Chaotic Rain fell, but Desert Dust was able to find cover in time and avoid the attack. Beautiful! Wei Chen praised his opponent. Windward formation didn't keep jumping up, instead dropping down. After dropping down, Desert Dust was now in his line of sight. A dark energy began swirling around his Death's Hand again. Grasping Ghosts! Desert Dust had nowhere to run. If he jumped out, he would be caught in Chaotic Rain, which would probably be even more disastrous for him. The fierce tiger was trapped. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the curse flew out and struck.